expecting it, even if you've seen pictures, even if everything, it is surreal. You stand there and you just go, what is this?
And also, I mean, there's a kind of magical aspect to it. This is the place where over the next few years we'll start as a human species reaching out there and traveling out there.
We'll for sure see the development of the rockets that I think will take us further than ever before. Be born right there.
What's it to witness the actual testing of Starship?
So far, it's been high stakes. Like it's been insane because those the first I kind of mentioned earlier. There's been SN 8, 9, 10, 11, and 15 that have all done these suborbital hops. The highest one went 12.5 kilometers, and the rest of the four went 10 kilometers in altitude, and then turned off the engines and just fell. Cool thing about that is the general public could be about 5 miles away, so again, like 8 kilometers away. And the weird thing is this rocket's slowly accelerating.
No, I haven't slept yet.
They didn't want to exceed a certain speed, so they didn't have to worry about the aerodynamics of it. They just slowly climbed, and it probably also to appease the FAA. They're like, here, we'll just limit the thrust to weight ratio and just, make it so it's slow and controlled, no big deal. So it's basically more or less like slightly above a hover, just climbing for minutes, for like 4 or 5 minutes. You just hear and feel the roar of this thing. Normal rockets, like after the first 30 seconds or minute, they're so far away that it's just diminishing. It's just fading. You still get that rumble, that sense, but those first 5 flights, the suborbital hops were just, I'll cherish them forever, because you're watching this thing that you've driven up next to, you've seen it with your own eyes. That's bigger than most buildings in a fairly dense urban area. It's this massive thing. You stood there, you look at it, you're like, wow, that's crazy. You've seen people working on it, they're little ants compared to it. Then you drive away and you see it on the horizon, and all of a sudden that thing leaves. It starts moving. Hovering, essentially. And the first time, I mean, you put, for me at least, I put my hands on my head when I can't help it. It's not, I don't know.
It's surreal, it is. Like you said.
I don't know what in human nature decides this is what to do when you can't believe something, but that's what happens. And when that thing first took off, it was just like my brain couldn't process seeing, because I had spent so much time driving around and seeing it, and all of a sudden you're watching it just take off, and you're like, it's moving. And all these, most complicated rocket engines ever made are all firing simultaneously. And it didn't blow up on the launch pad, and it's slowly increasing. And it's just crazy. And the sound, everything about it. And so by the time the first one is specifically, it was December 2020 was the first SN8. It went up, and we all lost it in the sky. We couldn't quite see it, but we had telescopes and high telephoto lenses tracking it. And what's funny is there's a pretty strong wind up there at altitude, and it was moving. There's a lot of gaseous oxygen being vented out of the rocket, and it's being blown by this air. So it looks like it's moving actually quite quickly, like away from us, like it was strafing to one side. So I'm watching the monitor. I'm going, oh my God, they're moving it like over Brownsville. And we're all of us, everyone on this hotel balcony is looking out, down, like way out over, and we can't find it. We're like, where did they lose it? Like we're thinking like, oh my God, this is going to crash down in Brownsville. And finally they shut the engines off, and we're watching it falling, and we're tracking it. We know it's falling. And it's falling. It's falling super controlled. And we're like, oh my God, this is perfect. And all of a sudden it clicked, and I see it with my, my eyes. I finally tracked it. It's straight out, like straight in front of us. And it looks like it was a blimp just barely moving, because it is falling slowly thanks to all of its drag. And again, that's one of those moments I'm like, it's falling so slow, because it's so big, it's so massive, it's falling sideways. I've seen Falcon 9 boosters and Falcon Heavy boosters, and they scream. They come in so fast, and you can barely even see them. You can just barely track them. All of a sudden, they light their engines, and they decelerate so quickly. This was like the opposite. It was like, is that thing ever coming down? It was just falling so slowly and so right there. It just felt like it was so close. And so when it finally lit its engine and it flipped, I was losing my mind, because I'm like, it's working. This crazy plan, this huge, massive thing is doing this absurd feat. And the first one, the first 4, again, didn't work out as planned, but getting to that point already, getting to that flip maneuver was a huge milestone, and it was so exciting. Just going through those firsts were amazing, and I think we're coming up now on them doing the full stacks of the booster and the upper stage. I think when we see that fly, when that leaves Earth for the first time, it'll be, like I said, almost twice the amount of thrust as anything else. It'll be the biggest, heaviest, largest thing to ever fly. It's going to shake everything. I can't wait.
Have all 33 Raptor engines been active at once? Have they tested that?
No, that's coming up. That's kind of the next milestone. I don't know, when this will come out, but that's like the next.
Just a few days, very quickly here.
But if people listening to this, if they're listening to it early on, they'll likely be able to catch. I think at this point it seems like next week.
So step one would be static fire.
Yep, holding onto the rocket and lighting up the engines. And so far they've lit at most. They went for like a more than 14 engine static fire. I don't recall if it was like 16 or something engines lit at once, and they ended up going down to 14 engines. That's the most engines they've ever lit. So the next step and the final kind of step before they fly this thing is they're actually going to light all 33 engines simultaneously. And although that sounds scary, let's not forget the Falcon Heavy that's now flown 5 times completely flawlessly has 27 engines running simultaneously. So they definitely have, SpaceX has experience with high number of engines running at the same time, but it is still like this is going to be a lot of moving parts and a lot of potential and a lot of everything.
What are the upcoming milestones, expected milestones? And I think there's one in particular I'd like to talk to you more about, but leading up to that, of course, is like what are some of the tests here on the way? So is it the static fire, the fully stacked with the 2 stages? Will there be and then all that leading to an orbital launch test? What are the things we should know about? And when do you think, what do you think the timeline will be with the orbital test?
Timeline, the reason we have this website, the expected milestones, is because I always tell people to ignore any time you ever hear for any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to milestones, because when you're doing stuff for the first time, you just have no idea.
So just to understand the expected milestones here, the first column is the event, column is the date and status, TBD, complete. Green means what?
Green means it's been completed, and it shows the completion date there.
And the completion date.
Yep.
And then the others, maybe more, maybe not, for the full stack testing, the D-stack, and there's 33 engine.
So basically, we're expecting them to D-stack, and SpaceX, I think, just tweeted that actually they're going to be D-stacking the second stage from the first stage, kind of get the ship safe while they test, because they don't want to, 33 engines is pretty high risk. If they do blow up the rocket, when they test it for the first time, it's not going to be fully fueled, I don't think, at least. But there is a limit to how they do have to have it weighed down enough that the launch clamps can hold on to it. Because if you think about it, normally the launch clamps are holding on to an entire rocket weighing 5 million kilograms. 5 million, it's weighing an insane amount. So those clamps don't actually have to hold 75 meganewtons of thrust. They really only have to hold down 25 meganewtons of thrust. You know what I mean? They're not designed to hold down all 75. Mm-hmm. So they do have to have enough weight on the rocket. So even when they do the testing of the 33 engines, they'll have to have enough propellant in there that they don't exceed the clamping and the holding force of the stand. Otherwise, it'll break free from the launch stand, and that booster will go flying off uncontrolled.
So it's a difficult thing to figure out in the test how many simultaneous things you test, right?
So they're kind of mitigating risks, which is why they're D-stack. They don't want to have, although the ship could be on top of it to help weigh it down and simulate the launch environment better. At some point, that's a risk they're just going to take when they go for launch. And so for now, they're taking the ship off in case something goes wrong during the 33 engine test. And then once we see if the 33 engine test goes well, hopefully we see the second stage get stacked back on it. We'll see them get closer, closing out all the items, and hope. The big one too is the FAA launch license. That'll be publicly filed. We'll see that in the system. Having a launch license, and I have no sense of that type of thing. That's outside of, but that is a big milestone, and it might be something that could potentially hinder, hold up the launch. Just be waiting for a launch license.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of fascinating bureaucracy and politics and legal stuff and all that kind of beautiful, magical thing when you live in reality. Because it is, I mean, it is a big rocket.
Yeah. Well, and the biggest thing, it's not so much, the FAA doesn't necessarily care about the success of the rocket. They really just care about the safety of public and public property, you know? So it's a matter of being convinced and having the data to prove, okay, if this thing blows up, we have control of how and when it blows up. We have control of, you know, X, Y, and Z. Here's the potential damage. Here's the blast radius. You know, this again is over twice as powerful and twice as much potential. Actually, it's a lot more potential for an explosive energy if it, you know, were to happen to. Well, let me walk back a little bit, because in order to have a real detonation, you have to have a perfect mixture ratio of your fuel and oxidizer. If when a rocket blows up, typically, you know, it kind of unzips and some of the fuel will mix into some of the oxidizer, and you could have some explosive energy, but a lot of it's actually just a deflagration. It's just, you know, flames, and yeah, there would be explosive energy, but it's not like you're lighting all of it simultaneously as this giant bomb. It's just really not. So that's good, but at the same time, even in those circumstances, the amount of energy is still absurd enough to likely blow out windows, you know, for miles and miles and miles, including my studio space.
Well, if the cameras hold up, it would be one heck of a show. Hopefully, of course, would not happen. So, how does that take us to an orbital launch? When do you think that would happen?
In my opinion,
Yeah.
this is a very fluid, and this will change literally by the hour.
So, you really think that it's very difficult to really say, like, oh, even for something that could very well happen this year, even just a few months away, you should making a prediction. By the way, are you like superstitious on this kind of stuff a little bit? Like, you know, you're worried about jinxing it and that kind of stuff?
No.
Because I would imagine you would be like waiting for all of these launches that keep getting delayed, where you start thinking that there's certain things you do will control the weather.
My socks. Why am I wearing these socks just scrubbed again? You know, like, yeah.
You're lucky. You have to wear the same lucky socks, otherwise there's going to be bad weather. Yeah.
So the reason that I say this and why it's so difficult is they did a first full stack test in July of 2021, and the expectation was we're a month or two away from a launch. So, like, realistically, for 18 months, I've been in a purgatory thinking that we're a month or two away of an orbital launch. Now, I did say, for the record, when that thing stacked and when a lot of speculation was saying, you know, a month or two, I was saying, I don't expect it to fly in 2021. You know, and I've been just saying, I just saw the amount of work that still needed to be done, like on the ground systems, the tanks, the launch mount, all the stuff. I'm sitting there like, there's still a lot of stuff. They're going to have to validate it. They're going to have to test everything, every component. And, you know, people were like, how dare you say that? Even Gwen Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, is saying Q3 of 2021. I'm like, okay, but like, I'm not going to be surprised if it slips into 2022. And here we are at the beginning of 2023. And I think we're finally within like 2 months. I'm expecting, like, I'm trying to keep my March and April as free as I can. We'll put it that way.
I love it. Actually, just in a small tangent on Gwen Shotwell, like, what do you, from everything I know, she's an instrumental, a really crucial person to the success of SpaceX in running the show. She's the president, COO. What do you know about her that sort of the genius of Gwen Shotwell?
Man, my understanding is she's really the glue. You know, she's the glue to the tornado. Tornado comes in, and then she comes around and just really executes on and helps. You know, a famous story is that at some point Elon walked in, or she sprinted into a meeting because Elon was actively trying to cancel Falcon Heavy, saying it's too far, like it's too much development, it's still too far away. And this is like, you know, this might have been like end of 2017 or something, and it flew for the first time in 2018. So we're talking like it's close to the end of development. You know, there's hardware being built, all this stuff, and Elon's literally in a meeting telling people they're going to cancel it, they're going to move on to BFR or now Starship. And just go full steam ahead on that. And she runs into the meeting and reminds Elon, we have X amount of customers that have already purchased a ride on Falcon Heavy. We can't delay that. You know, so it's that business sense of like, yes, it's great to innovate, but we also have to pay our dues and make the money to continue our operations. And I think she's just a lot better at, I think she has such a great perspective on everything. It really seems like everything, She doesn't. I wish she did more interviews because I would love to hear more from her. But man, like it just seems.
Hear that, Gwen?
For both of us.
Yeah, she hasn't actually done that many interviews, right?
Not really. No, she's done like a TED talk, a couple little things here and there, but not really many interviews. And I would just love to hear like what on a daily basis, like what is she doing to keep her head on and keep everything so organized? It's my understanding is that she is absolutely integral and does just a insane amount of work at SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean so it's the project planning, but also how the teams integrate together and the hiring and this is the man.
I think it's a lot of it is honestly even just the business, making sure the money's flowing in a positive trend, more or less. That yes, Elon's obviously a money guy, but he thinks I think Elon is so risky. He just loves to throw it all in that he leaves little margin for error. He's been really lucky with rolling his dice, especially like when he started SpaceX and Tesla, balance to be like, well, here's our, operations, and now we can continue to do this without risking everything, And Starship's close. Let me be clear. Starship is close to risking everything already. It's just such a big, fast-moving, high-risk developmental program that, like, I personally think, SpaceX would probably be fine if they shut the doors on Starship and just flew Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy for the next 10 years. They would still be commercially valid. They could not spend another dollar on research and development. They could fire, I don't want them to, fire everyone involved in anything research and development and just ran operations on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and they would still be dominant for 10 years. And they would still have a business case, and they'd still be fine. But they're all in. Like, all chips are pretty much, as many chips as possible are in.
I don't know what else I could say. Is there's not, I've talked to a lot of great leaders. There's just not many people like Elon that would push for Starship.
When they're already
a very successful company.
Yeah.
Sort of everyone doubted that it could be a successful company. It was so close to bankruptcy and failing. And then to take it into a financially viable, successful company. And just when you do, you take on a project that again risks everything.
Well, he already did this with Falcon 1 to Falcon 9. Like, literally, people were like, what are you doing? They basically signed over and were fully ramping up Falcon 9 by the time they finally had their first Falcon 1 success. They had one more flight. They only flew Falcon 1 successfully twice. They flew it 5 times altogether. The fourth one was successful, and they flew one more time. And anyone else out there would have been like, let's keep flying the Falcon 1. We have a working rocket. We can start, making money and profiting. And already he was risking it all and saying, nope, we're going from Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 was a huge, huge leap. I think it's at least as big as a leap from Falcon 1 to 9 as it is from Falcon 9 to Starship, or around relatively a similar leap. So it's just that same thing again. People are going, why are you leaping into this insane program and system and risk when you have such a, you finally have this workhorse of a rocket that's so dominant in the industry, yet they're going 10x,
It so happens that you've been selected for the Dear Moon mission, the Starship, once around the moon with 9 people on board. You are one of those people. So just pause to take that in. Everything that we've been talking about, you will not just be reporting on, you will be a part of it. So tell me about the objective of this mission, and how does it feel to be a part of it?
Well, man, yeah, it's basically, it's the Willy Wonka of space. Like, a generous individual purchased a ride from SpaceX as early, at least as far as I know, the earliest I knew about it was February 27th, 2017.
Who's the individual?
Yusaku Maezawa. But at the time, I'm telling a story. At the time, we didn't know.
Okay, great.
Great. So February 27th, 2017, a press release comes out from SpaceX saying someone purchased a ride through us around the moon. We're going to fly someone around the moon. And at the time, it was on a Crew Dragon capsule and a Falcon Heavy. So, wow. And that was enough. That little moment right there, that press release. It's the first time I'm like, I'm going to make a YouTube video about this. And I stood up, turned on my camera, put on my, at the time, spacesuit, and I basically yelled at the camera for 3 minutes about someone's going around the moon, you know. Fast forward to 2018, end of 2018 and near the end, they introduced, there's a SpaceX press conference. I'm there as a member of the press. I'm reporting on, we're going to meet this person that's going around the moon, and come to find out, boom, they're going to be riding on Starship now. It changed from Falcon Heavy and Dragon. SpaceX is no longer going to do that. They're going to upgrade them basically to Starship. So instead of being in like a small tin can, they're in this giant, luxurious, you know, mega rocket around the moon. And it comes out that this individual named Yusaku Maezawa, who is a Japanese billionaire, purchased this ride. And instead of inviting, you know, his friends and, you know, colleagues and whatever, whoever, his family members or whatever, he decided that the most impactful thing he could do with this opportunity is invite more or less artists. And the original thing was like artists, you know, journalists, a painter, an athlete, all of, you know, photographer, videographer, you know, all walks of life. Basically.
When they said athlete, they thought of you.
Like, I know a guy. This guy rode ragdoll once. So, and at the time, you know, I was like, this is crazy. I can't believe this is going to happen. And, you know, he had this vision of, we're going to find people from all around the world. I'm going to invite people from all around the world, from different walks of life, different, you know, trades. And I'm going to share this experience so that they can share it with the world and really have an impact much greater than, you know, any one country or any one individual or any, you know, set of military trained, you know, astronauts could do, offer up a new perspective. Beautiful. I mean, at the press conference, I cried. Like, I had a couple tears in my eyes. I was like, this is...
You could just pause on that. So he goes by MZ?
MZ, yep.
How incredible is that?
I
think it's... You often don't realize the importance of individuals in human history. Like, they define, because this could be... We talked about the importance of Elon in particular. You know, most of the work is done by large groups of people that are collective intelligence that we band together. But like, these individuals can be the spark of the catalyst of that progress. And I mean, just this idea of getting not just civilians, which is already incredible, but civilians with a sort of an artistic flame that burns inside them. They're able to communicate. Whatever they do, are able to communicate something about that experience. And it's just a genius idea to spend quite probably a very large amount of money for that. I mean, and that will be part of history.
Yeah, and it's easy these days for people to be cynical, you know, especially about like space flight and wealthy individuals. But really, in my opinion, and maybe, you know, just the time, I was just couldn't believe this idea. You know, I'm someone that has studied a lot about, you know, the Apollo program, the people that have been to the moon, and they're incredible individuals, but they're so saturated with tasks, you know, and they're military trained and often that they didn't really have the luxury of just being able to soak in the experience of going around or to the moon and seeing the moon up close with your own eyes. Like, that just psychologically has to be insane. And so to have this opportunity to be able to observe our closest celestial neighbor with your own eyes, and your sole purpose is to soak it in and share it and communicate and create with the rest of our planet, like, that to me is just beautiful.
So that is the objective of the mission.
That right there is the objective of the mission.
And how does it feel to be selected as one of the 9 to do it?
It's a gradient. It's doing a few things. Since I've known, it's become, I think the closer it gets, the more excited and the more nervous I get. You know,
the more real it becomes.
The more real it becomes. You know, the announcement was a big, it just got announced at the end of 2022 publicly, who's involved. And so, you know, prior to that, like, I had, you know, each step of the selection process, you know, there's a pretty comprehensive selection process with interviews and stuff. Each step, I'd try not to get my hopes up. And frankly, like, this, let me be clear, this was not something that, like, I've always wanted to do. You know, it's not like I'm out there. I didn't start doing YouTube videos because I wanted to even go to space. Like, none of that. I've said, hilariously, I've probably said dozens or hundreds of times on air, like, yeah, I don't ever want to go to space because it's not like it's not a driving force. It's not really a thing I even really truly pictured or let myself fantasize about, frankly. So each step of the selection process, I didn't really let myself dream about it too much, or but it would kind of chip away, like, oh my god, this is actually becoming more real. This is actually more and more of an opportunity, and I get equally more nervous too. Like, frankly, I've seen spaceflight stuff go wrong. I think about this stuff a lot. So like, yeah, I get more nervous, but I also get more excited about that opportunity. Like, it's an opportunity that how can you pass? I still have to actually stop, pause, think, and actually realize the reality that I am going to the moon. I'm going to see the moon up close, flying around the moon. I'm sorry, some people get mad when I say going to the moon since I'm not landing on it. But flying around the moon, seeing the far side of the moon with my own eyes, and seeing Earth, and seeing the Earth rise behind it. Yeah, it's going to. I can't tell you what it's going to be like and feel like.
So epic.
But it's insane to me that like we're having this conversation and that is my reality. And that someone was generous enough to consider the option of sharing this with frankly strangers.
Yeah.
And the process that they had for selecting, like how much thought and time went into the selection process is incredible. They did a public call at the beginning of 2021. And so the team's involved in whittling it down from 1 million applicants. There's 1 million applicants that whittled it, and they got it down to 8 crew members and 2 backups.
Yeah.
Amazing people. I would have, I don't know how they wound up where they did, but it's incredible. I feel a very deep connection to everyone that's already involved. And
what can you say about the crew? You've got a chance to meet them and talk to them, and the Steve Aoki's on the crew. Like, who else is there? So you are obviously the star athlete. Who else in terms of the artists that are there?
So, oh man, we might just want to pull up just so I don't totally butcher and forget anybody. But because so far I haven't actually had the chance to meet everyone in person. So far a lot of this was done during the pandemic, but we've met through a couple different things. We've had a couple different times to get together. But so far I have not met Steve Aoki yet or Top. We've been on calls and stuff. I also have not yet met Dev Joshi, who is an actor from India. So yeah, Steve Aoki, American DJ and producer and musician. Top from South Korea is also a musician and a producer.
There's all across the world, so like truly global, all different kinds of walks of life.
Yes.
All artists in different forms.
And Steve is Japanese. His parents are Japanese, but he, born and raised in the United States. Yemi is a dancer and choreographer from the Czech Republic. Rhiannon is a fine art photographer from England and Ireland. I guess she lives in both, and kind of she's all over the place. Technically, she's Irish, I guess. Tim Dodd, that's me, from the United States. Then you have Kareem, who is from England and also is a photographer and documentarian. Does a lot of work with oceanography and documentarian and filmmaker. Dev Joshi, Brendan is also from the United States. Dev Joshi is an Indian actor. I believe he's also already been producing things. He's very young. I think he's only like 19 or 20, and he's been acting since he was like 5 years old or something. He's a Bollywood star. Like, he is a star in India, which is really cool.
Right.
Caitlin Farrington from the United States is an Olympic gold medalist snowboarder. So she, believe it or not, is the athlete, not me. And then and she's one of the backup crew members, as so is Miyu from Japan, who's a dancer.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, it's such an interesting group. I mean, is there something else you could say about MC? About Yasaka Maezawa?
Yeah, Yasaka Maezawa. So he's also a musician. So he was actually in like some kind of punk hardcore Japanese bands in the 90s and stuff, and early 2000s. He started a record company and distribution sales. Ended up in fashion and owns one of the biggest fashion companies in Japan, and has become a fine art collector and just kind of a philanthropist.
And he's been out to space already.
He's already not only been to space, he's been to the International Space Station. He's been on orbit and on the ISS. And so what's cool is there's talks of then frankly, to be honest, I still don't know all of the details about this. We're not yet into training. I kind of always assumed prior that there'd be some professional astronaut. When they talked about it in 2018, there's talks of we'll have a professional astronaut on board. But realistically now, like MZ is a trained astronaut. He has trained a lot, like 6 months, plus to be able to fly on Soyuz. So as far as like, it's good to know for me that I have someone on the crew that has experience with spaceflight, has trained and has some knowledge on spaceflight as well. That is an important aspect for sure.
So you made an excellent video about flying in the fighter jet that I think you mentioned may be relevant to the training. Is there some high-level aspects to training that you anticipate that you might be able to speak to?
Yeah, so so far I think we can really lean on what has happened with the other commercial crew missions and in private missions like the Inspiration 4 mission or Axiom, where SpaceX flew individual. They trained for about 6 months. A lot of like reading manuals and learning the spacecraft.
Are you gonna do like a Rocky 4 montage where?
I hope it just gets shredded. I hope it's physical, a lot of physical training.
And they're like, we didn't tell him to do that. He just seems to want to film himself shirtless in the snow. It doesn't make any sense. How is this
Why
relevant?
is he always doing this? We can't get him to stop punching meat. So yeah, hopefully, realistically,
That's a manual reading. There's a physical component to all of this, and that's really, that's fascinating. And it's also inspiring that sort of civilians can do this. That's really interesting.
Yeah, this is, and to me, this represents this and the other commercial space, private spaceflight missions like this represent really a turning point, like truly an inflection. And again, it's easy for people to be cynical that, why are people wasting all this money doing spaceflight stuff? It's like, well, I'm sure some people were saying that same thing about, airplanes and early aviation, going like, can't believe those people are wasting the government's, funding these stupid planes and stuff. How's this ever going to benefit me? And nowadays, like, imagine if all the planes just stopped working. It would freak out. It's like our economy would collapse. It would suck, and it might be a long time before we get to that reality with spaceflight. Well, no, if spaceflight halted today, space assets, all of our, on orbit assets, our life would be crippled. I don't think people realize that. So we're already reliant on it, but now we're getting to the point where we're really turning that corner where it's the average person alive today. If you're born, now from now on, I think there's a real decent chance that by the time you pass, there's an opportunity to have flown in space.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I still haven't lost the feeling of magic of flying in an airplane. I often catch myself thinking like, how is this real? How is it? And like the contrast of this incredible thing that's incredibly safe, flying through the air, taking off and landing, while everyone else just looks bored, watching like, I don't know, some romantic comedy on their phone with Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So it's just it's like the contrast of that is like, wow, we're incredible. We're incredible as a society, and it's like we develop some amazing technology that improves almost immeasurably our quality of life, and then we take it for granted, and now still reach for the next thing and the next thing, and life becomes more beautiful and complex and interesting. And it's just the same stuff will be happening with space travel.
It'll become mundane and boring at some point.
The tough thing, of course, I don't even know if it's such a giant leap over airplanes, because airplanes are already incredible. But the tough thing with space travel is the destination, right? Is the landing on a whole other worlds, whether it's docking with different transport vehicles or the space station, or it's landing elsewhere. And it really is incredible. I think you mentioned, since there's artists, there's filmmakers, and so on, and you're all of those, on top of being a great athlete. I don't know. I'll just stop the running joke at this point. But Have you thought about just in general, like we've offline talked about rocket launches. Have you thought about the different options of like how to capture this? Have the team have been like brainstorming and thinking about this? Do you anticipate it being super challenging? Because there's so many opportunities to sort of think of how to do this.
Huge. Like its internal volume is the pressurized volume on Starship 100 metric tons to anywhere with enough refueling. 100. So we have, in theory, very little mass and volume constraints. Unlike prior all other spaceflight missions ever, you're counting grams down to and just really can't risk. You have very defined parameters on what can and cannot do. We're going to likely have the luxury of being able to film and capture this in a way that's just never been done before. We won't be inhibited by mass and volume constraints like prior.
Really?
So, all that said and done, I'm hoping that we'll be able to just arm ourselves to the teeth with the absolute best cameras and equipment possible, backups on backups, and pre-wire, like pre-rig things. Starship is going to be a transportation system, and it has. It's being built from the ground up. There's no reason why they can't put infrastructure in for cameras that are just housed in the vehicle. These are talks that I'm excited to have because I really, ideally, one of the things I'd love to do, I'm going to be pushing really hard to actually try live streaming from inside during the launch.
During the launch, live stream from inside. That would be incredible.
Wouldn't that be?
That's possible to pull off. That's really, really incredible. Now there is the magic to the live stream because that's real. That's right there. The world would tune in. That would be truly inspiring. Yes.
To me, that's one of those things. A lot of people ask why they aren't doing it. Of course, NASA and other individuals have their reasons of why not. There's obviously some technical hurdles, but now with Starlink and other capabilities, there's less hurdles. There's obviously some transparency reasons why, and safety reasons why it might not be a great idea to live stream a risky rocket launch. The Challenger, I think, put a pretty bad taste in our mouth as far as publicizing an event and having every student in the United States tune in to, a tragedy. But that's something I'm pushing for really hard just because I think it could be magical. I think it could really connect with people in a way that hasn't been done before.
Speaking of Challenger, have you thought about the fact that you're riding a thing, as we've been talking about, that's a giant, explosive, powerful rocket? Have you thought about the risk of that, the danger of that? Have you contemplated your own mortality?
How could I not? I've seen and felt 4 of these prototype vehicles blow up, with my own eyes. I don't know if there's anyone else, early days, some of the, Mercury and Gemini astronauts watched failures of rockets and then got on them. I don't know of too many people that are dumb enough to do that though this day and age. It's obviously, I will have to see a lot of successful launches and have to have a lot of confidence in the engineering, the data, that they've developed a safe system. Because currently, the current iteration of Starship has no abort system, has no escape tower. So, Dragon capsule, which is currently flying people, has a launch abort system. It has Super Draco engines that either by the push of a button or by the automatic triggering of the flight computer can shoot the capsule off of the rocket in milliseconds and pull it safely away, get it far enough away that it can pull the parachutes and safely splash down. Starship, by all iterations I've ever seen, does not have that. The space shuttle also did not have that. So it's not absurd to not have an abort system. Like there is, certain engineering principles that prove that could be a completely valid thing. The space shuttle flew 133 times fully successfully. It did have 2 failures, resulting in the loss of 14 lives. 98.5% success rate. There's other, I've probably done things that are a lot riskier. I have raced motorcycles, drag race motorcycles, and ridden like an absolute jerk on the streets on a motorcycle. I'm sure I've had a higher than a 98.5 survival rate, or lower than that. I mean, at some point. So it's yes, it's risky, it's scary, and I think about it a lot. It definitely is one of those things that I will have to see, and I'm in no hurry for this to happen either. Personally, I'm in no hurry because it's like I would rather see this thing be developed and iterated and see 10, or I was going to say 10 dozen, but I'd be happy with a dozen fully successful. Like, oh, we've got this thing totally nailed down, before I get on it. But and that likely is the reality. There will likely be a dozen or 2 or 3 launches because just even to get to the moon on Starship, they have to refuel it in orbit. So it will get to Earth orbit basically empty and out of fuel. So I'll have to dock with a fuel depot, fill up, and then go to the moon. So just to even get that full, we're already talking about, a handful of launches. So there will be a lot of launches before we fly.
Would they do a test flight without humans on board that goes to the moon, or no?
I'm not sure. They'll do that exact flight profile, but by then they will have already flown. Most likely, the Artemis 3 program will have flown a Starship variant to the moon that lands on the moon. So doing at that point, you're pretty much. I would like them to test the heat shield at that entry velocity, though, because it is, it takes another. It's about 30% faster to get, to go faster than the low Earth orbit to get out to a translunar injection. And although that only sounds like, 30% faster, it's, the re-entry heating experienced by a vehicle goes up by velocity cubed, not squared. So, and not linear. So it's not like if you go twice as fast, you see twice as much heat, 30% faster, 30% more heat. It's not squared. It's not go twice as fast to get 4 times as much heat. It's go twice as fast, get 8 times as much heat on re-entry. So 30% faster on re-entry is actually a really, really big deal. Mm. So I would love to see that be tested. There's certain things that I would love to see, milestones that I would love to see tested out and proven before I get on board. But at the end of the day, I really do believe that just like Falcon 9 and the success of that they're going to push it and get all the kinks out well before anyone's on top of it. Nowadays, Falcon 9 and Dragon is, arguably one of the safest, most reliable, and best rides you could take to space.
Are you afraid of dying?
Yeah.
Is this one of the first times you're young?
Yeah.
Have you gotten a chance to think about death as one of the first times you've really contemplated it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, I've had dumb moments on motorcycles where I kind of saw, like I'm going to smash into this thing at 120 mile an hour.
So you've had moments when you realize it could end just like this,
where you literally, I have for most of my adult life had dreams of falling and hitting the ground, and it just you get a ring in your ears, it all goes black, and in my head I go, oh shit, that was it.
Have you seen a therapist about this?
I
wonder what it means.
So
I'm sure there's a Freudian interpretation somewhere in there. That I'm going to also apply to my dating life. No, the joke is the running joke continues. Okay, so it's fascinating in general, as I hope we'll talk about in the early days of spaceflight, that there is the task of reaching out to the stars is a fundamentally risky one. You have to take risks, and of course, there's really rigorous safety precautions and so on. But it's still a risk.
Well, and I think like most people, for me, the idea of dying isn't so much about myself; it's about those affected by it. My loved ones, my family, my girlfriend, my friends. Obviously, I don't want to have this be a traumatic experience for anybody. It's already going to be hard. Like it's already. I know my mom gets my parents and family and friends are very supportive, and my parents are, all about it, of course. But my mom is also very emotional too. So, speaking of athletes, my brother-in-law has actually been on American Ninja Warrior 2 seasons. Phenomenal athlete, and even just when he competes, my mom gets so emotional, like she can't even hold it together seeing that. So what's it going to be like when she sees her son get on top of a skyscraper and ascend on a column of flames into the heavens? Like that's going to be very difficult, and I've taken them out. They've seen Starbase and they've seen Starship. They've seen a couple launches.
I don't know if that's gonna make him feel better.
Exposure therapy, I guess.
Exposure therapy. Okay. Have you had that conversation with them about this, like before agreeing to join? I mean, was that what that was, or is it one of those things like you don't have that conversation? I suppose it's understood that there's a love, there's a passion here.
And realistically, I'm going to be convinced and statistically convinced that this is relatively safe. Like again, in the 99% safe. Again, there's things that people do every day that are less safe than this.
Like you riding a motorcycle.
Again, yeah, riding a motorcycle, doing wheelies at over 100 mile an hour. Not
you did wheelies over 100. What? What? All right.
I'm not a smart guy always, okay? Formation flying in the fighter jets was likely a more dangerous thing,
yes,
than what I'll be doing in space flight.
So, as surreal as it is, we're talking about you flying around the moon. Let's rewind and talk about the origin story. What's the origin story of Everyday Astronaut?
I used to be a professional photographer. So from 2008 until the end of 2016, that was my income, was photography full time.
Like you were an Instagram model and took butt pictures of yourself?
Instagram fitness model.
Fitness model, obviously.
I did a lot of weddings. I shot 150 weddings all around the world.
So subjects, all kinds of material, do portrait also?
A lot of portrait work, and then just random like commercial things like food and beverages for businesses, or like wheelchair ramp company. I shot their product, it's random whatever a professional photographer does in Cedar Falls, Iowa.
When did you fall in love with photography, with a visual medium? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do actually remember. I grew up drawing constantly. I was the weird kid that I would bring a sketch pad to the restaurants. Like every restaurant when I was growing up, until I was like 18, 19, I literally would just sit there and draw while waiting for food. And my parents fostered that. They would, and I'd be the weird kid, but I'd be engaging and talking, but I'd be sitting there drawing. And I was always obsessed with realism and recreating and visualizing things. And so when I got my hands on a camera, it was actually my dad's old Pentax that I first shot a film camera, and developing the film. I didn't personally develop it, getting the film back in those days. I just was so excited about the idea that I had this visual thing that I saw with my own eyes, and now I can stop time and capture it and show it to other people. Just kind of to me, that was the ultimate form of realism, was literally showing you the photons basically that affected this film. And so I was 19 when I got my first digital SLR, a Canon 20D, and started shooting. And yeah, I fell in love with it. It became I got a job at a camera store, and basically all my extra money went into buying everything that I could at the time. And I only worked there for about exactly a year before I went into pursuing photography full time. And I basically was shooting weddings so that I could travel and pay, afford to be able to do some big trips every year and develop some kind of portfolio of traveling. And not necessarily not for I guess Instagram wasn't much of a thing at the time. It's really just I like making big prints and having them displayed and that kind of stuff. And
are you still a Canon guy? Are you still a Canon elitist?
No. I moved around. I did Sony for a bit. I still kind of shoot mostly Canon glass, but adapted to either Sony, lenses. Sorry, Canon lenses.
Look at you. What do you think about these things that I'm using? Sony A7 IV.
Great.
It's great. See, yeah. I've been, I Googled around just trying to find a camera that can do video and photography pretty well. And obviously going with just generic lenses, prime lens. I resisted everything. My whole journey with these camera things, trying to figure stuff out, is prime lenses seem so stupid. So for prime lenses, it's a fixed zoom thing.
Yep.
It's why? Because I remember I was going to Ukraine and thinking it's similar Yeah, very similar to spaceflight. But you're very constrained because you're going into an unknown environment.
Mm-hmm.
You go into a war zone. You go into a front. You don't know what. Like, you don't know anything.
Right.
And there's like a little suitcase you have to like figure out like, how do you film this? What's robust? What gives you like a good image versus the flexibility versus the weight. The weight is important there. You have to think about like, can you really bring like a bunch of zoom lenses and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So I had to learn really quickly. But yeah, it's a whole journey that you've already been on. But it's nice to have a beginner like me like to explore that. I think there is there's a nice thing, just because we've been talking about with the beginner's mind, to not let equipment get in the way of like what your vision is of what a thing should look like.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, especially if you're a professional videographer, photographer, cinematographer, whatever you call it, you can like fetishize equipment too much. You could get so much equipment. And I've interacted with it because I've been trying to learn from other people that have so much more experience than me. I think their advice is often like very pushing a lot of equipment versus like the final thing. Like, how do you create the art of it? And, like, because to me, even photography is just like storytelling. And so, like, a lot of the discussion to me that I enjoy, especially talking to creative people, is like the final story. Like how, and I've learned, you know, like light is a weird thing. Like, it's so interesting. It's so interesting how you can create emotion with light.
Mm-hmm.
Like with a little, you could take a phone and like you light your face in different ways, and like it changes the emotion.
Oh yeah,
it's so weird. I'm like, holy shit. Because like that's the conversation I want to have. Like, people give me advice how to light a scene and all that kind of stuff is great, but the reality is that a little bit of light in a different direction, that you have to understand how that changes
contour on your face and everything,
and the expression that your face can, like the expression that could be effectively communicated under different lighting conditions. And then like the mystery of like having some of your face in darkness and some not, or when you can only see the eyes and not the face, when the background is visible or not. I mean, it's all just like this interesting art form that can be so powerful when you're telling a story.
Well, and what's fun with photography and rockets, they're both like the ultimate story of compromise. Because when you start learning about photography, you learn about, you know, how the aperture affects both your exposure, but also your depth of field, how your shutter speed affects both your exposure, your depth of field, how the, you know, a medium format camera versus a crop camera affects, you know, everything is a compromise, and price versus performance. Like, there's always a compromise. You're always literally doing like a trade study of what can I afford, what's my outcome, like blah 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 blah. How fast is the autofocus or whatever. Same with rockets. Like, there's a million choices, and every single one of them affects every single thing. So there's always all these trades, and it's so cool that you can see the same, totally different outcomes based on the same like requirements. You know, like do X, then here's how we're gonna do it, and you know, two teams of people will come up with wildly different things.
When did you fall in love with rockets?
So this story kind of keeps going for me. So I was doing.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Can't talk photography, man. We'll go on a deep rabbit hole there. So it ended. You know, I'm through all this doing a lot of weddings. I was already getting saturated and feeling like I'm not being this creative. You know, you can only shoot them so many weddings before you're like, well, now we do this post, like, you know, in front of a castle in Germany or something. I'm still like, well, at the end of the day, I'm not being very creative, you know. So I remember craving like some in my hometown in Cedar Falls, Sidecar Coffee, and I'm sitting on this red couch, and I see this article from, I think, Gizmodo, and it said you could own the flight stick of an Apollo command module. And I knew enough to know what that meant, but that's really about the end of my space knowledge. And so I clicked on it. The clickbait got me. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see if, you know, and I see that the minimum bid is like $250,000. I'm like, okay, no, I can't own the Apollo joystick, you know. But it got me on this website called RR Auction, and so I started scrolling through that, looking for things that hadn't been bid on. And they had, like, you know, at the time they're doing a huge space auction, And so I'm looking for things just out of curiosity, fun. These are cool. Like it's starting to really, like I said, I like space, but I wasn't like in love with it or anything. But I'm very just seeing all this stuff. Like, it's so cool. Look at all this old history stuff. I ended up seeing there's an article for a VMSTK 44 flight suit, high altitude flight suit that came from the Soviet Union, and looks, it's like a MiG fighter pilot suit, very similar to like the SR-71, like kind of pumpkin suit, semi-pressure suit with a full helmet. I mean, it looks like a spacesuit. For all intents and purposes, it's kind of like a spacesuit. And I just bid on it. I bid like I think $325, and next thing you know, like it arrives at my door.
Yeah.
And from that point on, like literally, I got it out. I immediately try to put it on, and the first thing that I do is almost die in it because I closed the helmet down on myself and locked it and didn't know how to unlock it. So I'm literally, and so as soon as I seal it up, I'm realizing I can't breathe. I'm going to run out of air. So luckily, like there's a hose, kind of that long hose thing that would normally plug into an air supply, had a little plug on the end of it. So I just unplugged it and was able to temporarily breathe through the hose until I figured out the locking mechanism. So that was my mortality rate thing right there. So that was probably above a 98, below a 98.
So you're there panicking inside.
Yeah.
For a few seconds.
Already reading like my premature obituary, like idiot dies alone in spacesuit in his living room. Like just imagine. Yeah. That would be like Darwin Award for sure. For sure.
Oh.
So so I get the spacesuit and it kind of
literally take my breath.
You should feel bad for that one.
You introduced Creed to me, so you should feel bad about that one. Stars wide open. So yeah.
Okay, so I ended up like the spacesuit kind of like more or less haunted me because it kind of it sat in like my living room for a long time and I didn't know what to do with it. And I actually had a friend who is also a photographer, wanted to do like a photo. He was just kind of taking pictures randomly. He's like, "Hey, bring your spacesuit over. We'll do a picture."
Yeah.
He's like, "All right." I walk across the street. He literally lived across the street, Taylor, and I put the spacesuit on. I took this funny picture of me, like, "This is awesome." Now I got a lot of like fun out of like creating a character, of everyday astronaut, or at the time I guess I didn't know an astronaut. And then that kind of just continued. I was like thinking of more and more funny situations where I could have this astronaut on Earth doing mundane everyday things, and came up with the name Everyday Astronaut. And originally it was just literally a photo project, like this whole art series of an astronaut doing these things, these funny, whimsical, silly, mundane things. But I was researching a lot about I was trying to hide Easter eggs. Like I was going to hide in like the echocardiogram of Alan Shepard, like his first flight into space, and photoshopping that into pictures and doing all these little like facts about spaceflight, but they're just hidden little elements in these photos. And man, doing that, I just fell in love with it. I just was going over every little detail that I could learn. I just couldn't stop learning. And I was getting excited because I was like, I could be teaching people about all this exciting stuff and all the cool things people figured out, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and was trying to portray that through images on Instagram. And, it took me a little while, but eventually I realized, on Instagram, your retention rate, you're lucky if you get like 2 seconds of someone looking at an image, or maybe nowadays 60 seconds of a quick little Instagram short or something. But
it doesn't give you a chance to really teach, to explore a little topic that you felt the curiosity about the thing. There's so much to learn here. There's
so many opportunities to have a light bulb go off for someone and be like, "This is awesome." And so I think I started. So by the end of 2016, like throughout 2016, I realized I want to be done doing photography as a profession, and I want to pursue Everyday Astronaut. But I didn't know what it meant yet. I just knew like I had this thing, and at that time I'd been doing it for roughly 2 years and had, seen, I don't know, like 50,000 Instagram followers or something. I thought like I could just be a full-time influencer now, like just go around taking pictures of myself in a spacesuit and doing public appearances and write a children's book or something. I don't know what this thing is. I'll figure it out,
Yeah.
And so, it basically, I gave myself like a runway of 1 year, 2017, of like, I'm going to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So I was doing like Twitch streams. I was playing Kerbal Space Program, which is like a video game, like a physics-based rocket building simulation game, but it's also like, it's fun and silly because you're not playing with like humans. You're playing with these little Kerbal, like little alien guys, and it's fun and silly. streaming that on Twitch and doing things and posting some of those things onto YouTube. But finally, like I said, it actually happened to be February 27th, 2017, when SpaceX had that announcement that they're flying someone around the moon, that I gotta tell people about this, and stood there and made my first like produced YouTube video. And I didn't want it to be over 3 minutes. I was afraid that'd be way too long for YouTube. And I got it down to like, I don't know, 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something. And that video,
you wearing
I was wearing the spacesuit. Yeah. And very like horrible audio. It looks like it was color graded by a 7-year-old with a tan marker or something. Like, it just looks terrible. Sounds horrible. I'm yelling. No one's happy. but the video, did relatively well. Like, I had no followers on YouTube. Like, I had, maybe 102 or something.
Is the video still up?
Yeah.
That's great. I got to watch it.
It's so cringy. And as it should be, your first video should be terrible. If it's not terrible, then you spent too long trying to make it.
Yeah.
So the thing that clicked for me is I had very little audience, and all of a sudden that video kind of took off, relatively. I think it got like 10,000 or 12,000 views, and I was like, holy crap, that's way more engagement than I'd have. I'm famous now. 10,000 people? That's almost my whole town.
First of all, that is kind of crazy. Like 10,000 people is crazy. It's crazy. Like if you had 500 people attend a thing that you do, that would be like you're like a rock star. It's crazy.
We lose perspective.
We really lose perspective very quickly.
Very quickly. So I made another video. This one I spent more time on, and I before photography, actually, I used to do like wedding videography too. So I had done my woes with videography and weddings and stuff. I hated video. Like, it was the worst. It took so long to edit. I love photography. It's like, boom, you snap it, boom, post, you're done in an hour, And video, it's like this whole cumbersome thing. So I thought, I'll never do video. And here I was making this long, what at the time seemed like a long 7-minute long YouTube video about how the Falcon 9 lands. And again, like, that one I posted, and actually it did really bad. And I was really upset. I'm like, I spent 2 weeks on this stupid video, worked really hard scripting and blah, blah, blah. And then it, I upset. And I kind of like was ready to keep more spaghetti at the wall to see what's going to stick for Everyday Astronaut. And I think it was like a month or two later, I happened to like, check the analytics on YouTube, and all of a sudden, that video like kind of took off, and I got like 40 or 50, that just honed it in more. Like, okay, YouTube will bring bring an audience to me, as opposed to like Instagram. I had to find and, try to get the audience to come to me. And this was like, they were going to do the legwork. So if I make decent videos, and I realized like really the fun thing for me was explaining a topic that was scary and intimidating, and try to make it, fun and engaging.
What were some of the struggles of building up a YouTube channel? So for people who don't know, once again, you have a YouTube channel called Everyday Astronaut, and there's some incredible videos on it. So what was some of the challenges and struggles in the early days? Definitely, like, at first you're not going to find your own voice. And I know, like, even, Jimmy talked to you about that, like how your first video is going to suck. You're not going to be yourself. You're going to be nervous. You're not going to know the tone, the pace, the things that are interesting. And actually, originally, I had constraints. I was really worried about making a short video, because I thought there's no way anyone's going to watch a 3-minute, 7-minute video. And pretty quickly, I realized, like, YouTube as a whole was kind of changing, but also there's always that historic backbone of like 22 minutes of programming for a 30-minute spot on TV. Like, no one goes over 22 or 44 minutes enough for the full hour special or whatever. Like, that is the absolute limit of what a human being can watch, basically, was what I thought. Yeah. And slowly I just kept playing and getting longer and actually more and more in depth into the topics. And instead of getting like pushback, and being like, this is so boring, I realized as long as I was walking people through the whole step, giving them all the context they need, they're happy to get as deep into the weeds as I can get them. And so that just kind of fed the snowball just kept rolling. And I'm like, all right. And, before you know it, I'm making hour-long videos. Like, an hour long is more or less a normal length on my channel for a produced video. And they're really, really in depth. But I love like that process of trying to preemptively kind of guess what the questions might be. And part of that is like, we do like script read throughs with like our supporters, and do like cuts of videos, and a decent amount of people see it before it goes public.
and we get those questions out of the way. You know, we get those people asking the questions, and then I love nothing more than trying to, you know, get all those questions answered by the end of the video.
A question about being a creator on YouTube, there could be a challenging psychological aspect to it, which is like you might invest a huge amount of your effort into a thing, and it doesn't receive much attention at all. And you know, there's something about YouTube and in general social media that makes you feel really crappy about that if you let it. If you really look at the numbers, it's very, very difficult not to pay attention to that. I mean, that's the reason why I turn off numbers on my interface for stuff that I've created, because I just see it having a negative effect on your mind. But even then, it still has an effect. I mean, your epic video on the history of Soviet rockets comes to mind, and we'll talk about that in a second. But it's called, people should check it out, the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree. So that's something you've researched for 2 years.
Yeah.
Right, you put your heart and soul into it. There's a lot of passion. There's a long journey. It's I think about like an hour and a half video.
Mm-hmm.
Is there challenges? Is there like, how difficult is that to put so much of yourself into a video and it maybe not do so well?
Yeah, that's the struggle for sure, honestly. Especially as we grow, I try to make better and better videos, which means hiring more and more people to do, you know, higher end animations and spend more time editing and shooting and scripting and just. But at the end of the day, like, it still can't be just losing money.
Mm-hmm.
And I have videos that definitely lose a lot of money because I, you know, hire 3D artists and stuff. And I was so certain the Soviet rocket engine video I thought was just purely going to be a passion project. I honestly was like, if it ever crosses 1 million, it's a home run.
Because did it cross like a couple of million now?
I think it's a little over 2, which is insane to me. Like, I just really thought this was more something just to put on the shelf as a resource, almost for myself, you know, like just to kind of have that knowledge bank and something I've always wanted to straighten out in my own head and kind of know the history a little bit better. But come to find out, like, it took a while, you know, it was a slow churn.
But I remember when you first released it, and that's when I watched it. I remember like this has so few views.
Yeah.
I remember being just sad. Like I was like sad about the state of the world because I know how much love you put into it, how much, I don't know. To me, for some reason, that somehow would directly connect to huge views. But see, you know what made me sad is like if you use a different thumbnail or a different title that could affect the popularity.
Yeah, I know.
And then I just could imagine the torment you're going through. What if I used a different thumbnail? Just a slightly different title, or a slightly different. You could change everything.
I have videos. Is ironically the last 5 videos I've produced are horribly flopping. Like some of my worst videos I've ever made, statistically.
The interesting one is like you summarize incredible video. You summarizing that people should go watch about all the awards video for 2022, like all the cool stuff that happened in 2022. I remember that not being that popular. There's a few ones recently that are not that popular.
Like riding a fighter jet. I thought that was going to be easy, exactly. Like 1 or 2 million. Yeah. I don't know if I've paid the flights off to go there. You know what I mean? Like in that video.
It makes no sense.
And frankly, here's at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I realized like I have lately, especially the last year or two, kind of disconnected from that aspect of it. I'm super fortunate. I have very generous Patreon support and people that can help me sustain to produce.
People go support Tim on Patreon.
Well, it's that, but as you know, as a creator, that is what keeps the lights on it and makes it so I can go this deep. Like if I didn't have that, if I had to rely solely on YouTube ad revenue, I mean, they'd be super different videos. I wouldn't spend as much time researching because they'd just be more glossed over. It's like a hurry to churn them out so I can keep the machine going. And I have this incredible freedom to really dive into a topic. Like a video that I've been working on now for almost 3 months is how to start a rocket engine. And let me tell you, it's not as easy as one might think, or I guess as it is as difficult as you might think. I mean, it's an insane topic. And
what do you mean by start? You mean like the ignition of
yeah, like how do you physically get them running? There's all these, the valves and the turbine the turbine, that we were talking about earlier, like that has to run on the pumps, but it itself is powering the pumps. So how do you get that, like chicken and egg? How do you get that thing started? There's tons of, it's so cool. There's so many ways. And so for me, that required reading a lot and talking to people that know a lot more than me. And just really trying to make sure I understand enough of it to explain it and try to weave a narrative, And so that video is 3 months in the making. We're still probably another 2 or 3 weeks out. And I don't expect, I think this one will do relatively well, but in the grand scheme of YouTube, like still child's play, But I'm okay, and I'm okay with that. I'm at that point actually where I am okay with that. It still stings, and I'm more worried about just like, can I continue to do it at this quality and at this level if it's losing money? You know what I mean? So there is a trade-off, and I am kind of having to navigate that.
But you have sort of the depth of the impact you have is a thing that YouTube can't give you numbers on, but it's a really important thing to sort of remember that it's really not just about the YouTube numbers, or it's for people like you that are basically educating and revealing the brilliance in a technology that will make humans a multiplanetary species and give hope to millions of young minds that will build that future. I mean, that's immeasurable. That's not just the views. But it's that's really important to sort of remember as you're creating it. That's something I try to think about as well. So like views,
and that becomes more.
Don't matter.
I realize that more and more, like every day. The more the channel matures, the more I realize the importance of it as an overall mission, as opposed to like, in the first year or two, it's a rat race of growth and popularity and all that kind of stuff, and you feel that it's a driving force. These days, not so much, just because that will wear you out very quickly.
So back to the Soviet rocket video, the epic video, probably the most epically researched video you've done. I mean, it's truly an epic video. So what, again, called the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree, took you 2 years to research. What are some fascinating things you've learned about the history of rocket engines in the Soviet Union and in general through the process of making that video?
The coolest thing to me is how it's this weird blend. For the Soviet Union went through an insane iteration process and made so many engines. Like I didn't even touch, any like maneuvering thrusters or missile engines. Like I only really dealt with main propulsion engines on orbital rockets, and there's still way too many to talk about. I mean, it's still dozens and dozens of engines. And I could have gone deeper into this, which is hilarious. They iterated so much, made a new engine for just at the drop of a hat. Yet they still also like did super primitive things. They physically are still today lighting the main combustion chambers of Soyuz engines, of the RD-107 or RD-108, with essentially matchsticks. They literally stick a T-shaped thing up into the chamber and have a pyrotechnic in it that ignites the actual propellant in the combustion chamber. It's not the most elegant solution in the world. Yeah, they're still using that. So they went from like the whole spectrum of like, it's a mixture of like, make it better, faster, harder, stronger, gooder around, to also, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's like, it employs all of the above.
So it's like, it's a lot of innovation, but also they use duct tape. So it's like all of it together.
Yes, that's exactly the way to put it. And they did things that are insane. They developed a full flow stage combustion cycle engine. This engine, had it been used, I mean, it would have put it was same relative size as the F1 engine on Saturn V, like in that same category, way up there of like 6.7 like meganewtons of thrust or something around, and then the F1 is like 7 or something. It's huge, yet way more complicated, way more efficient, way just better engine in that sense as far as performance goes. Yet it never flew. It never left the stand. They'd never built the rocket around it. The N1, which was the most powerful rocket to have flown so far to date, like it never made it through its first stage burn. All 4 attempts failed spectacularly, and yet it had so much technology on it that was still unrivaled today almost. Like finally now we're beating it. The NK-33s that they developed for that rocket. Like finally today we're to the point of like having better engines than they built in the 60s.
Yeah, what stands out to you from the N1 family rocket engine?
Well, it's interesting because the N1 was the Kuznetsov Design Bureau, and he was actually an aircraft manufacturer. So he's one of the first people outside of kind of the missile and rocket program. You know, he had all these other big wigs kind of in the other OKBs that were developing missiles and rockets. And then all of a sudden here comes Nikolai Kuznetsov, who had never developed a rocket engine. And so his first attempt at rocket engines was the NK series, the NK-15, NK-33, and they were amazing. They were brilliant. They were these wonderful closed cycle oxygen-rich engines that were awesome. They were awesome engines, and that were, you know, because I love that because his direct boss, since he wasn't necessarily in the aerospace, you know, or in the, I guess, the rocket missile defense world, he didn't have to. At the fall of the Soviet Union, he didn't have to give away all of his things to the same people as the other people. So he hid, you know, like 80 of his engines in a hangar. And then we still literally use them in the United States. We used altogether, I think it was like 8 or 10 of them, repurposed them as they're called AJ-26s in the United States. But like we still were flying Soviet rocket engines in the thousands because they were better than engines we are building today. Like that's, to me, that's my favorite fact about the N1 rocket engines, that they're still that good, that they were the best choice for, at the time, orbital science.
Some of the culture that engineering has led to these things that still work. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You said that the RD-171 is one of the coolest engines ever made. Why is that?
Yeah. So one of the fun things about the Soviet engines is it'll look like a lot of their engines look like multiple engines, because you see multiple nozzles, you see multiple combustion chambers, and you'd think, well, obviously, you know, the nozzle is the engine, right? But what they actually would do, the real heart and the real power of the rocket engine actually comes from the turbo pumps, comes from the pumps themselves. And, you know, as we talked about earlier, that includes the turbine and the actual pumps that flow the propellant into the chambers. And so the Soviet Union was incredible at developing these closed cycle, high powered turbo pumps. But if you try to scale the combustion chamber too big, you end up with what's called combustion instability. You have such a large surface area of crazy flames, you know, and combustion happening. They can get these weird pockets and oscillations and frequencies, and they just couldn't make big combustion chambers. They never figured it out. They never quite, well, they did actually kind of figure it out, but they didn't like it. So they ended up just shrinking down and having small combustion chambers and just splitting the pipes, basically. Instead of one fuel pump going into, or one pipe going into one combustion chamber and one oxidizer pipe going into one combustion chamber, they'd split it off into two or four combustion chambers, and kind of spread that work around so that they didn't experience this combustion instability. So the RD-171 is like still to date the most powerful rocket engine ever built. The turbo pump is insane. I don't even remember how many, you know, like 200,000 horsepower or something comes out of that turbo pump in order to flow the amount of propellant necessary at those rates and at those pressures into the combustion chamber. So it has 4 chambers, and it's just an absolute marvel of engineering. And yeah, and then the cool thing too is, specifically with the RD-171, its engine, all 4 of those nozzles can actually pivot and rotate. Mm-hmm. I just now, as I'm explaining this, realized that has to mean that they have joints, like flexible joints in the high pressure pump lines, in order to, like, this is the realization I'm having right now, because normally you put the gimbal above the turbo pump, like the mount where the engine swivels, so that you have low pressure coming from the tanks into the pumps. And then you just have a straight, you know, fixed pipe flowing into the engine. So you don't have to bend that pipe and have it be dynamic. If they had the 4 chambers moving independently from each other, that means those 4 chambers all had to have a flexible high pressure pipe going, which I don't know if that's, why am I just now realizing this?
Yeah. So there's engineering challenges with that.
Insane. I never even thought that was a thing you would ever could do, honestly. I gotta look into why and how and what.
Yeah, I wonder why that the design decision was made.
So the easier thing to do normally is you would keep those nozzles fixed, and then affix, like say the Soyuz engine, the RD-107 and 108, they have a fixed main combustion chambers, and they use these little Vernier, or some people got mad at me for saying Vernier and Werner engines that swivel themselves, and those provide your control authority. So that the main chambers stay fixed, and then you get your roll and your pitch and your yaw out of auxiliary thrusters.
By the way, did you get anything wrong in that video that people told you about?
Yeah, I a few things. Yep. First off, we had a graphic error where we actually we copied and pasted a lot of our like After Effects projects. Mm-hmm. So our nuclear engines, one of them on screen says that it runs on RP1. It does not. It has basically all the wrong stats. We just didn't catch it in the edit. That we literally copy and pasted, and I say it right on screen, but in the voiceover, but on screen it's wrong. The other thing, and I'm excited to ask you about this. I watched, and I spoke with a lot of Russian-speaking individuals. We had a lot of research assistants that were reading and blah, blah, blah. I tried really hard to learn how to pronounce Sergei Korolyov's name. And I'm still going to say it wrong no matter what. My understanding, and from listening to native speakers, is closer to Korolyov than it is Korolev.
Yeah, definitely. Sergei Pavlovich Korolyov.
See, I will never say it that perfectly, but I know it's not just Korolev. I mean, again, the English translation of it likely, I should have just said Korolev instead. I'm saying it the dumb America way, but
you rolled your R, comrade. Excellent. So let me just ask you in a difference in culture, because you've researched so many rockets from so many different eras, the Saturn V, and just everything you're seeing now. Are there some interesting differences, especially when you look at the space race, between the Soviet rocket engineers and efforts versus the American?
There's definitely huge cultural changes, and the fun thing is that they kind of spawned from the same. They have the same starting place. Both, the Soviet rocket engines and Americans all came from the Nazi V2 rocket and the A4 engine. Literally physically spawned from that, because at the fall of, at the end of World War II, we took a handful of German scientists and the Soviets took a handful of German scientists. And they both got their own some blueprints here and there, and the others got some blueprints. So we literally have the same, it's a weird thing where we start the same thing and letting two divergent paths go crazy on their own development. So it's really fun to see the cultural differences. One of the things the United States did is they really would kind of take an engine and just perfect it more or less, and not really evolve that much. Like I don't know, and I don't know why. I actually need to do a history lesson on all of the US engines, but it's literally as far as orbital class engines before now, it's like a dozen or two. It's a tenth the amount of the Soviets. And the Soviets just literally made up a new engine every time they had a new, they went, and it was like a completely different engine.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if there's some aspect to the culture, and I don't want to overstate it, but there is more of a safety culture, I think, in the United States. And I think if you care about safety, or rather, you have, you're more risk averse.
Yeah.
So you care about safety more, about the value of human life and the risk taken there, that you will iterate less. So
yeah.
I think the Soviets, especially in the early aspect of the program, I don't want to overstate this. Is some of it is just through stories, just anecdotes. They're more willing to take risks.
Yeah,
risks with human life, risks with spacecraft.
For example, the first orbital space flights from the Soviet Union, the cosmonaut had to eject out of the capsule and parachute to a landing.
Yes,
that's not very well known, and it wasn't. They hid that even from history as best they could at first, because they were slightly ashamed that they couldn't have a full recovery system of their spacecraft. They could physically recover it, but they wouldn't have been able to recover the cosmonaut in one piece. So instead, they had them just eject out of the thing and parachute to safety. That's insane. And so there definitely was some extra risks, but also a freedom to just push things to the limits and try everything. They threw all the spaghetti on the wall.
It's funny that most people probably don't even know the first person into space in America, and obviously everybody knows that. And it's kind of interesting how the space race and even World War II even like the history books. You ask most Americans, they think that America won World War II. Like, without America, like the real heroes of World War II was America. You ask British people, they say, and everybody has a pretty good justification. Like, without Britain, without Churchill, Hitler would have taken over the world. And I think probably the strongest case is the Soviet Union case, that they're the ones that won the war. The reason it's the strongest case is where most of the fighting happened.
Right.
Most of the death happened. Yeah. Most of the destruction. But everyone has their perspective. And certainly on the space race, the great accomplishment is the first man on the moon. From the U.S. perspective.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
And then Yuri Gagarin, from the Russian perspective, is the first man in space. And that, I think, still persists. And some of that, in healthy forms, is probably constructive to a little bit of competition. This pushes all the great scientists on each side. But what do you think about this Yuri Gagarin mission of the first human in space, and the Vostok mission in 1961? Just in general, when you look back at that time, leading to the first man on the moon.
Yeah, April 12th, 1961. Yuri's night, baby. That's it's insane. What's insane to me is the first person in space didn't just go to space. He went into orbit. Yuri Gagarin flew around the Earth in orbit and re-entered. That's a monumental task compared to suborbital. So the United States did 2 suborbital flights in that same year. I believe in that same year, at least. I'm pretty sure. In 1961. They flew for the first time orbitally in 1962. So they weren't terribly far behind to get a human into orbit. Like, in the grand scheme of things, 10 months difference. But at the same time, like, the fact that the Soviet Union just went straight to flying someone into orbit is monumental.
And I'm sure they did not do excessive, rigorous testing here. Because there is a space race, and you have the first is important. Just imagine being Yuri. What do you say when they're like launching him, like "Let's go" or something? Like, you're taking. We're talking about you being on Starship. Like, you're taking a pretty big risk being launched out into orbit.
Oh, hopefully a lot less risk than what Yuri went through. So Yuri, the crazy thing. Remember those matchsticks we talked about?
Yeah.
There's 20 main combustion chambers on Soyuz, and there's 12 more Vernier engines that all need to be lit. So you're sitting on top of this booster, and they light all of those 32 combustion chambers on the ground, and then it has this insane separation process between what the Soviet Union would call the first stage and the second stages, but we would call it like the core stage and the boosters. They all 4 of these boosters have to peel away perfectly from the core stage simultaneously. If one of them sticks on, mission failed. If one of them doesn't eject properly and drags into the other tank, it's a goner. So the staging process of the Soyuz is insane to me that ended up working out. It's just the technology in Soyuz. I mean, more or less, that same rocket is what's still flying humans that are cosmonauts from Roscosmos and going to the International Space Station are flying on a variant of that Soyuz rocket still today. It's still like that big of a workhorse.
What do you think about Roscosmos as it stands today, its history and its future, in comparison to NASA and other national efforts, and in comparison to commercial spaceflight?
Yeah. I mean, utmost respect for the engineers involved and everything that's happened. I think Energomash is like still one of the greatest engine manufacturers when they have the funding to do so. But man, it seems like they're falling from grace as far as space prowess. The Roscosmos went from having, I think they got very comfortable at the top of, from 2011 until 2022 or until 2020, they were the only ride to the International Space Station. Since then, I feel like in 2018, honestly, I think that's kind of when that's the first time I specifically remember a pretty nasty thing happened in 2018. I think it was a Soyuz mission to the International Space Station had one of the boosters not detached and had to have an abort. But, that happened. Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's a Progress being docked to the ISS a couple years ago that spun the ISS, cartwheeled the ISS out of control, followed a few months later, the Pirs module docks to the International Space Station, spirals the International Space Station out of control again with like a thruster getting fixed on. There's a hole in a Russian segment. I think the most recent one right now, there's a Soyuz dock to the ISS that has a puncture in it and it's leaking coolant and will not be returning humans on it. So they're actually having to fly up an uncrewed Soyuz. And that one likely wasn't a manufacturing error. It probably was like a micrometeorite puncture, rendering the spacecraft unusable. We don't know for sure yet. But it's just really been like this fall from grace where they have all the potential. They have some of the best engines, some of the best rockets, and especially right before the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Buran shuttle and the Energia rocket were incredible. Had they been able to evolve that into Buran 2 and the reusable Energia, they had a fully reusable Energia on the drawing board, and like I honestly fully think they could have done it.
Is it possible to return to a place where there's friendly competition between nations that ultimately unites and inspires the peoples of these different worlds, these very different worlds that have, especially recently, come to conflict over the war in Ukraine? The tension builds. The war, the conflict, the suffering is actually more and more division, creating more and more hate. I think, as we've talked about, I think science and engineering, and especially the most epic version of engineering, which is rocketry and space travel, unites people. Unites people even in a time of tension, conflict, and war. So do you have a hope that we can return to that place?
I think historically, spaceflight has been one of the most bonding things. You know, we have countless examples of, you know, Cold War enemies coming together and working together, lending a hand. Apollo 13, for example, of course, you know, there is the potential that since it was not in the planned trajectory at all for reentry, and the Soviet Union said, hey, wherever they land, like, we'll help you guys out, basically. You know, that was a pretty big, the Apollo Soyuz mission, which was Apollo spacecraft docking with Soyuz spacecraft. First time there was international collaboration. And again, 1975, still very amidst the Cold War, yet we have this collaboration that I don't know what else could have done that. You know, I mean, and think about what it actually takes to do that. You have to come up with a docking module and the two different docking systems and talk to the engineers and mission planners and figure out, you know, train together. The cosmonauts and the astronauts trained together and got to know each other. They were crossing boundaries and borders and coming together for this mission. And even if it was totally a fluff piece, like even if it was totally this, like, you know, cynical, you know, just trying to make a pretty face for everybody for the cameras or something, obviously it still had an impact.
Yeah, the symbolic impact, but there's also the practical impact. I mean, a lot of people have to work together.
Yes,
and that has a ripple effect on the culture, on the different engineers. Yeah,
100%. And even just the astronauts and cosmonauts involved, like, think about what probably went through their heads during this process of, like, going from, oh my God, I'm gonna have to work with them, to getting to know them and then sharing meals in space. Like, that's a crazy transformation of timelines. And I would love to, I do think that spaceflight has the ability to bond us and unite us, because it is ultimately, you know, this little tiny little planet we're floating around on. You know, it is the boundary that we all share. You know, it only takes you getting off this planet to realize, oh my God, we're all neighbors. We're all living in the same house together. And I do think ultimately, you know, as we continue to expand our horizons and expand our exploration, that it has the potential to unite us more than it has the potential to divide us.
So one of the potential conflicts of the 21st century that I think everyone wants to avoid, both in the cyberspace and in the hot war space, Cold War, hot war, all kinds of war, all kinds of economic conflict, is between the United States and China. So China is going full steam ahead in developing a space program, doing a lot of incredible work. Like you mentioned, 64 launches in 2022 with 2 failures. But, you know, moving straight ahead.
And by the way, those failures, we had a lot of startups. Like, a lot of the launches were from brand new companies. So to have 2 failures out of 64, I mean, that's still impressive. If you look at operational launches, it was flawless.
Do you see a pathway where there's, again, in that same way, collaboration or friendly competition between all the different companies and nations in the United States and China in the next, as we push towards the moon, Mars, and beyond?
I held a dumb hope that China would actually be allowed to sign on to the Artemis Accord to be able to take part in this next step towards the moon. And just imagine if they provided a propulsion module or a lander or something, and we actually came together to land on the moon instead of having another space race. It's like, it would have been so cool. And yeah, I still am hopeful that, similar to back in the Cold War, that we might have something like that someday, where we actually are collaborating. And it feels like sometimes we're really close to that, and then other times it feels like we're really far from that. And it just sucks, because I know, I try really hard on my channel to always separate and celebrate the work being done. Because at the end of the day, there's someone that's just going home to their family, clocking in hours, working really hard on pushing their program and doing engineering work. And it's we don't get to choose where we're born and what we're born into. So I really like to avoid, the political aspects of things and the geopolitical aspects, and just appreciate the science and the science we're seeing, and the progress that China's doing in the last 10 years is very akin to the early spaceflight programs, and with the runway of just keep on going. I see no reason for them to be slowing down. So it's definitely something to watch and be interested in. And who knows? I mean, there really genuinely might be a race to the moon again, and there really genuinely might be a race to Mars.
The part of me is excited about that, because a race is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But hopefully it's friendly competition and some collaboration. It is true that maybe I'm being a bit cynical, but nations sometimes, the governments and leaders of those governments sometimes ruin things. You don't often have, statistically speaking, it's harder to have a leader of a nation that looks beyond the particular political bickering of that nation. And you have a JFK type character that really steps up and inspires. I think statistically speaking, it's better to have somebody like Elon, who's a leader of a company, like a commercial effort, that is able to look beyond the borders of nations, and certainly inspiring educators like yourself to look beyond the borders of those nations and the geopolitical conflicts and so on, to inspire people. I think that's just made so much easier. You could have more reach. Tim Dodd can have more reach than NASA, right? In terms of inspiring the world, and that's fascinating. That gives power to the individuals that see past the silly short-term geopolitical conflicts.
Yeah,
that's the hope, at least.
Yeah,
Do you worry that there might be a war in space?
Yeah.
Let's look out into the future. So forget. The interesting thing about these rockets, right? Let's not forget, rockets do what rockets, that they can carry payloads that can be weapons. Do you worry about this?
I worry most about space wars as leading to the Kessler syndrome of having a cascading effect of a spacecraft blowing up and then affecting another spacecraft, and that blows up, and then all of a sudden you're trapped and have this debris cloud that we can't go into space anymore. That's my biggest, because frankly at this point we can annihilate ourselves with terrestrial stuff anyway. You know what I mean? We don't need space to end society as we know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we could really, and the good thing is, I think mostly everyone seems to understand this for the most part, that we really can't be risking blowing up stuff in space in low Earth orbit, because it could easily, we could strand ourselves from space assets for 50 years.
Can you elaborate on that? So what is the danger of the debris there that could jeopardize space?
So for instance, it was only a couple years ago, Russia did an anti-satellite test on an orbital. We've done this too. The U.S. has done this. I'm not pinning it on them, but we kind of know nowadays, like, don't do anti-satellite tests on orbital things because those things stay in orbit. When you blow something up in space, it's not like, people think, when in space, like, oh, you throw a something that's just going to keep going forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's in the sense that it's not going to be slowed down due to air resistance. It's going to continue to do that, but it's staying in orbit around the Earth. Like, you just slightly change the orbit of it around Earth when you throw a ball or something, So the scary thing is when you blow up a satellite, all those pieces of that satellite are now millions of bullets in a halo around the Earth, in a very specific halo. So some things get blown up faster, according to its orbit, faster, so they'll go a little bit higher elliptically. Some things will get slowed down in that explosion and actually re-enter. Some things will go sideways and change its inclination of that orbit. So you have this debris field, but it more or less becomes a band of like like a big, scary, sharp, scary bullets that can destroy another spacecraft. And so then all of a sudden, especially now Starlink, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of satellites in space. If all of a sudden one, a couple of them crash and blow up, and obviously you have all the shrapnel going everywhere, and then that hits another satellite, that creates shrapnel. You can literally blanket our entire low Earth orbit in 17,500 mile an hour bullets. We're talking that the kinetic energy in this is so hard for people to fathom, because that's over 10 times faster than most like rifle bullets, and even like a big 50 cal is not going to be, we're still talking about 10% that. So when you think about the kinetic energy, it's insane. So a fleck of paint can go through panes of glass at that velocity. A little piece of metal can puncture, blow straight through.
So our actions that seem small, so small scale military actions can have dire detrimental effects to the whole space program, like global space program.
Oh yeah, it can affect everything and everyone,
including satellites.
Oh yeah, especially satellites. Like that's the good and the bad thing is, the good thing is a lot of satellites don't operate in low Earth orbit. Like a lot of the ones that we use day to day, a lot of them are in medium Earth orbit, like their GPS or their geostationary, which are way, way, way out there. And because of that, they won't really ever deorbit. Like it'll take millennia to deorbit, because just because something's in space doesn't mean it's there forever. Especially like in low Earth orbit, the atmosphere doesn't just suddenly stop. It's not like you hit the Kármán line 100 kilometers and all of a sudden there's zero atmosphere. The atmosphere just slowly tapers. You can experience that yourself as you climb a mountain. You slowly realize there's less and less air. You just keep going, and just because you're in space 200, 300 kilometers up, there's still trace molecules. There's the occasional oxygen molecule, there's the occasional nitrogen molecule, and so that is actually drag. So as a spacecraft in low Earth orbit, depending on its altitude, will take anywhere from 5 years to 5 months to deorbit, or 2 months or 1 month, like depending on its orbit or its altitude. We'll have some parasitic drag still, and slowly throughout time slow down, which lowers its orbit, which drags it down more, lowers its orbit, and et cetera, until it re-enters. So if we end up with some kind of catastrophic event where the entire low Earth orbit is, has been inundated and blown up, it'll take months for the first band, to clear up. It'll take years for something like beyond. There's charts, people have all this stuff available. You shouldn't look it up.
It's terrifying, by the way.
But
this is really
But again, the caveat is, for the most part, the low Earth orbit stuff would clear up within years. So we could get back to doing some low Earth, like Starlink stuff would probably be able to be we could kind of redo it and build up from the ground up again. GPS wouldn't be wiped out, and our geostationary satellites wouldn't be wiped out. But the scary thing is we wouldn't be able to relaunch and replace new things because we're stuck. We're not going to fly through that debris field,
And we avoid that by avoiding military actions in space.
And these days, like there's more requirements and legislation, and especially trying to get international collaboration on having end-of-life plans for satellites. So that satellites, especially those in low Earth orbit, have like drag devices to increase them. Once they're done, they literally pull like even just a ribbon, like a silly little 40-foot long ribbon, will sit there and it'll slowly, or it can speed up its reentry process by months or years or whatever. So we're starting to see that this is now an importance. There's a really cool company called Stoke Aerospace out in Washington is one of these launch providers that's really looking not into just trying to be the next, SpaceX launch company. They're really seeing satellite bringing stuff down from space is actually being, especially right now, we have all of these hundreds and thousands of satellites being launched every year. Someone at some point is probably going to have to do some cleanup. And so they're looking at being one of those companies to do that.
What do you think about Starlink and the efforts of Starlink to put a very large number of satellites out there and provide internet access to Earth?
Anyone.
To anyone.
Generally, I think Starlink is phenomenal. And I would be saying this if it was any company. I want to make that clear that people think I'm just some, SpaceX fanboy or something, and everything they do is perfect.
I think as you're a fan, I could say you're basically a fanboy or just a fan of everybody that's doing space stuff. And I don't there's no, even in this whole conversation, there's no way we cover like 10% of what I wanted to talk to you about. So we're jumping around. I mean, we could talk probably for an hour about Artemis. We could talk about anything with ULA, obviously all the other commercial efforts. We could talk about the NASA efforts that, and Saturn V. Like, are we going to really go with this conversation? I'll talk about Saturn V. And we might. Okay. So anyway, if you're a fan of everything, Starlink is in general exciting to you. And
not for the space assets, but just the potential for humanity. I really think, even as a consumer of the internet, personally, our studio space down in Texas, we're stuck with Mediacom, which has the least reliable internet service, period. That's the only option. Either that or they're trying to charge me $20,000 to run a fiber optic cable 1,000 meters or something. It's insane. I'm not going to do that. I bought Starlink. It helps, but it's still not, amazing. But you can see where this is going in a year, 2, 3, 5 years. I can totally screw this other internet provider, and this is now by far the best option, and it's available literally anywhere. You don't have to be limited to your local internet service provider. And on the global scale, of course, you have people be able to learn and learn about rockets, learn about water management and architecture and city planning and fitness and health. All of the modern conveniences that we Google every single day. There's people that don't have access to that right now. I'm a self-taught rocket nerd. I would not be who I am if it wasn't for the internet in the last 7 years, 6, 7 years.
So unlocking the intellectual potential of places like Africa, of rural areas that don't currently have internet access.
That's a huge thing. That's like humanitarian 101 is give people access to information. And I think we have this potential to try to step in and fix other people's problems. But the reality is people are smart. No matter where you are, you give them the resources to learn, they're going to solve problems. They're going to problem solve. They're going to engineer. But if you don't give them access to that information, they're going to be stuck in their cycles, And so I think the potential for Starlink is incredible. I think it's already impactful. It's already affecting people in rural and indigenous areas, and it's already affecting businesses and all that stuff. I think it's great. I think it is, there's some downsides with astronomy, with ground-based astronomy, that it can hinder observations from the ground. There's already a lot of communications between SpaceX and astronomical societies and things like that, because it is a real concern. It can ruin observations, it can ruin data. But one of the big ones, for instance, recently, I think a new thing they're going to be working into is that currently, if a Starlink is flying over a ground-based asset, a lot of ground telescopes actually have a laser that goes up and it measures the atmospheric distortion, and the telescopes literally sit there and by the millisecond changes the focus and fixes those atmospheric distortions. Mm-hmm. And that laser can interfere with satellites. So previously, I'm pretty sure that SpaceX actually had to request that as they're flying over these satellites, these telescopes, they turn off the laser. Mm-hmm. And when you have tens of thousands of these things flying, you're going to be turning off the laser more than it's on, and just being this insanely inconvenient thing, because you're going to have these junctions happen often. And I think one of the things that SpaceX is like, okay, no, you guys keep the laser on. We'll deal with your laser. Good step. Things like that, mitigating the brightness of them so they're not visible under most conditions. Of course, like they're still always going to be visible in some. But then ultimately for me, it's like this. You have this weird, like almost like a puberty of space flight and astronomy, where currently it's not cheap enough to really do a ton of incredible science or space-based telescopes. We have Webb, we have Hubble, we have all these other awesome space telescopes, Chandra, et cetera, whatever. And but it's still so expensive to launch them.
Yeah.
That we're still so reliant on our ground telescopes. But in the future, you can see a world where, oh, this is so cheap, we can launch 50 James Webb Space Telescope size telescopes this year for half the price of doing it on Earth, and get way better data. So in the future, I think in 20, 30 years, we'll look at it and be like, oh man, that was an awkward time where space assets were interfering with astronomy. But I think in the future, it's like, can you imagine doing space, astronomy from the ground? That's insane.
There could be complexities to just having that many, just another topic. So complexities associated with having so many satellites, especially with competing companies and competing nations. Do you see that as an issue, having tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of satellites?
Yeah.
It becomes a very interesting robotics collision avoidance problem.
The one thing to keep in mind is perspective. Like I know 10,000 satellites and 20,000 or 100,000 satellites sounds insane and it sounds really scary. But I mean, just even look at how many planes are in the air at any given time. And the planes are bigger. They're flying slower, which actually means there's a greater chance of collision. If you think about, two objects occupying space, if one's moving really fast, like imagine trying to, throw two basketballs at each other, relatively easy. Now try shooting two bullets at each other and having at 90 degrees from each other. You have to have your timing down like really perfect to do that. Now take that times 10, and these objects are taking up physical space very small amount of time. They're relatively small. Like most satellites are not very big, and they have limitless altitudes to deal with. So even though you can have what look like convergences, they can be 10, 20, 50, 100 kilometers difference often. And they're dealing with this. Like all space assets know, hey, I'm at this orbital plane and this blah, 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 blah. And they know their altitudes and know their safe distances and have these margins built in. And it's space. So there's like an insane amount of room, So there's
a lot of margin.
There's a lot of margin. But of course, you can't excuse that all the way. Like you have to still have plans and be considering that and considering collisions and considering all of the above.
When do you think the first human being will step foot on Mars? You don't like timelines, but is this something, and you're very much focused on kind of the short term of incredible progress that's happening, and that makes total sense. But there is the Mars plan that was it the origin of the commercial spaceflight efforts. Do you still see and dream about that day?
Let me be clear that I don't want to go to Mars, but I do think if you're making me guess a timeline for when humans will walk on Mars, even a year ago I still would have said by the end of 2020, like the 2020s decade, So by December 31st, 2029, I thought humans would have walked on Mars. I'm starting to think that's still too optimistic. But I definitely think by 2040. Like I for sure think that. And I really think it's just hard to predict that curve. That project out that curve. We're gonna go from feeling like it's impossible to like it's feeling like it's inevitable.
It could be another by the end of this decade JFK type moment, especially if China steps up with the space race.
Yeah.
It could be like all right, NASA kind of says, all right, this Elon fella, like really make us a gigantic.
Well, and if Starship works out as planned, and as NASA has invested in human landing system, they're relying on SpaceX to land on the moon. SpaceX can land on the moon, they can land on Mars. Now, whether or not the life support and the human considerations of long-term space flight missions and high radiation and blah, 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 refueling on Mars is a huge, huge, huge deal. They definitely could send a Starship to Mars and land, ideally land in one piece on Mars. as soon as they can land on the moon, they can land on Mars. Basically, I mean, those two things are very. In some ways, Mars is almost easier. If you can use, because you can use the atmosphere to slow down. It actually doesn't take that much more delta V to actually land on Mars than it does. 'Cause on the moon, you don't have any. You got to first get out to the moon, then orbit the moon. You know, you have to slow down. Every one of those is a maneuver change. Then you have to lower your orbit until it coincides. You know, hits the moon. Then you have to slow down enough to not explode when you hit the moon. So there's a lot of delta V there, a lot of change in velocity. Mars is actually, by the time we kind of crunch the numbers, it's relatively similar. It's just a lot more difficult, like timeline wise, and accuracy, and all of these other communication. There's a lot of other things obviously involved. I'm glossing over, making it sound easy. It's not, but I think there's a real decent chance we could see a Starship vehicle land on Mars, uncrewed by the end of the decade, though.
End of the decade. I mean, there's also a sociological element, maybe a political one, where I think you're allowed to take more risks with Mars than you are with the moon. Because we've done the moon, 1969.
Yeah.
It's been a while. So PR-wise, you have to be much safer.
Yeah.
With Mars, like, everyone's like, it's super dangerous. It's like super, like, so you could take a little more risk. 100%. Especially with manned missions. But actually, just going back to the moon landing, Apollo 11 mission. We haven't talked about this yet. It's the amazing engine there, but again, the romantic question. When you look back at that moon landing, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. What do you think about that moment in human history? Do you go back to that often, or are you focused just like with the cars on the engines?
No. I still, when I need inspiration, I rewatch this documentary called "When We Left Earth." I think it was Discovery Channel did it. 6-part episode. It was narrated by Gary Sinise. Phenomenal overview of the space race, and that will get my juices flowing every time. Just, it's so well done, and it really just summarizes that program so well. And when and beyond it goes all the way to the space shuttle, but when I watch footage of humans walking on the moon, it's just, I can't believe we're dumb enough to do it with the technology we had, and the risks they took to do it, and the insane engineering that it took to do that is just absolutely astonishing. The amount of the sheer logistics of what it took to do it with the technology we had back then is like, how did we have so much money and effort and energy and time and resources, human resources, to do this? Like, it's just
the weakness of the computers they had back then. You had to do so much. I mean, it's so much with so little.
It's insane. But it is all of, we have from the pudding of the 400,000 people on payroll, all of the paperwork, all of the.
Oh, you mean the question, the conspiracy if we land on the moon?
Yeah,
well, I mean, I think
the receipts are there, literally.
But it's like a lot of things. Pretty cynical time where people distrust institutions. Part of the thing was the space program is one of the things that can help reinvigorate the trust in institutions. By institutions, even that word is a bad word now. Institutions means a bunch of humans get together and do a big thing together.
Yeah.
But if I was conspiratorially minded, it's like, how the hell did humans do that?
Yeah.
So I think that's a very cynical take, unfortunately, but it's still an incredible one. And also, there's until you look at the receipts, there's a kind of a rationale to that kind of conspiracy theory, because so much pressure was put on the space race, the PR of it, to be the winner. So it makes sense that you might want to try to take shortcuts and fake things and propaganda, different kinds of messaging. And I'm sure stuff like that was happening. Some kind of little adjustment here and there to present things better and so on. But ultimately, the actual engineering project of landing on the moon, the fact that humans did that. I mean, it is sad that we didn't have better ways to record it. And as I watch like SpaceX efforts and Blue Origin, these efforts, it's still not trivial to record the how just amazing, awe-inspiring space is.
Yeah.
Is it like, it's like Elon jokes about like space does look fake.
Yeah.
Like I think there is some element of it where you have to be there to experience it really.
Mhm.
And I think it's it's currently is still an unsolved problem of how do you capture all of that. I mean, you're one of the early people that are part of the crew that is exploring that very question. I'm sure you won't find all the answers, but you'll start to say, like, how do we convert this into a visual format, into some kind of format that captures the magic of it?
100%. And that's a perspective thing that I think about all the time. You know, and I'll do a lot of thinking about like, what is the thing that's reacting to people? Is it the sound? Is it the perspective? Is it like seeing a little tiny human next to a landing leg that makes people go, oh my God, this thing's huge? You know, just reading, and digesting that and trying to help to convey that as best as possible, because the stuff that we are and have worked on is so cool. It's so exciting, and it's so important, and like actually, so much bigger than any one of us, physically and metaphorically. I wish everyone had that experience and had that light bulb go off.
And that's the cool thing, that you're like smack in the middle of solving that really difficult and fascinating problem of how do you capture the magic? How do you inspire? Like, that's not just an engineering problem. That's a communication problem, education problem.
I find, specifically for myself, that I get most excited about something when I learn a lot about it. Like when I learn the ins and the outs, and I learn all the little problem solving and the cool, like, oh my God, they had to do what to make it work? Wow, that's amazing. And I try to just always go back to that thing of like, what can I teach myself? Like, if I'm every video, I expect that I learn something making it, no matter what. Like, no matter how much I think I know about something, at the end of the day, if I'm not learning something, it's not a good video, And I always think that people get excited when they learn, when they have some questions answered for them.
Let me ask you a couple of quick out there futuristic questions. I have to.
Sure.
I'd hate myself if I don't ask you. So first, let's talk about nuclear propulsion. So out there, interesting propulsion ideas. So what do you think, beyond the chemical engines that we talked about, what do you think about using nuclear fission and for propulsion?
We already have thermal nuclear reactors. There are nuclear engines that have been tested both by the United States and the Soviet Union that were 100% valid, like totally ready to go, efficient, super awesome. Yes. Hardcore yes. And what they're using is, basically a fusion reactor. You're flowing hydrogen through it and heating up the hydrogen, taking it from liquid to gas. And by heating it up, you're adding energy to the propellant, and then you're literally just using that now steam hot hydrogen and flowing it through a DeLaval nozzle. And you also have to use that energy to spin the pumps to still pump the thing. So you're still kind of using like a lot of the tricks that you're using, but instead of a chemical reaction, you're literally just using nuclear fission to heat up propellant and do the same thing. And at the end of the day, you end up with like 800 to 900 seconds of specific impulse, which is double that of chemical propulsion. Most of that comes just because hydrogen is so light. You're only ejecting hydrogen out of the nozzle. So the lighter a molecule is, the faster it, just like if you had a golf ball versus like a bowling ball, you can only physically throw one so fast, and the other one as a human you're not going to do very well with. So you have the more potential for a higher exit velocity. So nuclear thermal, amazing. We already have it. We can do it. Yes. And actually, we're already investing in that again as the United States is looking into basically ramping back up our nuclear propulsion.
Why haven't we done it yet? And what do you think the challenges are there? And do you think that's an obvious future? Like, would you see in 50 years we're not using, we're not for major projects like a Starship type of project, we're not using chemical propulsion anymore?
For getting off Earth, you always want to use chemical propulsion because the gas would become irradiated. Like you don't you don't want to. And actually, the thrust to weight ratio of these engines are relatively poor. They're very heavy. They have a nuclear reactor. Like they're not. They're really the reason we kind of give up on them is they're really most useful for like interplanetary. If you're trying to get a big if you're trying to send a huge payload off to Mars, nuclear thermal is amazing. It's still could be beneficial even going to the moon. You know, like in an Earth Moon system, you could use nuclear thermal very effectively, and it could be a great choice. But it also that starts to get into that trade of like, we can just kind of use a little bit bigger rocket and fly a normal. Yeah. You know, it's that whole trade thing. But another reason why we kind of stopped using them, the one that the United States developed, NERVA, was so heavy, only a Saturn V could actually lift the stage of it, like the upper stage. So it replaced the S-4B with a nuclear thermal with the NERVA engine. The Soviet Union developed one about 1/10 the size and thrust that was small enough to fly on a Proton rocket. But neither of them ever flew. Both of them have been tested and like thumbs up, ready to go, which is just a huge shame to me because they could unlock a lot of interplanetary potential and just all around awesome.
Which potentially interstellar as well.
I don't think nuclear thermal. We're not quite getting there, but then you get into like nuclear pulse drives and things where you're literally like basically ejecting a bomb out the back of your rocket and exploding and having like a shock absorber and pogo sticking your way out of the solar system. That's I mean, by all physics, sure. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not breaking any laws of physics, and you know, but I just don't see us getting to that need anytime soon. I don't think we're going to
travel.
Yeah, I think we're going to want a better understanding of physics and
physics itself. Yeah, do you have a hope that maybe theoretical physics will open the door to some exciting propulsion systems?
Yeah, I do. I think we're still at the very infancy of our understanding of everything and how things work. And, you know, 100 years ago, it would be stupid to try to predict the things we know today. And who knows, like even, you know, I think about things like James Webb looking deeper into our solar system than ever before and physically being able to see objects that we just have not even been able to physically see before.
Being able to study black holes, for example, better the stuff that's happening outside of black holes, at the edges of black holes, how the information is stored, the 100% holographic principles. Just there's so much weirdness around black holes.
Yes.
So around where gravity starts bending light, it's like, all right, we'll get to look at that now and start to wonder, like, what is going on, and how can we like use that somehow for propulsion? I mean, it seems like awfully crazy and futuristic at this moment, but I think that's because we know almost nothing about those kinds of objects where the general relativity and quantum mechanics start to have to be both considered to describe those kinds of objects. And as we study those objects, we might figure out some kind of unification thing that will allow us to understand maybe how to use black holes for propulsion. Like, I can say a lot of crazy things, but like basically.
But the point is, it'd be stupid for us to even guess about things we don't even know about yet. You know what I mean? Like, and so therefore, I'm not going to say that the best option for interstellar travel is nuclear drives. Like that could be like someone saying, you know, in 1600, the only way to fly is by strapping 1,000 birds to your head. You'd be like,
but that said, I mean, everything you're saying is right, but human history is such, like at the beginning of the 20th century, physicists, Rutherford, everybody, there's brilliant people that said we've basically solved all of it. Right? If you talk to most physicists, I think they're going to say like we've pretty much solved. Like the Standard Model describes physics extremely accurately.
Right.
General relativity explains the cosmos as we observe them extremely accurately. Yeah, there's a whole dark matter, dark energy thing, whatever.
Yeah.
But outside of that, we basically solved like where are you going to find gaps in knowledge that are going to somehow create warp drives or something like that, so wormholes. But it seems like throughout history, prove ourselves wrong time and time again.
Yes. No, this is well outside of any of my knowledge base. So I want to make sure that if I say anything stupid, it's because I'm just a peasant here in physics land. But
yes,
um,
we're
but
all peasants in physics land.
But I really just think like it's very humbling that we're still using chemical propulsion and variants out. Like no matter how you get at it, and I think someday I would expect that our species has figured out a way to get beyond that.
Gotta ask you another wild question. What do you think of Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at and saw in Area 51 a propulsion system fueled by, I'm quoting here, maybe from Wikipedia, I don't know where, which used as fuel the chemical element with atomic number 115. At the time, it wasn't synthesized. It was later in 2003 synthesized, named moscovium. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of element 115, which allegedly generates a gravity wave that allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by light around it. No stable isotopes of moscovium have yet been synthesized. All have proven extremely radioactive, decaying in a few hundred him, which I find him fascinating because it's I find the human mind even more fascinating than than something like an antimatter drive, because I think it's such a giant mystery that we haven't even begun to explore deeply. Anyway, in that sense, whether he's lying or not are both interesting things to explore from a psychology perspective. But he's basically saying that I guess it's an alien extraterrestrial engine thing. What do you think?
I mean, I'm happy to change my opinion based on new evidence at any point. I have like the biggest part of me wants to just be like, this is obviously just stupid and a hoax and just total, quack. And then another part of me still was like, this is exciting and fun to think that this is all real. And then another part of me goes, why? How good is this guy at lying and making stuff up? Because it's all really good. Like good storytelling, good, like, I don't know what to think, honestly. I don't know. I'm really very skeptical about anyone explaining anything like this. Like, I mean, my radar is like screaming at me like, this is all full crap, But I'd say like there's still a part of me that's just like, man, that is kind of cool. How did he know that? And like, you know what I mean? It's
well, I think
I'm conflicted.
I think you're actually in the best kind of place, because it's. I'm afraid of being the kind of person that hears something like that and says it's definitely, he's definitely full of crap, and basically close my mind off to all that stuff. I'm afraid of being somebody who closes my mind off to a thing that's actually a early thread to a brilliant, to a future, to a fascinating solution to a mystery. So, but in this case, I mean, I have so many red flags from a psychological perspective that. But again, outside of this particular individual, I do wonder if aliens have visited us. I think aliens are everywhere. I think the universe is teeming with alien life. I mean, it's very difficult for me to statistically understand, given how life finds a way here on Earth, just everywhere. The entire history of life on Earth, from the very origin of life, it seems to be damn good at doing its thing and evolving to get better and better and better at doing its thing. Now, there could be some special aspects to the origin of life itself, which is completely not understood. So maybe the true magic is in the origin of life. Or it could be that there is some magical leaps to eukaryotic cells, for example, that the universe, our galaxy, is teeming with alien life, but it's all bacteria. They're all boring bacteria. Or exciting bacteria. No offense to bacteria. But the no intelligence spacefaring civilizations. I don't know. But if I were to guess, if I had to bet all my money, there is spacefaring civilizations everywhere in the universe. And the fact that they have not been directly, definitively observed confuses me. And I think it's a mystery. And if I were to suggest what the solution to that mystery is they might look extremely different from us. and we might be too dumb to detect them.
Yeah.
And so there, I think you have to be extremely open-minded at what would we be looking for.
Right.
That's a very practical thing to be open-minded about. And practically speaking, if we were to be able to even detect them from a distance, get a techno signature of a distant planet, of a distant star system that has alien life, honestly, the number one thing I kind of want to know is like, what's your propulsion system? Like, how do we travel faster, right? Like, there's a bunch of details probably, but first, let's get together.
And teach me how to go fast.
Go fast.
I like motorcycles. I like rockets. Exactly. Tell me what you got. Yeah.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours, kind of thing. at the interstellar, intergalactic level. Anyway, I just wonder. Maybe it's a cheat code in this video game we call life, but I want to use the cheat code to figure out what kind of propulsion systems are possible. And it feels like other alien civilizations might help us, give us a guidance on that. Of course, I think even just discovering, one of the things with the space program, like everything we're doing with Mars, like the secret thing I'm really excited about. The romantic thing is humans on Mars, but the secret thing is building giant stations on Mars that allow us to definitively, hopefully, find the traces of life that either currently doesn't live or has once lived on Mars. Because if that's the case, that means for sure life is everywhere.
100%.
And then you're like, and once you know that, sorry to keep interrupting and not shutting the hell up. This is supposed to be an interview. God damn it! All right, just the knowledge of that, just the knowledge that a 4-minute mile can be run, I think will open our minds completely to really, really hardcore push to interstellar travel or colonizing Mars, becoming a multiplanetary species. It'd be truly inspiring.
You think that?
Do
you get nervous though? Like, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
Don't you get nervous that we could make spectacular discovery on Mars that not only has there been life, there's actually like pretty advanced micro, or multicellular life, totally thriving in certain regions. We just hadn't visited them yet on Mars, and we make this big discovery that a relatively large percentage of people just simply wouldn't believe it. They think it's all 100% fake, and that they're just doing this to control us, and that blah blah blah. Like, we could make the most important discovery in human life, like in all of human existence, that we're not alone in this universe, by cellularly at least. And a good percentage of people, I'm thinking 20, 30, in today's world, 40+% of people wouldn't even believe it exists.
Interesting. It's a very important thing to think about, especially as an educator like yourself. I think the current cynicism towards institutions and science is temporary. I think they're basically, the internet woke up, the internet smells bullshit, and it looked at, I'm sorry, I'm not being ageist, but saying older scientists, and they looked at them and they kind of said, you're kind of full of shit. You got a lot of ego. You speak down to everybody. You're not very good at communicating. I think there's a lot of truth to what they're saying. And I think the young scientists that are coming up will be much better at not being full of shit, being authentic, being real, not treating people like they're children they can't possibly understand, like taking it very seriously. That there's a lot of intelligent people out there that are curious, that are full of desire for knowledge, like being transparent about all the uncertainties of the scientific process, all the tensions, the conflicts, all of that. And I think once we fix the science communication system, adapted to the internet, I think that won't be an issue. I hope. I mean, that's why people like you are really important. Is like communicate with authenticity. But yeah, that's definitely something to think about. I mean, yes, the early. Listen, scientists too, like the phosphine discovered on Venus, is like they're extremely skeptical always. So definitely there'll be a lot of skepticism. And it depends what it looks like. If it kind of looks like this thing kind of looks like bacteria back on Earth. Yes. So it means contamination is very difficult to avoid in general. But if the thing looks like fundamentally different, then you're like, all right, that like
totally different DNA, RNA. Like this is not. We've never observed this ever.
Then you're like, all right, cool. Of course. So that another promising thing that difficult to be definitive about, but let's get better and better direct imaging systems. There's now I don't know how many, but thousands of planets being discovered outside of our solar system. There's moons being discovered now, Earth-like planets being discovered. So like all of that, if we could do direct imaging of those planets more and more and more, there could be some gigantic. Listen, if there's like a Kardashev like type 2 civilization, we're gonna see the damn thing. It's gonna be producing a lot of. It's gonna be radiating a lot of energy. So the possibility of detecting some of that, that's also a real possibility with something like James Webb Telescope, like those kinds of efforts. That starts becoming a reality.
Have you read Andy Weir's Project Hail Mary?
I have not. No.
You're going to love it. Like it is basically almost answering that like, how could they not see us type of thing? Where he creates this incredible. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's just this sense that like we could have totally different perspectives with an alien race and not even like consider that the two of us are coexisting almost. I don't want to spoil anything because it's really, really, really worth the read.
Oh, you mean a different perspective? Like the aliens have a different perspective than humans?
Yeah, like we just like we see with this visual light. Yeah, someone could see in X-ray, etc. And just the way we even come to the same perspective, like looking and observing, is just so different fundamentally. That like we could, I mean, it's not quite like that. It's not like it's like, oh, they were actually on the moon and we're, it's not like that. But it's such a unique and incredible story. I think Andy Weir is one of the best science fiction writers. I can't say that with much authority because I don't listen to much science fiction. So zero authority. I really like Andy Weir's books, and that book is no different.
Well, that sounds like I'm really worried about that. It sounds like I would really love it. I'm been very. I've done a lot of reading in my life, but like the science fiction is one of the things I've been really, really weak on. I haven't really read much, and I just made more and more friends over the years recently that say that I absolutely must read some of these things.
Do you physically read or do you do audiobooks while you run and stuff?
Both. I do both, yeah. But physically, I sadly don't. It's a Kindle, right?
Yeah.
But while I run, I also do. So I do both. I do about on a normal day, especially now that I've been really focused on reading. It's about 60 minutes of reading on a Kindle, and 1 to 2 hours because I run about 2 hours when I don't have like other stuff. Like today, I won't run, so it's about 3 hours. So on average, I would say it's like 2.5 hours a day that I read. And audiobooks are just the same. They're a little slower. They can, especially for the classics, they can capture some of the magic with a deep voice, usually with a British accent. I love it. I also read that, a book on propulsion like 2 years ago, I remember. But I remember that was extremely difficult.
Ignition
it was Ignition.
By John D. Clark.
Yep. It was very difficult to listen.
Oh, I see. I don't read. I listen while I'm on road trips or running or stuff like that too. So I swear there's probably 40 or like not 40, but there's like 8 minutes of we tried DMZ 15, 13, BM 412, RMNL mitral hydrogen for like I swear it's multiple minutes of explaining one trial on something because there's just so many different chemicals they try. I don't know. It's almost a joke. I literally audibly laughed out loud listening to it because I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I'm sure it makes sense reading it, but like listening to it is just hilarious. But it's great though.
What do you think of some of the challenges for long-term space travel?
Why are you
do you think about this kind of stuff, the biological stuff?
Yeah.
Do you worry? Do you think about radiation on Mars and out in space over periods of actually the effects on the human body, yet even the radiation over periods of months and years?
Yeah. I think realistically we have a really good handle on what the effects are. And we actually have the solution to like everything. It's just whether or not we can, like, for instance, one of the, low Earth orbit, one of the biggest challenges eventually after your long-term space travel is bone density loss and not having gravity. You actually have issues with a handful of things, and artificial gravity is easy in terms of relatively easy in terms of space flight. You can have two vehicles just tethered together and just spinning, give it enough distance and a decent enough spin velocity, and you can get 1G like relatively easy. We're talking again relatively easy, especially after talking about theoretical physics. Like that's easy stuff. We haven't done that yet, but like there's no reason why we can't produce artificial gravity if we say that that's a big enough hurdle that we absolutely have to overcome this. Okay, cool. We'll just spin up two vehicles that are going to Mars, and people will have. But that's the thing, is Mars is only about, we'll say, 6 months. There, then you're hanging out on Mars. You have 38% of gravity, and then 6 months ish back. People live on the International Space Station at 6 month stints. We've had people for basically a year up on the International Space Station. It's not like it's not life altering. Yeah, you have a couple days of not being able to walk very well, and you do have some bone density loss and some other concerns. But like again, it's solvable. And I think the first missions to Mars, I think we'll probably do the trade. Is it worth it to like land on Mars and have a crippled crew that can't even physically stand yet, for a day or two before they get their feet from underneath them? Or do we need to spin up two spacecraft or a tether and have, like, you can't do it like Starship, even though it's 30 feet wide or 9 meters wide. If you spin it on that one axis, that's not enough space to get 1G without your feet and your head being at two different velocities. So you get really sick. You always feel like you're falling. Your brain will tell you that you're falling constantly. But then again, okay, so this is a whole thing. And I don't know if we don't really have the data yet on like going from 0G. We know the effects of that. We know the effects of 1G really well. That's our majority of our data set. But we don't really have much data on the long-term effects of 1/6 gravity, like on the moon, or 38% gravity. Is 1/6 gravity actually enough to counteract 95% of the effects of low gravity? Or is it 15, is it 1/6? Is it like a linear thing? Is 38% gravity totally, 38% as bad as 1 or whatever? Is it a slight, like, where is it on the scale? So there's a chance that we don't need anywhere near 1G of gravity to counteract the bulk majority of these problems. We could have 0.1G or whatever is the right compromise of vehicle complexity and human biology and all of these other effects. Like this is absolutely a solvable thing. That is,
and we figure some of this out through just experimentation,
100%
along the way.
Yep.
One of this is back to my dating life. I think one of the essential fundamental research questions I'm wondering about is the dynamics and so the details of how you have sex in space. Asking for a friend, of course. I mean, there literally is sort of work on this, right? Because like if you think about long-term space travel, I mean, sex is sort of like there's the recreational aspect of sex, but the most important aspect of sex for long-term space travel is procreation, and also the full biological cycle of that. So from the embryo to the development of the baby, the giving the birth, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like, there's a lot of really difficult problems of biology there to understand, and perhaps to solve. Some of that, again, just like you said brilliantly, some of that can be just solved with engineering outside of the human body by creating a gravitational field like that. But maybe along the way, you can figure out how to do that without doing it. We're balancing the costs and so on.
And radiation is the other thing. Like we know we have a really good data set on what radiation and doses do to humans. Like we know we can measure radiation. We know we can approximate, and kind of give edge cases for the Mars transient and getting to Mars and being on Mars. And the simple answer to that is like, at the end of the day, if we have to dig into Mars or find a tunnel to live in so you get some extra mass in between you and cosmic radiation, so be it. Like that's the answer then. Again, none of these are like insolvable problems. They're just things, the hurdles you would have to overcome based on, you know, the risk exposure and the posture there.
Imagine being the first child, the first baby born outside of Earth. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I would love to be alive to see that.
That'll be a big one.
I don't know if he'll. I don't know, because it's such a dangerous thing. It's so risky.
I think that could be in our lifetime.
You think so?
Yeah. I would like to think, in a perfect world, if we're thinking futurism, that in 30 to 50 years, I definitely think we could have full-time, like, permanent major civilizations. You know, like what Blue Origin wants to develop, where they have a huge, like, sphere, you know, and you're doing a lot of, especially heavy industry off of Earth, so you're not polluting Earth. Like, that's makes so much sense to me. I think we could live in a lifetime where, you know, easy. And at any given point, we're lucky to have 12 people in space today. But I really think in our lifetime, we're finally getting to that point of, that's a reality.
Let me, because you mentioned Blue Origin, can we just lay out some of the competitors to SpaceX? So much of what we talked about is SpaceX, specifically because they're sort of pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the commercial space flight. But there's a lot of, like you said, incredible work being done for large companies and small companies, startups, and so on. So who are the competitors to SpaceX? ULA, United Launch Alliance, Blue Origin, there's a Virgin, is it Galactic Orbit?
Orbit competitor.
Virgin Orbit. There's Rocket Labs, Electron Rocket that you mentioned. There's the folks you covered, Firefly.
Yep.
And what are we missing? There's the Epic Space Launch System from NASA, I guess that is. Yeah.
Technically NASA, but prime contractor Boeing and Northrop.
Lockheed.
Yeah, Northrop is the boosters. Yep.
Nice. So, like, what's interesting to say to lay out the land here? You're excited about?
Just in general, I think if you aren't working on a some form of reusable vehicle, like physically working on it, pen to paper, or not beyond pen to paper, like bending metal for a reusable vehicle, you're gone. You're toast. I think we're well into that being the only provable, you know, way forward. The only way you're going to compete and survive is a reusable rocket. Fully reusable would be great, but that's obviously massively aspirational still.
Why did we allow the internet to have?
But to me, the list, you pretty much had it right on the head. There's Astra was another orbital rocket company. There's a lot of companies. And I think right now the ones that I personally really believe in, Rocket Lab is awesome. I really think that they are one of the few that I believe can actually build a Falcon 9 class rocket, like today with their technology, with their knowledge, with their investments, with their funding. They've proven themselves. There's very few. They have actually made it look easy. I think there's a lot of startups and a lot of new rocket. There's too many launch providers popping out of the woodwork right now. They won't all survive, of course. I think realistically, if you look at like airplanes, how many airplane there's a handful of airplane manufacturers. There's not hundreds and thousands of airplane manufacturers. I think it'll be a similar thing for spaceflight. I think we'll see, realistically, in the terms of jumbo jets and passengers, there's basically two. There's Airbus and there's Boeing. So I think in the long run there'll be 2 or 3 major players. I think there'll be 10 minor, like as far as launch providers, as far as the ones actually leaving Earth and getting into orbit. I just don't think there's a ton of room for individuality, really.
Yeah, I would love to see it like a really serious competitor to SpaceX in the way that SpaceX does things. I don't know if ULA is quite the right kind of competitor.
Let me say this: ULA has all of the potential, but just operationally, they're either Lockheed Martin and Boeing's like love child.
Yeah,
they're kind of set up in a far too traditional manner, where they just really aren't given the opportunity to innovate like a lot of these startups are.
So Rocket Lab is a little bit more of that nature. What do you think about there's just Blue Origin in general.
Blue Origin's, what Blue Origin has done with New Shepard is amazing, and people just laud it because it's suborbital and it looks very phallic.
So I guess the meme matters also. Modern day,
but it's sad because people don't see what they are also working on, which is New Glenn. You know, I see comments almost every day still of like, it doesn't matter because, you know, they're working on tiny. It's like, no, New Glenn is more powerful and more capable than Falcon Heavy. New Glenn is almost more of a competitor to, not quite as to Starship, but it's almost in that class. It's a heavy lift launch vehicle. It's huge. It's crazy. It'll be nuts. They're very actively working on it. You know, I still think we're 3 years away from the launching, but that's a very strong competitor in the class of rockets that SpaceX is currently making.
So SpaceX is currently leading the way, but it could become a close race.
Well, it's just we'll ignore SpaceX. I'm just kind of talking about, like, I think who's kind of coming around the corner here. So let me just do a quick overview. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot for getting some cool people here and some exciting companies. But Relativity is one that if you should definitely get Tim Ellis on the show, who's the of Relativity. They're doing 3D printed rockets, the ones that have the world's largest 3D printer. They're getting really close to their first orbital launch. The cool thing about them, the reason that I think they're exciting, the reason that I think they have the potential is just how quickly they can iterate. I think 3D printing a rocket is really dumb. I think iterating with 3D printing on a rocket is brilliant because you can literally change software and have like very little, you know, upload a file and have a new rocket. Like, that's amazing. So in terms of long-term iterative process, if we're really talking about like hitting the ground running and just seeing where the evolution takes you, I think that's about as good as you can get. You know, I think what SpaceX is doing at Starbase, just physically bending cheap steel, is probably also a very valid solution. So I really think, and they have the engineering talent. I think they've got some amazing people there. Again, Rocket Lab, I adore what they work on, and you know, like everyone, there's a caveat here that everything takes longer. Anything any company tells you, it's 2 or 3 times longer. Just period. Rocket Lab's no different. But I really, they're working on a Neutron rocket that's going to be like, I think 8,000 to 15,000 kilograms to low Earth orbit. Like, it's a good medium class rocket. Will compete right along with Falcon 9, hopefully.
By the way, Neutron will be its name. Right?
Yep.
It's not some kind of
Neutron.
It's not some kind of fascinating new physics breakthrough where they're using neutrons.
No, but they're also using liquid methane and liquid oxygen. I just think seems like a great rocket, and assuming they can actually get it flying in 2 or 3 years, I think they're going to be here to stay. You know, I'd be remiss right now. I'm editing a video from an interview with Stoke Aerospace out in Kent, Washington. It's just one of these companies that they have a long ways to go. They're still in the they're behind the curve, frankly, in terms of launch vehicles right now, because like I said, there's so many coming out of the woodwork. Well, the idea they're working on, their solution to a fully reusable rocket is amazing. One of the coolest concepts I've ever seen.
Are you going to cover it in the video?
Yeah. That'll be hopefully coming out next, depending on what the schedule like is down there. I'm actively editing that as we speak, and it is so cool. I mean, it is like it's genius. And if they can actually get it to work, I can see them merging. I can for sure see someone potentially like. Perfect world. They merged with Rocket Lab. Stoke develops the upper stage, maybe even the engines. They are the two guys that the CEO, the co-founders of that company, they are propulsion engineering magnificence. They both of them worked at Blue. They developed engines in a hurry there, and then left Blue when it felt like it was getting too slow for them. And now they are. I mean, these guys fired a 15-chambered rocket engine instead of 4 from the Soviet. We're talking 15 chambers, single turbo pump, 70 times in the month of October. You know, if you think about like days off, time off, you know, parts changing, over twice a day on average of a Hydrolox engine. That's insane. So I love them, and I hope the best for them. But they're also topical right now. They're at the top of my head.
What about Firefly?
What I like about Firefly, they've already got kind of a traditional aerospace backing. They're starting to buddy up a lot with Northrop Grumman. So they're going to be building the booster stage for Antares, which is currently flying only out of Wallops, Virginia, and is one of the only other commercial providers for the International Space Station. And Northrop Grumman is a very traditional aerospace company, you know, like lots of solid rocket boosters, and they've purchased, ironically, their current Antares is reliant on Russian engines and Ukrainian boosters, two things that I don't think you're going to be able to get your hands on too much anymore. So yes, they're looking to some U.S. propulsion and stages. So they actually are partnering with Firefly, and their new Antares rocket will be a first stage built entirely by Firefly. So I'm excited that Firefly already has the propulsion technology. And they actually developed, ironically, their tap-off cycle engine was developed in partnership with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian engineers who developed the whole turbopump system. So it's this cool meddling of these worlds. Their former CEO Tom Marcusick was like, I have an interview with him, and he's anyone that can just spout nuances and facts. I just love. I just soaked that guy's information up as best I could because he is brilliant, literally a doctor, a rocket doctor, you know. So
yeah, I mean, that's what, like you said, that's the fascinating thing about these folks. They're legit. They're such great engineers, the people that bring these rockets to life. And then there's all the stuff that we know and don't know about in China and other parts and other nations that are putting stuff into orbit. One of the sad things also is, like, you know, with Lockheed and Boeing is and just military applications in general. There's so much technology that's currently being developed that we probably know nothing about. Yeah. And it makes me a little bit sad. Yeah. For several reasons. One is that the use of that technology has really much. It's not that inspired. It's like a very military focused. It's to kill someone. Yeah. There's not even like a side application, right? And the big one is that the secret it's shrouded in secrecy as opposed to being a source of inspiration. Yeah, 100%. But that's the way of the world. Like, what was that one plane that you covered that was like we know nothing about?
Oh, the X-37B.
The X-37B.
Yeah, orbited for over 900 days and returned. Like, yeah, I want to know about
that thing up to.
I don't know. That's it's so frustrating. We know when it launches. People, you know, amateurs track and know. They even will be like, oh, it changed orbit. You know, raised and lowered its orbit. All that. We generally have just almost no idea what it's doing up there. Yeah, just saddens me because I want to know, and it's awesome. It's a great vehicle.
War. What is it good for? You mentioned Kerbal Space Program, the video game. Someone asked you what video game you recommend for learning about space and rockets, and you said, duh, Kerbal Space Program. So tell me about this game. What is this game? And I also heard that a second one is coming out. So what you know, I've been playing more games recently because games are fun and they remind you that life is awesome. So why should I play this game?
If you want to learn about rockets, how to fly, how to build, how to get in orbit, how to get to other planets, there's no better way to learn about rockets than playing.
What does it entail? Like, do you actually like?
It's like SimCity and Microsoft Flight Simulator for rockets.
Oh, interesting. So you would get to, like, what, do you design the rockets?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I started playing it in like 2014, I think, around as I'm like falling in love with space. And I became obsessed with this game. Like, literally you take you get boop, a little command module. Boop, you click on a fuel tank. Boop, you choose your engine. Boop, you choose the stage connector. Boop, you connect more tanks and build these space planes and fantastical things. And it's all like physics based. This sounds like a commercial. It's available on PC and Mac and console. Like it's available everywhere.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. And
you said like you streamed yourself playing this. Are those any of those videos up?
Oh yeah. There's some of my the first videos I ever uploaded to YouTube were recaptured streams from Twitch that I just physically uploaded to YouTube. And so it's me playing Kerbal. I used to do this kind of like a podcast style thing. I should get back into this because it's one of my favorite things I ever did. We called it Today's in Spaceflight History, but these days I'd probably just play Kerbal. But I had my friend come sit next to me. His name's Jacob, and he is a former professional pole vaulter. Just this really knows nothing about rockets, knows nothing about space. Hilarious, like in the sweetest, most fun way. He as an adult asked me which is bigger, the Earth or the Moon, and I love that for him. That's fantastic. He's just a delightful human. He would sit next to me. We would recreate a historical spaceflight mission in Kerbal Space Program, and he would just sit there and play guitar and sing about what I'm like doing and asking questions. And it's still one of my favorite things I've ever done.
Yeah, you should definitely do something like that. So basically, just shoot the shit with a friend.
Get their curiosity going. Let them just sit there and ask questions. It was awesome. Like, I mean, yeah, those are some. I've done it a handful of times. I think we probably did like 20 or 30 episodes or something, and it's definitely something I would like to get back to doing.
Can you in a game like go to the moon?
Yeah, so it's technically a different solar system. It's the Kerbal system, and you're on the planet Kerbin. So there's the Mun, M-U-N. There's a second moon in the system on this planet. It's called Minmus.
They didn't want to pay licensing fees or what?
Well, it's just a little easier. It's a little bit smaller, so the physics are easier.
So it tries to be consistent with physics.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The physics are all like real world physics, and I mean there's aero simulations. There's all of it's like 1-to-1, for Earth physics. It's just on an easier scale, solar system, so it's easier to navigate. But there's still there's a planet called Eve that's kind of like Venus. So it has a really thick atmosphere, really thick, really soupy. It's and a lot more gravity, so it's just really, really hard to get off of. It's relatively easy to land on Eve, but that's kind of like the ultimate boss in the game. It's like getting things to do is build these crafts to get to Eve and try to return home.
You mentioned that there's almost like a podcast thing. You also did our Lucas feature. What is there a podcast in the future? Are you thinking? Do you enjoy the medium? You're so incredibly good at talking. It's less effort to produce. Is that something in the back of your mind also?
Oh man, I love.
Yeah, and you're very good at it. I mean, yeah.
With podcasts, and I guess the podcasts that I've done have tried to be relatively topical about the current spaceflight affairs. And 3 or 4 years ago, that was actually manageable for me to keep up with. These days, man, I just can't keep up with it. I gave up on trying to be super topical, and I realized that maybe my biggest talent and the things that resonate most with people is just trying to explain the basics and the root. So I'm really just trying to I'm trying to do less live streams if I can, but then again, Star Trek, I gotta stream that. There's no way I'm not gonna do that. But I'm really just trying to get back to making the deep dive videos where I have no limit on how long and how deep, and just really go for it, because that's actually what I love to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's views aside, those are just works of genius, and you're getting better and better at them, and that's that in terms of the beautiful things you can create in this world, those are that. So if you continue, especially where the way space travel is developing, right, that your voice is very much needed. So I think it's wise to do what you do best.
And I think I'm feeling more and more, especially this last year. I did a lot of live streaming, traveling back and forth between Florida and California and here, and just handling major big live streams. Really stressed myself out, and at the end of the day, I was like, all of this is taking away from my ability to make. And that's ideally, honestly, if I had my choice of things, I would just ignore everything else and just sit and lock myself in my house for a year and just sit there and make videos and go and travel every other month, for fun, not for space stuff. Just go and do some light traveling, some
around the moon or what.
Yeah, just some light traveling.
What advice would you give to young folks, or just folks struggling to find their way in life, whether they're in high school, college, or beyond? Like how to have a life they can be proud of, how to have a career they can be proud of. You've had a really interesting journey yourself. What from that can you draw? Give advice to others.
To be honest, like I feel like it's so painfully obvious to follow your heart and follow like what makes you happy that I'm just shocked that people allow themselves to sit on like mediocrity, you know, like to just sit there and be like, well, this is just what I do, you know. And like, for a lot of people that's perfectly fine. Like I have, you know, some of my best friends are clocking in and out, and they're perfectly happy, they have a wonderful life, absolutely no judgment there, of course. But for people that are stuck feeling like they're not sure of, you know, what's next and how to bring light into their world, you really just gotta listen to like what does make you happy. You know, people feel guilty about, oh, I play video games for 8 hours. Then start learning how to make a video game. Learn how to do reviews of video games or make. There's so many, you can work in the video game industry. You know, you don't have to isolate your love from your work, you know. And it's just funny that we, you know, maybe you feel guilty that you drink too much. Okay, I don't know if that's a good advice. go learn how to make alcohol. You know,
start a liquor company.
Yeah, start a liquor company. I mean,
it's great advice, but it's also in your own story. It seems like you've almost stumbled on, like, some of it is just exploration and keeping your mind and heart open to discovering that thing that grabs you. Right? It's not
fall asleep thinking about, you know, like.
But you stumbled on the space homosexuality, right? I mean,
Yeah.
would you, when you were being a professional, have known?
Oh no. Well, do you want to know what I wanted to be when I was a kid? Well, first when I was young, I wanted to be a tractor. I'm not quite sure I understood how that works. Then I wanted to be a scorpion trainer. Thought I could train them to cut people's lawns. Yep. And then, honestly, the majority of my childhood.
People's lawns, God. I think your understanding of physics early on was just a little.
The pinchers, man. The pinchers. Then, from like probably 6 until like early college, I wanted to be a prosthetic engineer. And never once did I think about anything rockets, really. You know, I had like a space shuttle poster. I had some space shuttle Legos. You know, I liked space, and you know, I knew of this space shuttle, but you know, it was a far down the list as far as things that I thought were cool. Ninja Turtles, Lamborghini Countach, B-17G Flying Fortress.
Yeah, I guess that means if you just keep your heart open to falling in love with an idea, with a passion, you could start from that, from Ninja Turtles and Scorpions and Lawn, to being one of the best, one of the top educators, inspirational figures in space, and actually traveling around the moon. And who knows, maybe one day stepping foot on the moon and Mars, even though you say you're not interested. It seems like you stating that you're not interested in certain things somehow results in you doing those things.
My friends joke that like I'm gonna be the first person to go to the moon against their will.
Like I guess. All right.
Yeah.
This is what's the
like, guys? We're gonna start a fundraiser. Please, like Tim just doesn't want to He doesn't want to go. You know.
Definitely don't want to do it. All right, Tim, you're an incredible person. Thank you so much for everything you do. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. Not just the content, but just who you are as a human being, just how excited you are for everything. It's just an inspiration. You're a joy to watch. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing the stuff you're doing. I can't wait to see what you do next, man. Thank you so much for talking with me today. It was awesome.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Dodd. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from H.G. Wells. Life, forever dying to be born afresh, forever young and eager, but presently stand upon this earth as upon a footstool, and stretched out its round amidst the stars. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now
living.
Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, there's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture, hardly anything in cosmic time span. That's nothing. That's a blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we would happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion and realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, don't find any evidence for intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time.
The following is a conversation with David Kipping, an astronomer and astrophysicist at Columbia University, director of the Cool Worlds Lab, and he's an amazing educator about the most fascinating scientific phenomena in our universe. I highly recommend you check out his videos on the Cool Worlds YouTube channel. David quickly became one of my favorite human beings. I hope to talk to him many more times in the future. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's David Kipping. Your research at Columbia is in part focused on what you call cool worlds, or worlds outside our solar system where temperature is sufficiently cool to allow for moons, rings, and life to form, and for us humans to observe it. So, can you tell me more about this idea, this place of cool worlds?
Yeah, the history of discovering planets outside our solar system was really dominated by these hot planets. And that's just because of the fact they're easier to find. When the very first methods came online, these were primarily the Doppler spectroscopy method, looking for wobbling stars, and also the transit method. And these two both have a really strong bias towards finding these hot planets. Now, hot planets are interesting. The chemistry in their atmosphere is fascinating. It's very alien. An example of one that's particularly close to my heart is TRACE 2b, whose atmosphere is so dark it's less reflective than coal. And so they have really bizarre photometric properties, yet at the same time, they resemble nothing like our own home. And so it said there's two types of astrophysicists: the astrophysicists who care about how the universe works. They want to understand the mechanics of the machinery of this universe. Why did the Big Bang happen? Why is the universe expanding? How are galaxies formed? And there's another type of astrophysicist which perhaps speaks to me a little bit more. It whispers into your ear, and that is, why are we here? Are we alone? Are there others out there? And ultimately, along this journey, the hot planets aren't going to get us there. When we're looking for life in the universe, it seems to make perfect sense that there should be planets like our own out there, maybe even moons like our own planet around gas giants that could be habitable. And so my research has been driven by trying to find these more terraqueous globes that might resemble our own planet.
So they're the ones that lurk more in the shadows in terms of how difficult it is to detect.
They're much harder. They're harder for several reasons. The method we primarily use is the transit method. So this is really eclipses. As the planet passes in front of the star, it blocks out some starlight. The problem with that is that not all planets pass in front of their star. They have to be aligned correctly from your line of sight. And so the further away the planet is from the star, the cooler it is, the less likely it is that you're going to get that geometric alignment. So whereas a hot Jupiter, about 1% of hot Jupiters will transit in front of their star, only about 0.5%, maybe even 0.25% of Earth-like planets will have the right geometry to transit. And so that makes it much, much harder for us.
What's the connection between temperature of the planet and geometric alignment, probability of geometric alignment?
There's no direct connection, but they're connected by an intermediate parameter, which is their separation from the star. So the planet will be cooler if it's further away from the star, which in turn means the probability of getting that alignment correct is going to be less. On top of that, they also transit their star less frequently. So if you go to the telescope and you want to discover a hot Jupiter, you could probably do it in a week or so, because the orbital periods of order of 1, 2, 3 days. So you can actually get the full orbit 2 or 3 times over. Whereas if you want to set an Earth-like planet, you have to observe that star for 3-4 years. And that's actually one of the problems with Kepler. Kepler was this very successful mission that NASA launched over a decade ago now, I think, and it discovered thousands of planets. It's still the dominant source of exoplanets that we know about, but unfortunately it didn't last as long as we would have liked it to. It died after about 4.35 years, I think it was, and so for an Earth-like planet, that's just enough to catch 4 transits. And 4 transits was kind of seen as the minimum, but of course the more transits you see, the easier it is to detect it, because you build up signal to noise. If you see the same thing tick, 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 the more ticks you get, the easier it is to find it. And so it was really a shame that Kepler was just at the limit of where we were expecting it to start to see Earth-like planets. And in fact, it really found zero planets that are around stars like the Sun, that orbit similar to the Earth around the Sun, and could potentially be similar to our own planet in terms of its composition. And so it's a great shame, but that's why it gives astronomers more to do in the future.
Just to clarify, the transit method is our primary way of detecting things, and what it is when the object occludes the source of light just a tiny bit, a few pixels, and from that we can infer something about its mass and size and distance and geometry, all of that. That's like trying to tell what at a party you can't see anything about a person, but you can just see by the way they occlude others. So this is the method, but is basically how high resolution is the signal that we can get about these occlusions.
You're right in your description. I think just to build up on that a little bit more, it might be almost like your vision is completely blurry, like you have an extreme eye prescription, and so you can't resolve anything, everything's just blurs, but you can tell that something was there because it just got fainter for a short amount of time. Someone passed in front of a light, and so that light in your eyes would just dim for a short moment. Now the reason we have that problem with blurriness or resolution is just because the stars are so far away. I mean, these are the closest stars are 4 light years away, but most of the stars Kepler looked at were thousands of light years away. And so there's absolutely no chance that the telescope can physically resolve the star, or even the separation between the planet and the star is too small, especially for a telescope like Kepler. It's only a meter across. In principle, you can make detections, but you need a different kind of telescope. We call that direct imaging. And direct imaging is a very exciting, distinct way of detecting planets. But it, as you can imagine, is going to be far easier to detect planets which are really far away from their star to do that, because that's going to make that separation really big. And then you also want the star to be really close to us, so the nearest stars. Not only that, but you would prefer that planet to be really hot, because the hotter it is, the brighter it is. And so that tends to bias direct imaging towards planets which are in the process of forming. So things which have just formed, the planet's still got all of its primordial heat embedded within it, and it's glowing, we can see those quite easily. But for the planets more like the Earth, of course, they've cooled down, and so we can't see that. The light is pitiful compared to a newly formed planet. We would like to get there with direct imaging. That's the dream, is to have the pale blue dot, an actual photograph of it, maybe even just a 1 pixel photograph of it. But for now, the entire solar system is 1 pixel, certainly with the transit method, most of the telescopes. And so all you can do is see where that 1 pixel, which contains potentially dozens of planets and the star, maybe even multiple stars, dims for a short amount of time.
It dims just a little bit, and from that you can infer something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like being a detective in the scene, right? It's indirect clues of the existence of the planet.
It's amazing that humans can do that. They're just looking out in these immense distances and looking, if there's alien civilizations out there, like let's say one exactly like our own, we're like, would we even be able to see an Earth that passes in the way of its sun and slightly dims? And that's the only sign we have of that alien human-like civilization out there. Is it's a little bit of a dimming.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of star we're talking about. If it is a star truly like the sun, the dip that causes is 84 parts per million. I mean, it's like the same as like a firefly flying front of like a giant floodlight at a stadium or something. That's the kind of the brightness contrast that you're trying to compare to. So it's extremely difficult detection, and in the very, very best cases we can get down to that. But as I said, we don't really have any true Earth analogs that have been in the exoplanet candidate yet. Unless you relax that definition, you say it's not just doesn't have to be a star just like the sun. It could be a star that's smaller than the sun. It could be these orange dwarfs or even the red dwarf stars. And the fact those stars are smaller means that for the same size planet passing in front of it, more light is blocked out. And so a very exciting system, for example, is TRAPPIST-1, which has 7 planets which are smaller than the Earth. And those are quite easily detectable, not with a space-based telescope, but even from the ground. And that's just because the star is so much smaller that the relative increase in or decrease in brightness is enhanced significantly because that's smaller size. So TRAPPIST-1e, it's a planet which is in the right distance for liquid water. It has a slightly smaller size than the Earth. It's about 90% the size of the Earth, about 80% the mass. And it's one of the top targets right now for potentially having life. And yet it raises many questions about what would that environment be like. This is a star which is 1/8 the mass of the sun. It's stars like that take a long time to come off their adolescence. When stars first form, like the sun, it takes them maybe 10-100 million years to sort of settle into that main sequence lifetime. But for stars like these late M dwarfs, as we call them, they can take up to 1 billion years or more to calm down. And during that period, they're producing huge amounts of X-rays, ultraviolet radiation that could potentially rip off the entire atmosphere. It may desiccate the planets in the system. And so even if water arrived by comets or something, it may have lost all that water due to this prolonged period of high activity. So we have lots of open-ended questions about these M-dwarf planets, but they are the most accessible. And in the near term, if we detect anything in terms of biosignatures, it's going to be for one of these red dwarf stars. It's not going to be a true Earth twin, as we would recognize it as having a yellow star.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, there's a million ways to ask this question. I'm sure I'll ask it about habitable worlds. Let's just go to our own solar system. What can we learn about the planets and moons in our solar system that might contain life, whether it's Mars or some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn? What kind of characteristics, because you said it might not need to be Earth-like, what kind of characteristics might we be looking for?
When we look for life, it's hard to define even what life is, but we can maybe do a better job in defining the sorts of things that life does. And that provides some aspects to some avenue for looking for them. Classically, conventionally, I think we thought the way to look for life was to look for oxygen. Oxygen is a byproduct of photosynthesis on this planet. We didn't always have it. Certainly, if you go back to the Archean period, there was, you have this period called the Great Oxidation Event, where the Earth floods with oxygen for the first time and starts to saturate the oceans and then the atmosphere. And so that oxygen, if we detect it on another planet, whether it be Mars, Venus, or an exoplanet, whatever it is, that was long thought to be evidence for something doing photosynthesis. Because if you took away all the plant life on the Earth, the oxygen wouldn't just hang around here. It's a highly reactive molecule. It would oxidize things, and so within about 1 million years, you would probably lose all the oxygen on planet Earth. So that was conventionally how we thought we could look for life. And then we start to realize that it's not so simple, because there might be other things that life does apart from photosynthesis. Certainly the vast majority of the Earth's history had no oxygen, and yet there was living things on it, so that doesn't seem like a complete test. And secondly, could there be other things that produce oxygen besides from life? A growing concern has been these false positives in biosignature work, and so one example of that would be photolysis that happens in the atmosphere. When ultraviolet light hits the atmosphere, it can break up water vapor. The hydrogen splits off to the oxygen. The hydrogen is a much lighter atomic species, and so it can actually escape certainly planets like the Earth's gravity. That's why we don't have any hydrogen or very little helium. And so that leaves you with the oxygen, which then oxidizes the surface. And so there could be a residual oxygen signature just due to this photolysis process. So we've been trying to generalize, and certainly in recent years there have been other suggestions, things we could look for in the solar system and beyond. Nitrous oxide basically laughing gas is a product of microbes. That's something that we're starting to get more interested in looking for. Methane gas in combination with other gases can be an important biosignature. Phosphine as well, and phosphine is particularly relevant to the solar system because there was a lot of interest for Venus recently. You may have heard there was a claim of a biosignature in Venus's atmosphere. It was like 2 years ago now. And the judge and jury is still out on that. There was a very provocative claim and signature of a phosphine-like spectral absorption. But it could have also have been some other molecule, in particular sulfur dioxide, which is not a biosignature.
So this is a detection of a gas in the atmosphere of Venus. And it might be controversial on several dimensions. So, one, how to interpret that. Two, is this the right gas? And three, is this even the right detection? Is there an error in the detection?
Yeah, I mean, how much do we believe the detection in the first place? If you do believe it, does that necessarily mean there's life there? And what gives? How can you have life in Venus's atmosphere in the first place? Because that's been seen as like a hellhole place for imagining life. But I guess the counter to that has been that, okay, yes, this surface is a horrendous place to imagine life thriving. But as you go up in altitude, the very dense atmosphere means that there is a cloud layer where air, the temperature, and the pressure become actually fairly similar to the surface of the Earth. And so maybe there are microbes stirring around in the clouds which are producing phosphine. At the moment, this is fascinating. It's got a lot of us reinvigorated about the prospects of going back to Venus and doing another mission there. In fact, there's now 2 NASA missions, Veritas and Da Vinci, which are going to be going back and before 2030 or the 2030s. And then we have a European mission, I think, that's slated now, and even a Chinese mission might be coming along the way as well. So we might have multiple missions going to Venus, which has long been overlooked. I mean, apart from the Soviets, there really has been very little in the way of exploration of Venus, certainly as compared to Mars. Mars has enjoyed most of the activity from NASA's rovers and surveys. And Mars is certainly fascinating. There's this signature of methane that has been seen there before. Again, there the discussion is whether that methane is a product of biology, which is possible, something that happens on the Earth, or whether it's some geological process that we are yet to fully understand. Could be, for example, a reservoir of methane that's trapped under the surface and is leaking out seasonally.
So the nice thing about Venus is if there's a giant living civilization there, it'll be airborne, so you can just fly through and collect samples.
Yeah.
With Mars and moons of Saturn and Jupiter, you're going to have to dig under the civilizations,
right,
dead or living.
Right, and so then, maybe it's easier then for Venus because certainly you can imagine just a balloon floating through the atmosphere, or a drone or something that would have the capability of just scooping up and sampling. To dig into the surface of Mars is maybe feasible-ish, with especially with something like Starship that could launch a huge digger basically to the surface, and you could just excavate away the surface. But for something like Europa, we really are still unclear about how thick the ice layer is. How you would melt through that huge and thick layer to get to the ocean, and then potentially also discussions about contamination. The problem with looking for life in the solar system, which is different from looking for life with exoplanets, is that you always run the risk of, especially if you visit there, of introducing the life yourself. Right? It's very difficult to completely exterminate every single microbe and spore on the surface of your rover or the surface of your lander, and so there's always a risk of introducing something. I mean, to some extent, there is continuous exchange of material between these planets naturally. On top of that as well, and now we're sort of accelerating that process to some degree. And so if you dig into Europa's surface, which probably is completely pristine, it's very unlikely there has been much exchange with the outside world for its subsurface ocean. You are, for the first time, potentially introducing bacterial spores into that environment that may compete or may introduce spurious signatures for the life you're looking for. And so it's almost an ethical question as to how to proceed with looking for life on those subsurface oceans. And I don't think we've really have a good resolution for this.
Ethical. So you mean ethical in terms of concern for the, like, for preserving life elsewhere, not to murder it, as opposed to the scientific one.
I mean, we always worry about a space virus, right, coming here, or some kind of external source, and we would be the source of that potential contamination.
Or the other direction.
Yeah.
I mean, the whatever survives in such harsh conditions might be pretty good at surviving in all conditions. It might be a little bit more resilient and robust. So it might actually take a ride on us back home.
Possibly. I mean, I'm sure that some people would be concerned about that. I think we would hopefully have some containment procedures as if we did sample return. Or you mean you don't even really need a sample return. These days you can pretty much send like a little micro laboratory to the planet to do all the experiments, and in situ, and then just send them back to your planet, the data. And so I don't think it's necessary that, especially for a case like that where you might have contamination concerns, that you have to bring samples back. Although probably if you brought back European sushi, it would probably sell for quite a bit with the billionaires in New York City.
Sushi, yeah. I would love, from an engineering perspective, just to see all the different candidates and designs for, like, the scooper for Venus and the scooper for Europa and Mars. I haven't really looked deeply into how they actually, like, the actual engineering of collecting the samples, because that's the engineering of that is probably essential for not either destroying life or polluting it with our own microbes and so on. So that's like an interesting engineering challenge. I usually, for rovers and stuff, focus on the robot, on the sort of the mobility aspect of it, on the robotics, the perception, and the movement, and the planning, and the control. There's probably the scooper is probably where the action is. The microscopic sample collection. So basically, you have to first clean your vehicle, make sure it doesn't have any Earth-like things on it, and then you have to put it into some kind of thing that's perfectly sealed from the environment. So if we bring it back or we analyze it, it's not going to bring anything else external in. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be an interesting engineering design there.
Yeah, I mean, Curiosity has been leaving these little pods on the surface quite recently. There's some neat photos you can find online, and they kind of look like lightsaber hilts. So, to me, I think to be something like, this weapon is your life. Like, don't lose a Curiosity, because it's just dumping these little vials everywhere. And it is scooping up these things. And the intention is that in the future, there will be a sample return mission that will come and pick these up. But the engineering behind those things is so impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings. Especially, I'm training to be a pilot at the moment, so that's the sort of, watching landings has become like my pet hobby on YouTube at the moment, and how not to do it, how to do it with different levels of conditions and things. But with the, when you think about landing on Mars, just the light travel time effect means that there's no possibility of the human controlling that descent. And so you have to put all of your faith and your trust in the computer code or the AI or whatever it is that you put on board that thing to make the correct descent. And so there's this famous period called 7 minutes of hell, where you're basically waiting for that light travel time to come back to know whether your vehicle successfully landed on the surface or not. And during that period, in your mind simultaneously that it is doing these multi-stages of deploying its parachute, deploying the crane, activating its jets to come down and controlling its descent to the surface. And then the crane has to fly away so it doesn't accidentally hit the rover. And so there's a series of multi-stage points where any of them go wrong, the whole mission could go awry. And so the fact that we are fairly consistently able to build these machines that can do this autonomously is, to me, one of the most impressive acts of engineering that NASA have achieved.
Yes, the unfortunate fact about physics is the takeoff is easier than the landing.
Yes.
And you mentioned Starship. One of the incredible engineering feats that you get to see is the reusable rockets that take off, but they land. And they land using control, and they do so perfectly. And sometimes when it's synchronous, it's beautiful to see. And then with Starship, you see the chopsticks to catch the ship. I mean, there's just so much incredible engineering. But you mentioned Starships is somehow helpful here. So what's your hope with Starship? what kind of science might it enable, possibly?
There's two things. I mean, it's the launch cost itself, which is hopefully going to mean per kilogram, it's going to dramatically reduce the cost of its the sort of the level. Even if it's a factor of 10 higher than what Elon originally promised, this is going to be a revolution for the cost to launch. That means you could do all sorts of things. You could launch large telescopes, which could be basically like JWST, but you don't even have to fold them up. JWST had this whole issue with its design that it's 6.5 meters across, and so you have to, there's no fuselage which is that large at the time. The Ares 4 wasn't large enough for that, and so they had to fold it up into this kind of complicated origami. And so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to fold it up, testing that it unfolded correctly, repeated testing, and there was something like 130 fail points or something during this unfolding mechanism, and so all of us were holding our breath during that process. But if you have the ability to just launch arbitrarily large masses, at least comparatively compared to JWST, and very large mirrors into space, you can more or less repurpose ground-based mirrors. The Hubble Space Telescope mirror and JWST mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that increased their cost significantly. They have this kind of honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could just literally grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes across the world, 4 meter, 5 meter mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own space-based telescope. I think the Breakthrough Foundation, for instance, is an entity that have been interested in doing this sort of thing. And so that raises the prospects of having not just one WST that just, WST is a fantastic resource, but it's split between all of us, cosmologists, star formation, astronomers, those of us studying exoplanets, those of us wanting to study, the ultra deep fields and the origin of the first galaxies, the expansion rate of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource, but we could potentially each have, one JWST each that is maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and measuring their atmospheres. This is important because if we talked about this planet TRAPPIST-1e earlier, that planet, if JWST stared at it and tried to look for biosignatures, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, methane, it would take it of order of 200 transits to get even a very marginal, what we'd call 2.5 sigma detection of those, which basically nobody would believe with that. And 100 transits, this thing transits once every 6 days, so you're talking about sort of 4 years of staring at the same star with one telescope. There'd be some breaks, but it'd be hard to schedule much else because you have to continuously catch each one of these transits to build up your signal to noise. And so JWST is never going to do that. In principle, technically, JWST could technically have the capability of just about detecting a biosignature on an Earth-like planet around a non-sun-like star. But still, impressively, we have basically the technology to do that, but we simply cannot dedicate all of its time practically to that one resource. And so Starship opens up opportunities like that of mass producing these kinds of telescopes, which will allow us to survey for life in the universe, which of course is one of the grand goals of astronomy.
I wonder if you could speak to the bureaucracy, the political battles, the scientific battles for time on the James Webb Telescope. There must be a fascinating process of scheduling that. All scientists are trying to collaborate, figure out what the most important problems are, and there's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments probably they have to somehow optimize over.
It's a really difficult process. I don't envy the TAC that are going to have to make this decision. We call it the TAC, the Time Allocation Committee, that make this decision. And I've served on these before, and it's very difficult. Typically for Hubble, we were seeing at least 10, sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescope time. For JWST, there has been one call already that has gone out. We call it Cycle 1. And that was oversubscribed by, I think, something like 6 to 1, 7 to 1. And the Cycle 2, which has just been announced fairly recently, and the deadline is actually the end of this month. So my team are totally laser focused on writing our proposals right now. that is expected to be much more competitive, probably more comparable to what Hubble saw. And so it's hard.
More competitive than cycle 1, you said already?
More,
Because that's already
more
super
competitive than the first cycle. So I said the first cycle of James Webb was about 6-1, and this will probably be more like 20-1, I would expect.
So these are all proposals by scientists and so on, and it's not like you can schedule at any time, because if you're looking for transit times,
Yeah, you have a time critical element.
yes, time critical element, and they're conflicting in non-obvious ways, because the frequency is different, the duration is different.
Right.
There's probably computational needs.
Yeah.
They're different. There's the type of sensors, the direction pointing, all that.
Yeah, it's hard, and there are certain programs like doing a deep field study where you just more or less point the telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, you're just accumulating photons. You can just point at that patch of the sky whenever the telescope is not doing anything else, and just get to your month, let's say a month of integration time is your goal over the lifetime of JWST. So that's maybe a little bit easier to schedule. It's harder, especially for us looking at cool worlds, because as I said earlier, these planets transit very infrequently. So we have to wait. If you're looking at the Earth transiting the Sun, an alien watching us, they would only get one opportunity per year to do that observation. The transit lasts for about 12 hours. And so if they don't get that time, it's hard. That's it. If it conflicted with another proposal that wants to use another time critical element, it's much easier for planets like these hot planets or these close-in planets, because they transit so frequently. There's maybe 100 opportunities, and so then the TAC can say, okay, they want 10 transits. There's 100 opportunities here. It's easier for us to give them time. We're almost in the worst case scenario. We're proposing to affect some around 2 cool planets, and so we really only have one bite of the cherry for each one. And so our sales pitch has been that these are extremely precious events, and more importantly, JWST is the only telescope, the only machine humanity has ever constructed which is capable of finding moons akin to the moons in our solar system. Kepler can't do it, even Hubble can't do it. JWST is the first one. And so there is a new window to the universe, because we know these moons exist. They're all over the place in the solar system. You have the moon, you have Io, Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, Titan. Lots of moons are fairly similar size, sort of 30% the size of the Earth. And this telescope is the first one that can find them. And so we're very excited about the profound implications of ultimately solving this journey we're on in astronomy, which is to understand our uniqueness. We want to understand how common is the solar system. Are we the architecture that frequently emerges naturally, or is there something special about what happened here?
I think this is not the worst case, the best case. It's obvious. It's super rare. So you have to I love scheduling from a computer science perspective. That's my background. So algorithmically, to solve a schedule problem, I would schedule the rarest things first. And obviously, this is the JWST is the first thing that can actually detect a cool world. So this is a big new thing. You can show off that new thing. It happens rarely. Schedule it first. Perfect.
You should be in the TAC.
I will. I'll file my application after we're done with this. This part of me is the OCD. Part of me is the computational aspect. I love scheduling, computing device, because you have that kind of scheduling on supercomputers. That scheduling problem is fascinating. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize science, data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff? It's actually kind of fascinating, because data, in ways you expect and don't expect, will unlock a lot of solutions to some fascinating mysteries. And so collecting the data and doing so in a way that maximizes the possibility of discovery is really interesting, like from a computational perspective.
I agree. There's a real satisfaction in extracting the maximum science per unit time
exactly
out of your telescope. And that's the TAC's job. But the TAC are not machines. They're not a piece of computer code. They will make their selections based off human judgment. And a lot of the telescope, certainly within the field of exoplanets, because there's different fields of astronomy, but within the field of exoplanets, I think a good expectation is that most of the telescope time that JWST have will go towards atmospheric retrieval, which is sort of alluded to earlier, like detecting molecules in the atmospheres, not biosignatures, because as I said, it's really not designed to do that. It's pushing JWST probably too far to expect it to do that. But it could detect, for example, a carbon dioxide rich atmosphere on TRAPPIST-1e. That's not a biosignature, but you could prove it's like a Venus in that case, or maybe like a Mars in that case. Like both those have carbon dioxide rich atmospheres. Doesn't prove or disprove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres. Maybe we can even tell the pressure level and the temperature of those atmospheres. So that's very exciting. But we are competing with that, and that I think that science is completely mind-blowing and fantastic. We have a completely different objective, which is in our case to try and look for the first evidence of these small moons around these planets, potentially even moons which could be habitable, of course. So I think it's a very exciting goal, but ATTAC has to make a human judgment essentially about which science are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return, the highest chance of return. And so that's hard, because if you look at a planetary atmosphere, well, you know most of the time the planet has an atmosphere already, and so there's almost a guaranteed success that you're going to learn something about the atmosphere by pointing judiciously at it. Whereas in our case, there's a harder sell. We are looking for something that we do not know for sure exists yet or not. And so we are pushing the telescope to do something which is inherently more risky.
Yeah, but the existence it's shown already gives a deep lesson about what's out there in the universe. That means that other stars have similar types of variety as we have in our solar system. They have an Io, they have a Europa, and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, for water, for planets that enable planets and moons. That's super exciting, because that means everywhere through our galaxy and beyond, there is just innumerable possibility for weird creatures.
I agree.
Life forms.
You don't have to convince me. I mean, NASA has been on this quest for a long time, and it's sometimes called Eta Earth. It's the frequency of Earth-like, usually they say planets, in the universe. How common are planets similar to our Earth? In terms of, ultimately we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have, how much atmosphere they have, but for now it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the star, essentially. How often do you get similar conditions to that? That was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirted with the answer. It didn't quite get to a definitive answer. But I always say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, worlds, then moons has to be a part of that, because we know that Earth-like, and so from the Kepler data, the preliminary result is that Earth-like planets around sun-like stars is not an inevitable outcome. It seems to be something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half of all sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, or a Jupiter in the habitable zone of their stars. That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. Yet we have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so there may very well be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon, or even a Mars-like moon around them, then there would be more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets in the universe.
You can essentially 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe. Our current estimate, like the Drake equation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So this is one way to increase the confidence and increase the value of that parameter.
And just know where to look. I mean, we would like to know, where should we listen for technosignatures? Where should we be looking for biosignatures? And not only that, but what role does the moon have in terms of its influence on the planet? We talked about these directly imaged telescopes earlier, these missions that want to take a photo, to quote Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot of our planet, but the pale blue dot of an exoplanet. And that's the dream, to one day capture that. But as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning and conspiring to design for the future generation of telescopes to achieve that, even those telescopes will not have the capability of resolving the Earth and the Moon within that. It'll be a pale blue dot pixel, but the moon's grayness will be intermixed with that pixel. And so this is a big problem, because one of the ways that we are claiming to look for life in the universe is a chemical disequilibrium. So you see two molecules that just shouldn't be there. They normally react with each other, or even one molecule that's just too reactive to be hanging around the atmosphere by itself. So if you had oxygen and methane hanging out together, those would normally react fairly easily. And so if you detected those two molecules in your pale blue dot spectra, you'd be like, okay, we have evidence for life. Something's metabolizing on this planet. However, the challenge is, what if that moon was Titan? Titan has a methane-rich atmosphere. And what if the pale blue dot was in fact devoid of life, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, splitting into oxygen and hydrogen separately? So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim to be life, but all along you were tricked. It was just a moon that was deceiving you. And so we're never going to, I would claim, really understand or complete this quest of looking for life, biosignatures in the universe, unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role that moons have. They may even affect the habitability of the planets themselves. Of course, our own moon is freakishly large. By mass ratio, it's the largest moon in the solar system. It's a 1% mass moon. If you look at Jupiter's moons, are like 10 to the power minus 4, much smaller. And so our own moon seems to stabilize the obliquity of our planet. It gives rise to tides, especially early on when the moon was closer. Those tides would have covered entire continents, and those rock pools that would have been scattered across the entire plateau may have been the origin of life on our planet. The moon forming impact may have stripped a significant fraction of lithosphere off the Earth, which without it, plate tectonics may not have been possible. We'd have had a stagnant lid because there was just too much lithosphere stuck on the top of the planet. And so there are speculative reasons, but intriguing reasons as to why a large moon may be not just important, but central to the question of having the conditions necessary for life. So moons can be habitable in their own right, but they can also play a significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit. And further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to detect life remotely from afar.
So, taking a tangent, you've written about binary planets. What's and that they're surprisingly common, or they might be surprisingly common. What's the difference between a large moon and binary planet? What are binary planets? What's interesting to say here about giant rocks flying through space and orbiting each other?
The thing that's interesting about binary objects is that they're very common in the universe. Binary stars are everywhere. In fact, the majority of stars seem to live in binary systems. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary Kuiper belt objects all the time, asteroids basically bound to one another. Pluto-Charon is kind of an example of that. It's a 10% mass ratio system. It almost is, by many definitions, a binary planet, but now it's a dwarf planet, so call that now. But we know that these, the universe likes to make things in pairs.
So you're saying our sun is an incel. it's looking. So most things are dating and relationships, and ours is alone.
It's not a complete freak of the universe to be alone, but it is. It's more common for sun-like stars. If you count up all the sun-like stars in the universe, about half of the sun-like star systems are in binary or trinary systems, and the other half are single. But because those binaries are 2 or 3 stars, then cumulatively, maybe like a third of all sun-like stars are single.
I'm trying hard to not anthropomorphize the relationship the stars have with each other. But yeah,
the triplets.
I've met those folks also. So is there something interesting to learn about the habitability, how that affects the probability of habitable worlds when they kind of couple up like that in those different ways?
Well, it depends when we're talking about the stars or the planets. Certainly, if stars couple up, that has a big influence on the habitability. Of course, this is very famous from Star Wars. Tatooine in Star Wars is a binary star system. You have Luke Skywalker looking at the sunset and seeing 2 stars come down. And for years, we thought that was purely a product of George Lucas's incredibly creative mind. And we didn't think that planets would exist around binary star systems. It seems like too tumultuous an environment for a quiescent planetary disk, circumstellar disk, to form planets from. And yet, one of the astounding discoveries from Kepler was that these appear to be quite common. In fact, as far as we can tell, they're just as common around binary stars as single stars. The only caveat to that is that you don't get planets close into binary stars. They have like a clearance region on the inside where planets, maybe they form there, but they don't last. They are dynamically unstable in that zone. But once you get out to about the distance that the Earth orbits the Sun, or even a little bit closer in, you start to find planets emerging. And so that's the right distance for liquid water, it's the right distance for potentially life on those planets. And so there may very well be plenty of habitable planets around the binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of planet binarity to habitability. Certainly when we investigated it, that wasn't our drive, that this is somehow the solution to life in the universe or anything. It was really just like all good science questions, a curiosity-driven question.
What's the dynamic? Are they legit orbiting each other as they orbit the star?
So the formation mechanism proposed here, because it is very difficult to form two protoplanets close to each other like this. They would generally merge within the disk, and so that's why you normally get single planets. But you could have something like Jupiter and Saturn form at separate distances. They could dynamically be scattered in towards one another and basically not quite collide, but have a very close-on encounter. Now, because tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases between two objects, the tides can actually dissipate the kinetic energy and bring them bound into one another. So that seemed, when we, when you first hear that, you think that seems fairly contrived, that you'd have the conditions just right to get these tides cause a capture. But numerical simulations have shown that about 10% of planet-planet encounters are shown to produce something like binary planets, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds with, naively, the exoplanet catalogue, for which we know of. And we propose one of the resolutions to this might be that the binary planets are just incredibly difficult to detect, which is also counterintuitive, because remember how they form is through this tidal mechanism. And so they form extremely close to each other. So the distance that Io is away from Jupiter, just a few planetary radii, they're almost touching one another, and they're just tidally locked, facing each other for eternity. And so in that configuration, as it transits across the star, it kind of looks like you can't really resolve those two planets. It just looks like one planet to you that's going across the star. The temporal resolution of the data is rarely good enough to distinguish that. And so you'd see one transit, but in fact it's two planets very close together which are transiting at once. And so, yeah, we wrote a paper just recently where we developed some techniques to try and get around this problem and hopefully provide a tool where we could finally look for these planets.
The problem of detection of these planets when they're so close.
That was our focus, was how do you get around this merging problem? So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We're planning to do a search for them, but it remains an open question. And I think just one of those fun astrophysics curiosities questions, whether binary planets exist in the universe. Because then you have binary Earths, you can have binary Neptune, all sorts of wild stuff that would flow to the sci-fi imagination.
I wonder what the physics on a binary planet feels like. It might be trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like you feel multiple, or would gravity feel different on different parts of the surface of the sphere when there's another large sphere? That's interesting.
Yeah, I would think that the force would be fairly similar, because the shape of the object would deform to a flat geopotential, essentially a uniform geopotential, but it would lead to a distorted shape for the two objects. I think they'd become ellipsoids facing one another. So it would be pretty wild when people like flat Earth or spherical Earth. Yeah. You fly from space and you see a football-shaped Earth. That's your own planet.
Finally, there's proof, and I wonder how difficult it would be to travel from one to the other, because you have to overcome the no, it might be kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close to each other, that helps. And I think the most critical factor would be how massive is the planet. That's always, one of the challenges with escaping planets, there was a fun paper one of my colleagues wrote that suggested that super-Earth planets may be inescapable. If you're a civilization that were born on a super-Earth, the surface gravity is so high that the chemical potential energy of hydrogen or methane, whatever fuel you're using, simply is at odds with the gravity of the planet itself. And so you would, our current rockets, I'm not sure with the fraction, but maybe like 90% of the rocket is fuel or something by mass. These things would have to be like the size of the Giza pyramids, of fuel with just a tiny tip on the top in order just to escape that planetary atmosphere. And so it has been argued that if you live on a super Earth, you may be forced to live there forever. There may be no escape unless you invent a space elevator or something. But then, how do you even build the infrastructure in space to do something like that in the absence of a successful rocket program? And so the more and more we look at our Earth and think about the sorts of problems we're facing, the more you see things about the Earth which make it ideally suited in so many regards. It's almost spooky, right? That we not only live on a planet which has the right conditions for life, for intelligent life, for sustained fossil fuel industry, just happens to be in the ground. We have plenty of fossil fuels to get our industrial revolution going, but also the chemical energy contained within those fossil fuels and hydrogen, other fuels, is sufficient that we have the ability to escape our planetary atmosphere and planetary gravity, to have a space program. And we also happen to have a celestial body which is just within reach, the moon, which doesn't also necessarily have to be true. Were the moon not there, what effect would that have had on our aspirations of a space program in the 1960s? Would there have ever been a space race to Mars or to Venus? It's a much harder, certainly for a human program, that seems almost impossible with 1960s technology to imagine ever come to fruition.
It's almost as if somebody constructed a set of challenging obstacles before us, challenging problems to solve. They're challenging, but they're doable. And there's a sequence of them. Gravity is very difficult to overcome, but we have, given the size of Earth, it's not so bad that we could still actually construct a propulsion system that can escape it.
Yeah, and the same with climate change, perhaps. I mean, climate change is the next major problem facing our civilization, but we know it is technically surmountable.
Yeah.
You know, it does seem sometimes like there has been a series of challenges laid out to progress us towards a mature civilization that can one day perhaps expand to the stars.
I'm a little more concerned about nuclear weapons, AI, and natural or artificial pandemics. But yes, climate change.
Well, there you go. I mean, plenty of milestones that we need to cross, and we can argue about the severity of each one, but there is no doubt that we live in a world that has serious challenges that are pushing our intellects and our will to the limit of whether we're really ready to progress to the next stage of our development.
So thank you for taking the tangent, and there'll be a million more. But can we step back to Kepler 1625b? What is it? And you've talked about this kind of journey, this effort to discover exomoons, so moons out there, or small, cool objects.
Yeah, I've been searching for exomoons for most of my professional career, and I think a lot of my colleagues think I'm kind of crazy to still be doing it. You know, after we tried doing something else, I even had people say that to me. They said, professors, and I remember at a cocktail party, took me to the side, an MIT professor, and said, you should just look for hard tubes. And I was like, yeah, but hard tubes just they're not interesting to me. I want to do something that I feel intellectually pushes me to the edge, and is maybe a contribution that certainly the thing that anybody could do. I don't want to just be the first to something for the sake of being first. I want to do something that feels like meaningful. You know, this exomoon problem has been haunting me for years to try and solve this. Now, as I said, we looked for years and years using Kepler, and the closest we ever got was just a hint for this one star. Kepler 1625 has a Jupiter-like planet in orbit of it, and that Jupiter-like planet is on a 287-day period, so it's almost the same distance as the Earth around the Sun, but for Jupiter. So that was already unusual. I don't think people realize that Jupiter-like planets are quite rare in the universe. Certainly mini Neptunes and Neptunes are extremely common, But Jupiter's, only about 10% of sun-like stars have Jupiters around them, as far as we can tell.
When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter?
In terms of its mass and its major axis. So anything beyond about half an AU, so half the distance of the Earth and the Sun, and something of order of a tenth of a Jupiter mass, so that's the mass of Saturn, up to say 10 Jupiter masses, which is basically where you start to get to brown dwarfs. Those types of objects appear to be somewhat unusual. Most solar systems do not have Jupiters, which is really interesting because Jupiter, again, like the moon, seems to have been a pivotal character in the story of the development of our solar system, perhaps especially having a large influence on the development of the late heavy bombardment and the rate of asteroid impacts that we receive and things like this. Anyway, to come back to 1625, this Jupiter-like planet had a hint of something in the data. But what I mean by that is when we looked at the transit, we got the familiar decrease in light that we always see when a planet travels in front of the star, but we saw something extra. Just on the edges, we saw some extra dips around the outside. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something for 10 years is that you become your own greatest skeptic, and no matter what you're shown, you're always thinking, it's like falling in love so many times and it not working out. You convince yourself it's never going to happen. Not for me, this isn't going to happen. And so I saw that and I didn't really believe it because I didn't dare let myself believe it. But being a good scientist, we knew we had an obligation to publish it, to talk about the result, and to follow it up and to try and resolve what was going on. So we asked for Hubble Space Telescope time, which was awarded in that case. So we were one of those lucky 20 that got telescope time. And we stared at it for about 40 hours continuously. And to provide some context, the dip that we saw in the Kepler data corresponded to a Neptune-sized moon around a Jupiter-sized planet, which was another reason why I was skeptical. I was like, that we don't have that in the solar system. That seems so strange. And then when we got the Hubble data, it seemed to confirm exactly that. There was two really striking pieces of evidence in the data that suggested this moon was there. Another was a fairly clear second dip in light, pretty clearly resolved by Hubble. It's about a 5 sigma detection. And on top of that, we could see the planet didn't transit when it should have done. It actually transited earlier than we expected it to, by about 20 minutes or so. And so that's a hallmark of a gravitational interaction between the planet and the moon. We actually expected that. You can also expect that if the moon transits after the planet, then the planet should come in earlier than expected, because the barycenter, the center of mass, lives between the two of them, kind of like on a balancing arm between them. And so we saw that as well. So the phase signature matched up. The mass of the moon was measured to be Neptune mass, and the size of the moon was measured to be Neptune radius. And so everything just really lined up. And we spent months and months trying to kill it. This is my strategy for anything interesting. We just try to throw the kitchen sink at it and say, we must be tricked by something. And so we tried looking at the centroid motion of the telescope, at the different wavelength channels that have been observed, the pixel level information. And no matter what we did, we just couldn't get rid of it. And so we submitted it to Science. And I think at the time, Science, which is one of the top journals, said to us, would you mind calling your paper Discovery of an Exomoon? And I had to push back, and we said, no, we're not calling it that. Even despite everything we've done, we're not calling it a discovery. We're calling it evidence for an exomoon. Because for me, I'd want to see this repeat 2 times, 3 times, 4 times before I really would bet my house that this is the real deal. And I do worry, as I said, that perhaps that's my own self-skepticism going too far. But I think it was the right decision, and since that paper came out, there has been continuous interest in the subject. Another team independently analyzed that star and recovered actually pretty much exactly the same results as us, the same dip, the same wobble of the planet. And a third team looked at it, and they actually got something different. They saw the dip was diminished compared to what we saw. They saw a little hint of a dip, but not as pronounced as what we saw. And they saw the wobble as well. So there's been a little bit of tension about analyzing the reduction of the Hubble data. And so the only way in my mind to resolve this is just to look again. We actually did propose to Hubble straight after that. And we said, look, if our model is right, if the moon is there, it came in late last time. It transited after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, and even if we see a dip afterwards, we know that's not our moon. It's obviously some instrumental effect for the data. We had a causal prediction as to where the moon should be. And so I was really excited about that, but we didn't get the telescope time. And unfortunately, if you go further into the future, we no longer have the predictive capability, because it's like predicting the weather. You might be able to predict the weather next week to some level of accuracy, but predicting the weather next year becomes incredibly hard. The uncertainties just grow and compound as you go forward into the future more and more.
How were you able to know where the moon would be positioned? So you're able to tell the orbiting like geometry and frequency?
Yeah, so from the basically from the wobbles of the planet itself, that tells us the orbital motion of the moon. It's the reflex motion of the moon on the planet.
Isn't it just an estimate where, like, I'm concerned about you making a strong prediction here, because like if you don't get the moon where the moon leads on the next time around, if you did get Hubble cloud, couldn't that mean something else if you didn't see that? Like, because you said it would be an instrumental. I feel the strong urge to disprove your own, which is a really good imperative. It's a good way to do science, but like this is such a noisy signal, right? Or blurry signal, maybe. Low resolution signal, maybe.
I mean, it's a 5 sigma signal. So that's at the slightly uncomfortable edge. I mean, it's often said that for any detection of a first new phenomena, you really want like a 20-25 sigma detection. Then there's just no doubt that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. I mean, I guess it's comparable to the Higgs boson, but the Higgs boson was slightly different because there was so much theoretical impetus as to expect a signal at that precise location. A Neptune-sized moon was not predicted by anyone. There's no papers you can find that expect Neptune-sized moons around Jupiter-sized planets. So I think we were inherently skeptical about its reality for that reason. But this is science in action, and when we fit the wobbles, we fit the dips, and we have this 3D geometric model for the motion of the orbit. And projecting that forward, we found that about 80% of our projections led to the moon to be before. So it's not 100%. There was maybe 20% of the cases it was over here. But to me, that was a hard enough projection that we felt confident that we could refute the exit, which was what I really wanted. I wanted a refutable, it's the basis of science, a falsifiable hypothesis. How can you make progress in science if you don't have a falsifiable, testable hypothesis? And so that was the beauty of this particular case.
So there's a numerical simulation with the moon that fits the data that we observed, and you can now make predictions based on that simulation.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Okay.
It's fun. These are like little solar systems that we can simulate on the computer and imagine their motions, but we are pushing things to the very limits of what's possible, and that's a double-edged sword. It's both incredibly exciting intellectually, but you're always risking to some degree the pushing too far.
So I'd like to ask you about the recent paper you co-authored, an exomoon survey of 70 cool giant exoplanets, and the new candidate Kepler 1708 BI.
I'd say there's like 3 or 4 candidates at this point, of which we have published 2 of them. And to me, 2 are quite compelling and deserve follow-up observations. And so to get a confirmed detection, at least in our case, we would need to see a repeat for sure. One of the problems with some of the other methods that have been proposed is that you don't get that repeatability. So, for instance, an example of a technique that would lack that would be gravitational microlensing. So it is possible with a new telescope coming up in the future called the Roman Space Telescope, which is basically a repurposed spy satellite that's the size of the Hubble mirror going up into space. It will stare at millions of stars simultaneously, and it will look to see, instead of whether any of those stars get dimmer for a short amount of time, which will be a transit, it'll look for the opposite. It'll look to see if anything get brighter. And that brightness increase is caused by another planetary system passing in front and then gravitationally lensing light around it to cause a brightening. And so this is a method of discovering an entire solar system, but only only for a glimpse. You just get a short glimpse of it passing like a ship sailing through the night. Just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that it's very difficult. The physics of gravitational lensing are not surprisingly quite complicated, and so there's many possible solutions. So you might have a solution which is this could be a red dwarf star with a Jupiter-like planet around it. That's one solution. But another solution is that it's a free-floating planet, a rogue planet like Jupiter, with an Earth-like moon around it. And those two solutions are almost indistinguishable. Now, ideally, we would be able to repeat the observation. We'd be able to go back and see, well, if the moon really is there, then we could predict its mass, predict its motion, and expect it to be maybe over here next time or something. With microlensing, it's a one snapshot event. And so for me, it's intriguing as a way of revealing something about the exomoon population. But I always come back to transits because it's the only method we really have that's absolutely repeatable, that will be able to come back and prove to everyone that, look, on the 17th of October, the moon will be over here and the moon will look like this, and we can actually capture that image. And that's what we see with, of course, many exoplanets. So we want to get to that same point of full confidence, full confirmation, the slam dunk detection of these exomoons. But it's been a hell of a journey to try and push the field into that direction. And
is there some resistance to the transit method?
Not to the transit method. I just say to exomoons. So the transit method is by far the most popular method for looking for exoplanets. But as I've alluded to, exomoons is kind of a niche topic within the discipline of exoplanets. And that's largely because there are people I think are waiting for those slam dunks. And it was like if you go back to the first exoplanet discovery that was made in 1995 by Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz, I think it's true at the time that they were seen as mavericks, that the idea of looking for planets around stars was considered fringe science. And I'm sure many colleagues told them, why don't you do something more safe, like study eclipsing stars? Two binary star systems, we know those exist, so why are you wasting your time looking for planets? You're going to get this alien moniker or something, and you'll be seen as a fringe maverick scientist. And so I think it was quite difficult for those early planet hunters to get legitimacy and be taken seriously. And so very few people risked their careers to do it, except for those that were either emboldened to try or had maybe the career maybe like tenure or something, so they didn't have to necessarily worry about the implications of failure. And so once that happened, once they made the first discoveries, overnight, everyone and their dog was gunning into exoplanets, and all of a sudden the whole astronomy community shifted, and huge numbers of people that were once upon a time studying eclipsing binaries, changed to becoming exoplanet scientists. And so that was the first wave of exoplanet scientists. We're now in a kind of a second wave, or even the third wave, where people like me, to some degree, kind of grew up with the idea of exoplanets as being normal. I was 11 years old, I guess, when the first exoplanet was discovered. And so to me, it was a fairly normal idea to grow up with. And so we've been trained in exoplanets from the very beginning. And so that brings a different perspective to those who have maybe transitioned from a different career path. And so I suspect with exomoons and probably technosignatures, astrobiology, many of the topics which are seen at the fringes of what's possible, they will all open up into becoming mainstream one day. But there's a lot of people who are just waiting for that assuredness that there is a secure career net ahead of them before they commit.
Yeah, it does seem to me that exomoons open wider, or open for the first time, the door to aliens. So more seriously academically studying, all right, let's look at like alien worlds. So I think it's still pretty fringe to talk about alien life, even on Mars and the moons and so on. You're kind of like, it would be nice, but imagine the first time to discover a living organism. That's going to change. Then everybody will look like an idiot for not focusing everything on this, because the possibility of the things it's possible it might be super boring. It might be very boring bacteria, but even the existence of life elsewhere, that changes everything. That means life is everywhere.
Yeah. If you knew now that in 5 years, 10 years, the first life would be discovered elsewhere. You knew that in advance. It would surely affect the way you approach your entire career. Especially someone junior in astronomy, you would surely be like, well, this is clearly going to be the direction I have to dedicate my classes and my training and my education towards that direction.
All the new textbooks, all the
Right.
written. I mean, and I think there's a lot of value to hedging, like allocating some of the time to that possibility, because the kind of discoveries we might get in the next few decades, it feels like we're on the verge of a lot of getting a lot of really good data and having better and better tools that can process that data. So there's just going to be a continuous increase of the kind of discoveries that will open. But a slam dunk, that's hard to come by.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are anticipating, I mean, we're already seeing it to some degree with Venus and the phosphine incident, but we've seen it before with Bill Clinton and the White House lawn announcing life from Mars, and there are inevitably going to be spurious claims, or at least claims which are ambiguous to some degree. There will be, for sure, a high-profile journal like Nature or Science that will one day publish a paper saying biosignature discovered or something like that on TRAPPIST-1 or some other planet, and then there will be years of back and forth in the literature, and that might seem frustrating, but that's how science works. It's that's the mechanism of science at play, of people scrutinizing the results to intense skepticism, and it's like a crucible. You burn away all irrelevances until whatever is left is the truth. And so you're left with this product, which is that, okay, we either believe or don't believe that biosignatures are there. So there's inevitably going to be a lot of controversy and debate and argument about it. We just have to anticipate that. And so I think you have to basically have a thick skin to some degree academically to dive into that world. And you're seeing that with phosphine. It's been uncomfortable to watch from the outside, the kind of dialogue that some of the scientists have been having with each other about that, because
They get a little aggressive.
yeah, and you can understand why, because
Jealousy? I don't know. That's me saying, not you. That's me talking.
I'm sure there's some envy and jealousy involved on the behalf of those who are not part of the original discovery. But there's also, in any case, just to leave the particular people involved in Venus alone, in any case of making a claim of that magnitude, especially life, because life is pretty much one of the biggest discoveries of all time, you can imagine scientifically. You can see, and I'm so conscious of this in myself when I get close to, as I said, even the much smaller goal of setting an exomoon, the ego creep in. And so as a scientist, we have to be so guarded against our own egos. You see the lights in your eyes of a Nobel Prize, or the fame and fortune and being remembered in the history books. And we all grew up in our training learning about Newton and Einstein, these giants of the field, Feynman, Maxwell. And you get the idea of these individual contributions which get immortalized for all time. And that's seductive. It's why many of us with the skill set to go into maybe banking instead decided, actually, there's something about the idea of being immortalized and contributing towards society in a permanent way that is more attractive than the financial reward of applying my skills elsewhere. So to some degree, that ego can be a benefit because it brings in skillful people into our field who might otherwise be tempted by money elsewhere. But on the other hand, the closer you get towards when you start flirting with that Nobel Prize in your eyes, or you think you're on the verge of seeing something, you can lose objectivity. A very famous example of this is Barnard Star. There was a planet claimed there by Peter van der Kamp, I think it was in 1968, 69. And at the time, it would have been the first ever exoplanet ever claimed. And he felt assured that this planet was there. He was actually using the wobbling star method, but using the positions of the stars to see them, to claim this exoplanet. It turned out that this planet was not there. Subsequent analyses by both dynamicists and theorists and those looking at the instrumental data established fairly unanimously that there was no way this planet was really there. but Peter Van der Kamp insisted it was there, despite overwhelming evidence that was accruing against him. And even to the day he died, which was, I think, in the early 90s, he was still insisting this planet was there, even when we were starting to make the first genuine exoplanet discoveries. And even at that point, I think Hubble had even looked to that star and had totally ruled out any possibility of what he was talking about. And so that's a problem. How do you get to a point as a scientist where you just can't accept anything that comes otherwise, because it starts out with the dream of fame, and then it ends in a stubborn refusal to ever back down.
Of course, the flip side of that is sometimes you need that to have the strength to carry a belief against the entire scientific community that resists your beliefs. And so it's a double-edged sword.
That can happen, but I guess the distinction here is evidence.
Yes.
So in this case, the evidence was so overwhelming. It wasn't really a matter of interpretation. It was you had observed this star with the same star, but with maybe 10, even 100 times greater precision for prolonged, much longer periods of time, and there was just no doubt at this point this planet was a mirage. And so that's why you have to be very careful. I always say, don't ever name, my wife and my daughter, name this planet after me that you discover. And I can't ever name a planet after you, because I won't be objective anymore. How could I ever turn around to you and say that planet wasn't real, that I named after you?
So you're somebody that talks about, and it's clear in your eyes and in your way of being, that you love the process of discovery, that joy, the magic of just, seeing something, a new observation, a new idea, right? But I guess the point is, when you have that great feeling, to start testing, what does this actually mean? Is this real? What are the possible different interpretations that could make this a lot less grand than I first imagined? And so both have the wonder and the skepticism all in one brain.
I think generally the more I want something to be true, the more I inherently doubt it. And I think that just comes from, and was just sort of indoctrinated to some degree, like many children are, that, okay, this is just normal, that, there's a God, and this is the way the world is. God created the earth. And then as I became more, well-read and literate of what was happening in the world scientifically, I started to doubt. And it really just struck me that the hum to let go of when you do decide not to be religious anymore. And it's not really like a light bulb moment, but it just kind of happens over sort of 11 to 13, I think, for me it was happening. But it's that sadness of letting go of this beautiful dream which you had in your mind of eternal life, for behaving yourself on earth. You would have this beautiful heaven that you could go to and live forever, and that's very attractive. And for me personally, that was one of the things that pulled me against it. Was this? It's like it's too good to be true, and it's very convenient that this could be so. And I have no evidence directly in terms of a scientific sense to support this hypothesis. And it just became really difficult to reconcile my growth as a scientist. And I know some people find that reconciliation. I have not. Maybe I will one day. But as a general guiding principle, which I think I obtained from that experience, was that I have to be extremely guarded about what I want to be true, because it's going to sway me to say things which are not true if I'm not careful. And that's not what we're trained to do as scientists.
So you felt from a religious perspective that there was a little bit of a gravitational field in terms of your opinions, like it was affecting how you could be as a scientist. Like as a scientific thinker, obviously you were young.
Yeah, I think I think that's true. That whenever there's something you want to be true, it's the ultimate seduction intellectually. And I worry about this a lot with UFOs, and with it's true already with things like Venus, phosphine, and searching for astrological signals. we have to guard against this all the way through, from however we're looking for life, however we're looking for whatever this big question is. There is a part of us, I think, I would love there to be life in the universe. I hope there is life in the universe, but I'm somewhat been on record several times as being fairly firm about trying to remain consciously agnostic about that question. I don't want to make up my mind about what the answer is before I've collected evidence to inform that decision. That's how science should work. If I already know what the answer is, then what am I doing? And that's not a scientific experiment anymore. You've already decided, so what are you trying to what's the point of doing the experiment if you already know what the answer is? There's no point.
It's so complicated because, so if I'm being honest with myself, when I imagine the universe, so first thing I imagine about our world is that we humans, and me certainly as one particular human, my first assumption is I know almost nothing about how anything works. So first of all, that actually applies for things that humans do know, like quantum mechanics and all the things that there's different expertises that I just have not dedicated to. So even that's not equal. But if we take all of knowledge as human civilization, we know almost nothing. That's kind of an assumption I have, because it seems like we keep discovering mysteries, and it seems like human history is defined by moments when we said, okay, we pretty much figured it all out, and then you realize a century later, when you said that, you didn't figure out anything. Okay, so that's like a starting point. The second thing I have is I feel like the entirety of the universe is just filled with alien civilizations. Statistically, there's the important thing that enables that belief for me is that they don't have to be human-like. They could be anything. And it's just the fact that life exists and just seeing the way life is on Earth, that it just finds a way. It finds a way in so complicated environments. It finds a way. Whatever that force is, that same force has to find a way elsewhere also. But then if I'm also being honest, I don't know how many hours in a day I spend seriously considering the possibility that we're alone. I don't know when my heart and mind are filled with wonder, I think about all the different life that's out there. But to really imagine that we're alone, like really imagine all the vastness that's out there, we're alone, that not even bacteria.
I would say you don't have to believe that we are alone, that you have the possibility of our ignorance of the universe so far. You can have a belief about something in the absence of evidence. Carl Sagan famously said, you have faith that there's life in the universe, but you can't demonstrate, you can't prove it mathematically, you can't show me evidence of that.
But there's some, so mathematically, math is a fun thing. The way physicists think, like intuition, so basic reasoning, is there some value to that?
Well, I'd say you can certainly make a very good argument. I think you've kind of already made one. Just the vastness of the universe is the default argument people often turn to. That surely there should be others out there. It's hard to imagine. There are of order, and so really the question comes down to what is the probability of one of those 10 to the 22 planets, let's say, Earth-like planets, if you don't have Earth-like planets, going on to form life spontaneously. That's the process of abiogenesis, the spontaneous emergence of life.
Also, the word spontaneous is funny.
Well, okay, maybe we wouldn't use spontaneous, but not being, let's say, seeded by some other civilization or something like this. Like, it naturally emerges.
Because even the word spontaneous makes it seem less likely.
Yeah.
Like there's just this chemistry and extremely random process.
Right. It could be a very gradual process over millions of years of growing complexity in chemical networks.
Maybe there's a force in the universe that pushes it towards interesting complexity, pockets of complexity, that ultimately creates something like life which we can't possibly define yet. And sometimes it manifests itself into something that looks like human. But it can be a totally different kind of computational information processing system or too dumb to even visualize.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, it's kind of weird that complexity develops at all, right? Because it seems like the opposite to our physical intuition, training in physics of entropy, that things should, complexity is hard to spontaneously, well, I shouldn't say spontaneously, but hard to emerge in general. And so that's an interesting problem. I think there's been, certainly from an evolutionary perspective, you do see growing complexity. And there's a nice argument, I think it's by Gould, who shows that if you have a certain amount of complexity, it can either become less complex or more complex through random mutation. And the less complex things are stripping away something that was necessary potentially to their survival. And so in general, that's going to be not particularly useful in its survival. And so it's going to be detrimental to strip away a significant amount of its useful traits. Whereas if you add something, the most typical thing that you add is probably not useful at all. It's probably just doesn't really affect its survival negatively, but neither does it provide any significant benefit. But sometimes, on rare occasions, of course, it will be a benefit. And so, if you have a certain level of complexity, it's hard to go back in complexity, but it's fairly easy to go forward with enough bites of the cherry. You will eventually build up in complexity, and that tends to be why we see complexity grow in certainly in an evolutionary sense, but also perhaps it's operating in chemical networks that led to the emergence of life. I guess the real problem I have with the numbers game, just to come back to that, is that we are talking about a certain probability of that occurring. It may be to go from the primordial soup, however you want to call it, the ingredients that the Earth started with, the organic molecules. The probability of going from that initial condition to something that was capable of Darwinian natural selection that maybe we could define as life, the probability of that is maybe 1% of the time that happens, in which case you're right, the universe would be absolutely teeming with life. But it could also be 10 to the power minus 10, in which case it's 1 per galaxy, or 10 to the power of minus 100, in which case the vast majority of universes even do not have life within it.
Or 90%.
Or 90%.
You said 1%. You said 1%. It could be 90% if the conditions, the chemical conditions of a planet are correct, or a moon are correct.
I admit that. It could be any of those numbers. And the challenge is we just have no rigorous reason to expect why 90% is any, because we're talking about probability for probability. Is 90% more a priori likely than 10 to the power minus 20?
Well, the thing is, we do have an observation, N of 1, of Earth. And it's difficult to know what to do with that, what kind of intuition you build on top of that. Because on Earth, it seems like life finds a way. In all kinds of conditions, in all kinds of crazy conditions.
Good.
And it's able to build up from the basic chemistry. You could say, okay, maybe it takes a little bit of time to develop some complicated technology like mitochondria, I don't know, like photosynthesis. Fine, but it seems to figure it out and do it extremely well.
Yeah, but I would say you're describing a different process. I mean, maybe I'm at fault for separating these two processes, but to me, you're describing basically natural selection evolution at that point. Whereas I'm really describing abiogenesis, which is, to me, a separate, distinct process.
Do you limit it to human scientists? Yes, but why would it be a separate process? Why is the birth of life a separate process from the process of life? Why is? I mean, we're uncomfortable with the Big Bang. We're uncomfortable with the first thing. I think. Where does this come from?
Right. So I would say I just twist that question around and say, you're saying why is it a different process? Why? And I would say why shouldn't it be a different process? Which isn't really a good defense, except to say that we have knowledge of how natural selection evolution works. We think we understand that process. We have almost no information about the earliest stages of how life emerged on our planet. It may be that you're right, and it is a part of a continuum. It may be that it is also a distinct, improbable set of circumstances that led to the emergence of life. As a scientist, I'm just trying to be open-minded to both possibilities. If I assert that life must be everywhere, to me, you run the risk of experimental bias. If you think you know what the answer is, if you look at an Earth-like planet and you are preconditioned to think there's a 90% chance of life on this planet, it's going to, at some level, affect your interpretation of that data. Whereas if I, however critical you might be of the agnosticism that I impose upon myself, remain open to both possibilities, then I trust in myself to make a fair assessment as to the reality of that evidence for life.
Yeah, but I wonder sort of scientifically, and that's really beautiful to hear and inspiring to hear. I wonder scientifically how many firsts we truly know of, like, and that we don't eventually explain as actually a step number 1 million in a long process. So I think that's a really interesting thing if there's truly first in this universe. Like, for us, whatever happened at the Big Bang is a kind of the origin and stuff. But it just, again, it seems like history shows that we'll figure out that it's actually a continuation of something. But then physicists say that time is emergent and that our causality in time is a very human kind of construct. It's very possible that all of this, so there could be really firsts of the thing to which we attach a name. So whatever we call life, maybe there is an origin.
Yeah, and I would also say I'm open to the idea of being part of a continuation, but the continuation maybe is more broader, and it's a continuation of chemical systems and chemical networks. And what we call this one particular type of chemistry and this behavior of chemistry life. But it is just one manifestation of all the trillions of possible permutations in which chemical reactions can occur. And we assert specialness to it because that's what we are. And so it's also true of intelligence. You could extend the same thing and say, we're looking for intelligent life in the universe, and then you started, well, where do you define intelligence? Where's that continuum of something that's really like us? Are we alone? There may be a continuum of chemical systems, a continuum of intelligences out there, and we have to be careful of our own arrogance of assuming specialness about what we are, that we are some distinct category of phenomena, whereas the universe doesn't really care about what category we are. It's just doing what it's doing and doing everything in infinite diversity and infinite combinations, essentially what it's doing. And so we are taking this one slice and saying, no, this has to be treated separately. And I'm open to the idea that it could be a truly separate phenomenon, but it may just be like a snowflake. Every snowflake's different. It may just be that this one particular iteration is another variant of the vast continuum.
And maybe the algorithm of natural selection itself is an invention of Earth. I kind of also tend to suspect that this whatever the algorithm is, it kind of operates at all levels throughout the universe. Mm-hmm. But maybe this is a very kind of peculiar thing that's where there's a bunch of chemical systems that compete against each other somehow for survival under limited resources, and that's a very Earth-like thing. Mm-hmm. We have a nice balance of there's a large number of resources, enough to have a bunch of different kinds of systems competing, but not so many that they get lazy.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why bacteria were very lazy for a long time. Maybe they didn't have much competition.
Quite possibly. I mean, I try to, as fun as it is to get into the speculation about the definitions of life and what life does and this gross network of possibilities, honestly, for me, the strongest argument for remaining agnostic is to avoid that bias in assessing data. And we've seen it. I mean, Percival Lowell talked about my channel, maybe last year or 2 years ago. He was a very famous astronomer who, in the 19th century, was claiming the evidence of canals on Mars. And from his perspective, and even at the time, culturally, it was widely accepted that Mars would, of course, have life. I mean, I think it seems silly to us, but it was kind of similar arguments we're using now about exoplanets, that, well, of course, there must be life in the universe. How could it just be here? And so it seemed obvious to people that when you looked at Mars with its polar caps, even if its atmosphere had seasons, it seemed obvious to them that that too would be a place where life not only was present, but had emerged to a civilization which actually was fairly comparable in technology to our own, because it was building canal systems. And of course, a canal system seems a bizarre techno-signature to us, but it was a product of their time. To them, that was the cutting edge in technology. It should be a warning shot, actually, a little bit for us, that if we think, solar panels or building Starlinks or whatever, space mining is like an inevitable techno-signature, that may be laughably antiquated compared to what other civilizations far more advanced than us may be doing. And so anyway, Percival Lowell, he I think was a product of his time, that he thought life was there inevitably. He even wrote about it extensively. And so when he saw these lines, these lineae on the surface of Mars, to him it was just obvious they were canals. And that was experimental bias playing out. He was told, for one, that he had basically the greatest eyesight out of any of his peers. An ophthalmologist had taught him that in Boston, that his eyesight was absolutely spectacular. So he just was convinced everything he saw was real. And secondly, he was convinced there was life there. And so to him, it just added up. And then that kind of wasted decades of research of treating the idea of Mars being inhabited by this canal civilization. But on the other hand, it's maybe not a waste, because it is a lesson in history of how we should be always on guard against our own preconceptions and biases about whether life is out there, and furthermore, what types of things life might do if it is there.
If I were running this simulation, which we'll also talk about because you make the case against it, but if I were running this, I would definitely put you in a room with an alien, and just to see you mentally freak out for hours at a time. You for sure would have thought, you will be convinced that you've lost your mind. I mean, no, not that, but I mean, like, if we discover life, we discover interesting new physical phenomena, I think the right approach is definitely to be extremely skeptical and be very, very careful about things you want to be true. That's really,
I would say I'm not like some extreme denialist of evidence. If there was compelling evidence for life on another planet, I would be the first one to be celebrating that and be shaking hands with the alien on the White House lawn, whatever. That would be, I grew up with Star Trek, and that was my fantasy, was to, be Captain Kirk and fly across the stars, meeting of the civilization. So there's nothing more I'd want to be true, as I've said, but we just have to guard against it when we're assessing data. But I have to say, I'm very skeptical that we will ever have that Star Trek moment. Even if there are other civilizations out there, they're never going to be at a point which is in technological lockstep with us, similar level of development, even intellectually, the idea that they could have a conversation with us, even through a translator. I mean, we can't communicate with humpback whales, we can't communicate with dolphins in a meaningful way. We can sort of bark orders at them, but we can't have abstract conversations with them about things. And so the idea that we will ever have that fulfilling conversation, I'm deeply skeptical of. And I think a lot of us are drawn to that. It is maybe a replacement for God to some degree, that father figure civilization that might step in, teach us the error of our ways, and bestow wisdom upon our civilization. But they could equally be a giant fungus that doesn't even understand the idea of socialization, because it's the only entity on this planet. It just swells over the entire surface, and it's incredibly intelligent, because maybe each node communicates with each other to create essentially a giant neural net, but it has no sense of what communication even is. And so alien life is out there is surely going to be extremely diverse. I'm pretty skeptical that we'll ever get that fantasy moment I always had as a kid of having a dialogue with the civilization.
So dialogue, yes. What about noticing them? What about noticing signals? Do you hope? So one thing we've been talking about is getting signatures, biosignatures, techno-signatures about other planets. Maybe if we're extremely lucky in our lifetime to be able to meet life forms, get evidence of living or dead life forms on Mars or the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. What about getting signals from outer space, interstellar signals? What would those signals potentially look like?
That's a hard question to answer, because we are essentially engaging in xenopsychology to some degree. What are the activities of another civilization? But a lot of that is
in the word xenopsychology. I apologize to interrupt me.
maybe I'm just fabricating that word really, but they're trying to guess at the machinations and motivations of another intelligent being that was completely evolutionary divorced from us.
Just like you said, exo means exopsychology, extrasolar psychology.
Yeah, alien psychology is another way of maybe making it more grounded. But we can't really guess at their motivations too well, but we can look at the sorts of behaviors we engage in and at least look for them. We're always guilty that when we look for biosignatures, we're really looking for, and even when we look for planets, we're looking for templates of Earth. When we look for biosignatures, we're looking for templates of Earth-based life. When we look for technosignatures, we tend to be looking for templates of our own behaviors or extrapolations of our behaviors. So there's a very long list of technosignatures that people have suggested we could look for. The earliest ones were, of course, radio beacons. That was sort of Project Ozma that Frank Drake was involved in, trying to look for radio signatures, which could either be just like blurting out high-power radio signals saying, hey, we're here, or could even have encoded within them galactic encyclopedias for us to unlock, which has always been the allure of the radio technique. But there could also be unintentional signatures. For example, you can have something like the satellite system that we produced around the Earth, the artificial satellite system, Starlink type systems we mentioned. You could detect the glint of light across those satellites as they orbit around the planet. You could detect a geostationary satellite belt, which would block out sunlight as the planet transited across the star. You could detect solar panels potentially spectrally on the surface of the planet. Heat island effects. New York is hotter than New York State by a couple of degrees because of the heat island effect of the city, and so you could thermally map different planets and detect these. So there's a large array of things that we do that we can go out and hypothesize we could look for. And then on the furthest end of the scale, you have things which go far beyond their capabilities, such as warp drive signatures, which have been proposed. You get these bright flashes of light, or even gravitational wave detections from LIGO could be detected. You could have Dyson spheres, the idea of covering basically a star is completely covered by some kind of structure which collects all the light from the star to power the civilization. And that would be pretty easily detectable to some degree because you're transferring all of the visible light thermodynamically. It has to be re-emitted, so it come out as infrared light. So you have an incredibly bright infrared star, yet one that was visibly not at all. And so there would be pretty intriguing signatures to look for.
But is there efforts to look for something like that for Dyson spheres out there with the strong infrared signal?
There has been, and there's been. I think in the literature there was one with the IRAS satellite, which is an infrared satellite. They targeted, I think, of order of 100,000 stars, nearby stars, and found no convincing examples of what looked like a Dyson sphere star. And then Jason Wright and his team extended this, I think, using WISE, which is another infrared satellite, to look around galaxies. So could an entire galaxy have been converted into Dyson spheres, or a significant fraction of the galaxy, which is basically the Kardashev Type 3, right? This is when you've basically mastered the entire galactic pool of resources. And again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies, there appears to be no compelling examples of what looks like a Dyson galaxy, if you want to call it that. So by no means proves that they don't exist or don't happen, but it seems like it's an unusual behavior for a civilization to get to that stage of development and start harvesting the entire stellar output.
Unusually, yes. I mean, LIGO is super interesting with gravitational waves. If that kind of experiment could start seeing some weirdness, some weird signals, some that compare to the power of cosmic phenomena.
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole new window to the universe, not just in terms of astrophysics, but potentially for technosignatures as well. I have to say, with the warp drives, I am skeptical that warp drives are possible because you have kind of fundamental problem in relativity. You can either really have relativity, faster than light travel, or causality. You can only choose two of those three things. You really can't have all three in a coherent universe. If you have all three, you basically end up with the possibility of these kind of temporal paradoxes and time loops and grandfather paradoxes.
Well, can't there be pockets of causality, something like that? Like where there's like pockets of consistent causality.
You could design it in that way. You could be, if you had a warp drive or a time machine, essentially, you could be, you can be very conscious and careful of the way you use it, so as to not to cause paradoxes or just do it in a local area or something. But the real fundamental problem is you always have the ability to do it. And so in a vast cosmic universe, if time machines are all over the place, there's too much risk of someone doing it, right? Of somebody having the option of essentially breaking the universe with this. So there's a fundamental problem. Hawking has this chronology protection conjecture where he said that essentially that this just can't be allowed because it breaks all our laws of physics if time travel is possible. Correct. Yeah. And so we need to rip up relativity. I mean, that's the point, is the current law of physics. So you'd have to rip up our current law of relativity to make sense of how FTL could live in that universe, because you can't have relativity, FTL, and causality sit nicely and play nicely together.
But we currently don't have quantum mechanics and relativity playing nice together anyway, so it's not like everything is all a nice little fact.
It's certainly not the full picture. There must be more to go.
Yeah.
But
so it's already ripped up, so you might as well rip it up a little more. And then in the process, actually try to connect the two things, because maybe in the unification of the Standard Model and general relativity, maybe there lies some kind of new wisdom about warp drives. So, by the way, warp drives is somehow messing with the fabric of the universe to be able to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, you're basically bending space-time. You could also do with a wormhole or some of the hypothetical FTL. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the Alcubierre drive, the warp drive. It could be any faster than light system. As long as it travels superluminally, it will violate causality.
And presumably that will be observable with light.
Potentially. Depends on, I think, the properties of whatever the spacecraft is. I mean, one problem with warp drives is there's all sorts of problems with warp drives, but when
like the start of that sentence, one problem.
Yeah, there's just this one minor problem that we have to get around. But when it arrives at its destination, it basically collects this vast. This has like an event horizon almost at the front of it, and so it collects all this radiation at the front as it goes. And when it arrives, all that radiation gets dumped on its destination, basically completely exterminate the planet it arrives at. That radiation is also incident within the shell itself. There's Hawking radiation occurring within the shell, which is pretty dangerous. And then it raises all sorts of exacerbations of the Fermi paradox, of course, as well. So you might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire. I mean, even here it's hard. You might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire if everybody's limited to Voyager 2 rocket speeds of like 20 kilometers per second or something. But it's a lot harder to explain why we don't see the stars populated by galactic empires when warp drive is imminently possible, because it makes expansion so much more trivial that it makes our life harder. There's some wonderful simulation work being done at Rochester where they actually simulate all the stars in the galaxy, or a fraction of them, and they spawn a civilization, one of them, and they let it spread out at sublight speeds. And actually the very mixing of the stars themselves, because the stars are not static, they're in orbit of the galactic center, and they have crossing paths with each other. If you just have a range of even like 5 light years, and your speed is of order of a few percent the speed of light is the maximum you can muster, you can populate the entire galaxy within something like 100,000 to about 1 million years or so. So another a fraction of the lifetime of the galaxy itself. And so this raises some fairly serious problems, because if any civilization in the entire history of the galaxy decide to do that, then either we shouldn't be here, or we happen to live in this kind of rare pocket where they chose not to populate to. And so this is sometimes called factae, Hart's factae. The factae is that a civilization is not here now. An alien civilization is not in present occupation of the Earth, and that's difficult to resolve with the apparent ease at which even a small extrapolation of our own technology could potentially populate a galaxy in far faster than galactic history.
So, to me, by the way, the Fermi paradox is truly a paradox for me. But I suspect that if aliens visit Earth, I suspect if they do, if they are everywhere, I think they're already here, and we're too dumb to see it. But leaving that aside, I think we should be able to, in that case, have very strong, obvious signals when we look up at the stars, at the emanation of energy required. We would see some weirdness that, like, where these are these kinds of stars and these are these kinds of stars that are being messed with, like leveraging the nuclear fusion of stars to do something useful. Like the fact that we don't really see that, like maybe you can correct me. Wouldn't we be able to, if there is like alien civilizations running galaxies, wouldn't we see weirdnesses from an astronomy perspective with the way the stars are behaving?
Yeah, I mean, it depends exactly what they're doing, but I mean, the Dyson sphere example is one that we would discuss, where a survey of 100,000 nearby galaxies find that they have all been transformed into Dyson sphere collectors. You could also imagine them doing things like, we read a paper about this recently, star lifting, where you can the life of your star by scooping mass off the star, so you'd be doing stellar engineering essentially. Space, if you're doing a huge amount of asteroid mining, you would have a spectral signature because you're basically filling the solar system with dust by doing that. There'd be debris from that activity. And so there are some limits on this. Certainly we don't see bright flashes, which would be, one of those consequences of warp drives, as I said, is as they decelerate, they produce these bright flashes of light. We don't seem to see evidence of those kind of things. We don't see anything obvious around the nearby stars or the stars that we've surveyed in detail beyond that indicate any kind of artificial civilization. The closest maybe we had was Boyajian star that there was a lot of interest in. There was a star that was just very peculiarly dipping in and out its brightness. And it was hypothesized for a time that may indeed be some kind of Dyson-like structure, so maybe a Dyson sphere that's half-built. And so as it comes in and out, it's blocking out huge swaths of the star. It was very difficult to explain it, really, with any kind of planet model at the time. But an easier hypothesis that was proposed was it could just be a large number of comets or dust or something, or maybe a planet that had broken apart, and as its fragments orbit around, it blocks out starlight. And it turned out, with subsequent observations of that star, which especially the amateur astronomy community made a big contribution to as well, that the dips were chromatic, which was a real important clue that probably wasn't a solid structure then that was going around it. It was more likely to be dust. Dust is chromatic. By chromatic, I mean it looks different in different colors. So it blocks out more red light than blue light. If it was a solid structure, it shouldn't do that. It should be opaque, right? A solid metal structure or something. So that was one of the clear indications. And the behavior of the way the light changed or the dips changed across wavelengths was fully consistent with the expectations of what small particulates would do. And so that's very hard. I mean, the real problem with alien hunting, this is the real
one problem.
Yeah.
One problem with the warp drive, and one problem alien hunting.
I'd say there's three big problems for me with any search for life, which includes UFOs all the way to fossils on Mars, is that aliens have three unique properties as a hypothesis. One is they have essentially unbounded explanatory capability. So there's almost no phenomena I can show you that you couldn't explain with aliens to some degree. You could say, well, the aliens just have some super high-tech way of creating that illusion. The second one would be unbounded avoidance capacity. So I might see a UFO tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day, and then predict I should see it on Thursday at the end of the week. But then I don't see it, but I could always get out of that and say, well, that's just because they chose not to come here. They have this, they can always avoid future observations fairly easily. If you survey an exoplanet for biosignatures and you don't see oxygen, you don't see methane, that doesn't mean there's no one living there. they could always be either tricking their atmosphere, engineering. We actually wrote a paper about that, how you can use lasers to hide your biosignatures as advanced civilization. Or you could just be living underground or underwater or something where there's no biosignatures. So you can never really disprove there's life on another planet or another star. It has infinite avoidance. And then finally, the third one is that we have incomplete physical understanding of the universe. So if I see a new phenomena, which Voyager Star was a good example of that, we saw this new phenomenon of these strange dips we'd never seen before. It was hypothesized immediately this could be aliens. It's like a god of the gaps, but it turned out to be incomplete physical understanding. And so that happens all the time. The first pulsar that was discovered, same story. Jocelyn Bell kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek called it Little Green Man 1 because it looked a lot like the radio signature that was expected from an alien civilization. But of course, it turned out to be a completely new type of star that we had never seen before, which was a neutron star with these two jets coming out the top of it. And so that's a challenge. Those three things are really, really difficult in terms of experimental design for a scientist to work around. Something that can explain anything, can avoid anything, so it's almost unfalsifiable, and could always just be, to some degree, as you said, we have this very limited knowledge of the infinite possibilities of physical law, and we're probably only scratching the surface. Each time, we've seen it so often in history, we may just be detecting some new phenomena.
Well, that last one, I think I'm a little more okay with making mistakes on.
Yeah,
which is
because it's exciting still.
It's because no matter, so you might exaggerate the importance of the discovery, but the whole point is to try to find stuff in this world that's weird and try to characterize that weirdness. Sure, you can throw a Little Green Man as a label on it, but eventually, it's as mysterious and as beautiful, as interesting as Little Green Man. Like we tend to think that there's some kind of threshold, but like there's all kinds of weird organisms on this earth that operate very differently than humans that are super interesting. The human mind is super interesting. I mean, like weirdness and complexity is from Hollywood what aliens are. So like that's okay. Looking for weirdness is on Mars.
That's one of the best sales pitches to do signature work. Is that we always have that as our fallback. That look, we're going to look for alien signatures. If we fail, we're going to discover some awesome new physics on it. Even any kind of signature that we detect is always going to be interesting, and so that compels us to have not only the question of looking for life in the universe, but it gives us a strong scientific grounding as to why this sort of research should be funded, should be executed, because it always pushes the frontiers of knowledge.
I wonder if we'll be able to discover and be open some kind of technical signature. Basically, like a Turing test. Like this thing is intelligent. Like it's processing information in a very interesting way. But you can say that about chemistry. You can say that about physics. Maybe not physics. Chemistry. Like interesting, complex chemistry. You can say that this is processing. This is storing information. This is propagating information over time. So I mean, it's a gray area between a living organism, who we call an alien, and a thing that's super interesting, that's able to carry some kind of intelligence.
Yeah, information is a really useful way to frame what we're looking for, though, because then you're divorced from making assumptions about even a civilization necessarily or anything like that. So any kind of information-rich signature, indeed, you can take things like the light curve from Voyager Star and ask what is the minimum number of free parameters or the minimum information content that must be encoded within this light curve. And the hope is that maybe from, a good example would be from a radio signature, you detect something that has, 1,000 megabytes of parameters essentially contained within it. That's pretty clearly at that point not the product of a natural process, or any natural process that we could possibly imagine with our current understanding of the universe. And so thinking, even if we can't decode, which actually I'm skeptical we'd be able to ever decode it in our lifetimes, it would probably take decades to fully ever figure out what they're trying to tell us. But if there was a message there, we could at least know that there is high information content and there is complexity, and that this is a attempt at communication and information transfer, and leave it to our subsequent generations to figure out what exactly it is they're trying to say.
What, again, wild question. Thank you for
Entertaining
them. I really, really appreciate that. But what kind of signal in our lifetime, what kind of thing do you think might happen, could possibly happen, where the scientific community would be convinced that there's alien civilizations out there? And what, so you already said maybe a strong infrared signature or something like a Dyson sphere.
That's possibly, that's also to some degree a little bit ambiguous, because
like that's the challenge. Sorry to interrupt. Is where your brain would be, like, you as a scientist would be like, I know it's ambiguous, but this is really weird.
I think if you had something, I can imagine something like a prime number sequence or a mathematical sequence like the Fibonacci series, something being
mathematically provable that this is not a physical phenomenon.
Right. I mean, yeah, prime numbers is a pretty good case because there's no natural phenomena that produces prime number sequences. It seems to be a purely abstract mathematical concept as far as I'm aware. And so if we detected, a series of radio blips that were following that sequence, it would be pretty clear to me, or it could even be, Carl Sagan suggested that pi, it could be encoded in that, or you might use the hydrogen line but multiplied by pi, like some very specific frequency of the universe, like a hydrogen line, but multiply it by a abstract mathematical constant that would imply strongly that there was someone behind the scenes operating there.
Stored in which phenomenon?
In that case, it's a radio wave. But the information, I mean, we kind of toyed with this idea in a video I did about hypothetical civilization on my channel. But one kind of fun way, I do want to bring this conversation towards time a little bit, and thinking about not just looking for life and intelligence around us right now, but looking into the past and even into the future to some degree, or communicating with the future. And so we had this fun experiment of imagining a civilization that was born at the beginning of the history of the galaxy and being the first, and what it would be like for them. And they were desperately searching for evidence of life but couldn't find it. And so they decided to try and leave something behind for future civilizations to discover, to tell them about themselves. But of course, a radio signature is not going to work there because it has to have a power source, and that's a piece of machinery. It's going to eventually break down. It's going to be hard to maintain that for billions of years timescale. And so you wanted something that was kind of passive, that doesn't require an energy source but can somehow transmit information, which is hard to think about something that satisfies those criteria. But there was a proposal by one of my colleagues, Luke Arnold, which inspired a lot of us in technosignatures. And he suggested that you could build artificial transitors. So you could build sheets of material that transit in front of the star. Maybe one thin sheet passes across first, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 7. So you could follow the prime number sequence of these. And so there'd be a clear indication that someone had manufactured those, but they don't require any energy source because they're just sheets of material in orbit of the star. They would eventually degrade from like meteorites, so maybe they're always can destabilize, but they should have lifetimes far exceeding the lifetime of any battery or mechanical electronic system that we could, at least with our technology, conceive of building. And so you can imagine then extending that, and how could you encode not just prime number sequence, but maybe in the spatial pattern of this very complex light curve we see. You could encode more and more information through 2D shapes and the way those occultations happen. And maybe you could even encode messages and in-depth information from, like, you could even imagine it being like a lower layer of information, which is just the prime number sequence, but then you look closely and you see the smaller divots embedded within those that have a deeper layer of information to extract. And so to me, something like that would be pretty compelling, that there was somebody who would manufacture, unless it's just a very impressive hoax, that would be a pretty compelling evidence for this civilization.
And actually, the methods of astronomy right now are kind of marching towards being able to better and better detect something like that.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's just building bigger aperture in space. The bigger the telescope, the finer ability to detect those minute signals.
Do you think the current sort of the scientific community, another weird question, but just the observations that are happening now, do you think they're ready for a prime number sequence? In the sort of if we're using the current method, the transit timing variation method, like, do you think you're ready? Do you have the tools to detect the prime number sequence?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's 200,000 stars that Kepler monitored, and it monitored them all the time. It took a photo of each one of them every 30 minutes, measured their brightness, and it did that for 4.5 years. And so you have already, and Tesla's doing it right now in the mission. And so you have already an existing catalog, and people are genuinely scouring through each of those light curves with automated machine learning techniques. We even developed some in our own team that can look for weird behavior. We wrote a code called the weird detector, for instance, that, of course, it was just the most generic thing possible. Don't assume anything about the signal shape. Just look for anything that repeats. The signal shape can be anything, and we kind of learn the template of the signal from the data itself, and then it's like a template matching filter to see if that repeats many, many times in the data. And so we actually applied that and found a bunch of interesting stuff, but we didn't see anything that was the prime number sequence, at least on the Kepler data. That's 200,000 stars, which sounds like a lot, but compared to 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, it's really just scratching the surface.
So because there could be something much more generalizable than the prime number sequence. It's ultimately the question of a signal that's very difficult to compress in the general sense of what compress means. So maybe as we get better and better machine learning methods that automatically analyze the data to understand how to compress it, you'll be able to discover data that's for some reason is not compressible. But then, compression really is a bottomless pit, because that's really what intelligence is being able to compress information.
Yeah, and to some degree, the more I would imagine, I don't work in compression algorithms, but I would imagine the more you compress your signal, the more assumptions that kind of go on behalf of the decoder, the more skilled they really have to be. Some of a prime number sequence is completely unencoded information, essentially. But if you look at the Arecibo message, they were fairly careful with their pixelation of this simple image they sent to try and make it as interpretable as possible, to be that even a dumb alien will be able to figure out what we're trying to show them here, because there's all sorts of conventions and rules that are built in that we tend to presume when we design our messages. And so if your messages, assuming they know how to do an MP3 decoder, particularly compression algorithm, I'm sure they could eventually reverse engineer it and figure it out, but you're making it harder for them to get to that point. So maybe I always think you probably would have a two-tier system, right? You'd probably have some lower tier key system, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a deeper compressed layer of more in-depth information.
What about maybe observing actual physical objects? So first, let me go to your tweet as a source of inspiration. You tweeted that it's interesting to ponder that if Oort clouds are ever mined by the systems of alien civilizations, mining equipment from billions of years ago could be in our Oort cloud, since the Oort clouds they extend really, 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 really far outside the actual star.
Yeah.
Mining equipment, just like basic boring mining fluid out there. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about Oort clouds themselves that are interesting to you, and about possible non-shiny, light-emitting mining equipment from alien civilization.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the field of technosignatures and looking for life, is you can find inspiration and intellectual joy in just the small sort of thing that starts a whole thread of building upon it and wondering about the implications. And so in this case, I was just really struck by, we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, the idea that stars are not static. We tend to think of the galaxy as having stars in a certain location from the center of the galaxy, and they kind of live there. But in truth, the stars are not only orbiting around the center of the galaxy, but those orbits are themselves changing over time. They're processing. And so in fact, the orbits more like a spirograph. If you ever done those as a kid, they kind of whirl around and trace out all sorts of strange patterns. And so the stars intersect with one another. And so the current closest star to us is Proxima Centauri, which is about 4.2 light years away. But it will not always be the closest star. Over millions of years, it will be supplanted by other stars. In fact, stars will come even closer than Proxima within just a couple of light years. And that's been happening, not just we can project that will happen over the next few million years, but that's been happening presumably throughout the entire history of the galaxy for billions of years. And so if you went back in time, there would have been all sorts of different nearest stars throughout different stages of the Earth's history. And those stars are so close that their Oort clouds do intermix with one another. So the Oort cloud can extend out to even a light year or two on the Earth. There's some debate about exactly where it ends. It probably doesn't really have a definitive end, but kind of peters out more and more and more as you go further away.
For the people who don't know, an Oort cloud, I don't know what the technical definition is, but a bunch of rocks that objects that orbit the star, and they can extend really
Correct. So
far because of gravity.
These are objects that probably are mostly icy rich. They were probably formed fairly similar distances to Jupiter and Saturn, but were scattered out through the interactions of those giant planets. We see a circular disk of objects around us, which kind of looks like the asteroid belt, but just further away, called the Kuiper belt. And then further beyond that, you get the Oort cloud. And the Oort cloud is not on a disk, it's just a sphere. It kind of surrounds us in all directions. So these are objects that were scattered out through three-dimensionally in all different directions. And so those objects are potentially resources for us, especially if you were planning to do an interstellar mission one day. You might want to mine the water that's embedded within those and use that as either oxygen or fuel for your rocket. And so it's quite possible. There's also some rare earth metals and things like that as well, but it's quite possible that a civilization might use Oort cloud objects as a jumping off point. Or in the Kuiper belt, you have things like Planet 9 even. So there might even be objects beyond in the Oort cloud, which are actually planet-like that we just cannot detect. These objects are very, very faint, so that's why they're so hard to see. I mean, even Planet 9 is hypothesized to exist, but we've not been able to confirm its existence because it's something like 1,000 AU away from us, 1,000 times the distance of the Earth from the Sun. And so even though it's probably larger than the Earth, the amount of light it reflects from the sun just looks like a star at that point, so far away from it that it barely reflects anything back. It's extremely difficult to detect. So there's all sorts of wonders that may be lurking out in the active solar system. And so this leads you to wonder, in the Oort cloud, that Oort cloud must have intermixed with other Oort clouds in the past. And so what fraction of the Oort cloud is truly belongs to us, belongs to what was scattered from Jupiter and Saturn? What fraction of it could in fact interstellar visitors? And of course we've got excited about this recently because of Oumuamua, this interstellar asteroid, which seemed to be at the time the first evidence of an interstellar object. But when you think about the Oort cloud intermixing, it may be that a large fraction of comets that are seeded from the Oort cloud that eventually come in, some of those comets may indeed have been interstellar in the first place that we just didn't know about through this process. There even is an example, I can't remember the name, there's an example of a comet that has a very peculiar spectral signature that has been hypothesized to have actually been an interstellar visitor, but one that was essentially sourced through this Oort cloud mixing. And so this is kind of intriguing. It also, the outer solar system is just it's like the bottom of the ocean. We know so little about what's in the bottom of our own planet's ocean, and we know next to nothing about what's in the outskirts of our own solar system.
It's all darkness.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things is, to understand the phenomena, we need light. And we need to see how light interacts with it, or light emanates from it. But most of our universe is darkness, so there could be a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, this is where your interest is with the cool worlds, and the interesting stuff lurks in the darkness, right?
Basically, all of us, 400 years of astronomy, our only window to the universe has been light. And that has only changed quite recently with the discovery of gravitational waves. That's now a new window. And hopefully, well, to some degree, I guess solar neutrinos we've been detecting for a while, but they come from the sun, not interstellar space. But we may be able to soon detect neutrino messages, as even been hypothesized as a way of communicating between civilizations as well, or just do neutrino telescopes to study the universe. And so there's a growing interest in what we call multi-messenger astronomy now. So not just messages from light, but messages from these other physical packets of information that are coming our way. But when it comes to the outer solar system, light really is our only window. There's two ways of doing that. One is you detect the light from the Oort cloud object itself, which, as I just said, is very, very difficult. There's another trick, which we do in the Kuiper Belt especially, and that's called occultation. And so sometimes those objects will just pass in front of a distant star, just coincidentally. These are very, very brief moments. They last for less than a second. And so you have to have a very fast camera to detect them, which conventionally astronomers don't usually build fast cameras. Most of the phenomena we observe occurs in hours, minutes, days even. But now we're developing cameras which can take thousands of images per second, and yet do it at the kind of astronomical fidelity that we need for this kind of precise measurement. And so you can see these very fast dips. You even get these kind of diffraction patterns that come around, which are really cool to look at. And I kind of love it because it's almost like passive radar. You have these pinpricks of light. Imagine that you live in a giant black sphere, but there's these little pinholes that have been poked, and through those pinholes almost laser light is shining through. And inside this black sphere, there are unknown things wandering around, drifting around that we are trying to discover. And sometimes they will pass in front of those little pencil-thin laser beams, block something out, so we can tell that it's there. And it's not an active radar because we didn't actually beam anything out and get a reflection off, which is what the sun does. The sun's light comes off and it comes back. That's more like an active radar system. It's more like a passive radar system where we are just listening very intently. And so I'm kind of so fascinated by that, the idea that we could map out the rich architecture of the outer solar system just by doing something that we could have done potentially for a long time ago, which is just listening in the right way, just tuning our instrumentation to the correct way of not listening but viewing the universe to catch those objects.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. It seems almost obvious that your efforts, when projected out over like 100, 200 years, will have a really good map through even methods like basically transit timing, high resolution transit timing, but basically the planetary and the planet's satellite movements that of all the different star systems out there.
Yeah, and it could revolutionize the way we think about the solar system. I mean, that revolution has happened several times in the past. When we discovered Vesta in the 19th century, that was, I think, the seventh planet for a while, or the eighth planet when it was first discovered, and then we discovered Ceres, and there was a bunch of asteroid objects, Janus, and so for a while the textbooks had there was something like 13 planets in the solar system, and then that was just a new capability that was emerging to detect those small objects, and then we ripped that up and said, no, we're going to change the definition of a planet. And then the same thing happened when we started looking at the outer skirts of the solar system again. We found Eris, we found Sedna, these objects which resembled Pluto, and the more and more of them we found, Meg, and eventually we again had to rethink the way we even contextualize what a planet is and what the nature of the outer solar system is. So regardless as to what you think about the debate about whether Pluto should be demoted or not, which I think didn't evokes a lot of strong feelings, it is an incredible achievement that we were able to transform our view of the solar system in a matter of years just by basically charge coupled devices, the things that's in cameras. Though the invention of that device allowed us to detect objects which were much further away, much fainter, and revealed all of this stuff that was there all along. And so that's the beauty of astronomy. There's just so much to discover, and even in our own backyard.
Do you ever think about this? Do you imagine what are the things that will completely change astronomy over the next 100 years? Like if you transport yourself forward 100 years, what are the things that will blow your mind when you look at, wait, what? Would it be just a very high resolution mapping of things like, holy crap, like one surprising thing might be, holy crap, there's like Earth-like moons everywhere.
Yeah.
And another one could be just totally different devices for sensing.
Yeah, I think usually astronomy moves forward dramatically, and science in general, when you have a new technological capability come online for the first time. And we kind of just gave examples of that there with the solar system. So what kind of new capabilities might emerge in the next 100 years? The capability I would love to see is not just, we're in the next 10, 20 years, we're hoping to take these pale blue dot images we spoke about. So that requires building something like JWST, but on an even larger scale, and optimized for direct imaging. You have to have either coronagraph or a star shade or something to block out the starlight and reveal those pale blue dots. So in the next sort of decades, I think that's the achievement that we can look forward to in our lifetimes, is to see photos of other Earths. Going beyond that, maybe in our lifetimes, towards the end of our lifetimes perhaps, I'd love it if we, I think it's technically possible, as Breakthrough Starshot are giving us a lot of encouragement with, to maybe send a small probe to the nearest stars and start actually taking high resolution images of these objects. There's only so much you can do from far away. If you want to have, and we can see it in the solar system, there's only so much you can learn about Europa by pointing Hubble Space Telescope about it, but if you really want to understand that moon, you're going to have to send something to orbit it to hopefully land on it and drill down to the surface. And so the idea of even taking a flyby and doing a snapshot photo that gets beamed back, that could be, doesn't even have to be more than 100 pictures by 100 pixels. That would be a completely game-changing capability to be able to truly image these objects. And maybe at home in our own solar system, we can certainly get to a point where we can produce crude maps of exoplanets. One of the kind of the ultimate limit of what a telescope could do is governed by its size. And so the largest telescope you could probably ever build would be one that was the size of the sun. There's a clever trick for doing this without physically building a telescope that's the size of the sun, and that's to use the sun as a gravitational lens. This was proposed, I think, by von Eschlimann in like 1979, but it builds upon Einstein's theory of general relativity, of course, that there is a warping of light, a bending of light from the sun's gravitational field. And so a distant starlight is like a magnifying glass. Anything that bends light is basically can be used as a telescope. It's going to bend light to a point. Now, it turns out the sun's gravity is not strong enough to create a particularly great telescope here, because the focus point is really out in the Kuiper belt. It's at 550 astronomical units away from the Earth, so 550 times further away from the sun than we are, and that's beyond any of our spacecraft we've ever gone. So you have to send a spacecraft to that distance, which would take 30, 40 years, even optimistically improving our chemical propulsion system significantly. You'd have to bound it into that orbit, but then you could use the entire sun as your telescope, and with that kind of capability you could image planets to kilometer scale resolution from afar. And that really makes you wonder. If we can conceive, maybe we can't engineer it, but if we can conceive of such a device, what might other civilizations be currently observing about our own planet? And perhaps that is why nobody is visiting us, because there is so much you can do from afar that to them that's enough. They, maybe they can get to the point where they can detect our radio leakage, they can detect our terrestrial, television signals, they can map out our surfaces, they can tell we have cities, they can even do infrared mapping of the heat island effect and all this kind of stuff. They can tell the chemical composition of our planet. And so that might be enough. Maybe they don't need to come down to the surface and study do anthropology and see what our civilization is like. But there's certainly a huge amount you can do, which is significantly cheaper to some degree than flying there, just by exploiting cleverly the physics of the universe itself.
So your intuition is very, very well might be true that observation might be way easier than travel. From our perspective, from an alien perspective, like we could get very high resolution imaging before we could ever get there.
It depends on what information you want. If you want to know the chemical composition and you want to know kilometer scale maps of the planet, then you could do that from afar with some version of these kind of gravitational lenses. If you want to do better than that, if you want to image a newspaper selling the porch of somebody's house, you're going to have to fly there. There's no way, unless you had a telescope that's the size of Sagittarius A star or something. You just simply cannot collect enough light to do that from many light years away. So there is certainly reasons why visiting will always have its place, depending on what kind of information you want. We've proposed in my team actually that the sun is the ultimate pinnacle of telescope design, but flying to 1,000 AU is a real pain in the butt because it's just going to take so long. And so a more practical way of achieving this might be to use the Earth. Now, the Earth doesn't have anywhere near enough gravity to create a substantial gravitational lens, but it has an atmosphere. And that atmosphere refracts light, it bends light. So whenever you see a sunset, just as the sun's setting below the horizon, it's actually already beneath the horizon. It's just the light is bending through the atmosphere. It's actually already about half a degree down beneath, and what you're seeing is that curvature of the light path. And your brain interprets it, of course, to be following a straight line because your brain always thinks that. And so you can use that bending. Whenever you have bending, you have a telescope. And so we've proposed to my team that you could use this refraction to similarly create an Earth-sized telescope
called the Terrascope.
The Terrascope,
Yeah, great video.
Yeah, and
do you have a paper on the Terrascope?
I do, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes get confused with this because they've heard of an Earth-sized telescope because may have heard of the Event Horizon Telescope, which took an image of, what's taking an image right now of the center of our black hole. And it's very impressive, and previously did Messier 87, a nearby supermassive black hole. And so those images were interferometrics. So they were small telescopes scattered across the Earth, and they combined the light paths together ferrometrically to create effectively an Earth-sized angular resolution. Telescopes always have two properties. There's the angular resolution, which is how small of a thing you can see on the surface, and then there's the magnification. How much brighter does that object get versus just your eye or some small object? Now, what the Event Horizon Telescope did, it traded off amplification or magnification for the angular resolution. That's what it wanted. It wanted that high angular resolution, but it doesn't really have much photon collecting power because each telescope individually is very small. The Terrascope is different because it is literally collecting light with a light bucket, which is essentially the size of the Earth. And so that gives you both benefits potentially, not only the high angular resolution that a large aperture promises you, but also actually physically collects all those photons so you can detect. And so we propose this as a possible future technological way of achieving these extreme goals, ambitious goals we have in astronomy. But it's a very difficult system to test because you essentially have to fly out to these focus points, and these focus points lie beyond the moon. So you have to have someone who is willing to fly beyond the moon and hitchhike an experimental telescope onto it and do that cheaply. If it was something doing low Earth orbit, it'd be easy. You could just attach a CubeSat to the next Falcon 9 rocket or something and test it out. It'd probably only cost you a few tens of thousands of dollars, maybe $100,000. But there's basically no one who flies out that far except for bespoke missions, such as like a mission that's going to Mars or something that would pass through that kind of space. And they typically don't have a lot of leeway in excess payload that they're willing to strap on for radical experiments. So that's been the problem with it. In theory, it should work beautifully, but it's a very difficult idea to experimentally test.
Can you elaborate why the focal point is that far away?
So you get about half a degree bend from the Earth's atmosphere when you're looking at the sun at the horizon, and you get that 2 times over if you're outside of the planet's atmosphere, because it comes, the star is half a bend to you still on the horizon and half a degree back out the other way, so you get about a 1 degree bend. Take the radius of the Earth, which is about 7,000 kilometers, and do your arctan function, you'll end up with a distance that's about, it's actually the inner focal point is about 2/3 the distance of the Earth main system. The problem with that inner focal point is not useful because that light ray path had to basically scrape the surface of the Earth. So it passes through the clouds, it passes through all the thick atmosphere, gets a lot of extinction along the way. If you go higher up in altitude, you get less extinction. In fact, you can even go above the clouds, and so that's even better because the clouds obviously are going to be a pain in the neck doing anything optical. But the problem with that is that the atmosphere, because it gets thinner at higher altitude, it bends light less. And so that pushes the focal point out. So the most useful focal point is actually about 3 or 4 times the distance of the Earth-Moon separation. And so that's what we call one of the Lagrange points, essentially. And so there was a stable orbit, it's kind of the outermost stable orbit we could have around the Earth.
So the atmosphere does bad things to the signal.
Yeah, it's absorbing light.
Is that possible to reconstruct, to remove the noise, whatever? So it's just strength. It's nothing else.
It's able to reconstruct. I mean, to some degree, we do this. There's a technology called adaptive optics that can correct for what's called wavefront errors that happen through the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is turbulent. It is not a single plane of air of the same density. There's all kind of wiggles and currents in the air. And so that each little layer is bending light in slightly different ways. So the light actually kind of follows a wiggly path on its way down. What that means is that 2 light rays, which are traveling at slightly different spatial separations from each other, will arrive at the detector at different times, because one maybe goes on more or less a straight path and the other one wiggles down a bit more before it arrives. And so you have an incoherent light source. And when you're trying to do image reconstruction, you always want a coherent light source. So the way they correct for this is that if this path had to travel a little bit faster, the straight one goes faster and the wiggly one takes longer, the mirror is deformable, and so you actually bend the mirror on the straight one down a little bit to make it an equivalent light path distance. So the mirror itself has all these little actuators, and it's actually made up of like thousands of little elements. Almost looks like a liquid mirror because they can manipulate it in kind of real time. And so they scan the atmosphere with a laser beam to tell what the deformations are in the atmosphere, and then make the corrections to the mirror to account for it.
That's amazing.
So you could do something like this for the Terrascope, but it would be
it's cheaper and easier to go above the atmosphere and just fly out.
I think so. It would be that's a very challenging thing to do. And normally when you do adaptive optics, as it's called, you're looking straight up. So you're very close to straight up. If you look at the horizon, we basically never do astronomical observations on the horizon because you're looking through more atmosphere. If you go straight up, you're looking at the thinnest portion of atmosphere possible. But as you go closer and closer towards the horizon, you're increasing what we call the air mass, the amount of air you have to travel through. So here, it's kind of the worst case because you're going through the entire atmosphere in and out again with a Terrascope. So you'd need a very impressive adaptive optics system to correct for that. So yeah, I would say it's probably simpler, at least with proof of principle, just to test it with having some satellite that was a much wider orbit.
Now, speaking of traveling out into deep space, you already mentioned this a little bit. You made a beautiful video called The Journey to the End of the Universe. And so at the start of that, you're talking about Alpha Centauri. So what would it take for humans, or for human-like creatures, to travel out of Alpha Centauri?
There's a few different ways of doing it, I suppose. One is, it depends on how fast your ship is. That's always going to be the determining factor. If we devise some inside propulsion system that could travel a fraction of the speed of light, then we could do it in our lifetimes, which is, I think, what people normally dream of when they think about instant propulsion and travel. That you could literally step onto the spacecraft, maybe a few years later you step off in Alpha Centauri B, you walk around the surface and come back and visit your family. There would be, of course, a lot of relativistic time dilation as a result of that trip. You would have aged a lot less than people back on Earth by traveling close to the speed of light for some fraction of time. The challenge of this, of course, is that we have no such propulsion system that can achieve this. So,
but do you think it's possible? Like, so you have a paper called the Halo Drive, fuel-free relativistic propulsion of large masses via recycled boomerang photons. So, do you think, first of all, what is that? And second of all, how difficult are alternate propulsion systems?
Yeah, so before taking the Halo Drive, there was an idea, because I think the Halo Drive is not going to solve this problem. I'll talk about the Halo Drive in a moment, but the Halo Drive is useful for a civilization which is a bit more advanced than us, that has spread across the stars and is looking for a cheap highway system to get across the galaxy. for that first step, because just to context that, the Halo drive requires a black hole. So that's why you're not going to be able to do this on the Earth right now. But there are lots of black holes in the Milky Way, so that's the good news. So we'll come to that in a moment. But if you're trying to travel to Alpha Centauri without a black hole, then the most, there are some ideas out there. There was a Project Daedalus and Project Icarus that were two projects that the British Interplanetary Society conjured up on sort of a 20-30 year timescale, and they asked themselves, if we took existing and speculatively but realistic attempts at future technology that are emerging over the next few decades, how far could we push into the travel system? And they settled on fusion drives in that. So if we had the ability to essentially either detonate, you can also imagine that kind of nuclear fission or nuclear fusion bombs going off behind the spacecraft and propelling it that way, or having some kind of successful nuclear fusion reaction, which obviously we haven't really demonstrated yet as a propulsion system, then you could achieve something like 10% the speed of light in those systems. But these are huge spacecraft, and I think you need a huge spacecraft if you're going to take people along. The conversation recently has actually switched, and that idea is kind of seems a bit antiquated now. And most of us have kind of given up the idea of people physically, biologically stepping on board the spacecraft. And maybe we'll be sending something that's more like a microprobe that maybe just weighs a gram or two, and that's much easier to accelerate. You could push that with a laser system to very high speed, get it to maybe 20% of the speed of light. It has to survive the journey. Probably a large fraction of them won't survive the journey, but they're cheap enough that you could maybe manufacture millions of them, and some of them do arrive and able to send back an image, or maybe even if you wanted to have a person there, we might have some way of doing like a telepresence or some kind of delayed telepresence, or some kind of reconstruction of the planet which is sent back, so you can digitally interact with that environment in a way which is not real time but representative of what that planet would be like to be on the surface. So we might be more like visitors to these planets. Certainly far easier practically to do that than physically forcing this wet chunk of meat to fly light years across space to do that. And so that's maybe something we can imagine down the road. The Halo drive, as I said, is thinking even further ahead. And if you did want to launch large masses could even be planet-sized things. In the case of the Halo drive, you can use black holes. So this is kind of a trick of physics. I often think of the universe as like a big computer game, and you're trying to find cheat codes, hacks, exploits that the universe didn't intend for you to use. But once you find them, you can address all sorts of interesting capabilities that you didn't previously have. And the Halo drive does that with black holes. So if you have two black holes, which is a very common situation, a binary black hole, and they're inspiraling towards each other. LIGO's detected, I think, dozens of these things, maybe over 100 at this point. And these things, as they merge together, the pre-merger phase, they're orbiting each other very, very fast, staying close to the speed of light. And so Freeman Dyson, before he passed away, I think in the 70s, he had this provocative paper called Gravitational Machines, and he suggested that you could use neutron stars as an interstellar propulsion system. And neutron stars are sort of the lower mass version of the binary black hole system, essentially. In this case, he suggested just doing gravitational slingshot. Just fly your spacecraft into this very compact and relativistic binary system. And you do need neutron stars, because if there were two stars, they'd be physically touching each other. So the neutron stars are so small, like 10 kilometers across, they can get really close to each other and have these very, very fast orbits with respect to each other. You shoot your spacecraft right through the middle, like flying through the eye of a needle, and you do a slingshot around one of them, and you do it around the one that's coming sort of towards you. So one will be coming away, one will be coming towards you at any one point, and then you could basically steal some of the kinetic energy in the slingshot. In principle, you can set up to twice the speed. You can take your speed, and it becomes your speed plus twice the speed of the neutron star in this case, and that would be your new speed after the slingshot. this seems great because it's just free energy, basically. You're not doing any, you're not generating, you have a nuclear power reactor or anything to generate this, you're just stealing it. And indeed, you can get to relativistic speeds this way. So I loved that paper, but I had a criticism. And the criticism was that this is like trying to fly your ship into a blender. Right? This is two neutron stars which have huge tidal forces. And they're whipping around each other once every second or even less than a second, and you're trying to fly your spaceship and do this maneuver that is pretty precarious. And so it just didn't seem practical to me to do this. Right, I loved it. And so I took that idea, and this is how science is. It's iterative. It's you take a previous great man's idea and you just sort of maybe slightly tweak it and improve it. That's how I see the Halo drive. And I just suggested, why not replace those out for black holes, which is certainly very common. And rather than flying your ship into that hellhole of a blender system, you just stand back and you fire a laser beam. Now, because black holes have such intense gravitational fields, they can bend light into complete 180s. They can actually become mirrors. So, the sun bends light by maybe a fraction of a degree through gravitational lensing, but a compact object like a black hole can do a full 180. In fact, if you went too close, if you put the laser beam too close to the black hole, just fall into it and never come back out. So you just kind of push it out until you get to a point where it's just skirting the event horizon. And then that laser beam skirts around and it comes back. Now, the laser beam wants to do it is doing a gravitational slingshot, but light, photons can't speed up, unlike the spaceship case. So instead of speeding up, the way they steal energy is they increase their frequency. So they become higher energy photon, essentially. They get blue shifted. So that you send maybe a red laser beam that comes back blue, it's got more energy in it. And because photons carry momentum, which is somewhat unintuitive in every experience, but they do, that's how solar sails work. They carry momentum, they push things. You can even use them as laser tweezers and things to pick things up. Because they push, it comes back with more momentum than it left. So you get an acceleration force from this. And again, you're just seeing energy from the black hole to do this. So you can get up to the same speed. It's basically the same idea as Freeman Dyson, but doing it from a safer distance. And there should be of order of a million or so, or 10 million black holes in the Milky Way galaxy. Some of them would be even as close as sort of 10 to 20 light years when you do the occurrence rate statistics of how close you might expect feasibly one to be. They're of course difficult to detect because they're black, so they're inherently hard to see. But statistically, there should be plenty out there in the Milky Way. And so these objects would be natural waypoint stations. You could use them to both accelerate away and to brake and slow down.
And on top of all this, we've been talking about astronomy and cosmology. There's been a lot of exciting breakthroughs in detection and exploration of black holes. So the boomeranging photons that you're talking about. There's been a lot of work on photon rings and just all the fun stuff going on outside the black holes.
Yeah.
So all the garbage outside might be the thing that holds a key to understanding what's going on inside. And there's the Hawking radiation. There's all kinds of fascinating stuff like there's trippy stuff about black holes that most people don't understand. The holographic principle with the plate and the information being stored potentially outside of the black hole. I can't even comprehend how you can project a three-dimensional object onto 2D and somehow store information where it doesn't destroy it. And if it does destroy it, challenging all of physics. All of this is very interesting, especially for kind of more practical applications of how the black hole could be used for propulsion.
Yeah, it may be that black holes are used in all sorts of ways by advanced civilizations. I think, again, it's been a popular idea in science fiction trope that Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, could be the best place to look for intelligent life in the universe because it is a giant engine in a way. A unique capability of a black hole is you can basically throw matter into it and you can get these jets that come out, the accretion disks and the jets that fly out. And so you can more or less use them to convert matter into energy v equals mc squared. And there's pretty much nothing else except for annihilation with its own antiparticle as a way of doing that. So they have some unique properties. You could perhaps power a civilization by just throwing garbage into a black hole, right? Just throwing asteroids in, and you can power your civilization with as much energy as you really would ever plausibly need. And you could also use them to accelerate away across the universe. And you can even imagine using small artificial black holes as thermal generators, right? So the Hawking radiation from them kind of exponentially increases as they get smaller and smaller in size. And so a very small black hole, one that you can almost imagine like holding in your hand, would be a fairly significant heat source. And so that raises all sorts of prospects about how you might use that in an engineering context to power your civilization as well.
You have a video on becoming a Kardashev Type 1 civilization. What's our hope for doing that? We're a few orders of magnitude away from that.
Yeah, it is surprising. I think people tend to think that we're close to this scale. The Kardashev Type 1 is defined as a civilization which is using as much energy as is essentially incident upon the planet from the star. So as of order, I think for the Earth of something like 10 to the 5 teros, or 10 to the 7 teros is a gigantic amount of energy, and we're using a tiny fraction of that right now. So if you became a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, which is seen not necessarily as a goal into itself, people think, why are we aspiring to become this energy-hungry civilization? Surely our energy needs might improve our efficiency or something as time goes on. But ultimately, the more energy you have access to, the greater your capabilities will be. If you want to lift Mount Everest into space, there is just a calculable amount of potential energy change that's going to take in order to accomplish that. And the more energy you have access to as a civilization, then clearly the easier that energy achievement is going to be. So it depends on what your aspirations are as a civilization. It might not be something you want to ever do, but
we should make clear that lifting heavy things isn't the only thing. It's just doing work. So
yeah,
it could be computation. It could be more and more sophisticated and larger computation, which is, it does seem where we're headed, with a very fast increase in the scale and the quality of our computation outside the human brain. Artificial computation.
Yeah. Computation is a great example of. Already I think something like 10% of U.S. power electricity use is going towards these supercomputing centers. So there's a vast amount of our current engine needs which are already going towards computing that surely only increase over time. If we start ever doing anything like mind uploading or creating simulated realities, that cost will surely become almost a dominant source of our energy requirements at that point, if civilization completely moves over to this kind of post-humanism stage. And so it's not unreasonable that our energy needs would continue to grow. Certainly historically, they always have at about 2% per year. And so if that continues, there is going to be a certain point where you're running up against the amount of energy which you can harvest, because you're using even if you cover the entire planet in solar panels, there's no more energy to be had. And so this is there's a few ways of achieving this. I sort of talked about in the video how there are several renewable energy sources that we're excited about, like geothermal, wind power, waves, but pretty much all of those don't really scratch the surface or don't really scratch the itch of going to a Kardashev Type 1 civilization. They're meaningful now. I would never tell anybody don't do wind power now, because it's clearly used for our current stage of civilization. But it's not. It's going to be a pretty negligible fraction of our energy requirements if we got to that stage of development. And so there has to be a breakthrough in either our ability to harvest solar energy, which would require maybe something like a space array of solar panels of beaming the energy back down, or some developments and innovations in nuclear fusion that would allow us to essentially reproduce the same process of what's producing the solar photons, but here on Earth. But even that comes with some consequences. If you're generating the energy here on Earth and you're doing work on Earth, then that work is going to produce waste heat, and that waste heat is going to increase the ambient temperature of the planet. And so, even if this isn't really a greenhouse effect that you're increasing the temperature of the planet, this is just the amount of computers that are churning. You put your hand to a computer, you can feel the warmth coming off them. If you do that much work of literally, the entire instant energy of the planet is doing that work, the planet's going to warm up significantly as a result of that. And so, that's that clearly indicates that this is not a sustainable path. That civilizations, as they approach Kardashev Type 1, are going to have to leave planet Earth, which is really the point of that video, to show that it's a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, even though it's defined as instant energy upon a planet, that is not a species that is going to still be living on their planet, at least in isolation. They will have to be harvesting energy from afar. They will have to be doing work on that energy outside of their planet, because otherwise you're going to dramatically change the environment in which you live.
Well, yeah, so the more energy you create, the more energy you use, the higher the imperative to expand out into the universe, but also not just the imperative, but the capabilities. And you've kind of, as a side on your lab page, mentioned that you're sometimes interested in astroengineering. So what kind of space architectures do you think we can build to house humans or interesting things outside of Earth?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun ideas here. One of the classic ideas is O'Neill cylinder or a Stanford torus. These are like two rotating structures that were devised in space. They're basically using the centrifugal force as artificial gravity. And so these are structures which tend to be many kilometers across that you're building in space, but could potentially habitat millions of people in orbit of the Earth. Of course, you could imagine putting them, the Expanse does a pretty good job, I think, of exploring the idea of human exploration of the solar system and having many of the small near-Earth objects and asteroids inhabited by mining colonies. One of the ideas we've played around with our group is this technology called a quasite. A quasite is an extension. Again, we always tend to extend previous ideas. Ideas build upon ideas. But an extension idea called a statite. A statite was an idea proposed, I think, by Ron Forward in the 1970s. 1970s seemed to have all sorts of wacky ideas. I don't know what was going on there. I think the Stanford torus, the O'Neill cylinder, statites, the gravitational lens. People were really having fun with dreaming about space in the 70s. The statite is basically a solar sail, but it's such an efficient solar sail that the outward force of radiation pressure equals the inward force of gravity from the sun. And so it doesn't need to orbit. Normally you avoid, the sun is pulling us right now through force of gravity, but we are not getting closer towards the sun, even though we are falling towards the sun because we're in orbit, which means our translational speed is just enough to keep us at the same altitude, essentially, from the sun. And so you're in orbit, and that's how you maintain distance. A statite doesn't need to do that. It could be basically, completely static in inertial space, but it's just balancing the two forces of radiation pressure and inward gravitational pressure. A quasite is the in-between of those two states. So it has some significant outward pressure, but not enough to resist fully falling into the star. And so it compensates for that by having some translational motion. So it's in between an orbit and a statite. And so what that allows you to do is maintain artificial orbits. So normally, if you want to calculate your orbital speed of something at, say, half an AU, you would use Kepler's third law and go through that, and you'd say, okay, if it's at half an AU, I can calculate the period by p squared is proportional to a cubed and go through that. But for a quasite, you can basically have any speed you want. It's just a matter of how much of the gravitational force are you balancing out. You effectively enter an orbit where you're making the mass of the star be less massive than it really is. So it's as if you were orbiting a 0.1 solar mass star or a 0.2 solar mass star, whatever you want. And so that means that Mercury orbits with a pretty fast orbital speed around the sun because it's closer to the sun than we are. But we could put something in Mercury's orbit that would have a slower speed, and so it would co-track with the Earth. And so we would always be aligned with them at all times. And so this could be useful if you wanted to have either a chain of colonies or something that were able to easily communicate and move between one another, between these different bases. You'd probably use something like this to maintain that easy transferability. Or you could even use it as a space weather monitoring system, which was actually proposed in the paper. We know that major events like the Carrington event that happened, can knock out all of our electromagnetic systems quite easily. A major solar flare could do that, a geomagnetic storm. But if we had the ability to detect those higher elevated activity cycles in advance, the problem is they travel obviously pretty fast, and so it's hard to get ahead of them. But you could have a station which is basically sampling solar flares very close to the surface of the Earth, and as soon as it detects anything suspicious magnetically, it could then send that information straight back at the speed of light to your Earth and give you maybe half an hour warning or something that something bad was coming. You should shut off all your systems or get in your Faraday cage now and protect yourself. And so these quasites are kind of a cool trick of, again, kind of hacking the laws of physics. It's like another one of these exploits that the universe seems to allow us to do, to potentially manifest these artificial systems that would otherwise be difficult to produce.
So leveraging natural phenomena.
Yeah. That's always the key, is to work, in my mind, is to work with nature. That's how I see astroengineering, rather than against it. You're not trying to force it to do something. But that's why I always think solar energy is so powerful, because in the battle against nuclear fusion, you're really fighting a battle where you're trying to confine plasma into this extremely tight space. Or the sun does this for free. It has gravitation. And so that's in essence what a solar panel does. It is a nuclear fusion reactor fueled energy system, but it's just using gravitation for the confinement and having a huge standoff distance for its energy collection. And so there are tricks like that. It's a very naive, simple trick in that case, where we can, rather than having to reinvent the wheel, we can use the space infrastructure, if you like, the astrophysical infrastructure that's already there to our benefit.
Yeah, I think in the long arc of human history, probably natural phenomena is the right solution. That's the ugly solution, because all the power is already there. That's why a Dyson sphere in the long sort of, well, you don't know what a Dyson sphere would look like, but some kind of thing that leverages the power, the energy that's already in the sun is better than creating artificial nuclear fusion reactions. But then again, that brings us to the topic of AI. How much of this, if we're traveling out there, interstellar travel, or doing some of the interesting things we've been talking about, how much of those ships would be occupied by AI systems, do you think? What would be the living organisms occupying those ships?
Yeah, it's depressing to think about AI in the search for life, because I've been thinking about it a lot over the last few weeks with playing around with ChatGPT 3, like many of us, and being astonished with its capabilities. And you see that our society is undergoing a change that seems significant which their government was hiding from them. In terms of the development of artificial intelligence, we've been promised this how his father had been a military revolution, this singularity, for a long time, but it really seems to be stepping up its pace of development at this point. And so that's interesting, because as someone who looks for alien life out there in the universe, it sort of implies that our current stage of development is highly transitional. And that, you go back to the last 4.5 billion years, the planet was dumb, essentially. If you go back last few thousand years, there was civilization, but it wasn't really producing any technical signatures. And then over the last maybe 100 years, there's been something that might be detectable from afar. But we're approaching this cusp where we might imagine it. I mean, we're thinking of like maybe years and decades with AI development, typically when we talk about this. But as an astronomer, I have to think about much longer time scales of centuries, millennia, millions of years. And so if this wave continues over that time scale, which is still the blink of an eye on the cosmic time scale, that implies that everything will be AI essentially out there, if this is a common behavior. And so that's intriguing, because it sort of implies that we are special. in terms of our moment in time as a civilization, which it normally is something we're averse to as astronomers. We normally like this mediocrity principle. We're not special, we're a typical part of the universe, sometimes of the cosmological principle. But in a temporal sense, we may be in a unique location. And perhaps that is part of the solution to the Fermi paradox, in fact, that if it is true that planets tend to go through basically three phases: dumb life for the vast majority, a brief period of biological intelligence, and then an extended period of artificial intelligence that they transition to, then we would be in a unique and special moment in galactic history that would be of particular interest for any anthropologist out there in the galaxy, right? This would be the time that you would want to study a civilization very carefully. You wouldn't want to interfere with it. You would just want to see how it plays out. Kind of similar to the ancestor simulations, or sometimes sort of the simulation argument, that you are able to observe perhaps your own origins and study how the transformation happens. And so, yeah, that has for me recently been throwing the Fermi paradox on its head. And this idea of the Zoot hypothesis that we may be monitored, which has for a long time been sort of seen as a fringe idea, even amongst the SETI community. But if we live in this truly transitional period, it adds a lot of impetus to that idea, I think.
Well, even AI itself, by its very nature, would be observing us by, it's like human. There used to be this concept of human computation, which is actually exactly what's feeding the current chat language models, which is leveraging all the busy stuff we're doing to do the hard work of learning. So like the language models are trained on human interaction and human language on the internet. And so AI feeds on the output of brain power from humans. And so like it would be observing, and it gets stronger as it observes. So it actually gets extremely good at observing humans. And one of the interesting philosophical questions that starts percolating is what is the interesting thing that makes us human? We tend to think of it, and you said like there's three phases. What's the thing that's hard to come by in phase 3? Is it something like scarcity, which is limited resources? Is it something like consciousness? Is that the thing that's very that emerged the evolutionary process in biological systems that are operating under constrained resources? This thing that it feels like something to experience the world, which we think of as consciousness, is that really difficult to replicate in artificial systems? Is that the thing that makes it fundamentally human? Or is it just a side effect that we attribute way too much importance to? Do you have a sense?
But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket,
if you look out into the future, and AI systems are the ones that are traveling out there to Alpha Centauri and beyond, do you think they have to carry the flame of consciousness with them?
No, not necessarily. They may do, but it may not be necessarily. I mean, I guess we're talking about the difference here between sort of an AGI, artificial general intelligence, or consciousness, which are distinct ideas, and you can certainly have one without the other. So I could imagine.
I would disagree with certainly in that state.
Okay.
I think it's very possible in order to have intelligence.
Okay. Well, I mean, to a certain degree, ChatGPT-3 has a level of intelligence already. It's not a general intelligence, but it displays properties of intelligence with no consciousness. So
again, I would disagree.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Because you said it's very nice. You said it displays properties of intelligence. In the same way it displays properties of intelligence, I would say it's starting to display properties of consciousness. It certainly could fool you that it's conscious.
Correct. Yeah. So there's, I guess, like a Turing test problem. Like if it's displaying all those properties, if it quacks like a parrot, or quacks like a duck, things like isn't it basically a duck at that point? So yeah, I can see that argument. probably, I mean, certainly I try to think about it from the observer's point of view as an astronomer. What am I looking for? Whether that intelligence is conscious or not has little bearing, I think, as to what I should be looking for when I'm trying to detect evidence of them. It would maybe affect their behavior in ways that I can't predict. But that's again getting into the game of what I would call xenopsychology, of trying to make projections about the motivations of an alien species is incredibly difficult. And similarly, for any kind of artificial intelligence, it's unfathomable what its intentions may be. I mean, I would sort of question whether it would even be interested in traveling between the stars at all, if its primary goal is computation for the sake of computation. Then it's probably going to have a different way of, it's going to be engineering its solar system and the nearby material around it for a different goal. If it's just simply trying to increase computer substrate across the universe. And that, of course, if that is its principal intention, to just essentially convert dumb matter into smart matter as it goes, then I think that would come into conflict with observations of the universe, right? Because the Earth shouldn't be here if that were true. The Earth should have been transformed into computer substrate by this point. There's been plenty of time in the history of the galaxy for that to have happened. So I'm skeptical that we can. I'm skeptical in the part that that's a behavior that AI or any civilization really engages in, but I also find it difficult to find a way out of it. To explain why that would never happen in the entire history of the galaxy, amongst potentially, if life is common, millions, maybe even billions of instant instantiations of AI could have occurred across the galaxy. And so that seems to be a knock against the idea that there is life else, or intelligent life elsewhere in the galaxy. The fact that that hasn't occurred in our history is maybe the only solid data point we really have about the activities of other civilizations.
Of course, the scary one could be that we just, at this stage, intelligent alien civilizations just start destroying themselves. It becomes too powerful. Everything's just too many weapons, too many nuclear weapons, too many nuclear weapon style systems that just, from mistake to aggression, like the probability of self-destruction is too high relative to the challenge of avoiding the technological challenges of avoiding self-destruction.
You mean the AI destroys itself, or
no,
we destroy ourselves prior to the advent of AI?
As we get smarter and smarter AI, either AI destroys us or other. There could be just like AI is correlated. The development of AI is correlated with all this other technological innovation, genetic engineering, like all kinds of engineering at the nanoscale, mass manufacture of things that could destroy us, or cracking physics enough to have very powerful weapons, nuclear weapons. All of it, just too much. Physics enables way too many things that can destroy us before it enables the propulsion systems that allow us to fly far enough away before it destroys us. So maybe that's what happens to the other alien civilizations.
Is that your resolution? Because I think us in the techno-signature community and the astronomy community aren't thinking about this problem seriously enough, in my opinion. We should be thinking about what AI is doing to our society and the implications, what we're looking for. And so I think part of this thinking has to involve people like yourself who are more intimate with the machine learning and artificial intelligence world. How do you reconcile in your mind? You said earlier that you think you can't imagine a galaxy where life and intelligence is not all over the place. And if artificial intelligence is a natural progression for civilizations, how do you reconcile that with the absence of any information around us, or any clues or hints of artificial behavior, artificially engineered stars, or colonization, computer substrate transform planets.
It's extremely difficult. The Fermi paradox, broadly defined, is extremely difficult to me. And the terrifying thing is, one thing I suspect is that we keep destroying ourselves. The probability of self-destruction with advanced technology is just extremely high. That's why we're not seeing it. But then again, my intuition about why we haven't blown ourselves up with nuclear weapons, it's very surprising to me from a scientific perspective. But it doesn't, given all the cruelty I've seen in the world, given the power that nuclear weapons place in the hands of a very small number of individuals, it's very surprising to me we have destroyed ourselves, and it seems to be a very low probability situation that's happening here. And then the other explanation is the Zeus, the observation, that we're just being observed. That's the only other thing. It's so difficult for me. Of course, all of science, everything is very humbling. It would be very humbling for me to learn that we're alone in the universe. It would change. You know what? Maybe I do want that to be true because you want us to be special. That's why I'm resisting that thought, maybe. There's no way we're that special. There's no way we're that special. That's where my resistance comes from.
I would just say, the specialness is something implicitly in that statement. There's kind of an assumption that we are something positive, like we're a gift to this planet or something, and that makes it special. But it may be that intelligence is more than we're like rats or cockroaches. We're an infestation of this planet. We're not some benevolent property that the planet would ideally like to have. If you can say something. But we may be not only a generally a negative force for a planet's biosphere and its own survivability, which I think we can make a strong argument about, but we may also be a very persistent infestation that may, even in interesting thoughts, in the wake of a nuclear war, would that be an absolute eradication of every human being, which would be a fairly extreme event, or would the candle of consciousness, as you might call it, the flame of consciousness, continue with some small pockets that would maybe in 10,000 years, 100,000 years, we'd see civilization re-emerge and play out the same thing over again?
Yeah, that's certainly, the nuclear weapons aren't powerful enough yet. But yes, but to sort of push back on the infestation, sure, but the word special doesn't have to be positive. I just mean,
I think it tends to imply that. I take your point, yeah, but maybe just maybe extremely rare, might be.
Yeah. And that to me, it's very strange for me to be cosmically unique. It's just very strange. I mean that we're the only thing of this level of complexity in the galaxy just seems very strange to me.
I would just, I do think it depends on this classification. I think there is sort of, again, it's kind of buried within there as a subtext, but there is a classification that we're doing here that what we are is a distinct category of life. Let's say in this case, when we're talking about intelligence, we are something that can be separated. But of course, we see intelligence across the animal kingdom in, dolphins, humpback whales, octopuses, crows, ravens, and so it's quite possible that that these are all manifestations of this same thing, and we are not a particularly distinct class, except for the fact we make technology. That's really the only difference about intelligence, and we classify that separately. But from a biological perspective, to some degree, it's really just all part of a continuum, and so that's why when we talk about unique, you are putting yourself in a box which is distinct and saying this is the only example of things that fall into this box. But the walls of that box may themselves be a construct of our own arrogance that we are something distinct.
But I was also speaking broadly, us meaning all life on Earth. But then it's possible that there's all kinds of living ecosystems on other planets and other moons that just don't have interesting technological development. Mm-hmm. Maybe technological development is the the parasitic thing. It destroys the organism broadly, and then maybe that's actually one of the fundamental realities. Whatever broad way to categorize technological development, that's just the parasitic thing that just destroys itself.
Yeah,
I think it's a cancer.
We're floating around. Sorry to interrupt, but we're floating around this idea of the great filter a little bit here. So we're really asking, where is this? Does this lie ahead of us? Nuclear war, maybe imminent. That would be a filter that's ahead of us, or could it be behind us? And that it's the advent of technology that is genuinely a rare occurrence in the universe, and that explains the Fermi paradox. And so that's something that obviously people have debated and argued about in SETI for decades and decades, but it remains a persistent. People argue whether it should be really called a paradox or not, but it remains a consistent, apparent contradiction that you can make a very cogent argument as to why you expect life and intelligence to be common in the universe, and yet everything we know about the universe is fully compatible with just us being here, and that's a haunting thought. But I have no preference or desire for that to be true. I'm not trying to impose that view on anyone, but I do ask that we remain open-minded until evidence has been collected either way.
The thing is, it's one of, if not the, probably I would argue, is the most important question facing human civilization, or the most interesting.
Yeah,
I think, scientifically speaking, like, what question is more important than somehow, there could be other ways to sneak up to it, but it gets to the essence of what we are, what
Yes.
these living organisms are. Is somehow seeing another kind helps us understand.
It speaks to the human condition, helps us understand what it is to be human to some degree. I think, I have tried to remain very agnostic about the idea of life and intelligence. One thing I try to be more optimistic about, and I've been thinking a lot with our searches for life in the universe, is life in the past. I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now living. Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, that's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. Hardly anything in cosmic time span. That's nothing. That's the blink of an eye. And so it's not a surprise at all that we would happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion and realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, don't find any evidence for intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time. And that's almost the most selfless act of communication, because there's no hope of getting anything back. It's a philanthropic gift almost to that other civilization that you can maybe might just be nothing more than a monument, which the pyramids essentially are, a monument of their existence, that these are the things they achieved, this was their, the things they believed in, their language, their culture. Or it could be maybe something more than that. It could be sort of lessons from what they learned in their own history. And so I've been thinking a lot recently about how would we send a message to other civilizations in the future, because that act of thinking seriously about the engineering of how we would design that would inform us about what we should be looking for, and also perhaps be our best chance, quite frankly, of ever making contact. It might not be the contact we dream of, but it's still contact. There would still be a record of our existence, as pitiful as it might be compared to a two-way communication.
And I love the humility behind that project, that Universal project.
Yeah,
it's it's humble. It humbles you to the vast temporal landscape of the universe. Just realizing our day-to-day lives, all of us will be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to think about something that sends a signal out to other.
It's almost like a humility of acceptance as well, of like knowing that you have a terminal disease, but your impact on the earth doesn't have to end with your death, that it could go on beyond with what you leave behind for others to discover with maybe the books you write or what you leave in the literature.
Do you think launching the Roadster vehicle out in space?
The Roadster. I'm not sure what someone would make of that if they found it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there have been quasi attempts at it beyond the Roadster. I mean, there's like plaques there's the Pioneer plaques, there's the Voyager 2 Golden Record. It's pretty unlikely anybody's going to discover those because they're just adrift in space, and they will eventually mechanically die and not produce any signal for anyone to spot. So you'd have to be extremely lucky to come across them. I've often said to my colleagues that I think the best place is the moon. The moon, unlike the Earth, has no significant weathering. How long will the Apollo descent stages, which are still sun on the lunar surface, last for? The only real effect is micrometeorites, which are slowly like dust smashing against them pretty much. But that's going to take millions, potentially billions of years to erode that down. And so we have an opportunity, and that's on the surface. If you put something just a few meters beneath the surface, it would have even greater protection. And so it raises the prospect of that if we wanted to send something, a significant amount of information, to a future galactic spanning civilization that maybe cracks the interstellar propulsion problem, the moon's going to be there for 5 billion years. That's a long time for somebody to come by and detect maybe a strange pattern that we draw on the sand, for them to, big arrow, big cross, like under here, and we could have a tomb of knowledge of some record of our civilization. And so I think it's, when you think like that, what that implies to us, well, okay, the galaxy is 13 billion years old, the moon is already 4 billion years old. There may be places familiar to us, nearby to us, that we should be seriously considering as places we should look for life and life or evidence of relics that they might leave behind for us.
So that thinking like that will help us find such relics, and it's like a beneficial cycle that happens.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
That enables the science of SETI better, like of searching for bios and tech signatures and so on.
Yeah,
and it's inspiring. I mean, it's also inspiring in that we want to leave a legacy behind as an entire civilization, not just in the symbols, but broadly speaking. Yeah, that's the last thing.
Yeah, and I'm part of a team that's trying to repeat the Golden Record experiment. We're trying to create like an open source version of the Golden Record that future spacecraft are able to download and basically put on a little hard drive that they can carry around with them. Get these distributed hopefully across the solar system eventually.
And it's going to be called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or
it could be. That's a good name for it. We've been toying a little bit with the name, but I think probably would just be Golden Record at this point, or Golden Record version 2 or something. But I think another benefit that I see of this activity is that it forces us as a species to ask those questions about what it is that we want another civilization to know about us. The Golden Record was kind of funny because it had photos on it, and it had photos of people eating, for instance, but it had no photos of people defecating. And so I always thought that was kind of funny because if I was an alien, or if I was studying an alien, if I saw images of an alien, I'm not trying to be like a pervert or anything, but I would want to see the full I want to understand the biology of that alien. And so we always censor what we show, and
we should show the whole actual natural process, and then also say we humans tend to censor these things. We tend to not like to walk around naked. We tend to not to talk about some of the natural biological phenomena and talk a lot about others. And actually just be very like the way you would be to a therapist or something, very transparent about the way we actually operate.
Yeah, I mean, and Sagan had that with the Golden Record. I think he originally there's a male and a female figure depicted on the Golden Record, and the woman had a genitalia originally drawn, and there was a lot of pushback from, I think, a lot of Christian groups who were not happy about the idea of throwing this into space. And so eventually they had to remove that. And so it would be confusing biologically if you're trying to study xenobiology of this alien that apparently has no genitalia, or the man does, but for some reason the woman doesn't. And that's our own societal and cultural imprint happening into that information.
That's, to be fair, just even having two sexes and predators and prey, just the whole, that could be just a very unique Earth-like thing. So they might be confused about why there's like pairs of things. Like, why are you why is there a man and a woman in general? Like they could be, they could be confused about a lot of things in general. I don't think
They don't even know which way to hold it.
Or there's the picture. They might not need, they might have very different sensory devices to even interpret this.
They have sound as their only way of navigating the world. It's kind of lost just to send any kind of, there's been a lot of conversation about sending video and audio and video and pictures, and that's one of the things I've been a little bit resistant about in the team, that I've been thinking, well, they might have eyes. And so if he lived in on the Europa surface, having eyes wouldn't be very useful. If you lived on a very dark planet on the tightly locked night side of an exoplanet, having eyes wouldn't be particularly useful. So it's kind of a presumption of us to think that video is a useful form of communication.
Do you hope we become a multiplanetary species? So we almost sneaking up to that, but the efforts of SpaceX, of Elon, maybe in general, what your thoughts are about those efforts. You already mentioned Starship will be very interesting for astronomy, for science in general, just getting stuff out into space. But what about the longer term goal of actually colonizing, of building civilizations on other surfaces, on moons, on planets?
It seems like a fairly obvious thing to do for our survival, right? There's a high risk if we are committed to trying to keep this human experiment going. Putting all of our eggs in one basket is always going to be a risky strategy to pursue.
It's a nice basket, though. But
it is a beautiful basket. I wouldn't want to. I personally have no interest in living on Mars or the Moon. Yeah. I would like to visit, but I would definitely not want to spend the rest of my life and die on Mars. It's a hellhole. Mars is a very, very different. I think the idea that this is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years seems to me very optimistic. Not that it's insurmountable, but the challenges are extreme to survive on a planet like Mars, which is like a dry, frozen desert with a high radiation environment. It's a challenge of a type we've never faced before. So I'm sure human ingenuity can tackle it, but I'm skeptical that we'll have thousands of people living on Mars in my lifetime. But I would relish that opportunity to maybe one day visit such a settlement and do scientific experiments on Mars, or experience Mars, do astronomy from Mars, all sorts of cool stuff you could do. Sometimes you see these dreams of outer solar system exploration, and you can fly through the clouds of Venus, or you could just do these enormous jumps on these small moons where you can essentially jump as high as a skyscraper and traverse them. So there's all sorts of wonderful ice skating on Europa might be fun. So don't get me wrong, I love the idea of us becoming interplanetary. I think it's just a question of time. Our own destructive tendencies are, as you said earlier, are at odds with our emerging capability to become interplanetary. And the question is, will we get out of the nest before we burn it down? And I don't know. I hope that we do, but I don't have any special insight that there is a problem. There is somewhat of a gnawing intellectual itch I have with the so-called doomsday argument, which I try not to treat too seriously, but there is some element of it that bothers me. The doomsday argument basically suggests that you're typically the mediocrity principle, you're not special, that you're probably going to be born somewhere in the middle of all human beings, whoever would be born. You're unlikely to be one of the first 1% of human beings that ever lived, and one of the last 1%, and similarly the last 1% of human beings that will ever live. Because you'd be very unique and special if that were true. And so by this logic, you can sort of calculate how many generations of humans you might expect. So if there's been, let's say, 100 billion human beings that have ever lived on this planet, then you could say to 95% confidence, so you divide by 5%. So 100 billion divided by 0.05 would give you 2 trillion human beings that would ever live, you'd expect by this argument. And so if let's say each planet, in general, the planet has a 10 billion population. So that would be 200 generations of humans we would expect ahead of us. And if each one has an average lifetime of, say, 100 years, then that would be about 20,000 years. So there's 20,000 years left on the clock. That's like a typical doomsday argument type. That's how they typically lay it out. Now, you can argue a lot of the criticisms of the doomsday argument come down to, well, what are you really counting? You're counting humans there, but maybe you should be counting years, or maybe you should be counting human hours. You know, what are you? Because what you count makes a big difference to what you get out on the other end. So this is called the reference class. And so that's one of the big criticisms of the doomsday argument. But I do think it has a compelling point that it would be surprising if our future is to one day blossom and become a galactic spanning empire. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions of human beings will one day live across the stars for essentially as long as the galaxy exists and the stars burn. We would live at an incredibly special point in that story. We would be right at the very, very, very beginning. And that's not impossible, but it's just somewhat improbable. And so there's part of that sort of irks against me, but it also almost feels like a philosophical argument because you're sort of talking about souls being drawn from this cosmic pool. So it's not an argument that I lose sleep about for our fate of the doomsday, but it is somewhat intellectually annoying that there is a slight contradiction there, it feels like, with the idea of a galactic spanning empire.
Yeah, but of course there's so many unknowns. I for one would love to visit even space, but Mars. Just imagine standing on Mars and looking back at Earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredible sight. It would give you such a fresh perspective as to your entire existence. To be human.
Yeah, and then come back to Earth. It would give you a heck of a perspective. Plus the sunset on Mars is supposed to be nice.
I loved what William Shatner said after his flight. His words really moved me when he came down, and I think it really captured the idea that we shouldn't really be sending engineers or scientists into space. We should be sending out poets, because those are the people when they come down who can truly make a difference when they describe their experiences in space. And I found it very moving reading what he said.
Yeah, when you talk to astronauts, when they describe what they see, it's like this, like they've discovered a whole new thing that they can't possibly convert back into words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Just as a quick, before I forget, I have to ask you, can you summarize your argument against the hypothesis that we live in a simulation? Is it similar to our discussion about the doomsday clock?
No, it's actually probably more similar to my agnosticism about life in the universe, and it's just sort of remaining agnostic about all possibilities. The simulation argument, sometimes it gets mixed. There's kind of two distinct things that we need to consider. One is the probability that we live in so-called base reality, that we're not living in a simulated reality itself. And another probability we need to consider is the probability that technology is viable, possible, and something we will ultimately choose to one day do. And those are two distinct things. They're probably quite similar numbers to each other, but they are distinct probabilities. So in my paper, I wrote about this. I just tried to work through the problem. I teach astrophysics, actually teaching it this morning. And so it just seemed like a fun case study of working through a Bayesian calculation for it. Bayesian calculations work on conditionals. And so when you hear, what kind of inspired this project was when I heard Musk said was like a 1 billion to 1 chance that we don't live in a simulation. He's right if you add the Bayesian conditional, And the Bayesian conditional is conditioned upon the fact that we eventually develop that technology to use it, or it's chosen to be used by such species, by such civilizations. That's the conditional. And you have to add that in because that conditional isn't guaranteed. And so in a Bayesian framework, you can kind of make that explicit. You see mathematically, explicitly, that's a conditional in your equation. On the opposite side of the coin is basically in the trilemma that Bostrom originally put forward is options 1 and 2. So option 1 is that you basically never develop the ability to do that. Option 2 is you never choose to execute that. So we kind of group those together as sort of the non-simulation scenario, let's call it. And so you've got non-simulation scenario, simulation scenario. And agnostically, we really have to give how do you assess the a priori model probability of those two scenarios? It's very difficult, and I think people would probably argue about how you assign those priors. In the paper, we just assigned 50-50. We just said, this hasn't been demonstrated yet. There's no evidence that this is actually technically possible, but nor is it that it's not technically possible. So we're just going to assign 50-50 probability to these two hypotheses. And then in the hypothesis where you have a simulated reality, you have a base reality set at the top. So there is, even in the simulated hypothesis, there's a probability you still live in base reality. And there's a whole myriad of universes beneath that which are all simulated. And so you have a very slim probability of being in base reality if this is true. And you have a 100% probability of living in base reality, on the other hand, if it's not true and we never develop that ability or choose never to use it. And so then you apply this technique called Bayesian model averaging, which is where you propagate the uncertainty of your two models to get a final estimate. And because of that one base reality that lives in the simulated scenario, you end up counting this up and getting that it always has to be less than 50%. So the probability living in a simulated reality versus base reality has to be slightly less than 50%. Now that really comes down to that statement of giving it 50-50 odds to begin with. And on the one hand, you might say, look, David, I work in artificial intelligence. I'm very confident that this is going to happen just of extrapolating off current trends. Or on the other hand, a statistician would say, you're giving way too much weight to the simulation hypothesis because it's an intrinsically highly complicated model. You have a whole hierarchy of realities within realities within realities. It's like the Inception style thing, right? And so this requires hundreds, thousands, millions of parameterizations to describe. And by Occam's razor, we would always normally penalize inherently complicated models as being disfavored. So I think you could argue I'm being too generous or too kind with that, but I sort of want to develop the rigorous mathematical tools to explore it. And ultimately, it's up to you to decide what you think that 50-50 odds should be. But you can use my formula to plug in whatever you want and get the answer. And I use 50-50.
So, but when in that first pile, with the first two parts of the Bostrom talks about, it seems like connected to that is the question we've been talking about, which is the number of times at bat you get, which is the number of intelligent civilizations that are out there that can build such simulations.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like very closely connected, because if we're the only ones that are here that can build such things, that changes things.
Yeah. I mean, the simulation hypothesis has all sorts of implications like that. I've always looked, Sean Carroll pointed out a really interesting contradiction apparently with the simulation hypothesis that I speak about a little bit in the paper. But he showed that, or pointed out that in this hierarchy of realities, which then develop their own AIs within the realities, and then they or really ancestor simulations, I should say, rather than AI, they develop their own capability to simulate realities. You get this hierarchy, and so eventually there'll be a bottom layer, which I often call the sewer of reality. It's like the worst layer where it's the most pixelated it could possibly do, right? So, because each layer is necessarily going to have less computational power than the layer above it. Because not only are you simulating that entire planet, but also some of that's being used for the computers themselves, that those are simulated. And so that base reality, also the sewer reality, is a reality where they are simply unable to produce ancestor simulations because the fidelity of the simulation is not sufficient. And so from their point of view, it might not be obvious that the universe is pixelated, but they would just never be able to manifest that capability.
What if they're constantly simulating because in order to appreciate the limits of the fidelity, you have to have an observer. What if they're always simulating a dumber and dumber observer?
Yeah.
What if the sewer has very dumb observers that can't, like scientists that are the dumbest possible scientists? So like it's very pixelated, but the scientists are too dumb to even see the pixelations.
Right.
So like that's like built into the universe always has to be a limitation on the cognitive capabilities of the complex systems that are within it.
Yeah, so that sewer reality, they would still presumably be able to have a very impressive computational capabilities. They'd probably be able to simulate galactic formation, all this kind of impressive stuff, but they would be just short of the ability to, however you define it, create a truly sentient, conscious experience in a computer. That would just be beyond their capabilities. And so Carol pointed out that if you add up all the, you count up how many realities there should be, probabilistically, if this is true, over here, the simulation hypothesis or scenario, then you're most likely to find yourself in the sewer, because there's just far more of them than there are of any of the higher levels. And so that sort of sets up a contradiction, because then you live in a reality which is inherently incapable of ever producing ancestor simulations. But the premise of the entire argument is that ancestor simulations are possible. So there's a contradiction.
There's that old quote: "We're all living in the sewer, but some of us are looking up at the stars."
This is maybe more true than we think.
But to me, so there's of course physics and computational fascinating questions here. But to me, there's a practical psychological question, which is, how do you create a virtual reality world that is as compelling and not necessarily even as realistic, but almost as realistic, but as compelling or more compelling than physical reality? Because something tells me it's not very difficult in the full history of human civilization. That is an interesting kind of simulation to me, because that feels like it's doable in the next 100 years. Creating a world where we're all prefer to live in the digital world, and not like a visit, but like it's like you're seen as insane. No, like you're required. It's unsafe to live outside of the virtual world, and it's interesting to me from the engineering perspective how to build that, because I'm somebody that sort of loves video games, and it seems like you can create incredible worlds there and stay there. And it's a different question than creating a ultra high resolution, high fidelity simulation of physics. But if that world inside a video game is as consistent as the physics of our reality, you could have your own scientists in that world that trying to understand that physics world. It might look different.
I presume they'd eventually forget, give it long enough, they might forget about their origins of being once biological and assume this was their only reality.
Especially if you're now born, well, certainly if you're born, but even if you were 8 years old or something when you first started wearing the headset.
Yeah, or you have a memory wipe when you go in. I mean, it also kind of maybe speaks to this issue of like Neuralink and how do we keep up with AI in our world. If you want to augment your intelligence, perhaps one way of competing, and one of your impetuses for going into this digital reality would be to be competitive intellectually with artificial intelligences, that you could trivially augment your reality if your brain was itself artificial. But I mean, one skepticism I've always had about that is whether it's more of a philosophical question, but how much is that really you if you do a mind upload? Is this just a duplicate of your memories that thinks it's you versus truly transference of your conscious stream into that reality? And I think when it's almost like the teleportation device in Star Trek, but with teleportation, quantum teleportation, you can kind of rigorously show that as long as all of the quantum numbers are exactly duplicated as you transfer over, it truly is, from the universe's perspective, in every way indistinguishable from what was there before. It really is, in principle, you, and all the sense of being you. versus creating a duplicate clone and uploading memories to that human body or a computer, that would surely be a discontinuation of that conscious experience by virtue of the fact you've multiplied it. And so I would be hesitant about uploading for that reason. I would see it mostly as my own killing myself and having some AI duplicate of me that persists in this world, but is not truly my experience.
Typical 20th century human with an attachment to this particular singular instantiation of brain and body. How silly humans used to be. Used to have rotary phones and and other silly things. You're an incredible human being. You're an educator. You're a researcher. You have like an amazing YouTube channel. Looking to young people, if you were to give them advice, how can they have a career that maybe is inspired by yours, inspired by wonder and curiosity, a career they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of? What advice would you give?
I certainly think in terms of a career in science, one thing that I maybe discovered late but has been incredibly influential on me in terms of my own happiness and my own productivity has been this synergy of doing two passions at once. One passion in science communication, another passion in research, and not surrendering either one. And I think that tends to be seen as something that's an either or. You have to completely dedicate yourself to one thing to gain mastery in it. That's a conventional way of thinking about both science and other disciplines. And I have found that both have been elevated by practicing in each. And I think that's true in all aspects of life. I mean, if you want to become the best researcher you possibly can, you're pushing your intellect and in a sense your body to a high level. And so to me, I've always wanted to couple that with training of my body, training of my mind in other ways besides from just what I'm doing when I'm in the lecture room or in my office, calculating something. Focusing on your own development through whatever it is, meditation, for me it's often running, working out, and pursuing multiple passions provides this almost synergistic bliss of all of them together. So often I've had some of the best research ideas from making a YouTube video and trying to communicate an idea or interacting with my audience who've had a question that sparked a whole trail of thought that led down this wonderful intellectual rabbit hole, or maybe to a new intellectual discovery. Can go either way sometimes, those things. And so thinking broadly, diversely, and always looking after yourself in this highly competitive and often extremely stressful world that we live in, is the best advice I can offer anybody. And just try, if you can, it's very cheesy, but if you can follow your passions, you'll always be happy. I'm trying to sell out for the quick cash out, the quick buck out. Can be tempting in the short term. Looking for exomoons was never easy, but I made a career not out of discovering exomoons, but out of learning how to communicate the difficult problem and discovering all sorts of things along the way. We shot for the sky and we discovered all this stuff along the way. We discovered dozens of new planets using all sorts of new techniques. We pushed this instrumentation to new places, and I've had an extremely productive research career in this world. I've had all sorts of ideas working on techno signatures. It's thinking innovatively pushes you into all sorts of exciting directions. So just try to, it's hard to find that passion, but you can sometimes remember it when you were a kid, what your passions were and what fascinated you as a child. For me, as soon as I picked up a space book when I was 5 years old, that was it. I was hooked on space, and I almost betrayed my passion. At college, I studied physics, which I've always been fascinated by physics as well. But I came back to astronomy because it was my first love, and I was much happier doing research in astronomy than I was in physics because it spoke to that wonder I had as a child that first was the spark of curiosity for me in science.
So society will try to get you to look at hot Jupiters.
Yeah.
And the advice is to look for the cool world instead. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? You ever ask yourself why?
It's just a ride. That's how I like it. It's just a ride. We're on a roller coaster, and we have no purpose. It's an accident in my perspective. There's no meaning to my life. There's no objective deity who is overwatching what I'm doing, and I have some fate or destiny. It's all just riding on a roller coaster and trying to have a good time and contribute to other people's enjoyment of the ride.
Yeah, try to make it a happy accident.
Yeah. I see no fundamental providence in my life or in the nature of the universe, and you just see this universe as this beautiful cosmic accident of galaxies smashing together, stars forging here and there, and planets occasionally spawning maybe life across the universe. And we are just one of those instantiations, and we should just enjoy this very brief episode that we have. And I think trying to look at it much deeper than that is to me, is not very soul satisfying. I just think enjoy what you've got and appreciate it.
It does seem noticing that beauty helps make the ride pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
David, you're an incredible person. I haven't covered most of the things I wanted to talk to you about. This was an incredible conversation. I'm glad you exist. I'm glad you're doing everything you're doing, and I'm a huge fan. Thank you so much for talking today. This was amazing.
Thank you so much, Lex. Real honor. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Kipping. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. Perhaps the aliens are here, but are hiding because of some Lex Galactica, some ethic of non-interference with emerging civilizations. You can imagine them, curious and dispassionate, observing us, as we would watch a bacterial culture in a dish to determine whether this year, again, we manage to avoid self-destruction. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
That's the only thing you could do that I would suggest. The first thing, if you have a problem, don't want to destroy your tissue and your blood cells, anything that you don't want to destroy, I would suggest that you contact the pathologist. And I said, I'm sure the Army Airfield is going to need somebody's got some pathologist. I didn't know that they had one in Roswell, but I said, I'd call
the war continues after the battle. And this is something that's hard for Americans to understand. Our system is built with the presumption of a war is over. When we sign a piece of paper, everyone can go home. It's not what happens.
The following is a conversation with Jeremy Surrey, a historian at UT Austin. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jeremy Surrey. What is the main idea, the main case that you make in your new book, Civil War by Other Means, America's Long and Unfinished Fight for Democracy?
So our democratic institutions in the United States, they're filled with many virtues and many elements in their design that improve our society and allow for innovation. But they also have many flaws in them, as any institutions created by human beings have. And the flaws in our institutions go back to a number of judgments and perspectives that people in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries had. And those flaws have been built into our institutions, and they continue to hinder innovation and growth in our society. Three of the flaws that I emphasize in this book are flaws of exclusion, the ways our institutions exclude people, not just African Americans, many different groups. The ways our institutions also give power to certain people who have position rather than skill or intelligence or quality. And third, and most of all, the ways our institutions embed certain myths in our society. Myths that prevent us from gaining the knowledge we need to improve our world. In all of these ways, our democracy is hindered by the false reverence for institutions that actually need to be reformed, just as we need to highlight the good elements of them. That's really what my book is about.
And the myth, the false reverence, what are we talking about there?
So there's a way in which we believe that if we love our country, it's somehow wrong to criticize our institutions. I believe if you love your country, you want to encourage your institutions to get better and better. I love my university where I work, but I want it to be better. We have many flaws. I love my family, but I'm constantly telling family members how they can be better. That's what true knowledge leadership is about, not just cheerleading.
What's the counterpoint to that? Because the other extreme is a deep, all-encompassing cynicism towards institutions. So for me, I like the idea of loving America, which seems to be sometimes a politicized statement these days, that you believe in the ideals of this country. That seems to be either a naive or a political statement the way it's interpreted. So the flip side of that, having a healthy skepticism of institutions is good, but having a complete paralyzing cynicism seems to be bad.
Absolutely. Both are ahistorical positions. What I try to do as a historian is work in between those spaces. The virtue is in the middle ground, for better or for worse. And what we have to recognize is that our institutions are necessary. There's a reason government exists. There's a reason our union was created. That's what Abraham Lincoln was heroically fighting for. So we have to believe in our union. We have to believe in our government. And we, as business people, as intellectuals, we have to be part of the solution, not the problem. But that doesn't mean just ignoring the deep flaws in our institutions, even if we find personally ways to get around them. What really worries me is that there are a lot of very intelligent, well-intentioned people in our society who have figured out how to live with the flaws in our institutions, rather than how to use their skills to correct the flaws in our institutions.
There's folks like somebody that lives next door to me, Michael Malice, is an anarchist. Philosophically, maybe more than practically, just sort of argues for that position. It's an interesting thought experiment, I would say. And so if you have these flaws as institutions, one thing to do, as the communists did at the beginning of the 20th century, is to burn the thing down and start anew. And the other is to fix from within, one slow step at a time. What's the case for both, from a history perspective?
Sure. So historically, there has always been an urge to burn down the institutions and start again, start with a blank slate. The historical record is that almost never works. Because what happens when you destroy the institutions, you gave the example of the Bolshevik Revolution. When you destroy the institutions, all you do is in the jungle that's left behind, you give advantages to those who are the most powerful. Institutions always place certain limits upon the most powerful in the jungle. If you go back to the jungle, the most powerful are actually going to have the most influence and most control. So the revolutionaries, who are usually the vulnerable, turn out to then be the victims of the revolution. And this is exactly what we saw with the French Revolution, with the Russian Revolution. So the record for that is not a great record. There still might be times to do that, but I think we should be very cautious about that. The record for working through institutions is a much better record. Now, what we have to be careful about is, as we're working through institutions, not to become bought into them, not to become of those institutions. So what I've written about in this book and in other books, my book on Henry Kissinger, for example, is how it's important when in an institution to still bring an outsider perspective. I believe in being an inside outsider. And I think most of your listeners are inside outsiders. They're people who care about what's going on inside, but they're bringing some new ideas from the outside.
I think the correct statement to say is most of the listeners, most people aspire to be inside or outsiders. But human nature is such that we easily become insiders. So we like that idea, but the reality is, and I've been very fortunate because of this podcast to talk to certain folks that live in certain bubbles. And it's very hard to know when you're in a bubble that you should get out of the bubble of thought. And that's a really tricky thing because, when you're, whether it's politics, whether it's science, whether it's and any pursuits in life, because everybody around you, all your friends, you have like a little rat race, and you're competing with each other, and then you get a promotion, you get excited, and you can see how you can get more and more power. It's not like a dark, cynical rat race. It's fun. That's the process of life. And then you forget that you just collectively have created a set of rules for the game that you're playing. You forget that this game doesn't have to have these rules. You can break them. This happens in Wall Street, like the financial system. Everybody starts to like collectively agree on a set of rules that they play, and they don't realize like we don't have to be playing this game. It's tough. It's really tough. It takes a special kind of human being, as opposed to being anti-establishment on everything, which also gets a lot of attention. But being just enough anti-establishment to figure out ideas how to improve the establishment. That's such a tricky place to operate.
I agree. I like the word iconoclastic. I think it's important to be an iconoclast, which is to say you love ideas, you're serious about ideas, but you're never comfortable with consensus. And I write about that in this book. I've written about that actually a lot in the New York Times too. I think consensus is overstated. As someone who's half Jewish and half Hindu, I don't want to live in a society where everyone agrees, because my guess is they're going to come after people like me. I want to live in a society that's pluralistic. This is what Abraham Lincoln was really fighting for in the Civil War. It's what the Civil War is really about, and what my book's about, which is that we need a society where institutions encourage, as you say, different modes of thought and respect different modes of thought and work through disagreement. So a society should not be a society where everyone agrees. A democratic society should be a society where people disagree but can still work together. That's the Lincoln vision. And how do you get there? I think you get there by having a historical perspective, always knowing that no matter what moment you're in and no matter what room you're in with really smart people, there are always things they're missing. We know that as historians. No one is clairvoyant, and the iconoclast is looking for the things that have been forgotten, the silences in the room.
And also, I wonder what kind of skill, what kind of process is required for the iconoclast to reveal what is missing to the rest of the room.
Yeah.
Because it's not just shouting with a megaphone that something is missing, because nobody will listen to you. You have to convince them.
Right. It's honestly where I have trouble myself, because I often find myself in that iconoclastic role, and people don't like to hear it. You know, I like to believe that people are acting out of goodwill, which I think they usually are, and that people are open to new ideas. But you find very quickly, even those who you think are open-minded, once they've committed themselves, put their money and their reputation on the line, they don't want to hear otherwise. So in a sense, what you say is bigger than even being an iconoclast. It's being able to persuade and work with people who are afraid of your ideas.
Yeah, I think the key is, like in conversations, is to get people out of a defensive position. Like make them realize we're on the same side, we're brothers and sisters, and from that place, I think you just raise the question. It's like a little thought that just lands, and then I've noticed this time and time again. Just a little subtle thing, and then months later, it percolates somewhere in the mind. It's like, all right, that little doubt. Because I also realized in these battles, when especially political battles, people often don't have folks on their side, like that they can really trust as a fellow human being to challenge them. That's a very difficult role to be in, and because in these battles you kind of have a tribe and you have a set of ideas, and there's another tribe and you have a set of ideas, and when somebody says something counter to your viewpoint, you almost always want to put them in the other tribe, as opposed to having truly listening to another person. That takes skill, but ultimately I think that's the way to bridge these divides, is having these kinds of conversations. That's why I'm actually, again, optimistically believe in the power of social media to do that, if you design it well. But currently, the battle rages on Twitter.
Well, I think what you're getting at, which is so important, is storytelling. And all the great leaders that I've studied, some of whom are in this book, some of whom are not, right? Whether they're politicians, social activists, technologists, it's the story that gets people in. People don't respond to an argument. We're trained, at least in the United States, we're often trained to argue. You're told in a class, okay, this part of the room take this position, this part of the room take this position. And that's helpful because it forces you to see different sides of the argument. But in fact, those on one side never convince those on the other side through argument. It's through a story that people can identify with. It's when you bring your argument to life in human terms. And someone, again, like Abraham Lincoln, a master at that. He told stories. He found ways to disarm people and to move them without their even realizing they were being moved.
Yeah, not make it a debate. Make it tell a story. That's fascinating because yes, some of the most convincing politicians, I don't feel like they're arguing a point. They're just telling a story, and it gets in there, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, when we look at what Zelensky has done in Ukraine in response to the Russian invasion, and I know you were there on the front lines yourself, it's not that he's arguing a position that persuades us. We already believe what we believed about Russia, but he's bringing the story of Ukrainian suffering to life and making us see the behavior of the Russians that is moving opinion around the world.
Well, the interesting stuff, sometimes it's not actually the story told by the person, but the story told about the person.
Right.
And some of that could be propaganda, some of that could be legitimate stories, which is the fascinating thing. The power of story is the very power that's leveraged by propaganda to convince the populace. But the idea, one of the most powerful ideas when I traveled in Ukraine, and in general, to me personally, the idea that President Zelensky stayed in Kiev in the early days of war, when everybody, from his inner circle to the United States, everybody in the West and NATO, everybody was telling him, and even on the Russian side, I assumed they thought he would leave, he would escape,
Right.
and he didn't. From foolishness or from heroism, I don't know. But that I think united a country, and it's such a small thing,
Right.
but it's powerful.
It's the most basic of all human stories, the story of human courage.
Courage.
And I remember watching his social media feed on that, and he was standing outside, not even in a bunker, standing outside in Kiev, right, as the Russian forces are attacking and saying, "I'm here. And this minister is here, and this minister is here. We're not corrupt. We're not stooges of the Americans who told us to leave. We're staying because we care about Ukraine." And the story of courage, I mean, that's the story that, babies grow up seeing their parents as courageous, right? It's the most natural of all stories.
And that's also the stories, for better or worse, that are told throughout history.
Yeah.
Because stories of courage and stories of evil, those are the two extremes, are the ones that are kind of, it's a nice mechanism to tell the stories of wars, of conflicts, of struggles, all of it.
Yeah.
The tension between those two.
And the reason I believe studying history and writing about history is so essential is because it gives us more stories. The problem with much of our world, I think, is that we're confronted by data, we're confronted by information, and of course it's valuable, but it's easy to manipulate or misuse information. It's the stories that give us a structure. It's the stories where we find morality. It's the stories where we find political value. And what do you get from studying history? You learn more stories about more people.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for courage, for stories of courage. Like I've been in too many rooms. I've often seen too many people sort of in subtle ways sacrifice their integrity and did nothing. And people that step up when the opinion is unpopular, and they do something where they really put themselves on the line, whether it's their money or their well-being, I don't know. That gives me hope about humanity. And of course, during the war, like Ukraine, you see that more and more. Now, other people have a very cynical perspective of it, that's saying, well, those are just narratives that are constructed for propaganda purposes and so on. But I've seen it with my own eyes. There's heroes out there, both small and big. So just regular citizens and leaders.
One set of heroes I learned about writing this book that I didn't know about that I should have are more than 100,000 former slaves who become Union soldiers during the Civil War, which is an extraordinary story. We think of it as North versus South, white Northern troops versus white Southern troops. There are, as I said, more than 100,000 slaves, no education, never anything other than slaves, who flee their plantations, join the Union Army. And what I found in the research, and other historians have written about this too, is they become some of the most courageous soldiers because they know what they're fighting for, but there's something more to it than that. It seems in their stories that there is a humanity, a human desire for freedom and a human desire to improve oneself, even for those who have been denied the most basic rights for all of their lives. And I think that story should be inspiring to all of us as a story of courage, because we all deal with difficulties. But none of us are starting from slavery.
That's really powerful. That flame, the longing for freedom, can't be extinguished through the generations of slavery. So that's something you talk about. There's some deep sense in which, while the war was in part about slavery, it's not. The slaves themselves fought for their freedom, and they won their freedom.
I don't think it's a war about slavery. I think it's a war about freedom. Because if you say it's a war about slavery, then it sounds like it's an argument between the slave masters and the other white guys who didn't want slavery to exist. And of course, that argument did exist, but it wasn't. It was a war over freedom, especially after 1863 into the second year of the war, when Lincoln, because of war pressures, signs the Emancipation Proclamation, which therefore says that the contraband, the property of Southerners, i.e. their slaves, will now be freed and brought into the Union Army. That makes it about freedom. Already the slaves were leaving the plantations. They knew what was going on. They were going to get out of slavery as soon as they could. But now it becomes a war over freedom, over opening that opportunity for them. And that's how the war ends. That's really important, right? And that's where we are in our politics today. It's the same debate. That's why I wrote this book. The challenge of our time is to understand how do we make our society open to more freedom for more people.
So let's go to the beginning. How did the American Civil War start, and why?
So the American Civil War starts because of our flawed institutions. The founders had mixed views of slavery, but they wanted a system that would eventually work its way toward opening for more people of more kinds. Not necessarily equality, but they wanted a more open democratic system. But our institutions were designed in ways that gave disproportionate power to slave holders in particular states in the Union, through the Senate, through the Electoral College, through many of the institutions we talk about in our politics today. Therefore, that part of the country was, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, holding the rest of the country hostage. For a poor white man like Abraham Lincoln, born in Kentucky, who makes his way in Illinois, slavery was an evil, not just for moral reasons. It was an evil because it denied him democratic opportunity. Why would anyone hire poor Abe to do something if they could get a slave to do it for free? And his economy of opportunity for him had to be an economy that was open and that did not have slavery, particularly in the new states that were coming into the Union. Lincoln was one of the creators of the Republican Party, which was a party dedicated to making sure all new territory was open to anyone who was willing to work, any male figure who would be paid for their work. Free labor, free soil, free men, basic capitalism. Southerners, Southern plantation owners were an aristocracy that did not want that. They wanted to use slavery and expand slavery into the new territories. What caused the Civil War? The clash. And our institutions that were unable to adapt and continued to give disproportionate power to these Southern plantation slave owners. The Supreme Court was dominated by them. Senate was dominated by them. And so the Republican Party came into power as a critique of that. And Southerners unwilling to accept, Southern Confederates unwilling to accept that change, went to war with the Union.
So who was on each side? The Union and Confederates. What are we talking about? What are the states? How many people? What's like the demographics and the dynamics of each side?
The Union side is much, much larger, right, in terms of population, about 22 million people. And it is what we would today recognize as all the states basically north of Virginia. The South is the states in the south of the Mason-Dixon line. So Virginia and they're on west through Tennessee. So Texas, for example, is in the Confederacy. Tennessee is in the Confederacy. But other states like Missouri are border states. And the Confederacy is a much smaller entity. It's made up of about 9 million people, plus about 4 million slaves. And it is a agricultural economy, whereas the northern economy is a more industrializing economy. Interestingly enough, the Confederate states are in some ways more international than the northern states because they are exporters of cotton, exporters of tobacco. So they actually have very strong international economic ties, very strong ties to Great Britain. The United States was the largest source of cotton to the world. before the Civil War. Egypt replaces that a little bit during the Civil War. But all the English textiles were American cotton from the South. And so it is the southern half of what we would call the eastern part of the United States today, with far fewer people. It's made up, the Confederacy is, of landed families. Wealth in the Confederacy was land and slaves. The northern United States is made up predominantly of small business owners and then larger financial interests, such as the banks in New York.
And what about the military? Who are the people that picked up guns? What are the numbers there? So the Union also outnumbered the Confederacy.
By far, but it's a really interesting question because there's no conscription in the Constitution. Unlike most other countries, our democracy is formed on the presumption that human beings should not be forced to go into the military if they don't want to. Most democracies in the world today actually still require military service. The United States has very rarely in its history done that. It's not in our Constitution. So during the Civil War, in the first months and years of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln has to go to the different states, to the governors, and ask the governors for volunteers. So the men who take up arms, especially in the first months of the war, are volunteers in the North. In the South, they're actually conscripted. And then as the war goes on, the Union will pass the Conscription Acts of 1862 and 1863, which for the first time, and this is really important because it creates new presidential powers, for the first time, Lincoln will have presidential power to force men into the army, which is what leads to all kinds of draft riots in New York and elsewhere. But suffice it to say, the Union Army throughout the war is often 3 times the size of the Confederate Army.
What's the relationship between this no conscription and people standing to fight for ideas and the Second Amendment? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We're in Texas.
Yes. So
what's the role of that in this story?
The American population is already armed before the war. And so even though the Union and the Confederate armies will manufacture and purchase arms, it is already an armed population. So the American presumption going into the war is that citizens will not be forced to serve, but they will serve in militias to protect their own property. And so the Second Amendment, the key part of the Second Amendment for me as a historian is the well-regulated militia part. The presumption that citizens, as part of their civic duty, do not have a duty to join a national army, Prussian style, but are supposed to be involved in defending their communities. And that's the reality. It's also a bit of a myth. And so Americans have throughout their history been gun owners. Not AK-47 owners, but gun owners. And gun ownership has been for the purpose of community self-defense. The question coming out of that is, what does that mean in terms of, do you have access to everything? Antonin Scalia, even himself, asked this question on the Supreme Court. You know, he said in one of the gun cases, you have the right to defend yourself, but you don't have the right to own an Uzi. You don't have the right to have a tank. I don't think they'd let you park a tank, Lex, in your parking spot, right?
Actually, I looked into this. I think there's a gray area around tanks. Actually, I think you're legit allowed to own a tank.
Oh, you really?
I think there's somebody look into this. Somebody told me, but I could see like that because it's very difficult for that to get out of hand.
Right.
Okay, there may be one guy, and you could be breaking laws in terms of the width of the vehicle that you're using to operate. Anyway, that's a hilarious discussion. But so to make the case, speaking of AK-47s and rifles, and back to Ukraine for a second, one of the fascinating social experiments that happened in Ukraine at the beginning of the war is they handed out guns to everybody, rifles, and crime went down, which I think is really interesting. I hope somebody does a kind of psychological data collection analysis effort here to try to understand why, because it's not obvious to me that in a time of war, if you give guns to the entire populace, anyone who wants a gun, it's not going to, especially in a country who has historically suffered from corruption, not result in robberies and assaults and all that kind of stuff. There's a deep lesson there. Now, I don't know if you can extend that lesson beyond wartime, though.
Right, that's the question. What happens after the war? I mean, my inclination would be to say that can work during war, but you have to take the guns back after the war.
But they might be very upset when you try to.
That's the problem. No, that's precisely the problem. That's actually part of the story here. I mean, what happens after the Civil War, after Appomattox in 1865, is that many Southern soldiers go home with their guns, and they misuse their weapons to, quite frankly, shoot and intimidate former slaves who are now citizens. This is a big problem. I talk about this in the book in Memphis in 1866. It is former Confederate soldiers and police officers and judges who are responsible for hundreds of rapes within a 2-day period and destroying an entire community of African Americans. And they're able to do that because they brought their guns home.
But underneath the issue of guns, there is just the fundamental issue of hatred and inability to see other humans in this world as having equal value as another human being.
Yeah.
What was the election of 1860 like that brought Lincoln to power?
So the election of 1860 was a very divisive election. We have divisive contested elections from 1860 really until 1896. The 1860 election is the first election where a Republican is elected president, that is Lincoln, but he's elected president with less than 40% of the vote, because you have two sets of Democrats running, Democrats who are out to defend the Confederacy and everything, and then Democrats who want to compromise but still keep slavery. Most famous, Stephen Douglas, who argues for basically allowing each state to make its own decisions, popular sovereignty as it called it. And then you still have traditional Whigs who are running. That was the party that preceded the Republican Party. So you have 4 candidates. Lincoln wins a plurality. Lincoln is elected largely because the states that are anti-slavery or anti-expansion of slavery are not a majority, but they're a plurality. And the other states have basically factionalized, and so they're unable to have a united front against him.
Was the main topic at hand slavery?
I think the main topic at hand at that time was the expansion of slavery into new territories.
Into new territory.
Right. It was not whether to abolish slavery or not. Lincoln is very careful, and his correspondence is clear. He wants no one on his side during the election to say that he's arguing for abolitionism, even though he personally supported that. What he wants to say is the Republican Party is for no new slave territories.
Did he make it clear that he was for abolition?
No, he was intentionally unclear about that.
What do you think he was throughout his life? Was there a deep, because that takes quite a vision. Like, you look at society today, and it takes quite a man to see that there's something deeply broken where a lot of people take for granted. I mean, into modern day, you could see factory farming is one of those things that in 100 years we might see as like the mass torture of animals could be seen as evil. But just to look around and wake up to that, especially in a leadership position. Was he able to see that?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I mean, the premise of your question is really important. That to us, it's obvious that slavery is a horror. But to those who had grown up with it, who had grown up seeing that, it was hard to imagine a different world. So you're right. Lincoln's imagination, like everyone else's, was limited by his time. I don't think Lincoln imagined a world of equality between the races, but he had come to see that was horrible. And historians have differed in how he came to this. Part of it is that he had a father who treated him like a slave. And you can see in his early correspondence how much he hates that his father, who was a struggling farmer, was basically trying to control Lincoln's life. And he came to understand personally, I think, how horrible it is to have someone else tell you what you should do with your labor, not giving you your own choices. But Lincoln was also a pragmatist. This is what made him a great politician. He wanted to work through institutions, not to burn them down. And he famously said that if he could preserve the Union and stop the spread of slavery by allowing slavery to stay in the South, he would. If he could do it by eliminating slavery in the South, if he could do it by buying the slaves and sending them somewhere else, he would. His main goal, what he ran on, was that the new territories west of Illinois, that they would be areas for free, poor, white men like him, not slavery.
What do you learn about human nature if you step back and look at the big picture of it? That slavery has been a part of human civilization for thousands of years. That this American slavery is not a new phenomenon.
I think history teaches us a very pessimistic and a very optimistic lesson. The pessimistic lesson is that human beings are capable of doing enormous harm and brutality to their fellow man and woman. And we see that with genocide in our world today. That human beings are capable, with the right stimuli, the right incentives, of enslaving others. I mean, genocide is in the same category, right? The optimistic side is that human beings are also capable, with proper leadership and governance, of resisting those urges, of putting those energies into productive uses for other people. But I don't think that comes naturally. I think that's where leadership and institutions matter. But leadership and institutions can tame us. We can civilize ourselves. You know, for a long time, we stopped using that verb, to civilize. I believe in civilization. I believe there's a civilizing role. Lincoln spoke of that, right? So did Franklin Roosevelt, the civilizing role that government plays. Education is only a part of that. It's creating laws, minimal laws, but laws nonetheless, that incentivize and penalize us for going to the dark side. But if we allow that to happen, or we have leaders who encourage us to go to the dark side, we can very quickly go down a deep, dark tunnel.
See, I believe that most people want to do good. And the power of institutions, if done well, they encourage and protect you if you want to do good. So if you're just in the jungle, from a game theoretical perspective, you get punished for doing good. So being extremely self-centered and greedy and even violent and manipulative can have, from a game theory perspective, benefits. But I don't think that's what most humans want. Institutions allow you to do what you actually want, which is to do good for the world, do good for others, and actually in so doing, do good for yourself. Institutions protect that natural human instinct, I think.
And what you just articulated, which I think the historical record is very strong on, is the classic liberal position. That's what liberalism means in a 19th century sense, right? That you believe in civilizing human beings through institutions. That begins with education. Kindergarten is an institution. Laws, and just basic habits that are enforced by society.
How do you think people thought about the idea? How do they square the idea of all men are created equal? Those very powerful words at the founding of this nation. How do they square that with slavery?
For many Americans, saying all men were created equal required slavery, because it meant that the equality of white people was dependent upon others doing the work for us, in the way some people view animal labor today. And maybe in 50 years, we'll see that as a contradiction. But the notion among many Americans in the 17th, 18th century, and this would also be true for those in other societies, was that equality for white men meant that you had access to the labor of others that would allow you to equalize other differences. So you could produce enough food so your family could live equally well nourished as other families, because you had slaves on the land doing the farming for you. This is Thomas Jefferson's world.
So it's like Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
That's right. And I think that's still the way people view things.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know if that's a liberal position or it's just a human position that all humans have equal value, just on the basic level of humanity.
But do we really believe that? We want to. I don't know if our society really believes that.
And I don't know exactly. I mean, it's super complicated, of course, when you realize the amount of suffering that's going on in the world, where there's children dying from starvation in Africa, and to say that all humans are equal, well, a few dollars can save that life, and instead we buy a Starbucks coffee, and are willing to pay $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 to save our child, like somebody from our family, and don't want to spend $2 to save a child over in Africa.
Right.
So I think Sam Harris or others have talked about, like, well, I don't want to live in a world where we'd rather send $2 to Africa. There's something deeply human about saving those that are really close to you, the ones we love. So that like hypocrisy that seems to go at tension with the basic ethics of alleviating suffering in the world, that's also really human. That's also part of this ideal of all men are created equal. It's a complicated, messy world, ethically.
It is, but I mean, I think, at least the way I think about it is, so what are the things, even within our own society, where we choose to do something with our resources that actually doesn't help the lives of many people? So we invest in all kinds of things that are often because someone is lobbying for them. This happens on both sides of the aisle. This is not a political statement, right? Rather than saying, if we invested a little more of our money, really a little more, we could make sure every child in this country had decent health care. We can make sure every child in this country had what they needed to start life healthy. And that would not require us to sacrifice a lot, but it would require us to sacrifice a few things.
Yeah, there's a balance there. And I also noticed the passive-aggressive statement you're making about how I'm spending my money.
No, me too.
Spending it a little more wisely.
I like to eat nice meals at nice restaurants, so I'm as guilty of this as you are.
I got a couch, and that couch serves no purpose.
It looks nice, though. No, it's a nice looking couch.
Thank you.
It's a nice looking couch. It's actually very clean.
I got it for occasional Instagram photos to look like an adult. Okay. Because everything else in my life is a giant mess. What role did the ideas of the founding documents of this country play in this war, the war between the Union and the Confederate States, and the founding ideas that were supposed to be unifying to this country? Is there interesting tensions there?
Well, there were certainly tensions because built into the founding documents, of course, is slavery and inequality and women's exclusion from voting and things of that sort. But the real brilliance of Abraham Lincoln is to build on the brilliance of the founders and turn the Union position into the defense of the core ideas of the country. So the Confederacy is defending one idea, the idea of slavery. Lincoln takes the basket of all the deeper ideas and puts them together. Three things the war is about for Lincoln, and this is why his speeches still resonate with us today. Every time I'm in Washington, I go to the Lincoln Memorial. It's the best memorial, best monument, I think, in the world, actually. And there are always people there reading Gettysburg Address and the Second Inaugural. Lincoln had 2 years of education, yet he found the words to describe what our country was about better than anyone. And it's because he went back to these founding values, three values. We already talked about one, freedom. And freedom is actually complex, but it's also simple. The simple Lincoln definition is that freedom is the right of each person to work for himself or herself, which is to say, it doesn't mean you own your own company. It means you control your labor. And no one can tell you have to work for a certain wage. You might not have a job, but you decide. You decide, right? You can see where that comes from his own background as a poor man, right? So freedom is control of your own labor. Second, democracy. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. The government is to serve the people, is to come from the people. And then the third point, justice and helping all human beings. He, at the end of his life, as the Civil War is ending, he never declares that the South should be punished. His argument is that we shouldn't apologize for their misdeeds, but that all should be part of this future. He's not arguing for consensus. He's arguing for a society where everyone has a stake going forward. So justice, democracy, freedom. Those are the gifts. I talked about the flaws in our system. Those are the virtues in our system that our founders, coming out of the Enlightenment, planted, and Lincoln carries them forward. He gives us the 2.0 version of them.
So a few tangent questions about each of those. So one on democracy. People often bring up the United States as not a democracy. It's a republic. That there's representative. Is there some interesting tensions there in terminology, or is can you maybe kind of expand on the different versions of democracy? So the philosophy of democracy, but also the practical implementations of it.
Sure. The founders intended for us to be a democracy. This argument that they want us to be a republic instead of a democracy is one of these made-up myths. They believed that fundamentally what they were creating was a society, very few of which had existed before, a society where the government would be of the people, by the people, for the people. That's what they expected, right? That's what it meant. So the legitimacy of our government was not going to be that the person in charge was of royal blood. That's the way Europeans did it. Or that the person in charge had killed enough people, a la Genghis Khan, or that the person in charge was serving a particular class. It was that the person in charge, the institutions were to serve the people. They adopted Republican tools to get there because they were fearful, appropriately, of simply throwing every issue up to the masses. Democracy is not mob rule. Democracy is where you create procedures to assess the public will and to act in ways that serve the public without harming other elements of the public that are not in the majority. That's why we have a constitution and a Bill of Rights. And for their time, the founders did not believe that women should be part of this discussion, that they were not capable. They were wrong about that in their time. That's how they thought. We've, of course, changed that. They believed you had to have property to have a stake. We don't believe that anymore. So we can argue over the details, and those 50 years from now will criticize us, right, for the way we think about these things. But it was fundamentally about, this is the radicalism of the American experiment, that government should serve the people, all people.
So democracy means of the people, by the people, for the people, and then it doesn't actually give any details of how you implement that, because you could implement all kinds of ways.
Well, and I think what we've learned as historians, I think what the founders knew, because they were very well read in the history of Rome and Greece, was that democracy will always have unique characteristics for the culture that it's in. If coming out of the war against Russia, Ukraine is able to build a better democracy than it had before, it's never going to look like the United States. I'm not saying it's to be worse or better. Culture matters. The particular history of societies matters. Japan is a vibrant democracy. I've been there many times. It does not look at all like the American democracy. So democracy is a set of values. The implementation of those values is a set of practical institutional decisions one makes based in one's cultural position.
So just to linger on that topic, is there, if you do representative, you said democracy should not, one failure mode is mob rule. So it should not descend into that. Not every issue should be up to everybody.
Correct.
Okay, so you have representation, but Stalin similarly felt that he could represent the interests of the public. He was also helping represent the interests of the public. So that's a failure mode too. If the people representing the public become more and more powerful, they start becoming detached from actually being able to represent or having just a basic human sense of what the public wants.
I think being of the people, by the people, for the people means you are in some way accountable to the people. And the problem with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, this was already evident before Stalin came into power, is the same problem the Communist Party of China has today, which is that you have leadership that's non-accountable.
Well, let me go then to one of the other three principles of freedom, because one of the ways to keep government accountable is the freedom of the press. So there's the internet, and on the internet there's social networks, and one of them is called Twitter. I think you have an account there. People should follow you. And recently people have been throwing around for a while the words of freedom of speech. Just out of curiosity, for a tangent upon a tangent, what do you think of freedom of speech as it is today, and as it was at that time during the Civil War, after the Civil War, throughout the history of America?
So freedom of speech has always been one of the core tenets of American democracy, and I'm near absolutist on it because I think that people should have the right to speak. What makes our democracy function is that there is always room for, quite frankly, people like you and me who like to disagree and have reasons to disagree. So I am against almost all forms of censorship. The only time I believe in censorship is if somehow an individual or a newspaper has stolen the Ukrainian plans for their next military movements in the next week. You should not be able to publish that right now, maybe after they act. But criticism, opinion, interpretation should be wide open. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that you have the right to come to my classroom and start shouting and saying whatever you want.
Yeah.
You have the right on the street corner to do that. But my classroom is a classroom for my students with a particular purpose.
Sorry about that from last week. I'll never do it again. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
Never
It's all right.
happened.
You know,
I get drunk. And to the people who don't know, you're Professor UT Austin. It's nearby, so sometimes I get a little drunk and wander in there. I
You're not
apologize.
the only one. Was that you? I didn't even know it was you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
So the point is that free speech is not licensed to invade someone else's space, and I also believe in private enterprise. So I think that if I owned a social media network, I don't. It would be up to me to decide who gets to speak on that network and who doesn't, and then people could decide not to use it. They don't want to use it.
But there's so yes, that's one of the founding principles. So oftentimes when you talk about censorship, that's government censorship. So social media, if you run a social media company, you should be able to decide from a technical perspective what freedom of speech means. But there's some deeper ethical, philosophical sense of how do you create a world where every voice is heard, of the people, by the people, for the people. That's a complicated technical problem. When you have a public square, how do you have a productive conversation where critics aren't silenced, but at the same time, whoever has the bigger megaphone is not going to crowd out everybody else?
So I think it's very important to create rules of the game that give everyone a chance to get started, and that allow for guideposts to be created from the will of the community, which is to say that we as a community can say, we can't stop people from speaking, but we as a community can say that in certain forms, we're going to create certain rules for who gets to speak and who doesn't, under what terms, but they can still have somewhere else to go. So I even opening space for everyone, but creating certain spaces within those spaces that are designed for certain purposes. That's what a school does. So I will not bring someone to speak to my students who is unqualified. It's not a political judgment. The rules at a university are, we're an educational institution. You need to have the educational credentials to come speak about artificial intelligence. I'm not going to bring some bum off the street to do that, right? We have certain rules, but that bum on the street can still, in his own space or her own space, can still say what he or she wants to say about artificial intelligence. This is how newspapers work. When I write for the New York Times, they have an editorial team. The editorial team makes certain decisions. They check facts. And there's certain points of view. They don't allow anti-Semitic comments, right? You're not going to be able to publish an anti-Semitic screed, whether you think it's true or not true, in the New York Times, but that doesn't prevent you from finding somewhere else. So we allow entities to create certain rules of the game. We make transparent what those rules are, and then we as citizens know where to go to get our information. What's been a problem the last few decades, I think, is it hasn't been clear what the rules are in different places and what are the legitimate places to get information and what are not.
Yeah, the transparency seems to be very critical there. Even for the New York Times, I think there's a lot of skepticism about which way the editorial processes lean. I mean, there's a public perception that it's, especially for opinions, it's going to be very left-leaning in the New York Times. And without transparency about what the process is like, about the people involved, all you do, like conspiracy theories and the general public opinion about that is going to go wild. And I think that's okay for the New York Times. People can, in a collective way, figure stuff out. Like they could say, okay, New York Times, 73% of the time is going to lean left. In their head, they have like a loose estimation or whatever. But for a platform like Twitter, it seems like it's more complicated. Now, of course, there should be rules of the game, but I think there's maybe I want to say a responsibility to also create incentives for people to do high effort, empathetic debate versus throwing poop at each other.
Yeah, I think those are two slightly different things, so I agree. I think that my view is that the failure of Facebook and Twitter and others in recent years has been that they have been completely untransparent about their rules. So what I would think would advance us is if they had a set of rules that were clear, that were consistently followed, and we understood what they were. That would also tell us as consumers what the biases are, how to understand what's going on. It seems, if I might say, that since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, it's been arbitrary in who's thrown off and who's not thrown off. And that's a real problem. Arbitrariness is in some ways the opposite of democracy.
But there's also a hidden arbitrariness in interpretation of the rules. So, for example, what comment incites violence? That's really, really difficult to figure out to me. Like, there's a gray area. Obviously, there's very, very clear versions of that. But if I know anything about people that try to incite violence, they're usually not coming out and clearly saying it. They're usually kind of dog whistling it. And same with racism and anti-Semitism, all of that. It's usually dog whistles. So, like, and they usually have fun playing with the rules, playing around the rules. So it's a gray area. Same with during COVID, misinformation. What's misinformation, right?
I agree. And some of these are age-old problems. Our legal system, common law, has been struggling with what is incitement to violence since the first Supreme Court decisions in the 18th century, right? So you're absolutely right. But I will say this. There are certain things that are clearly incitement to violence. I'll give you very clear examples. I'll just make it personal. My wife is an elected official here in Austin. There have been people who put things up on Twitter calling for her to be hanged or calling for her to be attacked. That's incitement to violence. When you specifically call for violence against someone, I agree there's a lot of other stuff where it's a gray area, but we could start, if we're applying these rules, by getting that material off of these sites.
So some of that is a problem with scale too, but the gray area is still a forever problem that we may never be able to solve, and maybe the tension within the gray area is the very process of democracy. But saying like we need to take our country back, is that incitement of violence?
I don't think that. I think we need to take our country back. Just that? No.
But then, you know,
because I might say that. I might say we need to take our.
I say that all the time. I walk around drunk, just screaming that at everybody.
I know you wanted us to take you back.
Exactly. I was very confused. And my messaging needs to work.
But let's go to the January 6th example, right? To say hang Mike Pence, that's incitement to violence.
Yeah.
To say go get Nancy, that's incitement to violence.
Yeah, it's very clear. I don't think that's the big problem. The big problem is the gray area. But yeah, and the other problem is just how to technically find the large scale of comments and posts and so on that are doing this kind of clear incitement of violence.
You to solve. You're the.
I understand.
I mean, don't ask me those questions.
Well, I have to say, some of that is motivation, some of that is vision, and some of that is execution. So, for example, just to go briefly on a dark topic, something I've recently became aware of is Facebook and Twitter and so on. People post violence on there, like like videos of violence, child porn, some of the darkest things in this world. And to find them at scale is a difficult problem. And to act in it aggressively is a difficult problem. But I think part of this motivation, like saying this is a big problem, we need to take this on, we need to find all the darkest aspects of human nature that rise and appear on our platform and remove them so that we can create a place for humanity to flourish through the process of conversation. But it's just hard. It's just really hard. When you look at like millions of posts, trillions of interactions, it's wild with like the amount of data.
But where we are now with social media seemed wild and impossible 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
I actually, what frustrates me is I think there are people who have politicized this issue in unnecessary ways. Everyone, regardless of their politics, should support what you just said. Investing our money, maybe grants from the federal government, in AI, skilled people like you, figuring out ways to get violent videos off of it. That shouldn't be political.
But some of that also requires being transparent from a social media company perspective, and transparent in a way that really resists being political. To be able to be transparent about your fight against these evils while still not succumbing to the sort of the political narratives of it. That's tricky, but you have to do that kind of and like walk me through the fire. Because that's what Twitter feels like if you're being political. It's like a firing squad from every side. You know, as a leader, you have to kind of walk calmly.
And that is where we need a new generation of people who will have diverse politics, but will stand up against that, right? I mean, that's the lesson from after the Civil War is where progress is made. The war doesn't solve problems of hate. Where progress is made is where you have local leaders and others who stand up and say, we can differ, but we're going to stop calling people from certain backgrounds monkeys, which was a common thing to do at that time. Jews are still called monkeys in certain places, right? People have to stand up while still maintaining their political differences.
Several 100,000 people died. What made this war such a deadly war?
It's extraordinary how many people died, more than 500,000. And this was without a single automatic rifle, without a single bomb. It was mostly in hand-to-hand combat, which is to say that these 600,000 or so people who died, they died where the person who killed them was standing within a few feet of them. And that's really hard. Most of the killing that happens in wars today is actually from a distance. It's by a drone, it's by a bomb, it's by a rocket, or by an automatic weapon. And just to make this even more focused, to this day, the deadliest day in American history was during the Civil War. September 1862 at Antietam, more than 22,000 Americans killed one another hand to hand. There hasn't been a day that deadly in American history since then. That's amazing considering the technological changes.
What was in the mind of those soldiers on each side? Was there conviction for ideas? Did they hate the other side?
I think actually they were fighting out of fear. What we know from reading their letters, what we know from the accounts, is that yes, they're ideas that are promoted to them to get them to the battlefield. They believe in what they're doing, but here it's the same as World War I, and I think the Civil War and World War I are very similar as wars. You are in these horrible conditions, you're attacked, and you have the chance to either kill the other side and live, or die. And you fight to live, and you fight to save the people next to you. What is true about war, what is both good and dangerous about it, is you form an almost unparalleled bond with those on your side. This is the men under arms scenario, right? And that's where the killing goes. And it's a civil war. Means sometimes it's brother against brother, quite literally. And what it teaches us is how human beings can be put into fighting and will commit enormous damage. And that's why this happens. It goes on for 4 years.
And just the extensive research you've done on this war for this book, what are some of the worst and some of the best aspects of human nature that you found? Like you said, brother against brother. That's pretty powerful.
They're both, right? So the level of violence that human beings are capable of, how long they're able to sustain it. The South the Confederacy should not have lasted in this war as long as it did. By the end, I mean, they're starving and they keep fighting. So the resilience in war of societies and the power of hate to move people. What are the bright sides? You see in Lincoln and Grant, who I talk about a lot in the book as well, Ulysses Grant. You see the ability of empathetic figures to still rise above this in spite of all the horror. Lincoln went to visit more soldiers in war than any president ever has, often at personal peril because he was close to the lines. And he connected. It wasn't propaganda. There weren't always reporters following him. He was able to build empathy in this context. And I think, as I said, war, as horrible as it is, often gives opportunities to certain groups. So African Americans, former slaves, are able to prove themselves as citizens. Jews did this in enormous number in World War II. Henry Kissinger, who I wrote about before, he really only gets recognized as an American. He's a German-Jewish immigrant. He's seen as an American because of his service in World War II. So the bright side of this is that often in the case of war, on your own side, you will let go of some of your prejudices. Ulysses Grant has a total transformation. He goes into the Civil War, an anti-Semite and a racist. He comes out with actually very enlightened views because he sees what Jewish soldiers and what African-American soldiers did.
What's Ulysses Grant's story? What do you learn from him? Is he a hero or a villain of this war?
I think he's a hero, though he's a flawed hero, as all heroes are. He's a man from Ohio and Illinois who was really a failed businessman time and again, and had an ability to command people in war. Where did this come from? He was a clear communicator and an empathetic figure. He tended to drink too much, but he was the kind of person people wanted to follow. They trusted him. And so in battle, that became very important. And the second thing is he did his homework. He had a sense of the terrain. He had a sense of the environment he was operating in, and he was ruthless in pursuing what he had studied. So he turns out in battles as like Vicksburg and elsewhere to actually undertake some pretty revolutionary maneuvers. And then he figures out that the advantage now is on his side in numbers, and he just pounds him to death, similar to what the United States does at the end of World War II with Germany and Japan. He comes out of the war, Grant does. He's a believer in union. He wants to protect former slaves and other groups, and he tries to use the military for that purpose. He's limited. And then as president, he tries to do that as well. Right now, we still use many of the laws that were passed during Grant's presidency to prosecute insurrectionists. So the 900 or so people who have been prosecuted for breaking into the Capitol and attacking police on January 6th, those insurrectionists, they've been prosecuted under the 1871 Anti-Ku Klux Klan law. So that's a big accomplishment by Grant, and we still benefit from it. The problem is Grant was not a great politician. Unlike Lincoln, he didn't give good speeches. He wasn't a persuasive figure in a political space. And so he had trouble building support for what he was doing, even though he was trying to do what in the end I think were the right things.
What was the role of the KKK at that time?
So the Ku Klux Klan is formed at the end of the Civil War by Confederate veterans, first in Tennessee, in Pulaski, Tennessee, and then it spreads elsewhere. And there are other groups that are similar, the Red Shirts and various others. These are veterans of the Confederate Army who come home and are committed to continuing the war. They're going to use their power at home and their weapons to intimidate and, if necessary, kill people who challenge their authority. Not just African Americans, Jews, Catholics, various others. They're going to basically protect the continued rule of the same families who owned the slaves before in post-slavery Tennessee and post-slavery South Carolina. And when we get to voting, they're often the groups that are preventing people from voting. The white sheets and the ritual around that was all an effort to provide a certain ritualistic legitimacy and hide identity, though everyone knew who they were.
Oh, so that whole brand, that whole practice was there from the beginning. Have you studied the KKK's history a little bit?
I have, and there are a number of other historians who have too, so I've used their research as well.
I'm kind of curious. I have to admit that my knowledge of it is very kind of caricature knowledge. I'm sure there's interesting stories and threads because I think there's different competing organizations or something like that.
Of course.
Within the United States. And I feel like through that lens, you can tell a story of the United States also, of these different
They're
groups.
often business associations. I mean, there's a lot of work showing that actually people join the KKK for the reasons I just laid out, but also because it was networking for your business. You gained legitimacy in the area that you were in. So these were community groups that were formed to help white business people. They helped white sheriffs get elected. What we have to understand today is when we're debating policing, this history matters enormously, right? I have nothing against police. My cousin, one of my closest relatives, just retired from 2 years in the New York Police Department. Thank God he survived. I have deep respect. He's one of the best public servants I know. But what we also have to recognize as we respect police officers is that for many communities in our country, they know this history. And the KKK in the 1870s and in the 1930s, you look at any KKK organization, as I have in my research, and you find the police chiefs are the KKK members, the local police officers, local judges, because it was how you became police chief.
So these groups infiltrated some of the main institutions in our nation.
I don't even think they infiltrated. I think they were part of those institutions.
The deeper question today in the 21st century is, one, how much of that is still there and how much of the history of that reverberates through the institutions.
And I'm making the latter point, that it's not there that much now, but people remember it.
But as some people would even say, it's not there at all, that there is not institutional racism in policing. But if that's the case, you can also say that if there is not direct institutional racism, the echoes of history still have effects.
Of course, and that's really important, and that we have to take that seriously. That's not an excuse for people then saying nasty things about the police, but it is what we have to recognize. Look, I'm Jewish, and there are certain elements of Russian behavior today I see in Ukraine that reverberate with the history of how my grandparents dealt with pogroms in Russia, right? Even though what Putin is doing in Ukraine might not technically be a pogrom, that history matters in how I view these issues, and that's a reality.
Yeah, I went to 7-Eleven recently, and what did I eat? I ate one of their salads. I'm sorry, I love 7-Eleven. Sorry, ate one of the salads and got like terrible food poisoning. I was suffering for like 4 days, and now I can't. I love 7-Eleven. I love going to 7-Eleven late at night in sweatpants and just escape the world. I'm listening to an audiobook, and now every time I pass that salad, for the rest of my life, I would have hate for that salad. So history matters, even if the salad is no longer have any bad stuff in it. That's probably the lettuce or something, whatever. Mostly for humor's sake, but I'm also giving a kind of metaphor that history can have an individual and a large-scale society effect on human interactions, both the good and the bad. If you actually recommend to me offline books on the KKK, that would be really
Happy to. There were a few mentioned in the footnotes of my book. Yes.
And also in part because I also want to understand the white nationalism, white supremacists, Christian supremacists, or Christian nationalism, all those different subgroups in the United States and elsewhere in the world. My mind has been focused on some of the better aspects of human nature. That it's nice to also understand some of the darker aspects. Let me ask you sort of a personal question for me. Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's useful to do a podcast conversation with somebody like David Duke, or somebody that everybody knows? So it's not like you're giving a platform to somebody that's a hidden member of the KKK, or like it's sort of putting a pretty face on some dark ideas, but everybody knows. And so now you're just exploring. You're sitting across the table. Maybe not in his case. Maybe somebody who's an active KKK member sitting across from a person that literally hates me, Lex. I think that's fascinating to
I do
explore.
too. I think so long as what you are doing is not boosting someone, so taking an obscure figure and making that figure now famous.
Yes.
But if it's someone who's already infamous,
Yeah.
and it helps us to understand them, and so long as your effort is to ask them tough questions, which you do, right? You don't give them all the questions in advance. You don't have limitations on what you can ask. So long as it is a real interview, not pablum, then I'm for it. What I'm against is a softball interview that allows someone to sound reasonable when they're not. But the way I've seen you do this, when you've had figures like that, I won't name who I have in mind, but when I've seen that, is I think that's useful, because honestly, the historian in me and the citizen in me wants to understand. My Jewish grandfather always was the first to be against any effort to suppress anti-Semites, because his view was he wanted to know who they were, and he wanted to know what they thought so he could be prepared.
And I also see, like, perhaps as a historian, you may be able to appreciate this kind of thing. That's probably how you see the world. But there's several ways to see a human being. Like Vladimir Putin is an example. One is a political figure that's currently doing actions in the world, geopolitics, internally, the politics of Russia. But there's also that human being in a historical context. And collecting information about that person in the historical context is also very valuable. So you could see interviews with Hitler in 39, 40, 41 as being very bad and detrimental to all that is good in the world. But at the same time, it's important to understand that human mind, how power affects that mind, how power corrupts it, how they see the world.
Absolutely. I would be all in favor, and maybe he will, if Vladimir Putin would sit down with you. Absolutely. I don't think you're boosting someone like that when you ask them tough questions. In fact, I think that's what we need to do. Those sorts of figures tend to insulate themselves from tough questions. So just to restate, I am for the Lex Fridman interview of those sorts of figures. I am not for the puff piece on Fox and Friends, where they just come on and they're asked, "Oh, isn't it? Tell us what you think of this.
Yes.
Tell us what you think of that."
So, but there's a balance there, because a lot of people that interview somebody like Vladimir Putin, all they do is hard-hitting questions. They often demonstrate a lack of knowledge of the perspective of the Russian people and the president. There's not an empathy to understanding that this is a popularly elected. You can criticize that notion, but this is still a leader that represents the beliefs of a large number of people, and they have their own life story. They see the world. They believe they're doing good for the world, and I don't. That idea seems to not permeate the questions and the thoughts that people say, because they're afraid of being attacked by the people back home, fellow journalists, for not being hard enough.
Well, maybe. I think that's probably true. I think in my experience with interviewers is that a lot of them are very lazy or not, which is why I like to talk.
Yes, can I just say, okay, this is not you saying it. Can I just rant? If you're sitting across from Xi Jinping, from Vladimir Putin, you should be fired if you have not read like at least several books on the guy. The surprising lack of research that people do leading up to it.
Right.
So you need to be a historian or a biographer. You need to be the kind of person that writes biographies or histories before you sit in front of the person. Not a low effort journalist. It's so surprising to me that I think they're probably really busy, and it's probably not part of the culture to do deep like investigative. You need to be the kind of person that lives that idea, like see it as a documentary that you work on for 3 years kind of thing. Anyway, that of course some journalists do that, and they do that masterfully, and that's the best of journalism.
But I think a lot of the times when the questions are, as you said, out of touch with the society that the person is leading, it's because the interviewer hasn't taken the time. And I understand you can't be an expert on every subject, but you can do what you do, right? You read my book to prepare for this. You look things up. You had a sense of the person you're talking to, and you put the time in to do that. This is what I always tell my students, right? The secret to success in anything is outworking other people. Be more prepared, right? What you show is like an iceberg. It's the tip of the iceberg, right? Is what people see. It's all the work that goes on below the surface.
And if you work hard enough, which I aspire to do, at the end of the day, just like an animal farm, you'd be like the horse boxer and slaughtered unjustly by those that are much more powerful than you.
But you'll be happy when you're slaughtered.
You have lived for the right ideal, and history will remember you fondly. Okay. What about Robert E. Lee? So he's the Confederate general that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Was he a hero or a villain?
To me, he's a villain. Many people treat Robert E. Lee as a hero, and one of the points I make in the book is we have to rethink that, and it's very important for our society because Robert E. Lee pops up all over our society, names of schools, names of streets, and he also embeds and justifies certain behaviors that I think are really bad. Lee was a tremendous general. He had the weaker side, and he managed to use maneuver, secrecy, and circumstance to give himself so many advantages and win so many battles he should have lost. So in terms of the technical generalship, he's a great general. But Lee, at the end of the war, never wants to really acknowledge defeat. What he acknowledges at Appomattox is that his soldiers will have to leave the battlefield because they have not won on the battlefield. But he refuses to do what Grant asks him, which is to help sell his side on the fact that we're going into a post-war moment where they don't have to see themselves as losers, but they have to get on board with change. Real leadership is convincing people who follow you that they have to change when they don't want to change. Lee refuses to do that. He says to Grant, I quote this in the book, he says to Grant at Appomattox, if you want to change the South, you have to run your army over the South 3 or 4 times. He's not going to do anything. He's not going to help. And he becomes a figure who people rally around in the rest of his life and even after he dies. So it is as if at the end of World War II, Hitler had been allowed to just retire, and he didn't go back into politics, but yet he was there, and he continued to have meetings with former Nazis, and people would rally around the idea of bringing back or going back to Hitler's ideas. Think of how harmful that would be. Lee played that kind of role after the war, and I think it's one of the problems we have now. I don't think we should continue to revere him because it justifies too much of what the Confederates stood for.
And that's the difference that you highlight between World War II and the Civil War. That in the case of Hitler, there was an end to that war. There's a very distinctive, clear end to that war. And you also make the case that World War II is not a good example, not a good model of a war to help us analyze history.
it's given Americans the wrong idea of what war is, because World War II ends as most wars don't end. World War II ends with the complete defeat of the German army and the German society, and the near complete defeat of Japan. And where both sides, in different ways, accept defeat. What I'm pointing out in the book is that most wars don't end with one side accepting defeat, and generally the war continues after the battle's end. This is something that's hard for Americans to understand. Our system is built with the presumption of a war is over. When we sign a piece of paper, everyone can go home. It's not what happens.
I mean, Civil War is a special case. It's especially strong case of that, because the people that fought the war are still living in that land.
That's exactly right.
And in this case, some of them are leaders also.
Many of them become the leaders of the very areas that they were leading before. And I think that's another lesson here, too, that we did undertake after World War II, though in a flawed way. We had a Nuremberg system. We did prohibit at least Nazi leaders from coming back into power. We made an exception for the emperor in Japan, but we generally followed the same rule in Japan. Whereas in the United States, as I point out, many of the leaders of the Confederacy, first of all, don't surrender. They flee to Mexico. And then they come back after they lose in Mexico a second time. They come back to the United States and they get elected to office. The guy who writes the election laws in Texas, Alexander Watkins Terrell, most people don't know this, even in Texas. He was a Confederate general, fled to Mexico, so he committed treason by joining the army of Maximilian, Emperor of Mexico, who was put in power by Louis Napoleon. After Maximilian's defeated, Alexander Watkins Terrell comes back to Texas, runs for state legislature, and then writes the election laws. It's crazy.
Can you make the case for that that's a feature of the American system, not a bug, that is an implementation of justice, that you forgive, that you don't persecute everybody on the other side of the war?
Maybe, and I think that's a good feature in terms of lower level individuals, but I think a bad feature of our system is we do allow elite figures who have committed wrongdoing, we give them many ways to get out of punishment. You are more likely to be punished in this society if you do something wrong and you're not an elite figure than if you are an elite figure.
There should be a proportional, like forgiveness should be equally distributed across.
And it's not. Yeah, and it's not. But we could change that. We could fix that.
How do we fix that? how do we fix that?
What I think was argued at the end, this is one of the really important things about studying history. You learn about ideas that were not pursued that could be pursued today. At the end of the Civil War, there was an effort to ban anyone who was in a leadership position in the Confederacy from ever serving in federal office again. That's the third element of the 14th Amendment. It's in the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, Clause 3, says that if you took an oath of office, meaning you were elected to office, you're an elite figure, and you violated that oath, you can still live in the country. You can still get rich, but you can't run for elected office again.
Yeah.
And that we've never really implemented that.
Is it obvious that everybody who was in a leadership position on the Confederate side is a bad person for the future of the United States? Or is that just a safe thing to assume for the future of the nation?
I think it's the latter. Maybe people do things for all kinds of reasons, and sometimes they have regrets. That's also why we have the pardoning capability. You could pardon someone individually if they show you that they've changed.
Yeah.
And it would only create fairness, because right now, let's say, Lex, you take out a huge loan, and you don't pay your loan back. That will go on your credit, and you won't get a big loan again. You don't get to say, just give me another chance. You're going to have to prove. I think about holding public office in the same way. If you've violated your credit rating on that, you should have a much higher road to go to prove to us that you should be back in office.
How did the war end? In quotes. What was so you said, and you make this case in the book, that in some sense the elements, the tensions behind the Civil War continue to this day. But officially, how did the war end?
So officially, the war ends at Appomattox in the early spring of 1865, when Grant has pretty much smashed Robert E. Lee's army. Appomattox Courthouse is a small town in Virginia, and the two men meet, and they're portraits of this. There's a painting of it we have in the book. And Grant and Lee sign a paper which basically allows Lee's soldiers to leave the battlefield and leave with their sidearms to go back home. That's pretty much the end. Jefferson Davis, who's the president of the Confederacy, goes into hiding. He's later captured and then not convicted. But there's no formal settlement in the way there is at the end of World War II, where they meet in Yokohama Bay, the U.S. and Japanese leaders inside that. This is not that.
So what stands out to you as brilliant ideas during this time and actions of Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln?
So I mentioned that his values. I think a number of the things that he does that are quite extraordinary. First, in emancipating the slaves. Now, the slaves were freeing themselves, but Lincoln recognizes that he needs more labor in the Union Army. And he recognizes that there's still a lot of resistance. And what he does is he makes the case for freeing the slaves based on the argument, not just of the moral value of that, but based on how that will benefit the North. He's able to convince non-abolitionists to pursue abolitionist policies that by serving their own interests. What he's basically saying by 1863 or 64 is, I can ask for more white soldiers, or I can bring in former slaves. Would you like me to take your son, or would you like me to put in? It's the same thing Franklin Roosevelt does during World War II. He says, we need to build more planes and more tanks, and I'm sending all the soldiers off to Europe. I've got this African-American population in the South. Wouldn't you like me to move them up to Chicago so we can win this war and build things in the factories? So Lincoln uses the war to move the country forward morally, even if at times he's convincing people by using other reasons. And I think that's great politics.
I guess that's one of the components of great leadership is do the right thing for the wrong reasons. or not publicly sounding wrong reasons. Yeah.
Find ways to move people. What we talked about before. Different stories move different people. So you can tell different stories. He tells one set of stories to the religious leaders who are abolitionists, and a different set of stories to the New York bankers. And that's leadership. You tell different kinds of stories to move people to a new position. The other thing Lincoln is really brilliant at is managing the international side of this. So one of the real dangers for the Union is that the British will come in on the side of the Confederacy. The Confederates expected the British would, because again, the Confederates were selling all their cotton to Britain. And they knew that the British leadership, first of all, was very happy to work with slaveholding societies, even though they didn't have slaves. And number two, that they believed the Union was getting too strong and threatening the British in Canada. So there were many reasons the British might have gone in with the Confederates. Lincoln mixes sticks and carrots with the British. He threatens them. And when the British actually try to send diplomats to negotiate with Southerners, he interdicts that. He basically initiates a quarantine of the South. On the other hand, he reaches out to them and tries to show that he wants better relations and makes the argument that they will actually benefit more from having the industrial capability of the Union on their side. So he's a very good diplomat.
He is considered to be one of the great presidents in the history of the United States.
Yes.
Are there ways that he failed? Is there things he could have done better?
So he failed in the ways that most great leaders fail, which is that he had a terrible succession plan. His vice president, who I spend a lot of time on in the book, Andrew Johnson, who is probably our worst president ever, Andrew Johnson had no business being anywhere near the presidency. Andrew Johnson was the only Southern senator who did not secede. And so even though he was a Democrat, Lincoln wanted to show that he was creating a unity ticket when he ran for re-election in 1864. This happens today, right? So he put someone on as vice president who he didn't even like, but who he thought was politically useful. Problem is, when Lincoln was assassinated, this guy took over. Andrew Johnson was drunk at his own inauguration. The guy was a true drunkard. He was not prepared to lead in any sense, intellectually, politically, and he was against most of the principles Lincoln was for. And the irony is that when Lincoln is assassinated in April of 1865, Andrew Johnson takes over and he has all the war powers Lincoln had. That was not good planning by Lincoln. And we can look back on it now and say, even though Lincoln is the first president who was assassinated, he should have known that there were people coming for him. It wasn't inevitable that he'd be assassinated, but he should have had a backup plan for who would take over, hopefully someone who was capable of doing the job. And Andrew Johnson was not capable.
So for me, for a person, if I were to put myself in Lincoln's shoes or any leadership position shoes, it is difficult to think about what happens after my death, after I'm gone, right? To plan well. At the same time, if you care about your actions to have a long-term impact, it seems like you should have a succession plan that continues on the path, continues to carry the ideals that you've implemented. So I'm unsure why people don't do that more often. Like, I wonder how much Vladimir Putin spends percentage of time per day thinking what happens after he's gone to help flourish the nation and the region that he deeply cares for. I wonder, and the same as for other presidents, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, they might think politically, like, how do I guarantee there's a Democrat or a Republican? But do they think like visionary for the country? I don't know. I wonder.
I think that's very rare. And I think what I understand from the literature among business people who talk about this a lot,
right,
is what ends up happening is you become so powerful, you assume you're always going to be in power. You convince yourself of that. You convince yourself that the end is far away. And of course, for Lincoln, the end could have been far away. He was healthy. He was only in his 50s. He could have lived a lot longer. But it ended fast as it put. And my understanding is that most Americans don't prepare their wills and estates. And it doesn't matter whether they're rich or poor. They assume things are just going to go on because it's not fun to think about this.
Yeah. But I feel like it's freeing. Like, you know what I did, which is interesting? Well, before I went to Ukraine, I recorded a video. I set up a whole thing where I recorded a video. What happens if I die? I recorded a video to release. I gave my brother access to my passwords, and I gave him instructions. You're not allowed to look at this, but please publish this if I die. And that made me. It sounds silly and ridiculous, but that made me feel free to do the best thing I want to do. It's like it's a liberating. So like, I guess that's for your will, but also like do the best possible damn job you can. I feel like as a leader, having a plan what happens if you fail, if you die, if you or you lose some of the power, some of the momentum that is driving you currently, that there's going to be a handoff where you will still be remembered as a great man or woman
But you identify one of the other problems, right? Which is one of the other reasons why someone like Lincoln or certainly Henry Kissinger doesn't create a successor, because you're afraid they're going to steal your passwords. You're afraid they're going to steal the power from you.
That's true.
You had to find someone, your brother, hopefully, who you could trust.
No. But let's just be clear. I love my brother, but he's a troll. So there's a feature on whatever password manager I may or may not use, and there's a bunch of services like this. It's interesting. I don't know if you know about this. I've learned about all of this. Is you can have them request access, and it's going to wait 30 days before it gives them access. So it's kind of has this built-in trust trust padding. But it's interesting. I mean, to me, on that aspect, is just to have a plan in all aspects of life. This is for leadership in your private life. Like, what happens to not just your will and your wealth or whatever, but what happens to other stuff like social media and all of that.
Right.
In this digital world.
And anything you care about if you want it to live on. And that's the problem. But unless you can devise a technical solution like that, you have to give someone power now.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing. I mean, democracy is a kind of technology. You're gonna have to figure out how to do it correctly, how to have that power propagate, and especially during war, how you get everybody together into this warmongering mood, and then how do you like calm down from that and just relax?
Precisely.
So in some sense, that's with Andrew Johnson. That was the problem is the over centralization of power.
It was the over-centralization of power, but it was also that Lincoln had a designated successor who was going to do and tried to do everything that ran against what Lincoln was doing. And it set the country back. We went forward at the end of the Civil War, and then we went backward. More so than we would have if there had been a new election. Because if there had been a new election, there still would be reason for that person running, even if they were on the other side, to try to find some compromise positions. Andrew Johnson inherited power with very few limitations on how he used that power. Congress wasn't even in session. And so this became very directly a problem because Andrew Johnson started pardoning Southerners, allowing them to come back into power.
So he had like a few months where he just went wild.
Yeah, it's giving the car keys to someone who's not prepared to drive, but decided that they're going to do what they want with the car for a while.
All right. Is there any level to which power corrupted Lincoln, a war president?
Yes, I do think there were some areas, and I think that even though he was a great president, if not our great,
Like the good Germans, that built all these amazing things, we should give them the power and not to the other. And you can put a bunch of flowery language around that.
precisely, it's the argument that's made all the time today against immigration, that the wrong people are coming into our society. It's ironic because it's often made by those who themselves are immigrants. History teaches us that those who have arrived as immigrants are no more likely to like those who come. In fact, they might be against the next group for just this reason, because they think they're the right group.
Can you describe to me if it's useful at all to know the difference, if there's a difference between white nationalism, white supremacism, and Christian nationalism? Is there an intersection between them? I've heard these terms used. Oh, separatism too, right? That is there an interesting distinction that permeated that history that still lasts today?
I think there's a long history in the United States of belief in white supremacy. And it's not unique to the United States. We actually inherit this from Europe. And white supremacy is the belief that for whatever reason, those with lighter color skin, usually of Northern European extraction, are superior, have more rights, are the better people to make decisions, all sorts of things. And it's an aesthetic judgment as much as it is a political judgment, and that gets embedded in our society, right? We inherit that. Christian nationalism is the presumption that it's not just your race, but now it's also your Christian belief. And that is actually relatively new. There are little pieces of that in our history. But many of those who are white supremacists, even those in the Confederacy, are not Christian nationalists because they don't agree on which kind of Christianity, and they don't view those who are from a different denomination of Christianity as being good Christians. There isn't this Big Tent Christianity in the 19th century. This notion that there is one Christian nation and that we're all part of it, that's actually really a 20th century creation. It precedes the evangelical movement, but it's been made even more popular. But it would not make sense to a Confederate to say we're a white Christian nation. It would make sense to say we're a white Protestant nation because they didn't consider Catholics good Christians, or a white Presbyterian nation. And so that's something new. And I think what's particularly dangerous about this notion of Christian nationalism is it creates this false history, saying we've always been together as Christians. That's always how we've defined ourselves, and that's not accurate.
Well, one interesting thing. So I recently talked to a left-leaning or maybe a far-left political streamer named Destiny, Stephen Bonnell. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He does live streaming debates with people. It's very passionate.
I've heard of this. My students are telling me. I'm not actually. My students are always up on the most hip things.
Yes, that is. No, the funny thing about him, he's already considered like a boomer. He's already the old streamer because he's been doing it for 10 years. He's not the cool kids anymore. Anyway, he goes into some difficult political territory, and he actually had a mini conversation with Nick Fuentes. And he says, I mean, some of it is humor, but some of it is pretty dark, hard-hitting sort of criticism. He says that anyone who claims to be a Christian nationalist asks them if they would rather have 1 million people who are atheists from Sweden who are white come, or if you would rather have 1 million people from Africa who are Christian come. And the truth comes out that this is a very surface level. This kind of idea of Christian nationalism is still underneath it is a deep racism toward like hatred towards black people.
I think I'm sure that's right. I'm sure that's right.
That's the sense I got into it. It does not seem to have deep kind of historical context to it. It's just a rebranding of the old kind of hate.
What I think is important, though, in drawing this distinction and why it really matters beyond the history of it, is someone like Lincoln quotes scripture all the time. The second inaugural address filled with biblical references. But he does it in a way that's not Christian nationalist. because he's using the text to bring people together. He's using it as a fable of humanity. And you could say he's not open to Islamic thinking, he's ignorant of the Islamic world. But as a Jew, I'm a Jew, reading and studying Lincoln, I know he's a Christian, but I don't feel excluded from his rhetoric because I share that Bible. We have different views, but I don't feel excluded. It actually brings people together. The Christian nationalist approach that we've seen in the 20th century, and especially in recent decades, is intended to divide people. It excludes Jews. It excludes Christians who don't interpret Christianity their way. And to say that's what we've always done is an entire distortion of our country. And it also hides why this is so dangerous. Insofar as Christianity matters to our country, it should be in the way Lincoln uses it, as a set of common texts that many of us resonate with, knowing that we have different rituals and different understandings, not as a way to exclude people and not as a cover for racism, which is what it is.
It's kind of interesting that you could talk about it. I've talked to a lot of people, Muslim folks, Jewish folks, Christian folks. There's a way to talk about religion that's inclusive and then that's exclusive. I mean, it's just been, I've been listening to a lot of these interfaith conversations, and they're awesome. They like celebrate the beauty of each religion. They banter and argue with each other about details and so on. But like, it feels like love. Like, it feels like anybody from any of those religions would feel welcome at that party.
Yeah, and I think that's possible.
Can you tell me about the disputed election of 1876?
So this is fascinating. The 1876 election is one of many elections, we've had some recently, that are intensely controversial. And they're controversial because they're so close. They're controversial because it's not always clear who's won. In 1876, Samuel Tilden, the governor of New York, who's running as the Democratic candidate, wins more votes across the country. So everyone knows he becomes president, right? Well, he doesn't become president because in 3 states, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida, it's very, very close. And even though Tilden has more total votes, if he loses those states, the electors in those states, all of which go to the winner of the state, would actually make Rutherford B. Hayes the Republican candidate president. In all 3 of those states, you also have Republican governors who have just lost, but are still the people who have to certify the election. All 3 states say that Hayes won, even though it's very close and disputed. So Hayes has 1 more electoral vote. Of course, the Democrats don't accept that. And so we go into February. The inauguration was done in March, not in January. We go from November to February without clear agreement on who the president is. In the end, there's an agreement that they come to a deal, which is where the Democrats will accept Hayes as president in return for Hayes doing all the things the Democrats want in the South. And so in essence, you have a deal made that one side will get all it wants while allowing the other side to have the figure. And so in a certain way, this marks a moment when the Confederacy wins. For example, Hayes has to agree to pull out all federal force from the South, which means there's no protection for fair elections going forward. And you'll see in states like Mississippi, the number of African-American voters will decline and not recover again until the late 20th century. So that's what that election does. And from 1876 until 1896, we have a series of elections that are very close. It happens also in 1888 that the person with the most popular vote loses. That's Grover Cleveland, who loses to Benjamin Harrison. And again, we'll have the same issue where there's a dispute. And so what that election shows us, 1876, 1888, is that our election system and the problem of having an electoral college really complicates things. It makes it harder for us to come to any kind of consensus, any kind of agreement on who's won an election. Super important for today, because most of the 20th century, we don't have close elections, so it doesn't matter. When we come to a world today where our elections are very close, our system is not well designed to deal with those issues.
Do you draw any parallels with our time, and what are some key differences? There's been contested elections, Florida, with Al Gore, and there's been just contested election after contested election, and of course, most famously recently, with the contested election that led to January 6th.
So I think a couple of parallels and a couple of differences. One parallel is that when you have close elections, the losing side's never happy. It's a myth. that when you have a close election, the other side just accepts it, and it's not, that doesn't happen. And we need to be attentive to that and ready for that. January 6th actually should surprise us, not because it happened, but because it hadn't happened before. People who lose a close election are never happy, and they always think that something has been done. That's one parallel. Second parallel is elections are violent. We have this myth that our elections are peaceful. No, there's always violence involved in one way or another. Violence in either trying to prevent people from voting, or violence in preventing people from voting, right? Elections are not peaceful walks in the park. And that's why most countries have a centralized system to manage elections and provide protection for people. We need to think about that. A lot of people don't vote because they're afraid. They don't want to take the time, but they're also afraid that they're going to anger someone, or that they're going to be seen as politicizing an issue. Differences. In 1876, there was fraud in the election. There were people who voted 2-3 times. One of the things the Ku Klux Klan did is it prevented black people from voting, and then it helped white people go to multiple voting booths. And this was quite common. In the 1880s, if you went to vote, here's how it would happen in a place like Chicago or New York. The union boss from your factory would come and get you at the factory, give you lunch, get you drunk, and then drive you from one voting booth to another and give you a ballot that you would bring in, and he would watch you deposit that ballot.
Sounds pretty nice, not gonna lie. I take that ride.
So that's a difference. That is not how our elections work now. One of our great accomplishments has been to eliminate virtually all the fraud in our elections. How have we done that? By creating safeguards. It is very difficult. All the evidence we have is that the minimal fraud that's occurred in elections are onesies and twosies, and it's never in the last 20 years had any big difference in the outcome of elections. So that's a big difference. And then another big difference, I think, is that in that time, the Democrats and Republicans are on the opposite sides of where they are now, and that changes everything, right? So the Democrats then are the party of the Confederacy. The Democrats are the party of exclusion. The Republicans are more the party of economic expansion. And the Republicans are the Big Ten party. We're reversed today.
Do you think because there's much less election fraud now, like you described, one of the lessons we want to maybe learn from that is there doesn't actually have to be election fraud for either side to claim there's election fraud. It seems like it's more and more common, and it seems to me that in 2024 election in the United States, if a Republican wins, there would also be just as likely as if a Democrat wins, that there will be nuanced claims of election fraud because it's become more and more normalized.
I think what this history shows is that our election system makes it easy for people to claim fraud because it's so unnecessarily complex. First of all, we don't have a system where the person who gets the most votes is necessarily the winner. So that already creates one problem. Second problem is everything, I talk about this in the book, is controlled at the county level. So what happens with Hayes and Tilden in 1876 is you have one county official who says they think one person won, another county official says the other person won. There's no centralized system. It would be as if we allowed every airport to control safety in airplanes. Our airplanes would not be safe. Our airplanes are safe because the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board have strict universal guidelines for what makes for a safe plane, and therefore our planes generally don't fall out of the sky. Our system is very complex. It has complex rules and has too many people who have authority in too many different places. Complexity makes it easier for someone to make an argument that the wrong thing has been done. We should simplify the system. In Brazil, they had a very close election. And it's very hard for Bolsonaro, who lost that close election, to claim there was fraud because there's a central authority run by the judiciary that counted the votes. And it's just simple. It's not about which states. It's not about who the county officials were.
Did he claim or no?
He has not acknowledged that he lost.
So to push back on your statement, I'm undefeated in Monopoly and Risk because anytime I lose, I walk away claiming there was fraud and cheating involved. And I refuse to believe otherwise. I just think that accusations of fraud is a narrative that's disjoint from the reality of whether there was or not fraud.
Yeah, I agree. But I think we make it a little easier for that narrative by having a complex, convoluted system.
And I wonder if there's other improvements that take us into the 21st century that allow for electronic voting. There's all kinds of improvements that it seems our system is dragging their feet on. Ranked choice voting, all that kind of stuff.
Let's make this clear. We claim to be the greatest 21st century democracy, and we still vote like the 19th century. We're not even in the 20th century. Most people, when they went to vote, they actually checked a box and put a piece of paper in a box, right? I mean, that's not the 21st century. We can move millions of dollars, maybe billions for you, Lex, in bank accounts from our keyboard.
Thank you.
From our keyboards.
Billions of rubles.
Billions of pennies. Why can we move money safely and not vote in the same way?
Yeah. And at the same time, so there's security there in the movement of money, and then there's the actual engagement. Most of us, depending on your age demographic, click like on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok tens of thousands of times a year. I think this kind of mechanism of constant, and a like is a vote. So you're constantly voting. We love voting. We love giving our opinion on stuff. It just seems obvious that gamifying the system, which is essentially what the election is, making it fun to be engaged in different issues. And there's also be a case. Now I don't understand these things deeply, but it always seemed to me that issue-based voting should be the future. It seems like too complicated to vote for singular people versus on ideas, which, on Twitter, we don't necessarily vote for people, we vote for ideas. If you like a tweet or not, you like it, and so on. That too seems to be like a possibility for approval.
Well, there's certainly a way to improve polling. We could measure public opinion better. We still poll as if we're in the early 20th century. They still actually call people. It's amazing to me. I was talking to one pollster. They will call 100 people and get one person, but they still do that. That makes
no call landline, right?
Yeah, well, they try to get cell phones too, but they do call landlines. But one could create a system that would be far better in the way you're describing, it seems to me, Lex, to actually assess what people like and don't like.
So your book, your work in general, your perspective on history is, I would say, at least from my perspective, nonpartisan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do an exceptionally good job of that, despite the attacks and the criticisms. That said, you personally, just the way you speak, my judgment, and you could push back on this, I think you lean left in your politics on the political spectrum. Maybe you can push back on that. Can you make the case for either perspective on your own personality as a fan of yours that you do lean left or you don't lean left?
I think it depends on the kinds of issues we're talking about. I do tend to lean left on the social and cultural issues.
Yes.
So I'm a firm believer. I didn't believe this when I was younger. I've come to believe that people should choose their own lifestyle and that we should get out of the way. I'm a deep believer as a father of a 20-year-old woman that my 20-year-old daughter should have the right to make any choice she wants with her body. And if she were to get pregnant at a fraternity party at college, she should have the right to decide whether to have a child or not. So on those issues, that would code me left of center. I'm actually reasonably conservative on fiscal issues. I don't think we should spend money we don't have. I'm skeptical. I've long been skeptical of cryptocurrency and things like that. I know some of your listeners will disagree with me. This part is part of my own ignorance of cryptocurrency. But I'm conservative, lowercase c, in the way I think about fiscal issues. I worry about debt. I am a believer that there are certain areas where the federal government should play more of a role, and there are other areas where things should be left to the localities. And so sometimes that can code me one way or another. But I think I sound sometimes a little more left of center because on the social issues, that definitely.
There's other explanations, not to be grilling you too hard.
No, it's fair.
Because you're also an exceptionally respected and successful professor in the university system, where sometimes there is a lean towards the left. And the other aspect is, I think, your viewpoints on Trump, where you're a strong critic of Donald Trump.
Yes.
And I guess the question I want to ask is, you as a historian, does that color your perspective of history? Do you ever catch yourself where maybe your criticism of Donald Trump might affect how you see the Civil War? Like, as you were completely diving in and looking at the Civil War, are you able to put aside your sort of the current day political viewpoints?
No, I'm not. I think we have to be honest that none of us are objective. We strive to be nonpartisan. I really like when you said that, because I think it's an aspiration. No one is objective. We all have our biases. Some people like chocolate, some like vanilla, and that's just the reality, right? And as far as I know, it's very hard even to biologically explain that. And so my view is that what a good historian, what a good scholar does, I don't care what the field is you're self-conscious of your biases, and you try to recognize them as you're doing your research, and you make doubly certain that where your research seems to reinforce your biases, that you actually have the evidence to make that argument. But I still believe even doing that someone with a slightly different perspective might read the same evidence in different ways. That's what makes history vibrant. So I wrote this book in part, as I say in the introduction, because I was self-critical watching Trump and the things I, quite frankly, find deeply dangerous about Donald Trump and about what happened on January 6th. And I found I had not thought deeply enough about the roots of that in our society, because I don't believe Trump or any one figure creates these kinds of movements. They come out of a deeper history.
Just a small side tangent. I do believe your work is nonpartisan, but it's also funny that there are a lot of people on the right that would read your work and say that you are partisan. And I think the reason that can happen sometimes, not strongly though, I think you do a really good job, is like the use of certain words also. I try to be cognizant of that. I try not to use words that trigger people's tribalism. It's kind of interesting. So you have to be also aware of that maybe when you're writing history, when you're writing in general, is if you're interested in remaining, you can put on different hats. You can be carefree in just stating your opinion of criticizing Donald Trump or Joe Biden, or you can be nonpartisan deliberately, and that takes skill probably, and avoiding certain triggering words.
And to me, it's about choosing your battles. So I try to write because I want everyone to read them. I actually think people on the left and right have a lot to learn from this history. So many people have said to me around the country, "This is history I wish I had known before." But there are moments when I use words that I know are controversial because I'm trying to show there's a fact base behind them. So white supremacy does exist. I've had people say, I think that's a politically correct term, or it's a woke term. It can be used in the wrong ways. One should not go around calling everything one doesn't like that. But the Confederates were white supremacists. And I use that word because I think it's an accurate descriptor, and we need to recognize that that is a part of our history. But that does trigger some people.
Because that language is used to mean other things currently. So the press will take on certain terms like white supremacist and label everybody white supremacist. Like a lot of people that basically are on the right or something like that, they use this outraged language, and that actually ruins the ability to use the language precisely.
Exactly.
For historical context.
That's exactly right.
But you do have to, unfortunately, we do have to. No, actually, people disagree. You might disagree with this, but I tend to try to avoid, take on the responsibility of avoiding that language. Like if the press is using a certain kind of language, I try to avoid it.
Yeah, what I try to do is sometimes avoid it, but where I think the language is necessary.
Precise, yeah.
To precise, but also to contextualize. So I don't call all Confederates white supremacists, but I point out where white supremacist ideas have influenced them. Right? And I point out where certain individuals are doing things that resonate with that. But I'm against these kind of blanket labels and categories.
And you also have to speak about white supremacism in that context in a nuanced way. So people use white supremacism without thinking what that means, and they just use it as a slur word, like this evil person. But white supremacy is also just an ideology that a lot of people have believed throughout. Supremacy, whatever, white, black supremacy, whatever supremacy. Believing that some people are better than others, some group is better than another. And there's been nations built around these kinds of ideas. And a lot of human history is built around those ideas. It's not just evil people believe in this. We in the United States of America believe this kind of ideology is not productive. It's unethical. But those ideas have been held by a lot of people. Not like fringe groups.
Right.
But majorities of nations.
Right. I'd say the same about anti-Semitism. And there are many people who are not anti-Semites, but don't recognize that they're carrying around or promoting anti-Semitic ideas or anti-Semitic myths.
It's a thought that's been held by a lot of people, and you need to be convinced out of it. That requires conversation and being empathetic. It's not just calling somebody an anti-Semite and you're evil because you've ever said something that's kind of a dog whistle against Jewish people. You have to be open-hearted to that. That these are ideas you have to contend with. That you have to ultimately, I think, heal the division behind those ideas by having empathetic conversations with people, as opposed to, again, throwing poop. I just like saying poop. All right. Ooh, I got a challenge for you. Given that you have been an outspoken critic of Donald Trump, can you say one thing you like and one thing you don't like about Donald Trump? And perhaps can you do the same for our current president, Joe Biden? One thing you like and one thing you dislike.
So it's harder for me to do the one thing I dislike because there's so many things I dislike. But the one thing I like about Donald Trump, he believes that America should be a better country. I disagree on what he thinks it should be, but he's not a declinist. He's someone who believes the world could be made better. I disagree with what he's trying to do. I disagree with how he's trying to do it, but I like the fact that he thinks it can be better. His whole argument for himself is that he can make things better. I don't think he can, but I think things can be made better. So I like the second half of that sentence. When he says, I can make things better, take the I out. I like the can be better, because there are too many people on the left and the right who think that that we can't make things better. We have to accept them as they are, or they're getting worse. I think a world without hope is horrible, and I think what he has offered his followers is a kind of hope.
So underneath his message is a kind of optimism for the future of this nation.
Yeah, it's a narcissistic optimism, but it's still an optimism. Yes, that he's promising that if you elect him again, he will make things better, and I think people need to be told, and we need to believe that we can make things better. So that part I accept, and I reject those who say we can't make things better. My whole historical career is about showing that history gives us tools to make things better. So I like the idea of trying to make things better and giving people hope and reason to believe that things can be better.
What's the main thing you dislike about Donald Trump?
I think he has no concern or care for the welfare of anyone other than himself.
So you mean on a basic human psychology perspective?
I think he doesn't even care about his children. I think it's him. I think he's gone into a rabbit hole. He might not always have been this way. I did watch him a long time in New York City when I was growing up in New York, and I think he's been in this path, and I think it's it's a clinical kind of narcissism.
So to you, when you analyze presidents and you've written about presidents, you don't just look at policies and so on, you look at the human being.
Of course, you have to. Leadership is about human beings. Policy matters. It's one part of the equation. It's not the only part.
What about Joe Biden? What do you like and what do you dislike about him?
So what I like about Joe Biden is, in contrast to Trump, I think Joe Biden really, right now in his career, sees his role as the shepherd of democracy. He really believes that it's his role as president to make our democracy more stable and more vibrant. I think he really believes. I think that's why he's doing what he's doing right now.
And he comes from that system, the political system, that basically the process of democracy. He's worked there for many decades.
It's all he's done.
Yeah, that's all he knows. He wants that to propagate for better and for worse.
And he's not an extreme Democratic partisan at all. He's actually a pretty middle of the road guy on most issues. Some people don't like him for that, but I think he is about democracy. What do I dislike about Biden? I think he does not have the capacity right now to provide the language and the public discussion of where our country should go. He doesn't have a language to inspire and build enthusiasm for the future.
That would probably be one of because I'm a sucker for great speeches. And so for me, that's definitely a thing that stands out for several reasons. One, in a time, because we've been facing so many challenges, like the pandemic, it just seems to me, it seems like an easy, layup. There's so many troubles we're going through that just require a great unifying president with a great like it's just if I were to speak candidly about kind of the speaking ability of Obama, for example, Obama would just destroy this right now, both on the war in Ukraine, on the pandemic, all of it. The unified, there's a hunger for unification. I believe maybe people disagree with that because they've. I think people have become cynical in that the divisions that we're experiencing are kind of already really baked in. They're really planted their feet. But I don't think so. I think there's a huge hunger, maybe a little bit of a quiet hunger for a unifier, for a great unifier.
I agree, and I think what a great speech does is it's like a great piece of music or poetry. It helps you see something in yourself and feel something you didn't feel before. It doesn't overcome all different. I don't think that speeches are unifying, but I think what they are is they're mobilizing. And you can mobilize people to the same mission with different points of view.
Do you think Trump derangement syndrome is a medical condition? Also, is there such a thing as Biden derangement syndrome? What I mean by that is it's a funny kind of question, but why are people so deeply outraged, seemingly beyond reason, at their hatred or support of Donald Trump, but hatred in particular? I've seen a lot of friends and people I respect like lose their mind completely.
Yeah. So I'm not sure it's a medical condition or not because I'm not a medical doctor. So my kids say I'm the wrong kind of doctor.
I'm a doctor, so let me take it from here. No, the fact that you get the doctor sign after getting a PhD is a ridiculous hilarity to me. Hilarious, ridiculous.
So as the wrong kind of doctor, I'll say I'm not going to comment on whether it's a medical condition, but I do think you're onto something. I think there is a way in which these men become touchstones of anger, and there's all kinds of anger and anxiety that people have, and I've seen this in other historical periods. You center it on one person in a way that's John Wilkes Booth and Lincoln. He actually didn't have a personal beef with Lincoln. It was that all the things he feared were manifest in that. And I think that's an old story, and then it's made worse by social media and the way we're bombarded. And it's like it becomes a drug. I mean, there are people I know who hate Trump or Biden so much and just watch them. It's not that they don't watch them, it's that they do watch them, right? And it's just sort of, and it triggers you, and you get hateful, and then you feel like you've done something by shouting out your hate or typing in. And so I don't know if it's a derangement syndrome. I think it's a way in which our energy gets channeled and expressed in totally useless ways.
Yeah, that's the interesting psychology, which reminds me, I need to explore that because I've noticed that, believe it or not, it's easy for me to believe, but there's people watching this right now who really hate me. And they're watching because they hate me. They hate the way I look, the way I speak, the mumbling, all of that. And they're still watching. And I'd like to say that, as I nervous try to explain myself, I'd like to say that that's not a productive way. I get it. I understand. There's a kind of, because what is it? Is it the same psychological effect when you see a car crash and you keep staring?
Yeah.
Some kind of thing that pulls you in.
Totally.
But I feel like it's that feeling. This is probably slightly different, but you kind of want to maybe feel something, and there's an anger in you already, frustration from day-to-day life. Life is hard, and you just want to channel that anger towards something. But the internet really makes that easy for some reason.
And it makes sense of your life. That's the problem. For people whose lives are chaos, hating you and blaming you gives order to their lives.
Yeah. If it makes you happy, please continue.
Well, I'm curious, it seems to bother you then, doesn't it?
Yeah, hate of any kind, not towards me, just the people, because I think about them, and I tend to think that most people are amazing human beings and that have a capacity to do great things in this world. And so I just think that's not a productive way of being. Like, psychologically, for anything whatsoever, everybody has quirks that you can hate. But you just focus on the really positive stuff, and you celebrate that stuff, and that feels good. That has a momentum to it. I guess the hate has a momentum to it too, and that's what I'm trying to highlight. If you follow the momentum of hate, that's going to maybe feel good in the short term, but it's not. It's going to fuck you over more and more in your life, and you have to be cognizant of that as you interact with each other.
I agree with everything you said, but I think people who do things that are influential and serious, there always are some people who hate them.
I suppose that, but I wanted to show the difference between philosophical disagreement that borders on hate and like what's called like hate watching, where you just, which is what I would say TDS is, which is you're almost enjoying how much you hate this person. You're just sitting there hating. You forgot. You lose all reason. You lose everything. Your capacity to think as an individual, to empathize with others. You lose all of that. You're in this muck of hate, and somehow it helps you make sense of this particular difficult moment in your life. But otherwise, it seems like a shitty way to live. But disagreement, definitely. I like disagreement.
But I guess what I'm saying is, and I think this is your message too, right? Is that don't let the fact that people don't like you or even that some people hate you stop you from doing the right thing. Think about how you can perhaps trigger them less, but don't stop what you're doing. I see too many, this is why I bring this up, too many of my students, too many young, very talented people who are afraid to take risks because they're afraid that someone will hate them. Yeah, and that can't get in your way.
The reality is most people, or there will always be at least one person that will have your back and that will support you. You just focus on them. As long as you're doing the right thing, focus on them for the strength. But in general, I'm exaggerating here because most of the time, 99% of people are supportive on the internet. It's just that something about the human psychology really stands out to you when somebody criticizes.
But it's easy on the internet. This is historically different from where we were before as a society. It's very easy now to say hurtful things to people and not have to even deal with them looking at you in the face. One of the things that encourages politeness is the fact that we're looking at one another. And we are naturally programmed not to want the other person to react to us in certain ways. But when we don't see their face, it's very easy to say all kinds of things.
Let me actually comment on that point. There's a lot of people on the internet that say that I don't sort of push back on points or criticize people or ask the hard questions enough. First of all, oftentimes I disagree with that assessment, but also I don't think you guys realize how hard that is to do when you're sitting with a person. I don't care about access. I don't care about them being famous. Just on a basic human level, it's really hard to ask a hard question from a place of empathy.
Except when I'm sitting here, you seem to be able to ask me.
No, this is a super fun. I mean, when there's brilliant people like you, there's nothing to push back on. That's easy. But there's a basic human thing that doesn't. I think it's almost easy to be a journalist. Like journalists do this well, where they don't have empathy for the person. They're just asking the hard questions. So where were you at this time last night? Because that's very suspicious. It's in contradiction to what you said, and they're just doing factual stuff. And if you actually truly have a conversation with them, as human being, empathize, it's very difficult because they have a story. They have a vision of themselves that they're the good person, and to call somebody a liar while having empathy basically imply that they're a liar. That's damn hard. So anyway, I'm
well said. I agree.
Trying to figure this thing out. Can you make the case that the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol is a big deal, and can you make the case that it is not a big deal?
I think the case is overwhelming that it was a big deal. And I opened the book with this before going back to the end of the Civil War because I think it echoes that moment. You had a group of people who literally tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power and were intending, and there's overwhelming evidence of this, if they had caught the vice president or the Speaker of the House, to do bodily harm to them or to kidnap them. So this was a coup d'etat. That is the definition of a coup d'etat, when you try to capture and prevent elected officials from doing their job. That's a huge deal. That had happened before in our country in states. I talk about this in Louisiana, in Tennessee, and places like that after the Civil War, but it never happened in the Capitol. That's a huge deal. That is, if I might say, that's like what we would think of as third world behavior in our society. And no offense to those from other parts of the world. I'm just trying to make a point as how we see that as happening somewhere else, not here. That's a big fucking deal. The case that is not a big deal, I guess the case to make there is that they didn't succeed. The case that is not a big deal is not that their intentions were not bad. I don't see how you can defend their intent. The case is the case that's not a big deal is that they're a bunch of clowns. And yeah, they broke in, but in the end, once they got in there, they didn't know what to do, which is true. And so, you know, I think a professional coup plotter would say these were the amateurs, and that they had no real chance of succeeding because once they got into the Capitol, they had no plan what to do next. What were they going to do? You know, steal stapler from Nancy Pelosi's office? They didn't seem to have a plan, and then what ended up happening, they left the building.
Well, that would be the case. That's not a big deal because their intention was not to overthrow. Their intention was to protest. Because if the intention was to overthrow, it would be much more organized.
I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that they intended to stop. They were there to stop the certification of the election. They were there to prevent Donald Trump from having to leave office. They just didn't have a good plan. This was the Keystone Cops.
So you're saying there is some statistically some possibility that this would have succeeded at halting the basic process of democracy.
You could imagine a scenario where it might have, if they had gotten lucky. Sure, if they had caught the vice president.
But what could have, if they caught the vice president?
They couldn't go on and certify that. He has to be there.
No, but don't you think that would resolve itself through police action and so on? My question is how much is this individual hooligans, and how much of this is a gigantic movement that's challenging the very fabric of democracy?
It was not a gigantic movement. But it was a small coup d'etat that could have actually made the transition much more difficult. Was there a scenario where Donald Trump stayed in office legitimately? No. But was there a scenario where they created a great deal of chaos that further undermined our democracy? Absolutely, yes. Here's how it would happen, right? They capture Pence, right? They either kidnap him and try to ransom him, or which is what they were trying to do with the Michigan Governor Whitmer, or they kill him. And then Donald Trump says, okay, well, there's no vice president, so you can't certify. The Senate would choose someone else to be vice president, but Donald Trump says, no, that's not legitimate.
Do you think it's possible that Donald Trump would say something like that?
Absolutely.
I disagree with you.
He said that morning that Pence should not certify. He said that morning.
But there's a difference between sort of Twitter rhetoric.
No, he said it at a rally.
Sure, rally rhetoric. And there is a threshold. It feels like a big leap.
He asked people around him in the Oval Office how he could make that happen. He tried to get a new person appointed attorney general who would do that. He tried to find legal justification for it. I think the evidence is overwhelming that Trump was supportive of efforts after the election didn't go the way he wanted to keep him in office. And whether that's legally actionable, and whether one thinks that means he's a bad president or not is a matter of opinion. But facts are facts.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's possible for him to have stayed president in this kind of context. To me, it seems like a heated, just like you said, elections can even be violent. They're heated. People are very upset. When Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, I was in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The amount of anger, I was just get the energy I was getting from people. I mean, if there was any way to channel that anger, I think people would be in trouble.
But let's
anger.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that is right. And elections are violent, as I said. But this is different. This is the person in the office of the presidency using the power of the presidency to try to stay in office, to imperil people's lives, to distort our government on a scale we had not seen before. And these are not opinions of mine. We have the documentary evidence. We have the testimony from people about this. We can differ over what you think of his presidency as a whole. We can differ over whether you think he should be held legally responsible. Those are matters of opinion. But the facts are he sat on January 6th, watched it on TV, did not send ever did he ever send any protection for Congress. That is his job. And throughout continued to ask how the certification could be prevented.
To you, that's not incompetence, that's malevolence.
Absolutely. If I watch my children getting harmed and I don't do something about it, I'm watching it. And in fact, I take action that tries to help those who are doing the harm. You would not just say I'm an incompetent president. You would do a parent. You would say I was a negligent parent, and you'd call parental support to take away my children.
I was troubled by the way the press covered it, that they politicized the crap out of that. and not just the press, but also Congress itself. It just seemed like impeachment and all of this. It just seemed to be a kind of circus that wasn't interested in democracy or nonpartisanship. So it's very difficult for me to see the situation with clear eyes, because it's been colored by the press. It's very difficult for me to know what is even true.
Members of Congress, including our members of Congress from our district and others, right? Their lives were threatened. They were traumatized. I have a lot of students, at least a dozen who are staff members. More than half are Republicans. Part of what traumatized them was that the president did not do his job to protect them. Yes, as a child would be traumatized, not only if harmed by someone, but if mom and dad don't do everything they can. One of the things that makes people feel safe is they know their parents, they know their person in authority can't always keep them safe, but they want to know the person's always trying.
I agree with you that I'm somebody that believes in this kind of idea of family, especially people I work with. That to me is a high ideal to protect, but that's a little bit different.
It's his job.
Hold on a second. That's a little bit different than protecting democracy. Those are two different things. Protecting your employees and protecting democracy is an ideal. No, you could say he didn't protect either, but I think the criticism that he didn't protect the employees is one thing.
But the employees in this case are the ones carrying out democracy. So it's like saying the general who doesn't protect his soldiers is maybe not protecting his employees. He's also not protecting the war effort, right? It is the people we're talking about, the people who are actually doing the work of democracy at that moment, the most basic function of democracy, which is certifying votes. And their lives were I'm telling you, I had students, one who works for Senator Romney, for example, who spent hours in a closet hearing people outside, looking on her phone, when is the president sending people to protect us so we can do our job? And she was not happy with the way the election turned out, but she was there for her job because she believes in democracy, to service the Senate and the Senate's role.
What should have Donald Trump done without turning him into a different human being?
He should have immediately, just as we were watching things get breached, the moment they had that the members of the House and the Senate had to evacuate their respective chambers, he should have immediately gone on TV and Twitter and every space he could and tell his supporters to leave and say what he never said. This is un-American what you're doing. This is unacceptable. Never use those words. This is un-American. This is unacceptable. I'm completely against anyone storming the Capitol like this. Go home now, please.
Or you can use his own language, but tell him to leave.
Yeah, and immediately, as soon as we know he was watching for hours, and we have testimony from his own daughter, from Ivanka, saying she tried time and again to get him to say something earlier on, and he didn't. He watched it.
He can still criticize all the politicians. He can criticize everyone he wants, but he should have told him to leave.
All he has to do in that moment is basic protecting democracy, protecting the Capitol. Leave. Tell them to leave and do everything he can to find any kind of force he can give to go protect the Capitol.
I wonder how difficult it is to lose a presidential election.
It's happened so many times. We know.
I understand that, but it's especially when what is it? 80 million people vote for you, or like millions and millions and millions of people vote for you. It's crazy. It's crazy. This democracy thing is crazy.
George H.W. Bush won a war in the Middle East, right? He had 90% approval rating, and then a year later lost the election to someone, Bill Clinton, he thought had none of the experience he had, someone he believed didn't have the right moral character. And Bush did everything he could to help the next president get started well, and they became good friends. George W. Bush, he didn't love Obama. That's considered one of the smoothest transitions. George W. Bush ordered every single person in his administration to do everything they could to help the new administration. That's what a leader does.
Yeah, humility is one of the things I admire in leaders. Well, that felt heated. Speaking of which, can you just linger on how do you think we can heal the divide in this country? Do you think it's possible? There feels to be a strong division.
I think we can heal the divide. I think, as you said, there's so many opportunities with new technology to bring people together, just as we're using it to tear them apart. I have the best job in the world because I get to teach so many students, 300 in my class in the spring, in my U.S. history class. And what I've found with my students is they're mostly not Democrats or Republicans. They mostly care about the same things. Every one of my students seems to care about climate change.
Oh, I thought you were going to say TikTok, but okay.
Yeah, I would take
second to that, climate change.
And I think they offer a new future for us. And here's what I'll say as a historian: we go through cycles of division and cycles of less division, less partisanship. One moment when it seems people agree too much on the mainstream encourages people to go to the extremes. When people see the extremes, they want to come back to the middle, and that is where my students are. Most of my students want lower inflation. They agree with Republicans on that, but they want more to be done about climate change. They're in the middle on these issues, and I think giving them more opportunity. So, what's the best way to heal our divisions? Honestly, get the old men out and the young women and men in.
Because they ultimately don't have that same division, and they're like deeply baked in.
Not only that, they find it disgusting in the way you and I do.
Yeah, that's true. What's the right way to have conversations? I mean, just to stay on that with people on the left and the right. Yeah, I don't know how often you practice this. You care about politics. How often do you talk to people who voted for Trump or who are Republicans?
I try, but it's hard. 75% of people I talk to are not those people.
Do you have people who are Trump supporters in your extended family? Thanksgiving?
No, I don't in my extended.
Are they no longer?
They're no longer in my family.
Secession.
I have taken them out of the photograph.
They do not exist. You just erase. Yeah,
I do, but I know people. I have friends, who fall into that, but it's still a minority of my friend group. So I want to, be clear that I'm not as good at this as I should. But I think we do have to reach out. But I also, I'm less interested, honestly, in refighting old battles with old dogs. I'm more interested in finding ways to get a new crop of people educated and involved and engaged without imparting the same partisanship on them. So I will support. I will support and encourage, especially any student of mine, but any young person who is smart, has good ideas. I don't ask whether they're a Democrat or Republican. And I have given money to some young candidates who are not Democrats. So that's the way. I think it's a generational change, and I think it's reaching out and trying to get people to see beyond partisan divisions, who are in their 20s and teens, rather than. That's why we do our podcast. This is Democracy. Zachary and I do that, my son and I, because we're exactly that. You will never hear an episode where we take one side or another. Our goal is to explain the issue, whether it's the challenges of democracy in China, or it's climate change, or whatever it is, or it's memory of war in our society, and to explain the issue and then offer people an optimistic pathway that's neither one side nor the other.
So actually, to push back a little bit on young people, I do see that this is the exhaustion with the sort of partisanship. But I've also, and this I think is the case throughout history, and I see it now, especially in the teenage years, especially if I'm being honest with boys, there's a desire for extremism in various directions, all kinds of extremism, like just extreme awesomeness or extreme anything, just extreme, and F the man that tries to make me behave, this kind of energy. And that's why you can take any ideology, basically any extreme ideology starts being exciting, whether you're a Marxist or a communist. You're not just going to be like for socialized healthcare. You're going to be like, no. Let's go full hammer and sickle. Yeah, I'm going to wear red. Yeah. And then the same with white supremacy or just red pill movement. Just the way you see the way you see society, the way you see the world, the extremism is there. And part of that, it's kind of to steal that perspective. It can be productive, that energy, if it's controlled, and especially if we have institutions that keep it a little under like control. One of the criticisms I have with a lot of people have, I'm actually much more moderate than that criticism of universities, is they give a little too much power to the 18-year-olds who just showed up with their Marxist like books and so on, and they want to burn the whole thing down. That's beautiful, but the whole process of the universities get different viewpoints, educate more, make that person's viewpoint more sophisticated, complex, nuanced, and all that kind of
Yeah. I think you're right, but I think that's more talk than action. In my experience, there is, especially among young men, you're absolutely right. There is a valorization of the tough guy because most men 18 and 19 are still not fully comfortable in their masculinity, however they're going to define it. And so a way of performing that is being extreme in one way or another. And I've definitely seen that, but I think it's more often than not rhetoric, and actually there's a very strong power of peer pressure and conformity that works on young people. And the positive side of that now is the peer pressure among them is not to join one party or the other. It's to say this is terrible. Look at how our parents are screwing things up, and they're right. And I think we can lean into that and get a lot of positive, creative action out of that. On universities, you brought this up a few times, and I think we have to be careful. I think you and I agree on this. It's not that universities are free of bias. The universities, especially large universities, whether it's UT, MIT, Yale, whatever we're talking about, right? They're large, complex empires. And most universities, people in the arts, tend to be a little left of center. It's self-selection. Those in engineering tend to be pretty much in the middle. And those at business schools tend to be right of center. And so I think we need to be careful not to generalize. At the University of Texas, there's as much influence from the business school and the athletic department as there is from the humanities. So it's not a left-leaning campus. And that's also true at Yale. You have the School of Management at Yale. You have a huge medical school, right? People who are very professional and less political on a lot of these issues. So I think we have to be careful. I think there's certain pockets of things, but some of that you're never going to avoid, right? Engineers are always going to be the people who, I'm sure who want to generally find some objective measure and avoid political interpretation, right? They want to find their objective measure.
I'm surprised how most people in like robotics don't seem to. They're afraid of humans. They run away from humans.
Precisely. And the arts people are always going to be more touchy-feely, and the business people are always going to like markets. I mean,
and my own personal opinion on this is it's just me talking. And I don't know if it's grounded in data, but just my own experiences. It seems a lot of the things that people criticize about universities comes from administrations, from the bureaucracies. The faculty and the students are, even with biases, are really interesting people, and all of their different, I wouldn't call them biases, the different perspectives add to the conversation. It's the administration, too much, of course you need, just like with institutions, you need some, but too much, it becomes too heavy-handed. And somehow that has been getting a little bit out of hand at a bunch of universities, just too much administration. And I don't know what the mechanism is to make it more efficient, but that's been always the struggle. Maybe the public criticism is the very mechanism that makes universities, the administration, smaller.
Absolutely, we have those issues, and you can also say athletics has gotten out of control.
Yeah. Like you said, you co-host a podcast with your son Zachary called "This Is Democracy." There's a million questions I could ask, but just that pops to memory. What's been a challenging or maybe an eye-opening conversation you've had on it?
Oh, we've had a lot of eye-opening conversations. Our most recent episode is an episode on the German right. As I'm sure many of your listeners know, there was a group called the Reichsbürger. I think they still exist in Germany. They were actually led by a former German prince. And they had been planning to assassinate the Bundeskanzler, and were organizing all sorts of other efforts. They do not believe that the current German government is legitimate. They think the last legitimate government was the Nazi government. They see the whole post-war period as illegitimate.
So it's the German far right.
Correct. And we had on a member of the German Bundestag, of their parliament, who's been involved in the investigations or in the oversight of the investigations, and talking with her about the depth of these issues and the challenges they face in Germany. It's certainly not a huge part of German society, but it's a significant number of people, by more than 20,000 people who are part of this. To me, brought home how much of what we thought was the past is still in the present. And I think that's a recurring theme in our show, and our show is optimistic. It's not about woe is to the world. It's actually about issues. We take a topic each week that's in the news. We go back to understand the history, And we then use that history to make better policy, to talk about how to make better policy today. And in this case, it was clear that even in Germany, there's a lot of unfinished work in explaining to people and helping those, for instance, in the former East, where a lot of this group has its support, why this government is legitimate, why it operates the way it does, and addressing their concerns. It was strikingly similar to some of the problems we have in our own.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's a far right movement in Germany. So you look at different parts of the world as well.
We do.
The United States.
We do. We did an episode recently on China, on the effects of zero COVID and the protests in China. We've done a number of episodes on the war in Ukraine. Our role each week is to have on either a policymaker, a scholar, or an activist who can help us understand an issue and get beyond partisanship. So what's been eye-opening are some of the details, but what's also been eye-opening, honestly, is how easy it is to have a nonpartisan conversation. It's not hard. We open every episode with a poem that Zachary writes. He writes an original poem. I'll brag on my son. He's the youth poet laureate in Austin right now, and he writes a poem on each topic.
What's the style of poetry usually?
You know,
Is he dark? Is he?
no, he's often ironic.
Ironic, like with a bit of humor.
Yes,
Okay,
and he likes wordplay.
so he's not like a rebellious, dark teenager that's just
He's a creative know-it-all.
strong words. He'll probably disagree.
But what's interesting?
Sounds like you're the know-it-all on the
Oh
podcast.
no! We do have a lot of followers, and most of them comment on him. They don't comment on me. So I'm the junior partner.
You're the Yoko Ono of the partnership.
Correct.
I'm just kidding.
But what I will say, and this is a really optimistic thinking that I deeply believe, if you frame things properly, you open with a poem, you open with questions, not with partisan positions. Even when we have someone on who's a known Republican or a Democrat, we can have a very nonpartisan conversation. I mean, of course, we get criticisms, but we're almost never criticized for being partisan one way or the other. It's not hard to do this. You just have to make an effort to avoid the partisan claptrap that we can all fall into.
Focus on the humanity. What has your brilliant, popular son Zachary taught you about life?
Oh, he's taught me so much in his 18 years, as has our daughter, who's 20. Two things stand out. He's taught me that a new generation has so much to offer. And I don't just mean because he's smart and engaged, as our daughter is too. I also mean that you realize when you have a child that even though you're doing the same things with them, they see the world differently and legitimately. And it reminds us that the world can be seen legitimately in different ways. And it's not that he and I disagree on major political issues. It's actually the small stuff that he sees differently.
Like in the details, you see that you can have very different perspectives.
Exactly.
Like, you have a very different way to draw, to create a painting of the same scene.
And then the other thing he's taught me is, as I said about the poetry, the importance of the arts. I've always been a lover of the arts, but it had always been in some ways parallel to my historical scholarship. We need to do a better job of integrating, as the Greeks did, right? The artistry, all the things we do, we separate them as disciplines, but they're all deeply connected. This is what I like about your podcast, honestly, is that you integrate all these things. You let people you have a guy doing arm wrestling, you have all these things together, right? And it's that these worlds come together. And there's a lot to gain by bringing the arts and the sciences and all this together. It's an obvious thing to say, but we forget.
Yeah, and it somehow becomes bigger than the individual parts. What gives you hope about the future? You looked at, especially with this book, at just such a divisive part of our history, and the claim, the idea that you carry through the book that division still permeates our society. So what gives you hope?
I try to end the book on a very hopeful note because I am hopeful. I'm hopeful that these divisions were made by people and can be unmade by people. I do not believe that what I describe in this book, the division, the hate that we see today as well, I don't think it's inevitable. I think it can be actually corrected quite easily. And corrected easily by addressing the challenges in our institutions, the ways in which this history has been embodied in our institutions, even though we're different, and through our own recognizing of it. The gift of the last few years, I don't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican, the gift of the last few years is that we've been able to see the horror around us. And once you see the horror, you can do something about it. What's dangerous is when the horror is there and you don't see it. It's hidden. It's been unmasked. I don't care where you stand. probably spoken in about 25, 30 cities about this book. Every audience I've asked, how many of you have been shaken by the last 4 to 5 years? And everyone, everywhere has raised their hand. That's a gift. That's consciousness raising. I grew up in a time in the 1980s when we were concerned everyone was apathetic. That was what was being said. We had lower voter turnout than we have now. People didn't seem to care. My students, when I was a young professor, I was a very young professor in the early 2000s. My students all wanted to go work for banks. They just wanted to make money. The best students wanted to go work for Goldman. We're not in that world anymore. There's been a consciousness raising. Knowing there's a problem, naming the problem, gives us a chance to fix the problem. And I think that's where we are as a society now.
Young people are excited to solve the problem. Do you think the individual, like if a young person is listening to this, do you think the individual has power in this?
Absolutely. I think the individual has a huge amount of power now. There's a demographic reason. We've got all these old people who have held on too long. Look at president, look at Senate, look at any institution. And we're reaching a demographic cliff. Unlike China, we have a large population that's coming up. So those who are watching now, who are in their 20s, they're going to get to move into leadership positions much faster than their parents did.
Let's go.
So that's one. And then the second thing is just what we're doing here. I mean, social media, when used properly, gives a platform to young people. They don't have to go through the New York Times like I did, right? This is why I do the podcast with my son. Find other ways. You reach millions of people. And this can be done. You don't need to wait for the old guys to give you the check mark that it's okay.
Just put on a suit, get a haircut, and start speaking nonsense into a microphone, and yeah.
Well, also, have a very neat place.
That's why I love you. All right, Jeremy, you're an incredible human being. Thank you for talking once more time. Thank you for writing this important book. I hope you keep writing, and I hope to keep talking to you, because you're this shining beacon of political hope I have here in Austin that we get to enjoy.
I want to thank you for having me on, and thank you for your show. I think what you're doing is so important, and I really deeply respect what you do.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeremy Cerny. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Abraham Lincoln. Nearly all men can stand adversity. If you want to test a man's character, give him power. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Yes, I'll give you my address.
Why weren't we pushing towards economic fusion and new materials and new methods of heat extraction and so forth? Because everybody knew fusion was 40 years away. And now it's 4 years away.
The following is a conversation with Dennis White, nuclear physicist at MIT and the director of the MIT Plasma Science and Fusion Center. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dennis White. Let's start with a big question. What is nuclear fusion?
It's the underlying process that powers the universe. So as the name implies, it fuses together or brings together two different elements, technically nuclei, that come together, and if you can push them together close enough that you can trigger essentially a reaction, what happens is that the element typically changes. So this means that you change from one element to another, chemical element to another. Underlying what this means is that you change the nuclear structure. This rearrangement through E equals mc squared releases large amounts of energy. So fusion is the fusing together of lighter elements into heavier elements. And when you go through it, you say, oh, look, so here were the initial elements, typically hydrogen, and they had a particular mass, rest mass, which means just the mass with no kinetic energy. And when you look at the product afterwards, it has less rest mass. And so you go, well, how is that possible? Because you have to keep mass, but mass and energy are the same thing, which is what E equals mc squared means. And the the conversion of this comes into kinetic energy, namely energy that you can use in some way. And that's what happens in the center of stars. So fusion is literally the reason life is viable in the universe.
So fusion is happening in our sun. And what are the elements?
The elements are hydrogen that are coming together. It goes through a process which is probably gets a little bit too detailed, but it's a somewhat complex catalyzed process that happens in the center of stars. But in the end, stars are big balls of hydrogen, which is the lightest, it's the simplest element, the lightest element, the most abundant element. Most of the universe is hydrogen. And it's essentially a sequence through which these processes occur that you end up with helium. So those are the primary things. And the reason for this is because helium has features as a nucleus, like the interior part of the atom, that is extremely stable. And the reason for this is helium has 2 protons and 2 neutrons. These are the things that make up nuclei, that make up all of us, along with electrons. And because it has 2 pairs, it's extremely stable. And for this reason, when you convert the hydrogen into helium, it just wants to stay helium, and it wants to release kinetic energy. So stars are basically conversion engines of hydrogen into helium. And this also tells you why you love fusion. I mean, because our sun will last 10 billion years approximately. That's how long the fuel will last.
But to do that kind of conversion, you have to have extremely high temperature.
It is one of the criteria for doing this, but it's the easiest one to understand. Why is this? It's because effectively what this requires is that the hydrogen ions, which is really the bare nucleus, so they have a positive charge. Everything has a positive charge. Those ones is that to get them to trigger this reaction, they must approach within distances which are like the size of the nucleus itself. Because the nature, in fact, what it's really using is something called the strong nuclear force. There's 4 fundamental forces in the universe. This is the strongest one, but it has a strange property, is that while it's the strongest force by far, it only has impact over distances which are the size of a nucleus. So to put that into, what does that mean? It's a millionth of a billionth of a meter. Okay, incredibly small distances. But because the distances are small and the particles have charge, they want to push strongly apart. Namely, they have repulsion that wants to push them apart. So it turns out when you go through the math of this, the average velocity or energy of the particles must be very high to have any significant probability of reactions happening. And so the center of our sun is at about 20 million degrees Celsius. And on Earth, this means it's one of the first things we teach, entering graduate students. You can do a quick basically power balance, and you can determine that on Earth it requires a minimum temperature of about 50 million degrees Celsius on Earth
to perform fusion.
To get enough fusion that you would be able to get energy gain out of it. So you can trigger fusion reactions at lower energy, but they become almost vanishingly small at lower temperatures than that.
First of all, let me just linger on some crazy ideas. So, one, the strong force, just stepping out and looking at all of physics. Is it weird to you that there's these forces and they're very particular, like it operates at a very small distance, and then gravity operates at a very large distance, and they're all very specific, and the Standard Model describes 3 of those forces extremely well, and this is one of them. Yeah, this is one of them, but it's just all kind of works out. There's a big part of you that's, an engineer, that you step back and almost look at the philosophy of physics.
So it's interesting because as a scientist, I see the universe through that lens of essentially the interesting things that we do are through the forces that get used around us. And everything works because of that. Richard Feynman I don't know if you ever read Richard Feynman. It's a little bit of a tangent, but
he's never been on the podcast.
He's never been on the podcast. He was unfortunately passed away, but one of like a hero to almost all physicists. And part of it was because of what you said. He kind of looked through a different lens at these, what typically look like very dry, like equations and relationships. And I think he brought out the wonder of it in some sense, right? For those, he posited what would be, if you could write down a single not even really a sentence, but a single concept that was the most important thing scientifically that we knew about. That, in other words, you had only one thing that you could transmit, like a future or past generation. It was very interesting. It was so it's not what you think. It wasn't like, oh, strong nuclear force or fusion or something like this. And it's very profound, which was that the reason that matter operates the way that it does is because all matter is made up of individual particles that interact each other through forces. That was it.
So just
that atomic theory, basically.
Yeah.
Which is like, wow, that's like so simple, but it's not so simple. It's because, like, who thinks about atoms that they're made of? Like, this is a good question I give to my students. How many atoms are in your body? Like, almost no students can answer this, but to me, that's like a fundamental. So it's about 10 to the 28. So that's trillion, million, trillion, or something like that. Yes. Yeah.
So one thing is to think about the number, and the other is to start to really ponder the fact
that it all holds together.
Yeah, it all holds together, and you're actually that. You're more that than you are anything else.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, there are people who do study such things of the fact that if you look at for example, the ratios between those fundamental forces, people have figured out, oh, if this ratio was different by some factor, like a factor of 2 or something, I was like, oh, this would all like not work. And you look at the sun, right? It's like, so it turns out that there are key reactions that if they had slightly lower probability, no star would ever ignite. And then life wouldn't be possible.
It does seem like the universe set things up for us that it's possible to do some cool things, but it's challenging. So they keeps it fun for us.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I mean, the multiverse model is an interesting one because there are quantum scientists who look at it and figure. It's like, oh yeah, like quantum science perhaps tells us that there are almost an infinite variety of other universes. But the way that it works probably is it's almost like a form of natural selection. It's like, well, the universes that didn't have the correct or interesting relationships between these forces, nothing happens in them. So almost by definition, the fact that we're having this conversation means that we're in one of the interesting ones by default.
Yeah, one of the somewhat interesting, but there's probably super interesting ones where I tend to think of humans as incredible creatures. Our brain is an incredible computing device, but I think we're also extremely cognitively limited. I can imagine alien civilizations that are much, 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 much more intelligent in ways we can't even comprehend, in terms of their ability to construct models of the world, and to do physics and mathematics.
I would see it in a slightly different way. It's because we have creatures that live with us on the earth that have cognition, right? That understand and move through their environment, but they actually see things in a way, or they sense things in a way which is so fundamentally different. It's really hard. Like it's the problem is the translation, not necessarily intelligence. So it's the perception of the world. So I have a dog, and when I go and I see my dog like smelling things, there's a realization that I have that he sees or senses the world in a way that I can never, I can't understand it because I can't translate my way to this. We get little glimpses of this as humans, though, by the way, because there are some parts of it, for example, optical information, which comes from light, is that now, because we've developed the technology, we can actually see things. I get this, as one of my areas of research is spectroscopy. So this means the study of light. And I get this quote unquote see things or representations of them from, the far infrared all the way to like hard X-rays, which is several orders of magnitude of the light intensity. But our own human eyes see a teeny little sliver of this. So that even like bees, for example, see a different place than we do. So I think if you think of, there's already other intelligences around us in a limited way, because of the way they can communicate. But it's like those are already baffling. Anyways, yeah.
If we just focus in on the senses, there's already a lot of diversity, but there's probably things we're not even considering as possibilities. For example, whatever the heck consciousness is, could actually be a door into understanding some physical phenomena we're not having begun understanding. So just like you said, spectroscopy, There could be a similar kind of spectrum for consciousness that we're like these dumb descendants of apes, like walking around. It sure feels like something to experience the color red, but like we don't have. It's the same as in the ancient times. You experience physics, you experience light. It's like, oh, it's bright, and and you construct kind of semi.
Well, it's interesting. We might actually experience this faster than we thought, because we might be building another kind of intelligence.
Yeah. And that intelligence will explain to us how silly we are.
There was an email thread going around the professors in my department already of so what is it going to look like to figure out if students have actually written their term papers, or it's ChatGPT. It was so as usual, we tend to be empiricists in my field, so of course they were in there like trying to figure out if it could answer like questions for a qualifying exam to get into the PhD program at MIT. They didn't do that well at that point, but of course this is just the beginning of it, so maybe have some interesting ones to do.
Eventually both the students and the professors will be replaced by ChatGPT. And we'll sit on the beach.
I really recommend, this. I don't know if you've ever seen them. It's called The Day the Universe Changed. This is James Burke. He's a science historian based in the UK. He had a fairly famous series on public television called Connections, I think it was. But the one that I really enjoyed was The Day the Universe Changed. And the reason for the title of it was that it says the universe is what we know and perceive of it. So when there's a fundamental insight as to something new, the universe for us changes. Of course, the universe from an objective point of view is the same as it was before, but for us it has changed. So he walks through these moments of perception in the history of humanity that like changed what we were, right? And so as I was thinking about coming to discuss this, people see fusion, oh, it's still far away, or it's been slow progress. It's like when my godmother was born, like people had no idea how stars worked. So you talk about like that day, that insight, the universe changed. It's like, oh, this is and they still didn't understand all the parts of it, but they basically got it. It's like, oh, because of the understanding of these processes, it's like we unveil the reason that there can be life in the universe. That's probably one of those days the universe changed, right? Yeah.
And
that was around the 1930s. Yeah.
It seems like technology is developing faster and faster. I tend to think, just like with ChatGPT, I think this year might be extremely interesting, just with how rapid and how profitable the efforts in artificial intelligence are, that just stuff will happen where our whole world is transformed like this, and there's a shock, and then the next day you kind of go on and you adjust immediately. You probably won't have a similar kind of thing with nuclear fusion with energy, because there's probably going to be an opening ceremony, an announcement. It'll take months, but with digital technology, you can just have a immediate transformation of society, and then it'll be this gasp, and then you kind of adjust like we always do, and then you don't even remember, just like with the internet and so on, how the days worked before.
And how it worked before, right? I mean, fusion will be, because it's energy, its nature is that it will be, and anything that has to do with energy use tends to be a slower transition. But they're the most, I would argue, some of the most profound transitions that we make. I mean, the reason that we can live like this and sit in this building and have this podcast and people around the world is at its heart is energy use. And it's intense energy use that came from the evolution of starting to use intense energies at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution up to now. It's a bedrock, actually, of all of these, but it doesn't tend to come overnight.
Yeah. And some of the most important, some of the most amazing technology is one we don't notice because we take it for granted, because it enables this whole thing.
Which is energy, which is amazing for how fundamental it is to our society and way of life. Is a very poorly understood concept, actually. Just even energy itself, people confuse energy sources with energy storage, with energy transmission. These are different physical phenomena which are very important. So for example, you buy an electric car and you go, oh good, I have an emission-free car. And but it's like, so So why do you say that? Well, it's because if I draw the circle around the car, I have electricity and it doesn't emit anything. Okay, but you plug that into a grid where you follow that wire back, there could be a coal power plant or a gas power plant at the end of that. Oh, really? I mean, so this isn't like carbon free? Oh, and it's not their fault. It's just, they don't, like the car isn't a source of energy. The underlying source of energy was the combustion of the fuel back there.
Plus, there's also a story of how the raw materials are mined in which parts of the world, with sort of basic respect or deep disrespect of human rights that happens in that mining. So the whole supply chain, there's a story there that's deeper than just the particular electric car with the circle around.
And the physics or the science of it too is the energy use that it takes to do that digging up, which is also important and all that. Yeah. Anyway, so
yeah,
we wandered away from fusion, but yes,
it's a beautiful
but it's very important actually in the context of this, just because those of us who work in fusion and these other kinds of sort of disruptive energy technologies, it's interesting. I do think about like what is it going to mean to society to have an energy source that is like this, that would be like fusion, which has such completely different characteristics. For example, free unlimited access to the fuel, but it has technology implications. So what does this mean geopolitically? What does it mean for how we distribute wealth within our society? It's very difficult to know, but probably profound. Yeah,
we're gonna have to find another reason to start wars. Instead of resources, we're gonna have to figure something.
We've done a pretty good job of that over the course of our history. Yeah.
So we talked about the forces of physics, and again, sticking to the philosophical before we get to the specific technical stuff. E equals mc squared, you mentioned. How amazing is that to you, that energy and mass are the same? And what does that have to do with nuclear fusion?
So it has to do with everything we do. It's the fact that energy and mass are equivalent to each other. They're just, the way we usually comment to it is that they're just energy, just in different forms.
Can you intuitively understand that?
Yes, but it takes a long time. I haven't for a while, but usually, often I teach the introductory class for incoming nuclear engineers, and so we put this up as an equation, and we go through many iterations of using this, to how you derive it, how you use it, so forth. And then usually in the final exam, I would basically take all the equations that I've used before and I flip it around. I basically, instead of thinking about energy is equal to mass, it's sort of mass is equal to energy. And I ask the question a different way, and usually about half the students don't get it. It takes a while to get that intuition. So in the end, it's interesting is that this is actually the source of all free energy, because that energy that we're talking about is kinetic energy if it can be transformed from mass. So it turns out even though we used equals mc squared, this was burning coal and burning gas and burning wood is actually still equals mc squared. The problem is that you would never know this because the relative change in the mass is incredibly small. By the way, which comes back to fusion, which is that E equals mc squared. Okay, so what does this mean? It tells you that the amount of energy that is liberated in a particular reaction when you change mass has to, because c squared that's the speed of light squared.
It's a large number.
It's a very large number, and it's totally constant everywhere in the universe, which is
another weird thing.
And in all rest frames, and actually the relativity stuff gets more difficult conceptually until you get through. Anyway, so you go to that, and what that tells you is that it's the relative change in the mass will tell you about the relative amount of energy that's liberated. And this is what makes fusion, and you asked about fission as well too, this is what makes them extraordinary. It's because the relative change in the mass is very large as compared to what you get like in a chemical reaction. In fact, it's about 10 million times larger. And that is at the heart of why you use something like fusion. It's because that is a fundamental of nature. Like, you can't beat that. So whatever you do, if you're thinking about, and why do I care about this? Well, because mass is like the fuel, right? So this means gathering the resources that it takes to gather a fuel, to hold it together, to deal with it, the environmental impact it would have. And fusion will always have 20 million times the amount of energy release per reaction that you get of those. So this is why, you know, we consider it the ultimate, like, environmentally friendly energy source, was because of that.
So is it correct to think of mass broadly as a kind of storage of energy?
Yes.
You mentioned it's environmentally friendly. So nuclear fusion is a source of energy. It's cheap, clean, safe, so easy access to fuel and virtually unlimited supply, no production of greenhouse gases, little radioactive waste produced, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Can you sort of elaborate why it's cheap, clean, and safe?
I'll start with the easiest one, cheap. It is not cheap yet because it hasn't been made at a commercial scale.
Time flies when you're having fun. Yes.
But
yes, not yet.
But
we'll talk about
actually, we'll come back to that, because this is cheap, or a more technically correct term, that it's economically interesting, is really the primary challenge, actually, of fusion at this point. But I think we can get back to that. So what were the other ones you said?
So cheap. We're actually, when we're talking about cheap, we're thinking like asymptotically. Like you take it forward several hundred years. That's sort of because of how much availability there is of resources to use.
Of the fuel.
Yeah, the fuel.
We should separate those two. The fuel is already cheap. It's basically free, right? What do you mean by basically free? So if we were to be using fusion fuel sources to power and it's like that's all we had was fusion power plants around, and we were doing it, the fuel cost per person or something like 10 cents a year. It's free. Okay. This is why it's hard to, in some ways, I think it's hard to understand fusion, because people see this and go, oh, if the fuel is free, this means the energy source is free, because we're used to energy sources like this. So we spend resources and drill to get gas or oil, or we chop wood, or we make coal, we find coal, or these things, right? So fusion, this is what makes fusion, and it's also, it's not an intermittent renewable energy source like wind and solar. It's just like, this makes it hard to understand. So if you're saying the fuel is free, why isn't the energy source free? And it's because of the necessary technologies which must be applied to basically recreate the conditions which are in stars, in the center of stars, in fact. So there's only one natural place in the universe that fusion energy occurs. That's in the center of stars. So that's going to bring a price to it, depending on the cost and the size and complexity of the technology that's needed to recreate those things.
And we'll talk about the details of those technologies and which parts might be expensive today and which parts might be expensive in 200 years.
Exactly. It will have a revolution. I'm certain of it. So about clean. So clean is, at its heart, what it does is it basically converts hydrogen into it's heavier forms of hydrogen, the most predominant one that we use on Earth, and converts it into helium and some other products, but primarily helium is the product that's left behind. So helium, safe, inert gas, In fact, that's actually what our sun is doing, is eventually going to extinguish itself because it will just make so much helium. It doesn't. So in that sense, clean, because there's no emissions of carbon or pollutants that come directly from the combustion of the fuel itself.
And safe,
yeah.
Talking about very high temperatures.
Yeah. So this is also the counterintuitive thing. So I told you temperatures which like 50 million degrees, or it actually tends to be more like about 100 million degrees is really what we need. So how can 100 million degrees be safe? And it's safe because this is so much hotter than anything on Earth, where everything on Earth is at around 300 Kelvin, it's around a few tens of degrees Celsius. And what this means is that in order to get a medium to those temperatures, you have to completely isolate it from anything to do with terrestrial environment. It can have no contact with anything. So this means this is the technology that I just described, is it fundamentally what it does is it takes this fuel and it isolates it from any terrestrial conditions so that it has no idea it's not touching any object that's at room temperature,
including the walls of the containment,
including the walls of the containment building or containment device, or even air or anything like this. So it's that part that makes it safe in this. And there's actually another aspect to it, but that fundamental part makes it so safe. In the mainline approach to fusion is also that it's very hot, but there's very, very few particles at any time in the thing that would be the power plant. Actually, the more correct way to do it is you say there's very few particles per unit volume. So in a cubic centimeter or cubic meter, something like that. So we can do this. So right now although we don't think of air really as there's atoms floating around us, and there's a density, because if I wave my hand, I can feel the air pushing against my face. That means we're in a fluid or a gas, which is around us. That has a particular number of atoms per cubic meter. Right. So it's about, this actually turns out to be 10 to the 25th. So this is one with 25 zeros behind it per cubic meter. So we can figure out like cubic meter is about like this, the volume of this table, like the whole volume of this table. Okay, very good. So like fusion, there's a few of those. So fusion, like the mainstream one of fusion, like what we're working on at MIT, will have 100,000 times less particles per unit volume than that. So this is very interesting because it's extraordinarily hot, 100 million degrees, but it's very tenuous. And what matters from the engineering and safety point of view is the amount of energy which is stored per unit volume, because this tells you about the scenarios and that's what you worry about, because when those kinds of energies are released suddenly, it's like what would be the consequences, right? So the consequences of this are essentially zero, because that's less energy content than boiling water.
Because of the low density?
Because of the low density. So if you take water is at about 100 million to 1 billion times more dense than this. So even though it's at much lower temperature, it's actually still, it has more energy content. So for this reason, one of the ways that I explain this is that if you imagine a power plant that's like powering Cambridge, Massachusetts, like if you were to, which you wouldn't do this directly, but if you went like this on it, it actually extinguishes the fusion because it gets too cold immediately. Yeah. So that's the other one. And the other part is that it does not, because it works by staying hot rather than a chain reaction, it can't run out of control. That's the other part of it. So by the way, this is what very much distinguishes it from fission. It's not a process that can run away from you because it's basically thermally stable.
What does thermally stable mean?
That means is that you want to run it at the optimization in temperature such that if it deviates away from that temperature, the reactivity gets lower. And the reason for this is because it's hard to keep the reactivity going. Like it's a very hard fire to keep going.
Also, it doesn't run away from you.
It can't run away.
So how difficult is the control there to keep it at that?
It varies from concept to concept, but in general, it's fairly easy to do that. And the easiest thing, it can't physically run away from you, because the other part of it is that there's just at any given time there's a very, very small amount of fuel available to fuse anyway. So this means that that's always intrinsically limited to this. So even if the power consumption of the device goes up, it just kind of burns itself out immediately. Yeah.
So you are just to take another tangent on tangent, you're the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. We'll talk about, maybe you can mention some interesting aspects of the history of the center, in the broader history of MIT, maybe broader history of science and engineering and the history of human civilization, but also just the link on the safety aspect. How do you prevent some of the amazing reactors that you're designing? How do you prevent from destroying all of human civilization in the process? What's the safety protocols?
Fusion is interesting because it's not really directly weaponizable, because what I mean by that is that you have to work very hard to make these conditions at which you can get energy gain from fusion. This means that when we design these devices with respect to application in the energy field, is that they, while they will, because they're producing large amounts of power and they will have hot things inside of them, this means that they have like a level of industrial hazard, which is very similar to what you would have like in a chemical processing plant or anything like that. And any kind of energy plant actually has these as well too. But the underneath the core technology, like, can't be directly used in a nefarious way because of the power that's being emitted. It just basically, well, if you try to do those things, typically it just stops working.
So the safety concerns have to do with just regular things that, like equipment malfunctioning, melting of equipment, like all this kind of stuff that has nothing to do with fusion.
Yeah, I mean, usually what we worry about is the viability, because in the end we build pretty complex objects to realize these requirements, and so what we try really hard to do is like not damage those components. But those are things which are internal to the fusion device, and this is not something that you would consider about, like, it would as you say, destroy human civilization, because that release of energy is just inherently limited because of the fusion process. So it doesn't say that there's zero. So you asked about the other feature, but that it's safe. So it is, the process itself is intrinsically safe, but because it's a complex technology, you still have to take into consideration aspects of the safety. So it produces ionizing radiation instantaneously. So you have to take care of this, which means that you shield it. Think of like your dental x-rays or treatments for cancer and things like this. We always shield ourselves from this. So we get the beneficial effects, but we minimize the harmful effects of those. So there are all those aspects of it as well.
So we'll return to MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, but let us linger on the destruction of human civilization, which brings us to the topic of nuclear fission. What is that? So the process that is inside nuclear weapons and current nuclear power plants.
So it relies on the same underlying physical principle, but it's exactly the opposite, which actually the names imply. Fusion means bringing things together. Fission means splitting things apart. So fission requires the heaviest instead of the lightest, and the most unstable versus the most stable elements. So this tends to be uranium or plutonium, primarily uranium. So take uranium. So uranium-235 is one of this is one of the heaviest unstable elements. And what happens is that this is fission is triggered by the fact that one of these subatomic particles, the neutron, which has no electric charge, basically gets in proximity enough to this and triggers an instability effectively inside of this, what is teetering on the border of instability, and basically splits it apart. And that's the fission, right? Fissioning. And so when that happens, because the products that are, and it kind of roughly splits in two, but it's not even that. It's actually more complicated. It splits into this whole array of lighter elements and nuclei. And when that happens, there's less rest mass left than the original one. So it's actually the same. So it's rearrangement of the strong nuclear force that's happening. But that's the source of the energy. And so in the end, it's like, so this is a famous graph that we show everybody, is basically, it turns out every element that exists in the periodic table, all the things that make up everything, have a, remember you asked a good question. It was like, so should we think of mass as being the same as stored energy? Yes. So you can make a plot that basically shows the relative amount of stored energy and all of the elements that are stable and make up basically the world, okay, the universe. And it turns out that this one has a maximum amount of stability or storage at iron. So it's kind of in the middle of the periodic table, because this goes from, it's roughly that. And so what that means is that if you take something heavier than iron, like uranium, which is more than twice as heavy than that, and you split apart, if somehow just magically you just split apart its constituents and you get something that's lighter, that will, because it moves to a more stable energy state, it releases kinetic energy. That's the energy that we use. Kinetic energy meaning the movement of things. So it's actually an energy you can do something with. And fusion sits on the other side of that because it's also moving towards iron, but it has to do it through fusion together. So this leads to some pretty profound differences. As I said, they have some underlying physics or science proximity to each other, but they're literally the opposite. So fusion, why is this? It actually goes in the practical implications of it, which is that fission can happen at room temperature. It's because this neutron has no electric charge, and therefore it's literally room temperature neutrons that actually trigger the reaction. So this means in order to establish what's going on with it, and it works by chain reaction, is that you can do this at room temperature. So Enrico Fermi did this like on a university campus, University of Chicago campus. The first sustained chain reaction was done underneath a squash court with a big blocks of graphite. Still, don't get me wrong, an incredible human achievement, right? But that's, and then you think about fusion, I have to build a contraption of some kind that's going to get to 100 million degrees. Okay, wow, that's a big difference. The other one is about the chain reaction, that namely fission works by the fact that when that fission occurs, it actually produces free neutrons. Free neutrons, particularly if they get slowed down to room temperature, can trigger other fission reactions if there's other uranium nearby or fission. So this means that the way that it releases energy is that you set this up in a very careful way, such that on average, every reaction that happens exactly releases enough neutrons and slows down that they actually make another reaction, exactly one. And what this means is that because each reaction releases a fixed amount of energy, you do this, and then in time, this looks like just a constant power output. So that's how our fission power plant works.
And so there's control of the chain reactions is extremely difficult and extremely important for.
It's very important. And when you intentionally design it, that it creates more than one fission reaction per starting reaction, that it exponentiates away. Which is what a nuclear weapon is.
Yeah. So how does an atomic weapon work? How does a hydrogen bomb work? Asking for us, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So at its heart, what you do is you very quickly put together enough of these materials that can undergo fission with room temperature neutrons, and you put them together fast enough that what happens is that this process can essentially grow mathematically, like very fast. And so this releases large amounts of energy. So that's the underlying reason that it works. So you've heard of a fusion weapon. So this is interesting, is that but it's dislike fusion energy in the sense that what happens is that you're using fusion reactions, but it increases the gain actually of the weapon rather than it's not a pure. At its heart, it's still a fission weapon. You're just using fusion reactions as a sort of an intermediate catalyst, basically, to get even more energy out of it. But it's not directly applicable to be used in an energy source.
Does it terrify you, again, step back at the philosophical, that humans have been able to use physics and engineering to create such powerful weapons?
I wouldn't say terrify. I mean, we should be. This is the progress of humanity. Every time that we've gotten access, you talk again, the day the universe changed. Things really changed when we got access to new kinds of energy sources. But every time you get access, and typically what this meant was you get access to more intense energy, right? That's what that was. And so the ability to move from burning wood to using coal, to using gasoline and petrol, and then finally to use this, is that both the potency and the consequences are elevated around those things.
It's just like you said, the way that nuclear fusion would change the world, I don't think, unless we think really deeply, we'll be able to anticipate some of the things we can create. There's going to be a lot of amazing stuff, but then that amazing stuff is going to enable more amazing stuff and more, unfortunately, or depending how you see on it, more powerful weapons.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing. fusion breaks that trend in the following way. So one of them, so fusion doesn't work on a chain reaction. There's no chain reaction, zero. So this means it cannot physically exponentiate away on you because it works. And actually, this is why stars, by the way, we know this already. It's why stars are so stable. Why most stars and suns are so stable. It's because they are regulated through their own temperature and their heating. Because what's happening off that there's some probability of this exponentiating away is that the energy that's being released by fusion basically is keeping the fire hot. And these tend to be, you know, and when it comes down to thermodynamics and things like this, there's a reason, for example, it's pretty easy to keep a constant temperature like in an oven and things like this. It's the same thing in fusion. So this is actually one of the features that I would argue fusion breaks the trend of this, is that it has more energy intensity than fission on paper, but it actually does not have the consequences of control and sort of rapid release of the energy, because it's actually the physical system just doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look elsewhere for the weapons with which we fight World War III. Fair enough. So what is plasma? That you may have not mentioned? You mentioned ions and electrons and so on. So what is plasma? What is the role of plasma in nuclear fusion?
So plasma is a phase of matter or state of matter. So unfortunately, our schools don't. It's like, I'm not sure why this is the case, but all children learn the 3 phases of matter, right? So, and what does this mean? So we'll take water as an example. So if it's cold, it's ice. It's in a solid phase, right? And then if you heat it up, it's the temperature that typically sets the phase. Although it's not only temperature. So you heat it up, and you go to a liquid, and obviously it changes its physical properties because you can pour it and so forth, right? And then if you heat this up enough, it turns into a gas, and a gas behaves differently because there's a very sudden change in the density. Actually, that's what's happening. So it changes by about a factor of 10,000 in density from the liquid phase into when you make it into steam at atmospheric pressure. All very good, except the problem is they forgot like what happens if you just keep elevating the temperature.
You don't want to give kids ideas. They're going to start experimenting, and they're going to start heating up the gas.
It's good to start anyway. So it turns out that once you get above, it's approximately 5 or 10,000 degrees Celsius, then you hit a new phase of matter. And actually, that's the phase of matter that is for pretty much all the temperatures that are above that as well too. And so what does that mean? So it actually changes phase. So it's a different state of matter. And the reason that it becomes a different state of matter is that it's hot enough that what happens is that the atoms that make up, remember, go back to Feynman, right? Everything's made up of these individual things, these atoms. But atoms can actually themselves be, which are made of nuclei, which contain the positive particles and the neutrons, and then the electrons, which are very, very light, very much less mass than the nucleus, and that surrounds us. This is what makes up an atom. So a plasma is what happens when you start pulling away enough of those electrons that they're free from the ions. So almost all the atoms that make up us up in this water and all that, the electrons are in tightly bound states, and basically they're extremely stable. Once you're at about 5,000 or 10,000 degrees, you start pulling off the electrons. And what this means is that now the medium that is there, its constituent particles mostly have net charge on them. So why does that matter? It's because now this means that the particles can interact through their electric charge. In some sense, they were when it was in the atoms, but now that they're free particles, this means that it fundamentally changes the behavior. It doesn't behave like a gas. It doesn't behave like a solid or a liquid. It behaves like a plasma, right? And so why is it disappointing that we don't speak about this? It's because 99% of the universe is in the plasma state. It's called stars. And in fact, our own sun, at the center of the sun is clearly a plasma. But actually the surface of the sun, which is 5,500 Celsius, is also a plasma. Because it's hot enough that is that. In fact, the things that you see, sometimes you see these pictures from the surface of the sun, amazing, like satellite photographs of like those big arms of things and of light coming off of the surface of the sun and solar flares. Those are plasmas.
what are some interesting ways that this fourth state of matter is different than gas?
Let's go to how a gas works, right? So the reason a gas, and it goes back to Feynman's brilliance in saying that this is the most important concept. The reason actually solid, liquid, and gas phases work is because the nature of the interaction between the atoms change. And so in a gas, you can think of this as being this room and the things, although you can't see them, is that the molecules are flying around, but then with some frequency they basically bounce into each other. And when they bounce into each other, they exchange momentum and energy around on this. And so it turns out that the probability and the distances and the scattering of those of what they do, it's those interactions that set the about how a gas behaves. So what do you mean by this? Well, so for example, if I take an imaginary test particle of some kind, like I spray something into the air that's got a particular color. In fact, you can do it in liquids as well too. Like how it gradually will disperse away from you. This is fundamentally set because of the way that those particles are bouncing into each other.
The probabilities of those,
the rate that they go at and the distance that they go at and so forth. So this was figured out by Einstein and others at the beginning of the Brownian motion, all these kinds of things. These were set up at the beginning of the last century, and it was really like this great revelation. Wow, this is why matter behaves the way that it does. Like, wow. So, but it's really like, and also in liquids and in solids, like what really matters is how you're interacting with your nearest neighbor. So you think about that one. The gas particles are basically going around until they actually hit into each other. Though they don't really exchange information. And it's the same in a liquid. You're kind of beside each other, but you can kind of move around. In a solid, you're literally like stuck beside your neighbor. You can't move. Plasmas are weird in the sense is that it's not like that. So, and it's because the particles have electric charge. This means that they can push against each other without actually being in close proximity to each other. That's not an infinitely true statement, which it's a little bit more technical, but basically this means that you can start having action or exchange of information at a distance. And that's in fact the definition of a plasma, that it says these have a technical name. It's called a Coulomb collision. It just means that it's dictated by this force which is being pushed between charged particles. Is that the definition of a plasma is a medium in which the collective behavior is dominated by these collisions at a distance. So you can imagine then this starts to give you some strange behaviors, which I could quickly talk about. Like one of the most counterintuitive ones is as plasmas get more hot, as they get higher temperature, then the collisions happen less frequently. Like what? That doesn't make any sense. When particles go faster, they would collide more often. But because the particles are interacting through their electric field, when they're going faster, they actually spend less time in the influential field of each other, and so they talk to each other less in an energy momentum exchange point of view. It's just one of the counterintuitive aspects of plasmas,
which is probably very relevant for nuclear fusion.
Yes, exactly.
So if I can try to summarize what a nuclear fusion reactor is supposed to do. So you have a couple of elements. What are usually the elements?
Usually deuterium and tritium, which are the heavy forms of hydrogen.
You have those and you start heating it. And then as you start heating it, I forgot the temperature you said, but it becomes plasma. No, first
it becomes plasma. So it's a gas, and then it turns into a plasma at about 10,000 degrees.
And then so you have a bunch of electrons and ions flying around, and then you keep heating the thing. And I guess as you heat the thing, the ions hit each other rarer and rarer. So, oh man, that's not fun. So you have to keep heating it such that you have to keep hitting it until the probability of them colliding becomes reasonably high.
And so,
and also on top of that, and sorry to interrupt, you have to prevent them from hitting the walls of the reactor somehow.
So you asked about the definitions of the requirements for fusion. So the most famous one, or some sense the most intuitive one, is the temperature. And the reason for that is that you can make many kinds of plasmas that have zero fusion going on in them. And the reason for this is that the average, so you can make a plasma at around 10,000. In fact, if you come, by the way, you're welcome to come to our laboratory at the PSFC. I can show you a demonstration of a plasma that you can see with your eyes, and it's at about 10,000 degrees, and you can put your hand up beside it and all this, and it's like, and nothing, there's zero fusion going on.
So you have, sorry, what was the temperature of the plasma?
About 10,000 degrees.
You can stick your hand in?
Well, you can't stick your hand into it, but there's a glass tube. You can basically see this. And you can put your hand on the glass tube because it's perfectly. It is really beautiful. Plasmas are actually quite astonishing sometimes in their beauty. Actually, one of the most amazing forms of plasma is lightning, by the way, which is an instantaneous form of plasma that exists on Earth, but immediately goes away because everything else around it is at room temperature. Yeah, so there's different requirements. So making a plasma takes about this, but at 10,000 degrees, even at 1,000,000 degrees, there's almost no probability of the fusion reactions occurring. And this is because while the charged particles can hit into each other, if you go back to the very beginning of this, remember I said, oh, these charged particles have to get to within distances which are like this size of a nucleus because of the strong nuclear force. Well, unfortunately, as the particles get closer, the repulsion that comes from the charge, the Coulomb force, increases like the inverse distance squared. So as they get closer, they're pushing harder and harder. So then it gets a little bit more exotic, which maybe you would like to know. That it turns out that people understood this at the beginning of the age of after Rutherford discovered the nucleus. It's like, oh yeah, it's like how's this going to work, right? Because how do you get anything within these distances? It requires extraordinary energy, and it does. And in fact, when you look at those energies, they're very, very high. But it turns out quantum physics comes to the rescue because the particles aren't actually just particles; they're also waves. This is the point of quantum, right? You can treat them both as waves and as particles. And it turns out if they get in close enough proximity to each other, then the particle pops through basically this energy barrier through an effect called quantum tunneling, which is really just the transposition of the fact that it's a wave so that it has a finite probability of this. By the way, you talk about like you have a hard time like conceptualizing this. This is one of them.
Quantum tunneling is one of them.
Yeah, this is like throwing a ping pong ball like at a piece of paper, and then every 100 of them just like magically show up on the other side of the paper without seemingly breaking the paper. I mean, to use a physical analogy.
And that phenomenon is important, is critical for the function of nuclear fusion.
Yes, for all kinds of fusion. So this is the reason why stars can work as well too. Like the stars would have to be much hotter actually to. In fact, it's not clear that they would actually ignite. In fact, without this effect. Anyway, so we get to that. So this is why there's another requirement. It's not so you must make a plasma, but you also must get it very hot in order for the reactions to have a significant probability to actually fuse. And it actually falls effectively almost to zero for lower temperatures.
So there's some nice equation.
Yes.
That gets you to 50 million degrees, or like, or you said, practically speaking, 100 million.
So it's a really simple equation. It's the ideal gas law, basically. So in the end, you've got a certain number of these fusion particles in the plasma state. There's a certain number of particles, and if the confinement is perfect, if you put in a certain content of energy, then basically, eventually, they come up in a temperature. And they go up to high temperature. This turns out to be, by the way, extraordinarily small amounts of energy. And you go, what? It's like I'm getting something to like 100 million degrees. That's going to take the biggest flame burner that I've ever seen. No. And the reason for this is it goes back to the energy content of this. So yeah, you have to get it to high average energy, but there's very, very few particles.
It's low density. How do you get it to be low density in the reactors?
So the way that you do this is primarily, again, this is not exactly true in all kinds of fusion, but in the primary one that we work on, magnetic fusion, this is all happening in a hard vacuum. So it's like it's happening in outer space. So basically, you've gotten rid of all the other particles except for these specialized.
So you add them one at a time.
No, actually, it's even easier than that. You connect a gas valve, and you basically leak gas into it in a controlled fashion.
This is beautiful. How do
It's
you
a gas cylinder.
How do you get it from hitting the walls?
Yeah. So now you've touched on the other necessary requirements. So it turns out it's not just temperature that's required. You must also confine it. So what does this mean, confine it?
And there's two types of confinement, as you mentioned. You
Yeah.
mentioned the magnetic one.
Magnetic's one. There's the one called inertial as well too. But the general principle actually has nothing to do with, in particular, with what the technology is that you use to confine it. It's because this goes back to the fact that the requirement in this is high temperature and thermal content. So it's like building a fire. Right? And what this means is that when you release the energy into this or apply heat to this, if it just instantly leaks out, it can never get hot, right? So you're familiar with this, is like you've got something that you're trying to apply heat to, but you're just throwing the heat away very quickly. This is why we insulate homes, by the way. It's like you don't want the heat that's coming into this room to just immediately leave, because you'll just start consuming infinite amounts of heat trying to keep it hot. So in the end, this is one of the requirements, and it actually has a name. We call it the energy confinement time. So this means if you release a certain amount of energy into this fuel, kind of how long you sit there and you look at your watch, how long does it take for this energy to like leave the system? So you could imagine that in this room that, these heaters are putting energy into the air in this room, and you waited for a day, but all heat have gone to outside. If I open up the windows, that's energy confinement time. Okay, so it's the same concept as that. So this is an important one. So all fusion must have confinement. There's another more esoteric reason for this, which is that people often confuse temperature and energy. So what do I mean by that? So this is literally a temperature, which means that it is a system in which all the particles, every particle, has high kinetic energy and is actually in a fully relaxed state, namely that entropy has been maximized. Now it gets a little bit more technical, but this means that basically it is a thermal system. So it's like the air in this room, it's like the water, it's the water. These all have temperatures, which means that there's a distribution of those energies because the particles have collided so much that it's there. So this is distinguished from having high energy particles, like what we have in like particle accelerators, like CERN and so forth. Those are high kinetic energy, but it's not a temperature, so it actually doesn't count as confinement. So we go through all of those. You have temperature, and then the other requirement, not too surprising, is actually that there has to be enough density of the fuel.
Enough, but not too much. Yes, and so in the end, the way that there's a fancy name for it. It's called the Lawson criterion, because it was formulated by scientists in the United Kingdom about 1956 or 1957, and this was essentially the realization of, this is what it's going to take, regardless of the confinement method. This is the basic. What it is actually power balance. It just says, there's a certain amount of heat coming in, which is coming from the fusion reaction itself, because the fusion reaction heats the fuel, versus how fast you would lose it. And it basically is summarized by those three parameters, which are fairly simple. So temperature, and then the reason we say 100 million degrees is because almost always for this kind of fusion, deuterium-tritium fusion, the minimum in the density and the confinement time product is at about 100 million. So you almost always design your device around that minimum. And then you try to get it contained well enough, and you try to get enough density. So, so that temperature thing sounds crazy, right? That's what we've actually achieved in the laboratory. Like our experiment here at MIT, when it ran at its optimum configuration, it was at 100 million degrees. But it wasn't actually the product of the density and the confinement time wasn't sufficient that we were at a place that we were getting high net energy gain, but it was making fusion reactions. So this is the sequence that you go through. Make a plasma, then you get it hot enough. And when you get it hot enough, the fusion reactions start happening so rapidly that it's overcoming the rate at which it's leaking heat to the outside world. And at some point, it just becomes like a star, like a sun
and our own sun and a star doesn't have anything plugged into it. It's just keeping itself hot through its own fusion reaction. In the end, that's really close to what a fusion power plant looks like.
What does it visually look like? Does it look like you said, like purple plasma?
Yeah, actually, it's invisible to the eye because it's so hot that it's basically emitting light in frequencies that we can't detect. It's literally invisible. In fact, light goes through it. Visible light goes through it so easy that if you were to look at it, what you would see in our own particular configuration, what we make is in the end is a donut-shaped. It's a vacuum vessel to keep the air out of it. And when you turn on the plasma, it gets so hot that most of it just disappears in the visible spectrum. You can't see anything. And there's very, very cold plasma, which is between 10 and 100,000 degrees, which is out in the very periphery of it, which is kind of, so the very cold plasma is allowed to interact with kind of has to interact with something eventually at the boundary of the vacuum vessel. And this kind of makes a little halo around it. And it glows this beautiful purple light, basically. And that's what we can sense in the human spectrum.
I remember reading on a subreddit called Shower Thoughts, which people should check out. It's just fascinating philosophical ideas that strike you while you're in the shower. And one of them was, it's lucky that fire, when it burns, communicates that it's hot using visible light. Otherwise, humans would be screwed. I don't know if there's a deep, profound truth to that, but nevertheless, I did find it on Shower Thoughts subreddit.
Actually, I do have. This goes off on a bit of. You're right. This is actually, it's interesting because, as a scientist, you also think about evolutionary functions and how we got, like, why do we have the senses? Yeah, it's an interesting question. Like, why can bees see in the ultraviolet and we can't? Then you go, well, it's natural selection. For some reason, this wasn't really particularly important to us, right? Why can't we see in the infrared and other things can't? It's a fascinating question, right? Obviously, there's some advantage that you have there that isn't there, and even color distinguishing, right, of something safe to eat, not safe, whatever it would be. I'll actually go back to this because it's something that I tell all of my students when I'm teaching ionizing radiation and radiological safety. Whatever you say, there's a cultural concern, or that when people hear the word radiation, like, what does this mean? It literally just means light, is what it means, right? But it's light in different parts of the spectrum, right? And so it turns out, besides the visible light that we can see here, we are immersed in almost the totality of the electromagnetic spectrum. There is visible light, there's infrared light, there is microwaves going around, as that's how our cell phone works. It's way past our detection capability. But also higher energy ones, which have to do with ultraviolet light, how you get sunburn, and even X-rays and things like this. At small levels are continually being, like, from the concrete in the walls of this hotel, there's X-rays hitting our body continuously. I can bring out, we can go down to the lab at MIT and bring out a detector and show you. Every single room will have these.
By our body, you mean the 10 to the 28 atoms?
Yeah, the 10 to the 28 atoms, and they're coming in and they're interacting with those things. And those, particularly the ones where the light is at higher average energy per light particle, those are the ones that can possibly have an effect on human health. So it's interesting, humans and all animals have evolved on Earth where we're immersed in that all the time. Yeah, there's natural sources of radiation all the time, yet we have zero ability to detect it, like zero.
Yeah, and our cognitive ability to filter it all out. And
it would probably overwhelm us, actually, if we could see all of it. But my main point goes back to your thing about fire and self-protection. If ionizing radiation was such a critical aspect of the health of organisms on Earth, we would almost certainly have evolved methods to detect it, and we have none. And yes,
the physical world that's all around us is incredible. You're blowing my mind, Dr. Dennis White. Okay, so you have experience with magnetic confinement. You have experience with inertial confinement. Most of your work has been in magnetic confinement. Yes, but let's sort of talk about the sexy recent thing for a bit of a time. There's been a breakthrough in the news that laser-based inertial confinement was used by DOE's National Ignition Facility at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Can you explain this breakthrough that happened in December?
Yeah. So it goes to the set of criteria that I talked about before about getting high energy gain. So in the end, what are we after in fusion is that we basically assemble this plasma fuel in some way, and we provided a starting amount of energy. Think of lighting the fire. And what you want to do is get back like significant excess gain from the fact that the fusion is making more, is releasing the energy. So it's like the equivalent of like, we want to have a match, a small match, light a fire, and then the fire keeps us hot. It's very much like that. So as I said, we've made many of the, and what do I mean by we? It's like the fusion community has pursued aspects of this through a variety of different confinement methodologies. Is that the key part about what happens? What was a threshold we had never gotten over before was that if you only consider the plasma fuel, not the total engineering system, but just the plasma fuel itself. We had not gotten to the point yet where basically the size of the match was smaller than the amount of energy that we got from the fusion.
Is there a good term for when the output is greater than the input?
Yes. There is. Well, there's several special definitions of this. So one of them is that if you like in a fire, if you light a match and you have it there and it's an infinitesimal amount of energy compared to what you're getting out of the fire, we call this ignition, which makes sense, right? This is like what our own sun is as well too. So that was not ignition in that sense as well too. So what we call this is scientific, the one that I just talked about, which is for some instant, when I get enough fusion energy released compared to the size of the match, we call this scientific break-even. Break-even. And it's because you've gotten past the fact that this is unity now at this point.
What is fusion gain, or as using the notation Q from the paper overview of the Spark talking about before we talk, using just the same kind of term?
Yeah, actually, so that is, the technical term is Q, capital Q.
Oh, so people actually use Q.
We actually use capital Q, or sometimes it's called
Q is taken.
Q sub P or something like this. Okay, so this is which means that what it means is that it's in the plasma. So all we're considering is the energy balance or gain that comes from the plasma itself. We're not considering the technologies which are around it, which are providing the containment and so forth. So why the excitement? Well, because for one reason, it's a rather simple threshold to get over to understand that you're getting more energy out from the fusion, even in a theoretical sense, than you were from the starting match.
Do you mean conceptually simple?
It's conceptually simple that you get past one, that everyone like when you're less than one, that's much less interesting than getting past one.
So there's a really big threshold to get past.
But it really is a scientific threshold, because what QP actually denotes is the relative amount of self-heating that's happening in the plasma. So what I mean by this is that in the end, in these systems, what you want is something that where the relative amount of heating, which is keeping the fuel hot, is dominated from the fusion reactions themselves. And so it becomes, it's sort of like thinking like a bonfire is a lot more interesting physically than just holding a blowtorch to a wet log, right? There's a lot more dynamics, it's a lot more self-evolved and so forth. And what we're excited as scientists is that it's clear that in that experiment that they actually got to a point where the fusion reactions themselves were actually altering the state of the plasma. It's like, wow. I mean, we'd seen it in glimpses before in magnetic confinement at relatively small levels, but apparently it seems like in this experiment, it's likely to be dominated by self-heating. That's a very important.
So that makes it a self-sustaining type of.
It's more self-sustaining. It's more self-referential system in a sense, and it sort of self-evolves in a way. Again, it's not that it's going to evolve to a dangerous state. It's just that we want to see what happens when the fusion is the dominant heating source.
And we'll talk about that. But so there's also another element, which is the inertial confinement. Laser-based inertial confinement is kind of a little bit of an underdog. So a lot of the broad nuclear fission community has been focused on magnetic confinement. Can you explain just how laser-based inertial confinement works? So it says 192 laser beams were aligned on a deuterium tritium DT target smaller than the P This is like okay. Well, you know, it depends. Not all peas are made the same, but this is like throwing a perfect strike in baseball from a pitch. This is like a journalist wrote this, I think. It's just like, oh no, it's not a journalist. It's DOE wrote.
Yeah, it could
Department
be,
of Energy.
We try to use all these analogies.
This is like throwing a perfect strike in baseball from a pitcher's mound 350 miles away from the plate. There you go. Department of Energy. The United States Department of Energy wrote this. Can you explain what the lasers?
What actually happens? Actually, there's usually mass confusion about this. So what's going on in this form of it? So the fuel is delivered in a discrete, the fusion fuel, the deuterium and tritium, is in a discrete spherical, it's more like a BB, let's call it a BB, so it's a small one. And all the fuel that you're going to try to burn is basically there. And it's about that size. So how are you going to get, and it's at, literally, it's like at 20 degrees above absolute zero, because the deuterium and tritium are kept in a liquid and solid state.
Oh,
so
wow. So the fuel is injected not as a gas, but as a solid.
It's actually, and it's very, and in these particular experiments, they can introduce one of these, these targets once per day, approximately, something like that. Because it's kind of amazing technology, actually. I know some of the people that worked on this back in the they actually make these things at a BB size of this frozen fuel. It's actually at cryogenic temperatures. And they're almost like smooth to the atom level. I mean, they're amazing pieces of technology. So what you do in the end is what you have is a spherical assembly of this fuel, like a ball. And what is the purpose of the lasers? The purpose of the lasers is to provide optical energy to the very outside of this. And what happens is that energy is absorbed, because it's in a solid phase of matter, so it's absorbed really in the surface. And then what happens is that when it's absorbed in something called the ablator, what does that mean? It means it goes instantly from the solid phase to the gas phase. So it becomes like a rocket engine. But you hit it like very uniformly. So there's like rocket engines coming off the surface. Think of like an asteroid almost. There's like rockets coming off. So what does that do? Well, what does a rocket do? It actually pushes, by Newton's law, right? It pushes the other thing on the other side of it, equal and opposite reaction. It pushes it in. So what it does is that the lasers actually don't heat. This is what was confusing. People think the lasers, we're going to get it to 100 million degrees. In fact, you want the exact opposite of this. What you want to do is get essentially a rocket going out like this, and then what happens is that the sphere, and this is happening in a billionth of a second or less. So actually, this rapidly, that force, so rapidly compresses the fuel that what happens is that you're squeezing down on it, and like, what was the... See, BB that's bad, actually. BB, I should have started with a basketball. Goes from like a basketball down to something like this, in a billionth of a second. And when that happens, I mean, you scale that in your mind. So when that happens, and this comes from almost from classical physics, so there's some quantum in it as well too. But basically, if you can do this like very uniformly and so-called adiabatically, like you're not actually heating the fuel, what happens is that you get adiabatic compression, such that the very center of this thing all of a sudden just spikes up in temperature, because it's actually done so fast. So why is it called inertial fusion? It's because you're doing this on such fast timescales that the inertia of the hot fuel basically is still finite, so it can't push itself apart before the fusion happens.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So how do you make it so? How do you make it so fast?
This is why you use lasers, because you're applying this energy in very, very short periods of time, like under a fraction of a billionth of a second. And so basically and then the force which is coming from this comes from the energy of the lasers, which is basically the rocket action, which does the compression.
So is the force, is the inward facing force, is that increasing the temperature?
No, you want to keep the fuel cold, and then just literally just ideally compress it. And then in something which is at the very center of that compressed sphere, because you've compressed it so rapidly, the laws of physics basically require for it to increase in temperature.
So
The effect is like, if you know the thing, so adiabatic cooling we're actually fairly familiar with. If you take a spray can, right, and you push the button, when it rapidly expands, it cools. This is the nature of a lot of cooling technology we use, actually. Well, the opposite is true, that if you would take all of those particles and jam them together very fast back in, they want to heat up. And that's what happens. And then what happens is you basically have this very cold, compressed set of fusion fuel, and at the center of this, it goes to this 100 million degrees Celsius. And so if it gets to that 100 million degrees Celsius, the fusion fuel starts to burn. And when that fusion fuel starts to burn, it wants to heat up the other cold fuel around it, and it just basically propagates out so fast that what you would do, ideally, you would actually burn, in a fusion sense, most of the fuel that's in the pellet. So this was very exciting, because what they had done was, it's clear that they propagated this, they got this, what they call a hot spot, and in fact that this heating had propagated out into the fuel, and that's the science behind inertial fusion.
So the idea behind a reactor that's based on this kind of inertial confinement is that you would have a new BB every like
10 times a second or something like that.
And that there's some kind of, so there's a incredible device that you kind of implied that kind of has to create one of those BBs.
So you have to make the BBs very fast. There's reports on this, but about what does it mean? You know, the starting point is, can you make this game? So this was a scientific achievement primarily.
Right, and the rest is just engineering.
No. The rest is incredibly complicated engineering. Well, in fact, there's still physics hurdles to overcome. So where does this come from? And it's actually because if you want to make an energy source out of this, this had a gain of around 1.5. That namely, the fusion energy was 1.5 times the laser input energy. Okay, this is a fairly significant threshold. However, from the science of what I just told you, is that there's two fundamental efficiencies which come into it, which really come from physics, really. One of them is hydrodynamic efficiency. What I mean by this is that it's a rocket. So it just has a fundamental efficiency built into it, which comes out to orders of like 10%. So this means is that your ability to do work on the system is just limited by that, okay? And then the other one is the efficiency of laser systems themselves, which if their wall plug efficiency is 10%, you've done spectacularly well. In fact, the wall plug efficiency of the ones using that experiment are like more like 1%, right? So when you go through all of this, the approximate, place that you're ordering this is for a fusion power plant would be a gain of 100, not 1.5. So you still, and hopefully we see experiments that keep climbing up towards higher and higher gain. But then the whole fusion power plant is a totally different thing. So it's not one BB and one laser pulse per day. It's like 5 or 10 times per second. Like like that, right? So you're doing it there, and then comes the other aspect. So it's making the targets, delivering them, being able to repeatedly get them to burn, and then we haven't even talked about like how do you then get the fusion energy out, which is mainly because these things basically micro implosions which are occurring. So this energy is coming out to some medium on the outside that you've got to figure out how to extract the energy out of this thing.
How do you convert that energy to electricity?
So in the end, you have to basically convert it into heat in some way. So most of what fusion makes mostly is like very energetic particles from the fusion reaction. So you have to slow those down in some way and then make heat out of it. So basically the conversion of the kinetic energy of the particles into heating some engineered material that's on the outside of this.
And that's, from a physics perspective, is a somewhat solved problem, but from an engineering physics. I can show you all the equations that tell you about how it slows down and converts
kinetic energy into heat, and then what that heat means, you know, you can write out like an ideal thermal cycle, like a Carnot cycle. So the physics of that, yeah, great. The integrated engineering of this is a whole other thing.
I'll ask you to maybe talk about the difference between inertial and magnetic, but first we'll talk about magnetic. But let me just linger on this breakthrough. You know, it's nice to have exciting things, but in a deep human sense, there's no competition in science and engineering. We're all, like you said, we're broad. First of all, we are humanity altogether. And you talk about this, it's a bunch of countries collaborating. It's really exciting. There's a nuclear fusion community broadly. But then there's also MIT. There's colors and logos, and it's exciting. And you have friends and colleagues here that work extremely hard and done some incredible stuff. Is there some sort of, how do you feel seeing somebody else get a breakthrough and using a different technology? Is that exciting? Does the competitive fire get
all of the above? I mean,
the ignition.
I have just to wave the flag a little bit. So MIT was a central player in this accomplishment. Interesting, I would say it showed some of our two best traits. So one of them was that like, how do you know that this happened? This measurement, right? So one of the ways to do this is, if I told you, is that in the DT fusion, what it actually, the product that comes out is helium, we call it alpha, but it's helium, and a free neutron, right? So the neutron contains 80% of the fusion, of the energy released by the fusion reaction. And it also, because it lacks a charge, it basically tends to just escape and go flying out. So this is what we would use eventually for. That's mostly what fusion energy would be. But so what my colleagues, my scientific colleagues at the Plasma Science and Fusion Center built were extraordinary measurement tools of being able to see the exact details of not only the number of neutrons that were coming out, but actually what energy that they're at. And by looking at that configuration, it reveals enormous. I'm not gonna scoop them because they need to publish the paper, but it reveals enormous amounts of scientific information about what's happening in that process that I just described. So exciting. I mean, and I have colleagues there that have worked like 30 years on this. For that moment, of course you're excited for them. I mean, and it's one of those, like, there is nothing. It's hard to describe to people who it's like almost addicting to be a scientist. You get to be at the forefront of research of anything. Like when you see like an actual discovery of some kind, and you're looking at it, particularly when you're the person who did it, right? And you go, no human being has ever seen this or understood this. It's like, it's pretty thrilling, right? So even in proxy, it's incredibly thrilling to see this. It's not, I don't know, it's rivalry or jealousy. It's like, I can tell you already, fusion is really hard. So anything that keeps pushing the needle forward is a good thing. But we also have to be realistic about what it means, to making a fusion energy system. That's
and then, but that's the fun. Yeah. I mean, these are still the early steps. Maybe you could say the early leaps. So let's talk about the magnetic confinement.
Yeah.
How does magnetic confinement work? What's the tokamak? How does it all work?
To go back to that, so why inertial confinement works on the same principle that a star works. So like, what is the confinement mechanism in the star? Is gravity, because it's its own inertia of the something the size of the sun basically pushes literally a force by gravity against the center. So the center is very, very hot, 20 million degrees, and literally outside the sun, it's essentially zero because it's a vacuum of space. How the hell does that do that? It does that and it's out of thermal. Like, why does it just leak all of its heat? It doesn't leak its heat because it all is held together by the fact that it can't escape because of its own gravity. So this is why the fusion happens in the center of the star. Like, we think of the surface of the sun as being hot. That's the coldest part of the star. So of our own sun, this is about 5,500 degrees. A beautiful symmetry, by the way. It's like, so how do we know all this? Because we can't, of course, see directly into the interior of the sun. By knowing the volume and the temperature of the surface of the sun, you know exactly how much power it's putting out. And by this, you know that this is coming from fusion reactions occurring at exactly the same rate in the middle of the sun.
Is it possible, as a small tangent, to build an inertial confinement system like the sun? Is it possible to create a sun?
It is, of course, possible to make a sun, although you wouldn't have stars. but it is not possible on Earth because for the simple reason that it takes the gravitational force is extremely weak, and so it takes something like the size of a star to make fusion occur in the center.
Well, I didn't mean on Earth. I mean, if you had to build like a second sun, how'd you do it?
You can't. There's not enough hydrogen around.
So the limiting factor is just the hydrogen.
Yeah, I mean the forces that and energy that it takes to assemble that is just mind-boggling.
All right.
So we want to do that.
To be continued.
Yeah, to be continued. So what are we doing it with? So in the one that I just described, is like to say, so you have to replace this with some force which is better than that. And so what I mean by that, it's stronger than that. So what I talked about the laser fusion, this is coming from the force, which is enormous compared to gravity, like from the rocket action of pushing it together. So in magnetic confinement, we use another force of nature, which is the electromagnetic force. And that's it's orders and orders of magnitude stronger than the gravitational force. And the key force that matters here is that if you have a charged particle, that namely it's a particle that has an net electric charge, and it's in the proximity of a magnetic field, then there is a force which is exerted on that particle. So it's called the Lorentz force for those who are keeping track. So that is the force that we use to replace physical containment. So this again, so how do you hold something at 100 million degrees? It's impossible in a physical container. This is not like, it's not this plastic bottle holding in this liquid or a gas chamber. What you're doing is you're immersing the fuel in a magnetic field, but it basically exerts a force at a distance. This comes back again like why plasmas are so strange. It's the same thing here. And if it's immersed in this magnetic field, you're not actually physically touching it, but you're making a force go onto it. So that's the inherent feature of magnetic confinement. And then magnetic confinement devices are like a tokamak, are basically configurations which exploit the features of that magnetic containment. There's several features to it. One is that the stronger the strength of the magnetic field, the stronger the force. And for this reason is that if you increase the strength of magnetic fields, this means that the containment, because namely the force which you're pushing against it, is more effective. And the other feature is that there is no force. So for those who remember magnetic fields, what are these things? They're also invisible. But if you think of a permanent magnets or your fridge magnet, there are field lines which we actually designate as arrows which are going around. You sometimes see this in school when you have the iron filings on a thing and you see the directions of the magnetic field lines, or when you use a compass, right? So that's telling you, because we're living in an immersed magnetic field made by the Earth, which is at very low intensity magnetic, but it's strong enough that we can actually see what direction it is. So this is the arrow that the magnetic field is pointing. It's always pointing north. And for us, so an interesting feature of this force is that there is no force along the direction of the magnetic field. There's only force in the directions orthogonal to the magnetic field. So this, by the way, is a huge deal in a whole other discipline of plasma physics, which is like the study of like our near atmosphere. So the study of aurora borealis, what's happening in the near atmosphere, what happens when solar flares hit the magnetic. In fact, remember I said fusion is the reason that life is responsible in the universe. Well, you could also argue so is magnetic confinement, because the charged particles which are being emitted from the galaxy and from our own star would be very, very damaging to on Earth. So we get two layers of protection. One is the atmosphere itself, but the other one is the magnetic field which surrounds the Earth and basically traps these charged particles so they can't get away. It's the same deal.
How do you create a strong magnetic field?
Yeah. So
with a giant magnet.
Yeah. So it's basically true.
Engineering.
There's essentially two ways to create a magnet. So one of them is that we're familiar with, like fridge magnets and so forth. These are so-called permanent magnets. And what it means is that within these, the atoms are arranged in a particular way that it produces the electrons basically arranged in a particular way that it produces a permanent magnetic field that is set by the material. So those have a fundamental limitation how strong they can be, and they also tend to have this like circular shape like this. So we don't typically use those. So what we use are so-called electromagnets. And what is this? It's like so the other way to make a magnetic field, also go back to your elementary school physics. or science class is that you take a nail and you wrap a copper wire around it and connect it to a battery, then it can pick up iron filings. This is an electromagnet. At its simplest, what it is, it's an electric current which is going in a pattern around and around and around. And what this does is it produces a magnetic field which goes through it by the laws of electromagnetism. So that's what an that's how we make the magnetic field in these configurations. And the key there is that it's not limited by the magnetic property of the material. The magnetic field amplitude is set by the amount of the geometry of this thing and the amount of electric current that you're putting through. And the more electric current that you put through, the more magnetic field that you get. The closest one that people maybe see is one of my favorite skits actually was Super Dave Osborne. It's probably past you. It was like in a show called Bizarre. Super Dave Osborne, which is a great comedian. He was a stunt man, and one of his tricks was that he gets into a car, and then one of those things in the junkyard comes down, and picks up the car and then puts it into the crusher. This is his stunt, which is pretty hilarious. Anyway, but that thing that picks him up, like, how does that work? That's actually not a permanent magnet. It's an electromagnet. And so you can by turning off and on the power supply, it turns off and on the magnetic field. So this means you can pick it up, and then when you switch it off, the magnetic field goes away and the car drops. Okay, so that's what it looks like.
Speaking of giant magnets, MIT and Commonwealth Fusion Systems, CFS, built a very large, high-temperature superconducting electromagnet that was ramped up to a field strength of 20 Tesla, the most powerful magnetic field of its kind ever created on Earth. Because I enjoy this kind of thing, can you please tell me about this magnet?
Yeah, sure. It's fun, yeah. There's a lot to parse there. So maybe we explain an electromagnet, which in general is what you do is you take electric current and you force it to follow a pattern of some kind, typically like a circular pattern, around and around and around and around. It goes the more current and the more times it goes around, the stronger the magnetic field. And as I pointed out, it's like really important in magnetic confinement because it is the force that's produced by that magnet. In fact, technically it goes like the magnetic field squared because it's the pressure which is actually being exerted on the plasma to keep it contained.
Just so we know, for magnetic confinement, what is usually the geometry of the magnet? So
the geometry is typically is what you do is you want to produce a magnetic field that loops back on itself. And the reason for this goes down to the nature of the force that I described, which is that there's no containment or force along the direction of the magnetic field. So here's a magnetic field. In fact, what it's more technically or more graphically, what it's doing is that when the plasma is here, here's plasma particles here. There's a magnetic field. What it does is it forces all of those, because of this Lorentz force, it makes all of those charged particles execute circular orbits around the magnetic field. And they go around like this, but they stream freely along the magnetic field. So this is why the nature of the containment is that if you can get that circle smaller and smaller, it stays further away from Earth temperature materials. That's why the confinement is better. But the problem is that because it free streams along, so if we just have a long straight magnetic field, okay, it'll just keep leaking out the ends like really fast. So you get rid of the ends. So you basically loop it back. So what these look like are typically donut shaped, or more technically toroidal shaped, donut shaped things where this collection of magnetic fields loops back on itself, and it also, for reasons which are more complicated to explain, basically it also twists slowly around in this direction as well. So that's what it looks like. That's what the plasma looks like, because that's what the fuel looks like. So then this means is that the electromagnets are configured in such a way that it produces the desired magnetic fields around this. So
how precise does this have to be?
You were probably listening to our conversation with some of my colleagues yesterday. So it's actually it depends on the configuration about how you're doing it.
The configuration of the plasma.
The configuration of the electromagnets and about how you're achieving this requirement. It's fairly precise, but it doesn't have to be. Particularly in something like a tokamak, what we do is we produce planar coils, which means they're flat, and we situate them. So if you think of a circle like this, what does it produce? If you put current through it, it produces a magnetic field which goes through the circle like this. So if you align many of them like this, there's things online. You can go see a picture. You keep arranging these around in a circle itself. This forces the magnetic field lines to basically just keep executing around like this. So you tend to align. That one tends to, it requires good confine or good alignment. It's not like insane alignment because you're actually exploiting the symmetry of the situation to help it. There's another kind of configuration of this kind of magnetic confinement called a stellarator, which is, we have these names for historic reasons.
Which is different than a tokamak.
It's different than a tokamak, but actually works on the same physical principle. That namely, in the end, it produces a plasma which loops in magnetic fields, which loop back on themselves. Well, but in that case, the totality of the confining magnetic field is produced by external three-dimensional magnets, so they're twisted, and it turns out the precision of those is more stringent. Yeah.
So our tokamaks by far more popular for research and development currently than stellarators.
Of the concepts which are there, the tokamak is by far the most mature in terms of its breadth of performance and thinking about how it would be applied in a fusion energy system. And the history of this was that many, in fact, you asked about if we go back to the history of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, the history of fusion is that scientists had started to work on this in the 1950s. It was all hush-hush and Cold War and all that kind of stuff. And it's like they realized, holy cow, this is like really hard. Like we actually don't really know like what we're doing in this because everything was at low temperatures. They couldn't get confinement. It was interesting, and then they declassified it. And this is one of the few places that the West and the Soviet Union actually collaborated on was the science.
Even during the Cold War.
Even during the middle of the Cold War, it was really, and this actually perpetuates all the way to now. We can talk about the project that is sort of captured in now. But and the reason they declassified it is because like everything like kind of like sucked basically, about trying to make this confinement in high temperature plasma. And then the Russians, then the Soviets, right, came along with this device called a tokamak, which is a Russian acronym, which basically means magnetic coils arranged in the shape of a donut. and they said, holy cow, like everyone was stuck at like a meager like 500,000 degrees or 500,000 degrees, which is like in fusion terms is zero basically. And then they come along and they say, oh, we've actually achieved a temperature 20 times higher than everybody else. And it's actually started to make fusion reactions. And everyone just go, oh, no way. It's just hype from this. It's like, there's no way because we failed at this. It's a great story in the history of fusion is that then, but they insisted, said, no, look, you can see this from our data. It's like, this thing is really hot and it seems to be working. This is, late 1960s. And there was a team that went from the United Kingdom's Fusion Development Lab, and they brought this very fancy, amazing new technology called a laser. And they used this laser, and they shot the laser beam like through the plasma, and by looking at the scattered light that came from it, they go, basically the scattered light gets more broadened in its spectrum if it gets hotter, so you could exactly tell the temperature of this, and even though you're not physically touching the plasma, it's like, holy cow, you're right, it is like it is 10 million degrees. And so this was one of those explosions of like everyone in the world then wanted to build a tokamak because it was clearly like, wow, this is like so far ahead of everything else that we tried before. So that actually has a part of the story to MIT and the Plasma Science and Fusion Center was why is there a strong fusion and a major fusion program at MIT? It was because we were host to the Francis Bitter Magnet Laboratory, which is also the National High Field Magnet Laboratory. Well, you can see where this goes, right? From this, we're kind of telling the stories backwards almost, but the advent of a tokamak, along with the fact that you could makes very strong magnetic fields with the technology that had been developed at that laboratory. That was the origins of sort of pushing together the physics of the plasma containment and the magnet technology and put them together in a way that I would say is, a very typical MIT success story, right? We don't do just pure science or pure technology. We sort of set up this intersection between them, and there were several pioneers that of people at MIT, like Bruno Coppi, who's a professor in the physics department, and Ron Parker, who was a professor in electrical engineering and nuclear engineering. It's like even the makeup of the people, right, has got this blends of science and engineering. And that's actually was the origin of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, was doing those things. So anyway, so back to this. So yes, tokamaks have achieved the highest in magnetic fusion by far, like the best amounts of these conditions that I talked about, and in fact pushed right up to the point where they were near QP of 1. They just didn't quite get over 1.
So can we actually just linger on the collaboration across different nations? Just maybe looking at the philosophical aspect of this. Even in the Cold War, there is something hopeful to me besides the energy, that these giant international projects are a really powerful way to ease some of the geopolitical tension, even military conflict across nations. There's a war in Ukraine and Russia. There's a brewing tension and conflict with China. Just the world is still seeking military conflict, cold or hot. What can you say about sort of the lessons of the 20th century in these giant projects and their ability to ease some of this tension?
So it's a great question. So as I said, there was a reason, because it was so hard. That was one of the reasons they declassified it, and actually they started working together in some sense on it as well too. And I think it was really, there was, a heuristic or altruistic aspect to this. It's like, this is something that could change, the future of humanity and its nature and its relationship with energy. Isn't this something that we should work on together, right? And that went along in those ones. And in particularly, that any kind of place where you can actually have an open exchange of people who are sort of at the intellectual frontiers of your society, this is a good thing, right? Of being able to collaborate. I've had an amazing, career. I've worked with people from, it's like hard to throw a dart at a country and on the map and not hit a country of people that I've been able to work with. How amazing is that? And even just getting small numbers of people to bridge the cultural and societal divides is a very important thing. Even when it's a very teeny fraction of the overall populations, it can be held up as an example of that. But it's interesting that if you look at then that continued collaboration, which continues to this day, is that this actually played a major role, in fact, in East-West relations, or like Soviet-West relations. Is that back in the Reagan-Gorbachev days, which of course were interesting in themselves, of all kinds of changes happening, on both sides, but still like a desire to, push down the stockpile of nuclear weapons and all that. Within that context, there was a fairly significant historic event that at one of the Reagan-Gorbachev summits is that they had really they didn't get there, like they couldn't figure out how to bargain to the point of some part of the treaty. I can't remember the details anymore, but they needed some kind of a symbol, almost, to say, but we're still going to keep working, towards something that's important for all of us. What did they pick? A fusion project. And that was in the mid-1980s. And actually, then so they basically signed an agreement that they would move forward to literally collaborate on a project whose idea would be to show large net energy gain in fusion's commercial viability and work together on that. And very soon after that, Japan joined, as did the European Union. And now that project, it evolved over a long period of time and had some interesting political ramifications to it. But in the end, this actually also had South Korea, India, and China join as well too. So you're talking about a major fraction of, and now Russia, of course, instead of the Soviet Union. And actually, that coalition is holding together despite the obvious political, turmoil that's going around on all those things. And that's a project called ITER, which is under construction in the south of France right now.
Can you actually look at, before we turn to the giant magnet, and maybe even talk about Spark and the stuff going on, all amazing stuff going on at MIT? What is ITER? What is this international nuclear fusion mega project being built in the south of France?
So its scientific purpose is a worthy one, that it's essentially in any fusion device, the thing that you want to see is more and more relative amounts of self-heating. And this is something that had not been seen, although we have made fusion reactions and we'd seen small amounts of the self-heating, we never got to a dominant. This actually goes to this QP business, okay? The goal of ITER, and it shifted around a little bit historically, but fairly quickly became, we want to get to a large amount of self-heating. So this is why it has its primary feature is to get to QP of around 10, and through this is a way to study this plasma that has higher levels of self-determination around on it. But it also has another feature, which was, let's produce fusion power at a relevant scale. And actually they're linked together, which actually makes sense when you think about it, is that because the fusion power is the heating source itself, this means that they're linked together. And so ITER is projected to make about 500 million watts of fusion power. So this is a significant amount. Like, this is what you would use, for powering cities.
So it's not just the research; it is the development of really trying to achieve scale here. So self-heating and scale.
Yeah. Yes. So this meant then too is the development of an industrial base that can actually produce the technologies like the electromagnets and so forth, and to do it with it is a tokamak. It is one of these. Yes. But very interesting. It also revealed limitations of this as well too.
What?
Well, it's interesting. It is that it is clearly on paper and in fact in practice as well too. The world, and very different political systems, and you consider at least geopolitical or economic rivals or whatever you want to use, like working towards a common cause. And one that we all think is worthy is very okay, that's very satisfying. But it's also interesting to see the limitations of this. It's because, well, you've got 7, chefs in the kitchen. So what is this meant in terms of the speed of the project and the ability to govern it and so forth? It's just been a challenge, honestly, around this. And this is, it's very hard technically what's occurring. But when you also introduce such levels of, this isn't just me saying it. There's like GAO reports from the U.S. government. It's hard to steer all of this around. And what that's tended to do is make it's not the fastest decision-making process. My own personal view of it was interesting because you said about the magnet and Commonwealth fusion systems. I worked most of my career on ITER because when I came into the field in the early 1990s, when I completed my PhD and started to work, this was one of the most, you can't imagine being more excited about something like, we're going to change the world with this project, we're going to do these things. And we just poured an entire generation, and afterwards as well too, is just poured their imagination and their creativity about making this thing work. Very good. But also at some point though, when it got to being another 5 years of delay or a decade of delay, you start asking yourself, well, is this what I want to do? Right? Am I going to wait for this? So it was a part of me starting to ask questions with my students. It was like, is there another way that we can get to this extremely worthwhile goal that maybe it's not that pathway? And the other part that was clearly frustrating to me, because I'm an advocate of fusion. You asked me about was laser fusion or inertial fusion or magnetic fusion. I just want fusion energy, okay? Because I think it's so important to the world. Is that? But the other thing, if that's the case, then why do we have only one attempt at it on the entire planet, which was ITER? It's that makes no sense to me, right? We should have multiple attempts at this with different levels of whatever you want to think about it, technical, schedule, scientific risk, which are incorporated in them, and that's going to give us a better chance of actually getting to the goal line.
With that spirit, you're leading MIT's effort to design a Spark, a compact, high-field, DT burning tokamak. How does it work? What is it? What's the motivation? What's the design? What are the ideas behind it?
Yeah. At its heart, it's exactly the same concept as ITER. So it's basically a configuration of electromagnets. It's arranged in the shape of a donut, and within that, we would do the same thing that happens in all the other tokamaks, and including in ITER and in this one. Is that namely, you put in gas, make it into a plasma, you heat it up, it gets to about 100 million degrees. The differentiator in Spark is that we use the actual deuterium-tritium fuel, and because of the access to very high magnetic fields, it's in a very compact space. It's very, very small. What do I mean by small? So it's 40 times smaller in volume than ITER, but it uses exactly the same physical principles. So this comes from the high magnetic field. So in the end, like, why does this matter? What it does is it does those things, and it should get to the point where it's producing over 100 million watts of fusion power. But remember, it's 40 times smaller. So ITER was 500 megawatts. Technically, our design is around 150 megawatts. So it's only about a factor of 3 difference, despite being 40 times smaller. And we see QP large, order of 10 or something like this. At that state is very important scientifically, because this is basically matches what ITER is looking to do. The plasma is dominated by its own heating. It's very, very important. And it does that for about 10 seconds. And the reason it's for 10 seconds is that in terms of that basically allows everything to settle in terms of the fusion in the plasma equilibrium. Everything is nice and settled. So you have seen the physical state at which you would expect a power plant to operate basically for magnetic fusion. Like, wow, right? But it's more than that. And it's more than that. It's because about who's building it and why and how it's being financed. So that scientific pathway was made possible by the fact that we had access to a next generation of magnet technology. So to explain this real quick, why do we call it, you said it in the words, a superconducting magnet. What does this mean? Superconducting magnet means that the materials which are in the electromagnet have no electrical resistance. Therefore, when the electric current is put into it, the current goes around unimpeded. So it could basically keep going around and around, technically for infinity. And what that means, or for eternity. And what that means is that when you energize these large electromagnets, they're using basically zero electrical power to maintain them. Whereas if you would do this in a normal wire, like copper, you basically make an enormous toaster oven that's consuming enormous amounts of power and getting hot, which is the problem. That was the technical breakthrough that was realized by myself and at the time my students and postdocs and colleagues at MIT, was that we saw the advent of this new superconducting material, which would allow us to access much higher magnetic fields. It was basically a next generation of the technology, and it was quite disruptive to fusion. That namely, what it would allow, that if we could get to this point where we can make the round 20 Tesla, we knew by the rules of tokamaks that this is going to allow us to vastly shrink like the sizes of these devices. So it wouldn't take, although it's a worthy goal, it wouldn't take a 7-nation international treaty basically to build it. You could build it with a company in a university.
It's the same kind of design, but now using the superconducting magnets.
Yeah. And if you look at it, if you just expand the size of it, they look almost identical to each other because it's based on and actually that comes for a reason, by the way, is that it also looks like a bigger version of the tokamak that we ran at MIT for 20 years, where we established the scientific benefits, in fact, of these higher magnetic fields. So that's the pathway that we're on. So what does this mean? The context is different because it's primarily being made by a private sector company spun out of MIT, because the way that it raised money and the purpose of the entity which is there is to make commercial fusion power plants. not just to make a scientific experiment. This is actually why we have that's why we have a partnership, right? Is that our purpose at MIT is not to commercialize directly, but boy, do we want to advance the technology and the science that comes along this, and that's the reason we're sort of doing it together.
So it's MIT and Commonwealth Fusion Systems.
Yeah.
So what's interesting to say about financing? And this seems like, from a scientific perspective, maybe not an interesting topic, but it's perhaps an extremely interesting topic. I mean, you can just look at the tension between SpaceX and NASA, for example.
Yes.
It's just clear that there's different financing mechanisms that can actually significantly accelerate the development of science and engineering.
It's great that you brought that up. We use several historic analogs, and one of them is around SpaceX, which is an appropriate one because space, putting things into orbit has a minimum size to it, and integrated technological complexity and budget and things like this. So, our point when we were like talking about starting like a fusion commercialization, company, people look at you like, isn't this still really just a science experiment? But one of the things that we pointed to was SpaceX to say, well, tell me, like 25 years ago, how many people would have voted that the leading entity on the planet to put things into orbit is a private company? People would have thought you were not so, right? It's like, and what is interesting about SpaceX is that it proved it's more than actually just finance. It's really the purpose of the organization. So the purpose of and I'm not against public finance or anything like that, but the purpose of a public entity like NASA correctly, speaks to the political, because the cost comes from the political, assembly that is there, and I guess from us eventually as well too. But its purpose wasn't about like making a commercial product. It's about fundamental discovery and so forth, which is all really great. It's like why did SpaceX? It's interesting. Like, why did SpaceX succeed so well? Is because the idea was it's like the focus that comes in the idea that you're going to relentlessly like reduce costs and increase efficiency is a drive that comes from the commercial aspect of it, right? And this also then changes the people in the teams which are doing it as well too, and in fact trickles throughout the whole thing, because the purpose isn't while you're advancing things, like it's really good that we can put things in orbit a lot more cheaply. Like it advances science, which is an interesting synergy, right? And it's the same thing that we think is going to happen in fusion. That namely, this is a bootstrap effect that when you start to push yourself to think about near-term commercialization, it that allows the science to get in hand faster, which then allows the commercialization to go faster. Up we go. By the way, we've seen this also in another. You have to watch out with analogies because they can go so far. But like biotech is another one. Like you look at the Human Genome Project, which was, it's sort of like to me that's like mapping the human genome is like that we can make net energy from fusion. Like it's one of those like in your drawer that you go, this is a significant achievement by humanity, right, in this century. And there's the Human Genome Project, fully government funded. It's going to take 25 years because we basically know the technology. We're just going to be really diligent, keep going, and then all of a sudden, what comes along? Disruptive technology, right? You can sequence, shotgun sequencing and computer, recognition patterns, and basically, I can do this 100 times faster. Like, wow, right? And so that's really the. To me, that the story about why we launched Commonwealth Fusion Systems was more than just about another source of funding, which it is a different source of funding because it's also a different purpose, which is very important.
But there's also something about a mechanism that creates culture. So giving power to like a young student, ambitious student, to have a tremendous impact on the progress of nuclear fusion creates a culture that actually makes progress more aggressively. Like you said, when 7 nations collaborate, it gives more incentive to the bureaucracy to slow things down, to kind of let's first have a discussion, and certainly don't give voice to the young, ambitious minds that are really pushing stuff forward. And there's something about like the private sector that rewards, encourages, inspires young minds to say in the most beautiful ways "f you" to the
It is
to the bus.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like we'll make it faster, we'll make it simpler, we'll make it better, we'll make it cheaper.
And sometimes that brashness doesn't bear out. That's an aspect that you just take a different risk profile as well too. But you're right. It's this, of the. I mean, it was interesting. Our own trajectory at the Fusion Center was like we were pushed into this place by necessity as well too, because I told you we had operated for a long time a tokamak on the MIT campus, achieve these world records like 100 million degree plasma and stuff. It's like, wow, this is fantastic. But somewhat ironically, I have to say, is that it was like, oh, but we're not. This isn't the future of fusion anymore. Like we're just going to stop with small projects because it's too small, right? So we need to really move on to these much bigger projects because that's really the future of fusion. And so it was defunded, and this basically put at risk, like we were going to essentially lose MIT in the ecosystem, really, of fusion, both from the research, but also clearly important from the educational part of it. So we pushed back against this. We got a lifeline. We were able to go, and it was in this time scale that we basically came up with this idea. It's like we should do this, and in the end, it was all of those. The people who were in the C-level of the company were all literally students who got caught in that. They were PhD students at the time. So you talk about enabling another generation. It's like, yeah, there you go, right?
So Spark gave
a lifeline.
A lifeline gave fuel to the Fusion Center at MIT.
But it's way more than that. It wasn't just about like surviving for the sake of surviving. It was like, in the end, for me, it became like this. I remember the moment. When you talk about these moments as a scientist, and we were working so hard about figuring out, like, will this really work? Like, it's complex. Like, does the magnet work? Does the interaction with the plasma work? Does all these things work? And it was just a grind, push. And I remember the moment because I was sitting in my office in Brookline, and there was just like I read and I was in, I don't know, whatever, the 20 or 40th slide or something into it, and it was sort of that moment, like it just came together, and I couldn't even sit down because all it was just like my wife was like, why are you walking around the apartment like this? Like I just couldn't. I said it's going to work. Like it's going to work. Like holy God. That moment of realization is like kind of amazing, but it also brings the responsibility of making it work as well.
Yeah, how do you make it work? So you mean like that magic realization that you can have this modern magnet technology, and you can actually, like, why do we need to work with ITER? We can do it here.
Yeah. But it's interesting that ITER is that one of the reasons that we started with a group of 6 of us at MIT, and then once we got some funding through the establishment of the company, it became slightly larger. But in the end, we had a rather small team. Like this was like a team of order of like 20 to 25 people, design Spark in like about 2 years, right? How does that happen? Well, we're clever, but you have to give ITER its due here as well too. That again, this is an aspect always of the bootstrap up. Like I go back to the Human Genome Project. So modern day genomics would not be possible without the underlying basis that came from setting that up. It had to be there. It had to be curiosity-driven public program. It's the same with ITER, but because we had the tools that were there to understand ITER, we also had the tools to understand Spark. So we parlayed those in an extremely powerful way to be able to tell us about what was going to happen. So these things are never simple, right? It's like people look at this and go, oh, this means we should we really have a public-based program about fusion, or should we have it all in the private? It's like, no, the answer is neither way, because in all these complex technologies, you have to keep pushing on all the fronts to actually get it there.
So, the natural question when people hear breakthrough with the inertial confinement, with the magnetic confinement is, so when will we have commercial reactors, power plants that are actually producing electricity? What's your sense looking out into the future? When do you think you can envision a future where we have actual electricity coming from nuclear fusion?
Partly driven by us, but in other places as well too. So there's the advent. What's so different now than 3 or 4 years ago? Like we launched around 4 years ago. What's so different now is the advent of a very nascent but seemingly robust, like commercial fusion, endeavor. So it's not just Commonwealth Fusion Systems. There's something like 20 plus, companies.
So there's a sector now.
There's a sector. They actually have something called the Fusion Industry Association, which if your viewers want to go see this describes the different. And they've got this plethora of approaches. Like I haven't even described all the approaches. I've basically described the main approaches. And they're all at varying degrees of technical and scientific maturity with very huge different balances between them. But what they share is that because they're going out and getting funding from the private sector, is that their stated goals are about getting fusion into place so that both it meets the investors' demands, which are interesting, right, and the timescales of that, but also it's like, well, there's going to, and why? It's because it's easy. There's this enormous push driver about getting carbon-free energy sources out into the market, and whoever figures those out is going to be it's going to be very important geopolitically, but also economically as well too. So it's a different kind of bet, I guess, or a different kind of gamble that you're taking with fusion, but it's so disruptive that it's like there's essentially a class of investors and teams that are ready to go after it as well too. So what do they share in this? They typically share getting after fusion on a time scale so that could it have any relevance towards climate change, battling climate change? And I would say this is difficult, but it's fairly easy because it's math. So what you do is you actually go to some target like 2050 or 2060, something like this, and say, I want to be blank percent of the world's market of electricity or something like that. And we know historically what it takes to evolve and distribute these kinds of technologies, because every technology takes some period of time. It's so-called S-curves, basically. Everything follows a logarithmic curve, like exponential type curve. It's a straight line, a log plot. And like you look at wind, solar, fission, they all follow the same thing. So it's easy. You take that curve and you go at slope and you work backwards. And you go, if you don't start in the early 2030s, like it's not going to have, it's not going to have a significant impact by that time. So all of them share this idea, and in fact, it's not just the companies now. The U.S. federal government has a program that was started last year that said we should be looking to try to get like the first, and what I mean by like what does it mean to start, that you've got something that's putting electricity on the grid, a pilot, what we call it. And if that can get started like in the early 2030s, the idea of ramping it up, makes sense. It's math, right? So that's the ambition. Then the question is, and actually this is different because the government program, and that they vary around in this. So for example, the United Kingdom's government idea was to get the first one on by 2040. And China has ambitions probably middle 2030s, or maybe a little bit later. And Europe, continental Europe, it's a little bit, I'm not exactly sure where it is, but it's like later, it's like 2050 or 2060, because it's mostly linked to the ITER timeline as well too. The fusion companies, which makes sense, it's like, of course they've got the most aggressive timelines. It's like, we're going to map the human genome faster as well too, right? So it's interesting about where we are. And I think, we're not all the way there, but my intuition tells me we're probably going to have a couple of cracks at it, actually, on that timeline. So this is where we have to be careful, though. You say commercial fusion. What does that mean? Commercial fusion to me means that you actually have a known quantity about what it costs to build, and what it costs to operate, the reliability of putting energy on the grid. That's commercial fusion. It's like, so it turns out that that's not necessarily exactly the first fusion devices that put electricity on the grid, because there's a learning curve to get like better and better at it. But that's probably, I would suspect, the biggest hurdle is to get to the first one.
The work I've done, the work I continue to do with autonomous vehicles and semi-autonomous vehicles, there's an interesting parallel there where a bunch of companies announced a deadline for themselves in 2020, 21, 22, and only a small subset of those companies have actually really pushed that forward. There's Google with Waymo, or Alphabet rather, and then there's Tesla with semi-autonomous driving in their autopilot, full self-driving mode. And those are different approaches. So Tesla is achieving much higher scale, but the quality of the drive is semi-autonomous. There's a metaphor and analogy here. And then there's Waymo that's focusing on very specific cities, but achieving real full autonomy with actual passengers. But the scale is much smaller. So I wonder, just like you said, there'll be these kinds of similar kind of really hard pushes.
Absolutely. So actually, this is it's why I've encouraged about fusion. So fusion's still hard. Let's let everyone be clear. Because of the science underneath it of achieving the right conditions for the plasma, basically is a yardstick that you have to put up against all of them. What's encouraging that I see in this, and it's actually what happens when you sort of let loose the creativity of this, is maybe I'll go back to first principles. So fusion is also a fairly strange. So if you think about building a coal, like burning wood and coal and gas is actually not that much different from each other, because they're kind of about the same physical conditions, and you get the fuel and you light it. Fusion is very. Remember, I told you that there's this condition of the temperature, which is kind of universal. But if you take the density of the fuel between magnetic fusion and inertial fusion, they're different by about a factor of 10 billion. So and the density of the fuel really matters. And actually, so does this means the energy confinement time is also different by a factor of 10 billion as well, too, because it's the product of those two. So one's really dense and short-lived, and the other one's really long-lived and actually under-dense as well, too. So what that means is that the way to get the underlying physical state is so different among these different approaches. What it lends itself to is, does this mean that eventual commercial products will actually fill different needs in the energy system? So it sort of goes to your comment about, I have to suspect this. It's because anything that is high tech and is a really important thing in our economy tends to never find its way as only one manifestation. Like, look at transportation as well too. We have scooters, Vespas, overland trucks, cars, electric cars. Of course we have these because they meet different demands. So what's interesting, that I find fascinating now is that we have, in fusion, it's going to look like that probably there's while the near-term focus is on electricity production, there might even be different kinds of markets that actually make sense in some places, less than others. It comes to trade-offs, because we haven't really talked about the engineering yet, but the engineering really matters, like to the operation of the device. And so it could be I suspect what we'll end up with is several different configurations which have different features, which are trade-offs basically in the energy market.
What do you see as the major engineering or general hurdles that are in the way?
So the first one is just the cost of building a single unit. So fusion has, and this is actually interesting, you talked about the different models that you have. So fusion has one of its interesting limitations is that it's very hard. It almost at some point becomes physically impossible to actually make small power units. Like a kilowatt, 1,000 watts, which is like a personal home, this is about 1,000 watts, or your personal use of an energy of electricity is about like 1,000 watts. This is basically impossible for a single unit to do this. So you're not going to have a fusion power plant as your furnace or your electric heater in your home. And the reason for this comes from the fact that fusion relies on it being. It's not just that it's very hot; it's that the fusion power is the heating source to keep it hot. So if you go too small, it basically just cannot keep it hot. So it's interesting is that this is one of the hard parts. So this means that the individual units, and it varies from concept to concept, but the National Academy's report that came out last year sort of put the benchmark as being probably the minimum size looks like around 50 million watts of electricity, which is enough for a small to mid-sized city actually. So that's sort of like a scale challenge, and in fact it's one of the reasons why in Commonwealth and in other private sector ones they try to push this down, actually, of trying to get to these smaller units, just because it reduces the cost of it. Then probably, obviously, I would say it's an obvious one, like achieving the fusion state itself and high gain is a hard one. But we already talked about
what kind of hurdle, what kind of challenge is that?
That's achieving the right temperature, density, and energy confinement time in the fuel itself, in the plasma itself. And so some of the configurations which are being chosen are actually have quite a ways to go. In fact, I've seen those, but their consideration is, yes, but by our particular configuration, the engineering simplicity confers like an economic advantage, even if we're behind in sort of a science sense. Okay, which is fine. There's also what you get when you get an explosion in the private sector. You basically are distributing risks in different ways, right? All of that good. So what I would say is that the next hurdle to really overcome is about making net electricity. So like we need to see a unit or several units like using fusion in some way to put a meaningful amount of energy on the grid, because this starts giving us real answers as to like what this is going to look like.
The full end-to-end.
The full end-to-end thing. So Commonwealth's goal is that. I'll just comment to Commonwealth because I'll take some credit for this. Is that the origins of Commonwealth were in fact in examining that. Like we could see this new technology coming forward, this new superconducting material, and the origins of our thought process were really around designing effectively the pilot plant or the commercial unit. It's called ARC, which is actually the step forward after Spark. And that was the origins of it. So all the things that were other parts of the plant, like Spark and the magnet, were actually all informed totally by building something that's going to put net electricity on the grid. And the timing of that, we still hope, is actually the early 2030s.
So Spark is the design of the tokamak, and ARC is the actual full end-to-end thing.
Is like a thing that actually puts that energy on the grid. So Spark is named, intentionally, that it's like it's on for a short period of time, and it doesn't have it's the spark of the fusion, revolution or something like that, I guess we could call it. So those are sort of the programmatic challenges of doing that. And it's you talked about SpaceX. So what has evolved even in the last year or so was, in fact, in March of 2022, the White House announced that it was going to start a program that kind of looks like a SpaceX analogy, that namely, wow, we've got these things in the private sector. We should leverage the private sector and the advantages of what they obtain, but also with the things like this is going to be hard. It's going to take quite a bit of financing. So why don't we set up a program where we don't really get in the way of the private sector fusion companies, but we help them finance these difficult things, which is SpaceX. Basically became successful through the COTS program. Fantastic, right? And that's evolving as well too. So like the fusion ecosystem is almost unrecognizable from where it was like 5 years ago around those things.
How important is it for the heads of the companies that are working on nuclear fusion to have a Twitter account and to be quite? You said you don't use Twitter.
I don't use
very much. I mean, there is some element to, and I don't think this should be discounted. Whatever you think about figures like Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin or Elon Musk with SpaceX, there is a science communication, to put it in nice terms, that's kind of required to really educate the public and get everybody excited and sell the sexiness of it. I mean, just even the videos of SpaceX, just being able to kind of get everybody excited about going out to space once again. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways of doing that, but I guess what the companies do well, is to advertise themselves, to really sell themselves.
It is, yeah. Well, actually, it is. Like, I feel like one of the reasons on this podcast, and so, like, I don't have an official role in the company, and one of the reasons for this was also that it's interesting because when you come from, like, you're running a company, it makes sense that they're promoting their own product and their own vision, which totally makes sense. But there's also a very important role for academics who have knowledge about what's going on, but are sufficiently distant from it that they're not fully only self-motivated just by their own, projects or so forth. And for me, this is, I mean, we see particularly the problems of the distrust in technology, and then honestly in the scientific community as well too. It will be one of the greatest tragedies, I would say, that if we go through all of this and almost pull off what looks like a miracle, like technological and scientific wise, which is to make a fusion power plant, and then nobody wants to use it because they feel that they don't trust the people who are doing it or the technology. So we have to get so far out ahead of this. Like, so I give lots of public lectures or things like this of accessing a larger range of people. We're not trying to hide anything. You can come and see, come do tours of our laboratory. In fact, I want to set those up virtually as well too. You might look at our Plasma Science and Fusion Center YouTube channel. So we are reaching out through those meetings, and it's really important that we do those things. But it's also then realizing, setting up the realistic expectations of what we need to do. We're not there. Like, we don't have commercial fusion devices yet. And you ask, like, what are the challenges? I'm not going to get into any deep technical, questions about what the challenges are, but it is the pathway not just to make fusion work technically, but to make it economically competitive and viable so that it's actually used out in the private sector is a non-trivial task. And it's because of the newness of it. Like, we're simultaneously trying to evolve the technology and make it economically viable at the same time. Those are two difficult couple tasks. So my own research and my own drive right now is that fantastic Commonwealth Fusion Systems is set up. We have a commercialization unit of that particular kind, which is going to drive forward a tokamak. In fact, there's discussions, there's dialogues going on around the world with other kinds of ones, like stellarators, which prefer different kinds of challenges and economic advantages. But what we have to, I know what we have to have. What we have to have is a new generation of integrated scientists, technologists, and engineers that understand what needs to get done to get all the way to the goal line. Because we don't have them now.
So like a multidisciplinary.
Yeah, exactly.
What's required? I mean, you've spoken about. You said that fusion is, quote, the most multidisciplinary field you can imagine.
Yeah.
Why is that? What are the
Yeah, well, because most of our discussion that we've had so far is really like a physics discussion, really. So which don't neglect physics is at the origin of this. But already we touched on plasma physics and nuclear physics, which are basically two, somewhat overlap but independent disciplines. Then when it comes to the engineering, it's almost everything. So why is this? Well, let's build an electromagnet together. Okay, what is this going to take? It's going to take it's basically electrical engineering, so you understand how it goes together, what happens. Computational engineering to model this very complex integrated thing. Materials engineering, because you're pushing materials to their limit with respect to stress and so forth. It takes cryogenic engineering, which is sort of a sub-discipline, but cooling things to extremely low temperatures.
Probably some kind of chemistry thing in there too.
Well, actually, yeah, which tends to show up in the materials, and that's just one of the sub-components of it. Like, almost everything gets in this, right? So you're also in a very integrated environment, because in the end, all of these things, while you isolate them from each other in a physics sense, in an engineering sense, they all have to work like seamlessly together. So it's one of those. In my own career, I've basically done atomic physics, spectroscopy, plasma physics, ion etching. So this includes material science, something called MHD, magnetohydrodynamics, and now all the way through. Like, I'm not even sure how many different careers I've had. It's also, by the way, this is also a recruiting stage for like young scientists thinking to come in. Like, my comment to scientists: if you're bored in fusion, you're not paying attention, because there's always something interesting to go and do. So that's a really important part of what we're doing, which isn't new in fusion, actually, and in fact is in the roots of what we've done at MIT. But holy cow, like, the proximity of possibility of commercial fusion is the new thing. So my catchphrase is, like, you maybe wonder, like, why weren't we doing all these things? Like, why weren't we pushing towards economic fusion and new materials and new methods of heat extraction and so forth? Because everybody knew fusion was 40 years away. and now it's 4 years away.
There is a history, like you said, 40, 30, whatever, that kind of old joke. There's a history of fusion projects that, are characterized by cost overruns and delays.
Yeah.
How do you avoid this? How do you minimize the chance of this?
You have to build great teams. Is one of them. It tends to be that the smaller there's sort of I'm not an expert in it, but I've seen this enough integrated.
Is there an equation?
Yeah. Well, I've seen this from enough teams. Like I've seen also the futility of lone geniuses trying to solve everything by themselves. Like no. But also organizations that have 10,000 people in them is just doesn't lend itself at all to innovation. So like one of our original sponsors and a good friend, Vinod Khosla. I don't know if you ever talked to Vinod Khosla. He's a venture guy. He's got fantastic ideas about like the right sizes of teams and things that really innovate, right? And there is an optimum place in there is that you get enough cross-discipline and ideas, but it doesn't become so overly bureaucratic that you can't execute on it. So one of the ways, and this was one of the challenges of fusion, is that everything was leading towards like I have to have like enormously large like teams just to execute because of the scale of the project. The fact that now through both technology and our financing innovation, we're driving to the point where it's smaller, focused teams about doing those things. So that's one way to make it faster. The other way to make it faster is modularize the problem or parse the problem. So this is the other difficulty in fusion, is that you tend to look at this as like, oh, it's really just about making the plasma into this state, here that you get this energy gain. No. Because in the end, if you can parse out the different problems of making that and then make it as separate as possible from extracting the energy and then converting it into electricity, the more separate those are, the better they are, because you get parallel paths that basically mitigate risk. This is not new in fusion, by the way, and this is the way that we attack most complex technological, integrated technological challenges.
Have you, by any chance, seen some of the application of artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning? DeepMind has a nice paper, has a nice effort on basically using reinforcement learning for a learn control algorithm for controlling nuclear fusion.
Yeah.
Do you find those kinds of, I guess you throw them under the umbrella of computational modeling, do you find those interesting, promising directions?
They're all interesting. So when people, I'll pull back. Maybe a natural question is like, why is it different in fusion? Like there's a long history to fusion, right? It was going on for, like I told you, like stories from the late 1960s. Like what's different now, right? So I think from the technology point of view, there's two massive things which are different. So one of them, I'll be parochial. It's the advent of this new superconducting materials, because the most mature ways that we understand about how we're going to get to fusion power plants are magnetic fusion. And by the fact that you've got access to something which like changes the economic equation by an order of magnitude is just a totally, and that wasn't that long ago. It was only September of 2021 that we actually demonstrated the technology. That changes the prospects there. And the other one is computing, and it's across the whole spectrum. It's not just in control of the fusion device. It's actually we actually use machine learning and things like this in the design of the magnet itself. It's an incredibly complex design space. So you use those tools. The simulation of the plasma itself is actually, we're in a totally different place than we were because of those things. So those are the two big drivers that I see actually that make it different. And it's interesting, both those things self-enforce about what you asked about before, like how do you avoid delays and things. Well, it's by having smaller teams that can actually execute on those. But now you can do this because the new magnets make the devices all smaller. And computing means your human effectiveness about exploring the optimization space is way better. It's like they're all interlinked to each other.
Plus the modularization, like you said, and everything just kind of works together to make smaller teams more effective, move faster.
And it's through that learned experience. I mean, of the things that I'm the most proud of about what came out. In fact, the origins of thinking about how we would use the high temperature superconducting magnets came out of my design class at MIT. And in the design class, like one of the features that I kept, it was interesting. I really learned along with the students about this, but like this insistence on the features, like we can't have so many coupled, integrated, hard technology developments. Like we have to separate these somehow. So we worked and worked and worked at this, and in fact, that's what really, in my opinion, the greatest advantage of the ARC design, and when and built into the Commonwealth Fusion System idea is like to parse out the problems. Like how can we attack these in parallel? And so it really comes to we talk about philosophy. It's like a design philosophy. Like how do you attack these kinds of problems? And you do it like that.
And also, like you mentioned offline, that there's a power to, as part of a class, to design a nuclear fusion.
Power plant. Well, it is reality. And it's hard to imagine a more powerful force than like 15 MIT students like working together towards solving a problem. And what I always, in fact, we recently just taught the most recent. I say I teach it. I mean, I guide it actually. The most recent version of this, where they actually designed, based on this National Academies report, they actually designed like a pilot plant that has basis and similarities to what we had done before. But I kept wanting to like push the envelope and where they are. It's like the creativity and the energy that they bring to these things is kind of like, it keeps me going. Like us, I'm not going to retire anytime soon. When I keep seeing that kind of dedication, and it's wonderful around on that. It almost, not to overuse or to paraphrase something, right? Which is that the famous quote by Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of dedicated persons will change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has.
I mean, that's just such a powerful and inspiring thing for an individual. Find the right team, be part of that, and then you yourself, your passion, your efforts could actually make a big change.
Yeah,
a big impact. I gotta ask you. So it's a whole nother different conversation, I'm sure, to have. But nuclear power, as it currently stands, so using fission is extremely safe despite public perception.
It is the safest, actually.
So that's a whole nother conversation, but almost like a human, bureaucratic, physics, engineering question of what lessons do you draw from the catastrophic events where the power plants did fail? So Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. Chernobyl, what lessons do you draw?
Actually, 3 Mile Island wasn't really a disaster because nothing escaped from the thing, but Chernobyl and Fukushima had consequences in the populations and that live nearby.
What lesson do you draw from those that you can carry forward to fusion? Now, I know you can say that you're not going to have the same kind of issues, but it's possible that the same folks also said they're not going to have those same kind of issues.
Yeah.
We humans, the human factor, we haven't talked about that one quite as much, but it's still there.
Yeah. So to be clear, so fusion has intrinsic safety with respect to it can't run away. Those are physics bases. Technology and engineering basis of running again, anything that makes large amounts of power and heats things up has got intrinsic safety in it. And by the fact that we actually produce very energetic particles, this doesn't mean that there's no radiation involved in ionizing radiation, to be more accurate, in fusion. It's just that it's in a very different order of magnitude, basically. So what are the lessons in fusion? So one of them is make sure that you're looking at aspects of the holistic environmental and societal footprint that the technology will have. As technologists, we tend not to focus on these, and particularly in early stages of development. Like we just want something that works, right? But if we come with just something that works but doesn't actually satisfy the societal demands for safety and for disposal, we will have materials that we have to dispose of out of fusion. But there's technological questions about what that looks like. So will this look like something that you have to, put in the ground for 100 years or 5 years? And the consequences of those are both economic and societal acceptance and so forth. But don't bury those. Bring these up front, talk to people about them, and make people realize that you're actually, the way I would look at it is that you're making fusion more economically attractive by making it more societally acceptable as well too. then realized is that, I think there's a few interesting, boundaries basically. So one of them, speaking of boundaries, is that successful fusion devices, I'm pretty sure, will require that you don't have to have an evacuation plan for anybody who lives at the site boundary.